See infra on the subjection of children. At a higher stage of civilization, reverence for parents reaches its pitch, and the duty of maintaining them in their old age is taken for a matter of course. Among the present Hindus, it would certainly be regarded as a most disgraceful thing were a man who could do anything for the support of an aged father or mother to allow the burden of their maintenance to fall on strangers. 63. And it is common for unmarried soldiers to stint themselves almost to starvation point, that they may send home money to their parents. The priesthood of modern Buddhism teach that children shall respect their parents and perform all kinds of offices for them, even though they should have servants whom they could command to do all that they require. 65. At ancient Athens, before a man could become a magistrate, evidence was to be produced that he had treated his parents properly, and a person who refused his parents food and dwelling lost his right of speaking in the National Assembly. According to 537, the Icelandic Gragas, a man should maintain in the first place his mother, in the second his father, in the third his own children. The Talmud enjoins the duty of maintaining parents, 68, and so does Muhammadan law, if the parents are both poor and lastingly infirm, or both poor and insane, 69. Wilkins, Modern Hinduism. Munier Williams, Indian Wisdom, N1. Hardy Opsit, cf. Ibid. Schmidt, Ethik der Alten Griechen, Roman 2. Gragas Amigebelke 1 Vol, Roman 1. Katz der War Talmudjud. Sacho Opsit, Sq. Christianity, as will be shown, in one essential point changed the notions of antiquity regarding children's duties towards their parents. It made these duties subordinate to men's duties towards God. Verily I say unto you, there is no man that hath left house, or brethren, or sisters, or father, or mother, or wife, or children, or lands, for my sake and the gospel's, but he shall receive 100-fold now in this time, houses, and brethren, and sisters, and mothers, and children, and lands, with persecutions, and in the world to come eternal life. 70. There are numerous legends and lives of saints in which the desertion of the nearest relations is recorded as one of the leading features of their sanctity, and as one of their chief titles to honor. Some Catholic writers were of opinion that a man might lawfully abandon his parents, even though they could not be supported without him, and enter religion, committing the care of them to God. But Thomas Aquinas says that this would be tempting God, adding however that he who has already professed religion ought not, on any plea of supporting his parents, to quit the cloister in which he is buried with Christ, and entangle himself again in worldly business. 72. Yet our duties towards our parents come next to our duties towards God. We ought to aid them when in want, and to supplicate God in their behalf that they may lead prosperous and happy lives. St. Mark 10, Sq. Cf. Farah, Paganism and Christianity. Thomas Aquinas, Summa Theologica 2, Roman 2:4. Catechism of the Council of Trent, Roman 3:10 Sq. The duty of supporting aged parents has its root in 538 the sentiments of affection, gratitude and regard, and to some extent in superstitious fear. However feeble they be, the parents have in their hands a powerful weaponed curse, or when they are dead, their ghosts may avenge their wrongs on their neglectful children. All these circumstances will be discussed in the chapter dealing with the subjection of children. We have further to consider the duty of assisting brothers and sisters and more distant relatives. Among the Aleuts, says Veniaminoff, a brother must always aid his brother in war as well as in the chase, and each protect the other. But if anybody, disregarding this natural law, should go to live apart, caring only for himself, such a one should be discarded by his relatives in case of attack by enemies or animals, or in time of storms, and such dishonorable conduct would lead to general contempt. 74. Among the Point Barrow Eskimo, the older children take very good care of the smaller ones. 75. And of the Ja Indians Pueblos, we are told that a marked trait is their loving kindness, and care for younger brothers and sisters. 76. Dr. Schweinfurth writes, notwithstanding that certain instances may be alleged, which seem to demonstrate that the character of the Dinka is unfeeling, these cases never refer to such as are bound by the ties of kindred. Parents do not desert their children, nor are brothers faithless to brothers, but are ever prompt to render whatever aid is possible. 77. I presume that these examples of fraternal relations may, on the whole, be regarded as expressive of universal facts. According to Confucius, the love which brother should bear to brother is second only to that which is due from children to parents. Veniaminoff, quoted by Petrov, Lark, Sit. Murdoch in Anne, Rep. Burr, Ethan Roman 9. Stevenson Jo in Anne, Rep. Burr, Ethan Roman 11. Schweinfurth, Heart of Africa, Roman 1. Douglas, Confucianism and Taoism. The duty of assisting more distant relatives is much more variable. It may be said that, as a general rule, among 539 savages and barbarians with the exception, perhaps, of those who live in small family groups, also among the peoples of archaic culture, this duty is more prominent and extends further than amongst ourselves. The blood tie has much greater strength, related families keep more closely together for mutual protection and aid. The Angmagsalics of eastern Greenland, says Lieutenant Home, consider that the tie of blood imposes mutual assistance as a duty under all circumstances. The Omahas maintain that generosity cannot be exercised toward kindred, who have a natural right to our assistance. 80 among the natives of Madagascar, the claims of relationship are distinctly recognized by custom and law. If one branch of a family becomes poor, the members of the same family support him. If he be sold into slavery for debt, they often unite in furnishing the price of his redemption. The laws facilitate and encourage, and sometimes even enforce, such acts of kindness. 81 In his description of the Australian Bangarang, Mr. Kerr observes, though their ways were different from ours, it always seemed to me that the bonds of friendship between blood relations were stronger, as a rule, with savages than amongst ourselves. 82 Among the Philippine Islanders, families are very united, and claims for help and protection are admitted, however distant the relationship may be. 83 Of the Burmans, it is said, no people can be more careful in preserving and acknowledging the bonds of family relationship to the remotest degrees, and not merely as a matter of form, but as involving the duty of mutual assistance. 84 Among the ancient Hindus, Persians, Greeks and Romans, persons belonging to the 4 generations of near relative Sapindas, Singenes, Ancestes, or Propinquia, expected to assist 540 each other whenever it was needed. The Scandinavians considered him to be a bad man who did not help his kindred against strangers, even though there was enmity between the relatives. Home in Meddelelse Ohm Granland, Roman 10. Dorsey, Omaha Sociology in Anne, Rep. Burr, Ethan, Roman 3. Ellis, History of Madagascar, Roman 1 cf. Sibri, the Great African Island SQ. Kerr, Recollections of Squatting in Victoria. Foreman, Philippine Islands. Forbes, British Burma. Lest Altarisches Juscivil 1, SQQ, 231 SQQ. Rosenberg, Nordboerns Ansliv, Roman 1. But the duty of helping the needy and protecting those in danger goes beyond the limits of the family and the kin. Uncivilized peoples are, as a rule, described as kind towards members of their own community or tribe. Between themselves, charity is enjoined as a duty, and generosity is praised as a virtue. Indeed, their customs regarding mutual aid are often much more stringent than our own, and this applies even to the lowest savages. The prevalence of mutual aid in uncivilized communities has been duly emphasized by Prince Kropotkin, Mutual Aid, SQQ. La disposition à la générosité, says 1000. Heides, est un trait caractéristique des Fugians. Ils aiment à partager si quils ont avec tous ceux qui les entourent. 88 Captain Weddell likewise speaks of the philanthropic principle which these people exhibit towards one another. 89 Burchell tells us that the Bushmans, between themselves, exercise the virtues of hospitality and generosity, often in an extraordinary degree. 90 The Vedas of Ceylon are friendly towards each other and ready to help a person in distress. The Andamanese display much mutual affection in their social relations and frequently make presents of the best that they possess. Every care and consideration, says Mr. Man, are paid by all classes to the very young, the weak, the aged and the helpless, and these, being made special objects of interest and attention, invariably fare better in regard to the comforts and necessaries of daily life than any of the otherwise more fortunate members of the community. 92. The Australian natives are almost universally praised for their friendly behaviour towards persons, 541, belonging to their own people. Presents given to one of a group are speedily divided as far as possible among the rest, and when a black man has employment at a station, he generally gives away most of his earnings to his comrades in the camp. Between the males of a tribe, says Mr. Kerr, there always exists a strong feeling of brotherhood, so that, come weal come woe, a man can always calculate on the aid in danger of every member of his tribe. 95, regarding the Central Australian natives, Messrs. Spencer and Gillen observe that their treatment of one another is marked on the whole by considerable kindness. That is, of course, in the case of members of friendly groups, with every now and then the perpetration of acts of cruelty. 96 Collins says that the Aborigines about Botany Bay and Port Jackson applauded acts of kindness and generosity, for of both these they were capable. 97. Hydes and Denneker, Mission Scientifique du Cap Horn, Roman 7. Wedel Arp Sit. According to other authorities, the Fuegians, though free from malevolence and cruelty, are not distinguished for active benevolence. Bridges, in A Voice for South America, 13. 213, Bove, Patagonia, pp. 133-137, Lovasato appunti ethnographici solitaria del Fuoco in Cosmos di Guida Cora 8 151, cf. Also Hydes and Denneker Arp Sit, 7 240-243 SQ. Burchell travels in the interior of southern Africa, Roman 2. Saracen Ergebnis Naturwissenschaftlicher Forschungen auf Ceylon, 3 550, Schmidt Ceylon. Man in Jour Anther Inst 12 SQ, cf. Portman Ibid, Roman 25. Kerr, The Australian Race, Roman 1. Hodgson, Reminiscences of Australia, Oldfield, Aborigines of Australia in Trans, Ethen Soch, NS Roman 3 Air Up Sit, 2, SQ, Brasmythe Up Sit, Roman 2 Lumholtz among Cannibals, Matthew in Jour Proceed, Roy, Soch, NS Wales 23. SQ, Breton Excursions in New South Wales, Fisson and Howitt Up Sit, Wyatt Manners and Superstitions of the Adelaide and Encounter Bay Aboriginal Tribes in Woods, Native Tribes of South Australia, Schumann Aboriginal Tribes of Port Lincoln Ibid, pp. 243, 244, 247. Schumann Locke Sit, Ridley Carmilar, Fisson and Howitt Up Sit, Lumholtz among Cannibals pp. 199, 343. Sterling Report of the Horn Expedition to Central Australia, Part 4, Anthropology. Kerr, The Australian Race, Roman 1. Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia. Carlins, English Colony in New South Wales, Roman 1. Passing to savages and barbarians who have reached a somewhat higher level of culture, we are told by Mr. Catlin, with reference to the North American Indians, that to their friends there are no people on earth that are more kind. 98 According to Adair, they are very kind and liberal to everyone of their own tribe, even to the last morsel of food they enjoy. Nature's school teaches them the plain easy rule, do to others as you would be done by. 99 Harmon praises the generosity of the Indians. They are more ready, in proportion to their means, to assist a neighbour who may be in want, than the inhabitants generally of civilized countries. An Indian rarely kills an animal without sending a part of it to a neighbour if he has one near him. 100 The Nordowesses supply the deficiency of their friends with any superfluity of their own, and in dangers they readily give assistance to those of their band, 542 who stand in need of it, without any expectation of return. 101 Among the Iroquois kindness to the orphan, hospitality to all, and a common brotherhood, were among the doctrines held up for acceptance by their religious instructors. An Iroquois would surrender his dinner to feed the hungry, vacate his bed to refresh the weary, and give up his apparel to clothe the naked. 102 Among the Omaha's grades of merit or bravery were of two sorts. To the first class belonged such as had given to the poor on many occasions, and had invited guests to many feasts. To the second class belonged those who, besides having done these things many times, had killed several of the foe, and had brought home many horses. When a person sees a poor man or woman, they said, he should make presents to the unfortunate being, thus he can gain the goodwill of Wakanda as well as that of his own people. The arts of Vancouver Island succour anyone in need of help, without looking for any ulterior benefit. The Aleuts were instructed to be kind to others and to refrain from selfishness. It was the custom for the successful hunter or fisher, particularly in times of scarcity, to share his prize with all, not only taking no larger share, but often less than the others. Among the Eskimo about Bering Strait, whenever a successful trader accumulates property and food, and is known to work solely for his own welfare, he becomes an object of enmity and hatred among his fellow villagers, which ends in one of two waste villagers may compel him to make a feast and distribute his goods, or they may kill him and divide his property among themselves. According to the Greenland Creed, all those who had striven and suffered for the benefit of their fellow men should find a happy existence after death in the abodes of the Supreme Being, Tornarsuk. The Greenlander, says Dr. Nansen, is the most compassionate of creatures with regard to his neighbor. His first social law is to help others. 108 Captain Hall holds an equally favorable opinion of those Eskimo with whom he came in contact. As between themselves, he says, there can be no people exceeding them in this virtue kindness of heart. Take, for instance, times of great scarcity of food. If one family happens to have any provisions on 543 hand, these are shared with all their neighbors. If one man is successful in capturing a seal, though his family may need it all to save them from the pangs of hunger, yet the whole of his people about, including the poor, the widow, the fatherless, are at once invited to a seal feast. 109 They believe that all Inuits who have been good, that is, who have been kind to the poor and hungry, will after death go to Kudelparmyung, or heaven, whereas those who have been bad, that is, unkind to one another, will go to Adalparmyun or hell. Many of the South American peoples are praised for their kind disposition of mind. 111 The Guiana Indians seemed to a Christian missionary to be generous to a fault. 112 The Caribs had all their interests in common, lived in great harmony, and loved each other heartily. Catlin, North American Indians, Roman 2. Adair, History of the American Indians, pp. 431-429. Harmon opposite. Carver opposite. Morgan, League of the Iroquois, pp. 172-329. Dorsey, Omaha Sociology and Ann, Rep. Burr, Ethan 3 274, cf. Idem Suan Sociology Ibid, 15, Kansas. Sprout opposite. Veniaminoff quoted by Petrov, Lark, Sit, and Dole, Alaska. Nelson, Eskimo about Bering Strait in Ann, Rep. Burr, Ethan, Roman 18. Rink, Greenland. Nansen, First Crossing of Greenland, Roman 2 cf. Ibid, 2, Nansen, Eskimo Life, pp. 116-177, Eged op. Sit, pp. 123-126 sq. Whole Arctic Researches. Ibid sq. Von Martius, Beitridge zur Ethnography Americas, 1 641 Garrios Macuses, Musters op. Sit, Patagonians. Brett, Indian Tribes of Guiana. De Poissy Rochefort, Histoire naturelle et morale des Isles Antilles. Among the Tonga Islanders, the sentiment of humanity, or a fellow-feeling for one another, is universally approved. They are not only not selfish, but admire liberality, and are practically liberal. When anyone is about to eat, he always shares what he has with those about him without any hesitation, and not to do so would be considered exceedingly vile and selfish. So also, if one chief sees something in the possession of another, which he has a strong desire to have, he has only to ask him for it, and in all probability it is readily and liberally given. 114 Not even the Fijians, who took great pains to instill into the minds of their youth a contempt for compassionate impulses and an admiration for relentless cruelty. 115 were destitute of humanity and friendly feelings. In Anateum of the New Hebrides, the people believed that the sin which would be visited with the severest punishment in the land of the dead was stinginess or niggardliness in giving away food, and that the virtue which received the highest reward was a generous hospitality and a giving liberally at feasts. In Tana, another island belonging to the same group, one man has only to ask anything from his neighbours, and he gets it. 118 of the New Caledonians, Mr. Atkinson states that, among themselves, they are of a generosity that seems to arise mainly from aversion to refuse any request. 119. The Dyaks are described as hospitable, 544 kindly, and humane to a degree which well might shame ourselves, 120. Whilst the practice of headhunting is carried on by every tribe at the expense of its neighbour, the members of each community have strong feelings of sympathy for each other. Among the Sea Dyaks, says Grassland, if any are sick or unable to work, the rest help, and there seems to me a much stronger bond of union amongst them than I have ever seen among the labouring classes in England. 122. Mariner up, sit, 2 154-165. Erskine, cruise among the islands of the Western Pacific. Ibid pp. 247-273. Williams and Calvert up, sit, pp. 93-115 sq. Seaman vt. Inglis in the New Hebrides. Campbell, A Year in the New Hebrides. Atkinson in Folklore, Roman 14. Boyle, Adventures among the Dyaks of Borneo. Bark, Headhunters of Borneo sq. Brooke, 10 Years in Sarawak, Roman 1. Crossland, quoted by Ling Rath, Natives of Sarawak, Roman. The Santals are gentle and very obliging, and sociable to a fault among their own people. The Hos are charitable to those deserving aid. 124. The Todas believe that, after death, the souls of good people will have enjoyment in heaven, whilst the souls of bad people will suffer punishment. A good man is, in the Toda estimation, one who is given to deeds of charity, and a bad man one who is uncharitable. This in order of precedence: quarrelsome, thieving. 100. 125. Mr. Batchelor states that a more kind, gentle, and sympathetic people than the Ainos of Japan would be very difficult to find. Anything given to them they always divide with their friends. The Samoyeds are ready to share their last morsel with their companions, and it is said that nobody can surpass the poor Ostiak in benevolence and other virtues of the heart. The finest trait in the character of a Bedouin, next to good faith, Burckhardt observes, is his kindness, benevolence, and charity among themselves. The Bedouins constitute a nation of brothers, often quarrelling, it must be owned, with each other, but ever ready, when at peace, to give mutual assistance. 128. Generosity is a virtue which always commands particular respect in the desert. The Arabs of the Soudan have a saying that you must always put other people's things on your head, and your own under your arm. Then, if there be danger of the things falling off your head, you must raise your arm, and let fall your own things to save those of others. 130. Man Sonthalia Esq. Hunter, Annals of Rural Bengal, Roman 1. Tickel, Memoir on the Hodsam in Jour, Asiatic Soch, Bengal 9 pt. 2807. Thurston, Todas of the Nilgiris in the Madras Government Museum's Bulletin 1, sq. Batchelor, Ainu of Japan, Holland Ainos in Jour, Anther, Inst, Roman 3. Castron up, sit, 1 Roman 2. Burckhardt, Notes on the Bedouins and Wahhabis. Wallin, Recentikninger Fran Orient, Roman 3 Blunt, Bedouin Tribes of the Euphrates, Roman 2. Richardson, Mission to Central Africa, Roman 1. The Beria are a benevolent people, kind even to strangers. The Manganya in the neighbourhood of Lake Nyassa are generous in the distribution of food, and even when starving they share the last morsel with their friends. Sir H. Johnston says that he has never met with a more kindly, sensible, considerate set of beings than the Watavata. The Eastern Central Africans, the Rev 500, MacDonald observes, are not mere animals composed of greed and selfishness. They often show great bravery and devotedness. I can point to one man who saved my life on 3 separate occasions at the risk of his own. 134. Among the Bechuanas, a regard for the poor, for widows, and for orphans is everywhere considered to be a sacred duty. Among all the virtues the Basutos appreciate none more than kindness. They have a saying that one link only sounds because of another, which implies that we cannot do without the help of our fellow creatures, and another saying that one does not skin one's game without showing it to one's friends. That is, when we have been successful in our undertakings, it becomes us to be generous. If any food is brought to them while they are in each other's society, however small may be the quantity, every one must have a taste. The Kaffirs are a kindly race. Liechtenstein says that whenever anyone kills an ox he must invite all his neighbours to partake of it, and they remain his guests till the whole is eaten. 137 of the Hottentots Kalben states, they are certainly the most friendly, the most liberal, and the most benevolent people to one another that ever appeared upon earth. They are charmed with opportunities of obliging each other, and one of their greatest pleasures lies in interchanging gifts and good offices. 138 A Hottentot, says Barrow, would share his last morsel with his companions. 139 Drury wrote of the people of Madagascar, they certainly treat one another with more humanity than we do. Here is no one miserable, if it is in the power of his neighbours to help him. Here is love, tenderness and generosity which might 546 shame us. And this is all over the island. 140 Ellis likewise observes that, in Madagascar, assisting in distress, and lending and borrowing property and money, are carried on much more commonly and freely than amongst neighbours or relatives in England, and that a kindness of heart in these things is always esteemed excellent. Munzinger, Ostafrikanische Studien. Rowley, Africa Unveiled. Johnston, Kilimanjaro Expedition. MacDonald, Africana, 1, 266. Arbauset and Dormers, Exploratory Tour to the northeast of the colony of the Cape of Good Hope. Casales Basudos, pp. 206, 207, 301, 306, 309 SQQ. Leslie among the Zulus and Amatongas, Liechtenstein, Travels in Southern Africa, Roman 1. Kalben, Present State of the Cape of Good Hope 1, SQ-CF, Ibid, Roman 1. Barrow, Travels into the Interior of Southern Africa, Roman 1. Drury, Adventures during 15 years' captivity on the island of Madagascar, SQ. Ellis, History of Madagascar, Roman 1. For other African instances, see Mungo Park, Travels in the Interior of Africa, Mendingos, Burton Abiokota 1. Yoruba, Idem, 2 Trips to Gorilla Land 1. Mpongwe, Monred, Guinea, Kisten Og Dens Ind Bigger, Johnston, River Congo, Races of the Upper Congo, Wilson and Felkin Op Sit, 1 Waganda. Among many savages, the old people in particular have a claim to support and assistance, not only from their own children or relatives, but from the younger members of the community generally. Among the Australian natives, the old men get the best and largest share of everything, and are allowed to monopolize the youngest and best-looking women, whilst a young man must consider himself fortunate if he can get an old woman for wife. Among the Tonga Islanders, every aged man and woman enjoys the attentions and services of the younger branches of society. 143 In the Kingsmill Islands, generosity, hospitality and attention to the aged and infirm are virtues highly esteemed and generally practiced among all the natives. 144 Among the Kaffirs, when persons advanced in years become sick and helpless, everyone is eager to afford them assistance. 145 In the opinion of the Aleuts, feeble old men must be respected and attended when they need aid, and the young and strong should give them a share of their booty, and help them through all their troubles, endeavouring to obtain in exchange their good advice. Only 146. Op Sit, 2, SQ, Matthew and Jour proceed, Roy Soch, NS Wales Roman 23 Lumholtz among cannibals, cf. Gray Journals of 2 Expeditions of Discovery in Northwest and Western Australia 2, Smythe Op Sit. 1. Spencer and Gillan, Native Tribes of Central Australia. Mariner Op Sit, Roman 2. Hale U.S. Exploring Expedition, Vol. 6 Ethnography and Philology. Liechtenstein Op Sit, Roman 1. Vini Aminoff quoted by Petrov Locke, Sit. The sick also are often very carefully attended to. Among the coast tribes of British Columbia, Mr. Duncan always found 1 or 2 nurses to an invalid, if the case was 547 at all bad. The sympathy of the nurses, too, seemed very great. 147 Beachy says of the wild Indians of Upper California, the very great care taken of all those who are affected with any disease ought not to be allowed to escape a remark. When any of their relations are indisposed, the greatest attention is paid to their wants. 148 Keating noticed the kind and humane treatment which the Potawatomis extended even to the idiots. The Koriaks carefully attend those who are sick. 150 The same is said of the Ainos of Japan. 151 and the Tagbanuas of the Philippine Islands. In Sarawak no relative is abandoned because an injury or illness may have incapacitated him for work. When a Dayak is ill at home, the women nurse the patient in turn. In Samoa, the treatment of the sick was invariably humane. 155 in Tana, 156 Humphreys Island, 157 Eromanga, 158, and Tasmania 159, they were likewise kindly attended to. And the same is the case at least among many of the Australian tribes. Concerning the Aborigines of Herbert River in northern Queensland, Lumholtz writes, "The natives are very kind and sympathetic towards those who are ill, and they carry them from camp to camp. This is the only noble trait I discovered in the Australian natives." 161 in various parts of Australia, the blind, and especially the aged blind, are carefully tended. Travellers on the northern coast of the continent have noticed that these are generally the fattest of the company, being supplied with the best of everything. No trait in the character of the Malagasy, says Ellis, is more creditable to their humanity, and more gratifying to our benevolent feelings, than the kind, patient, and affectionate manner in which they attend upon the sick. 163. A similar praise is bestowed upon the 548 Mandingos and Kaffirs. Among the Zulus, says Mr. J. Tyler, work, however important, is at once suspended that they may help their afflicted friends. 166. Duncan, quoted by Maine, 4 years in British Columbia SQ. Beachy Arp Sit, Roman 2. Keating, Expedition to the Source of St. Peter's River, Roman 1. Krasheninnikov Arp Sit. Van Siebold, Die Ano of der Insel Yesso. Worcester, Philippine Islands. St. John, Life in the Forests of the Far East, Roman 2. Bark, Head Hunters of Borneo. Turner, Samoa, cf. Pritchard, Polynesian Reminiscences. Turner, Samoa. Ibid. Robertson, Eromanga. Lingrath, Aborigines of Tasmania. Barnwick, Daily Life and Origin of the Tasmanians. Brasmythe Up, Sit, 2 West Australian natives. Schuurman, Aboriginal tribes of Port Lincoln in Woods, native tribes of South Australia. Lumholtz among cannibals. Ridley Carmilor, Eyre Up Sit, 2 Barrington, History of New South Wales, Stirling Up Sit. Ellis, History of Madagascar 1, SQ. Cayley Up Sit, Roman 1. Liechtenstein Up Sit, Roman 1. Tyler, 40 years among the Zulus. Whilst the information which I have been able to gather on the social customs of uncivilized races seems to indicate that, in the majority of cases, mutual kindness and goodwill prevail within their communities, there are not wanting statements of a different character. But these statements are, after all, exceptional, and some of them are either ambiguous or obviously inexact. Only too often travellers represent to us the savage, not as he is in his daily life amidst his own people, but as he behaves towards his enemy or towards a stranger who enters his country uninvited. As an experienced observer remarks, the savage, passionate and furious with the feeling of revenge, slaughtering and devouring his enemy and drinking his blood, is no longer the same being as when cultivating his fields in peace, and it would be as unjust to estimate his general character by his actions in these moments of unrestrained passion, as to judge of Europeans by the excesses of an excited soldiery or an infuriated mob. 167 Moreover, many accounts of savages date from a period when they have already been affected by contact with a higher culture, as we call it, a culture which almost universally has proved to exercise a deteriorating influence on the character of the lower races. Among the North American Indians, for instance, there was more goodwill, hospitality and charity practiced towards one another before white people came and resided among them, 168, whereas contact with civilization has made them false, suspicious, avaricious and hard-hearted, 169, as has been truly said, search modern history, and in the North 549 and South and East and West the story is ever the same: come, we civilize, and we corrupt or exterminate. 170. Diefenbach travels in New Zealand too, SQ. Warren in Schoolcraft, Indian Tribes of the United States, Roman 2. Domnech, 7 years residence in the Great Deserts of North America, Roman 2. Boyle Up Sit. Among the semi-civilized and civilized nations, charity has universally been regarded as a duty, and has often been strenuously enjoined by their religions. When Spain and Peru first came into contact, the Americans surpassed the Spaniards in brotherly love and systematic care for the needy. They had a poor law according to which the blind, lame, aged, and infirm, who could not till their own lands so as to clothe and feed themselves, should receive sustenance from the public stores. The ancient Mexicans, according to Clavigero, seemed to give without reluctance what had cost them the utmost labor to acquire. The great virtue of the Koreans is their innate respect for and daily practice of the laws of human brotherhood. Mutual assistance and generous hospitality among themselves are distinctive national traits. 173. According to Chinese law, all poor, destitute widowers and widows, the fatherless and childless, the helpless and the infirm, shall receive sufficient maintenance and protection from the magistrates of their native city or district, whenever they have neither relations nor connections upon whom they can depend for support. 174. Benevolence, said Confucius, is more to man than either water or fire. 175. To assist the needy, to feed the hungry, to clothe the naked, to succor the sick, to save men in danger. These and similar acts of kindness are, according to Chinese beliefs, merits which will be rewarded by the unseen powers that watch human conduct, whereas the uncharitable and parsimonious are threatened with divine punishments. In a book of Buddhistic Confucian flavor, 550, as familiar to the youth of Japan as the Sermon on the Mount is to us, it is said, above all things, men must practice charity. It is by almsgiving that wisdom is fed. 177. According to the Dhammapada, the uncharitable do not go to the world of the gods. Fools only do not praise liberality. A wise man rejoices in liberality, and through it becomes blessed in the other world. 178. Indeed, in the didactic poetry of Buddhism, the virtue of beneficence occupies the most prominent place, without any regard to what is the measure of the real benefit thereby extended to the recipient of the gift. The legends set before us as a duty the most unbounded generosity, pushed even to the extreme of self-destruction. And in its conception of charity and liberality, as in all other points of worldly morality, Buddhism does not differ from the standard recognized in India since ancient times. Already in the Vedic hymns, praise is bestowed on those who from their abundance willingly dispense to the needy, on those who do not turn away from the hungry, on those who are kind to the poor. In the Hittapatsa, it is said that the good man shows pity even to the worthless, as the moon does not withdraw its light even from a member of the lowest caste. The sacred law books of India are full of prescriptions enjoining almsgiving as a duty on all twice-born men. A householder must give as much food as he is able to spare to those who do not cook for themselves, and to all beings one must distribute food without detriment to one's own interest. 184. The student should always without sloth give alms out of whatever he has for food. 185. The Brahmana who has completed his studentship should without tiring perform works of 551 charity with faith. 186. Almsgiving confers merit on the giver, it frees him from guilt, it destroys sin. 187. For whatever purpose a man bestows any gift, for that purpose he receives in his next birth with due honor its reward. 188. On the other hand, he who cooks for himself alone eats nothing but sin. Speaking of the modern Hindus, Mr. Wilkins observes, the charity of the Hindus is great. There is no poor law in India, no guardians of the poor, no workhouses, excepting for the Europeans in the presidency towns. The poor of a family, the halt, the lame, the blind, the weak, the insane, are provided for by their family, if it is at all able to do it. In cases where there are few or no relatives, then the burden is taken up by others. It is a work of merit. 190. Garcilaso de Farvega, first part of the Royal Commentaries of the Uncas, Roman 2. Clavigero, History of Mexico, Roman 1. Griffiths, Korea. Tatsing Leu Li Sec, Roman 89. On the Charitable Institutions of the Chinese, see Stanton Ibid. N. Smith, Chinese Characteristics Sq. Douglas, Confucianism and Taoism. 176. Merits and errors scrutinized in Indo-Chinese Gleaner, 3, 161 SQQ. Tai Shang, 3. Divine Panorama in Giles, Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, 2, 371, 374, 379. Douglas, Confucianism and Taoism, pp. 259, 272 SQ. Davis, China, Roman 2. Edkins, Religion in China, SQ. Chamberlain Things Japanese. Dhammapada 177. Oldenburg's Buddha. C.F. Kern Manual of Indian Buddhism. Rigveda Roman 10 Kigi Rigveda. Hidapadesa Mitralabha 63. Gautama 510, SQ, Institutes of Vishnu Roman 59 Bodhayana Roman 213, 5, Laws of Manu 9 10 79, 11, SQQ. Laws of Manu Roman 4. Anujita 31. Laws of Manu Roman 4 cf, Ibid Roman 4. Institutes of Vishnu 59 30, ch. 90, SQQ, Gautama 19 16, Vasishtha 20, Roman 22 Laws of Manu 3 4, SQQ, Roman 11. Laws of Manu Roman 4. Institutes of Vishnu, Roman 67 Laws of Manu Roman 3 cf, Rigveda Roman 10 6. Wilkins Modern Hinduism SQ. Of the ancient Persians, Thucydides said that they preferred giving to receiving. To be charitable towards the poor of their own faith was among them a religious duty of the first order. Zoroaster thus addressed Vishtaspa, "Let no thought of anger main you ever infect thee, so that thou shouldst indulge in evil lusts, make derision and idolatry, and shut to the poor the door of thy house." 193. The holy Esrayasha is the protector of the poor. In the Shayest it is said that the clothing of the soul in the next world is formed out of almsgiving. Thucydides Roman 2:4. See Jiger Civilization of the Eastern Iranians 1, SQQ, Mills in Sacred Books of the East 31, p. 22, Yasts Roman 24. Ibid Roman 11. Shayest Roman 12 cf, Bundahis Roman 30. It seems that among the ancient Egyptians charity was considered no less meritorious. The god 1000, Maspero observes, does not confine his favor to the prosperous and the powerful of this world. He bestows it also upon 552 the poor. His will is that they be fed and clothed, and exempted from tasks beyond their strength, that they be not oppressed, and that unnecessary tears be spared them. 197 In the memorial inscriptions, where the dead plead their good deeds, charity is often referred to. "I harmed not a child," says one Egyptian, "I injured not a widow. There was neither beggar nor needy in my time. None were hungered, widows were cared for as though their husbands were still alive." 198 In the inscription in honor of a lady who had been charitable to persons of her own sex, whether girls, wives, or widows, it is said, "The God rewarded me for this, rejoicing me with the happiness which he has granted me for walking after his way." 199. Brugsch History of Egypt under the Pharaohs 1, SQ, Tile History of the Egyptian Religion SQ, Renouf Hibbert Lectures on the Religion of Egypt SQQ, Emilino L'Evolution des Idées Morales dans l'Egypte Ancien pp. 145-354. Maspero Dawn of Civilization, cf. Schiaparelli del Sentimento Religioso degli Antichi Egiziani, Emilino op. Cit. Wiedemann Religion of the Ancient Egyptians. Renouf op. Cit. Charity was urgently insisted upon by the religious law of the Hebrews. "Thou shalt open thine hand wide unto thy brother, to thy poor, and to thy needy in thy land. For this thing the Lord thy God shall bless thee in all thy works, and in all that thou puttest thine hand unto." 201 Even if thine enemy be hungry, give him bread to eat, and if he be thirsty, give him water to drink. The Lord shall reward thee. 202 Especially in the Old Testament Apocrypha, and in rabbinical literature, almsgiving assumed an excessive prominency, so much so that the word, which in the older writings means righteousness in general, came to be used for almsgiving in particular. "Shut up alms in thy storehouses, and it shall deliver thee from all affliction." 204 As water will quench a flaming fire, so alms maketh an atonement for sins. 205 For alms doth deliver from death, and shall purge away all sin. Those that exercise alms and 553 righteousness shall be filled with life. 206 The charitable man is rewarded with the birth of male issue. Almsgiving is equal in value to all other commandments. He who averts his eyes from charity commits a sin equal to idolatry. To such an extreme was almsgiving carried on by the Jews, that some rabbis at length decreed that no man should give above a fifth part of his goods in charity. Deuteronomy 14:15 SQQ, 16:14 Leviticus 19 SQ, Roman 25. Deuteronomy 15:10. Proverbs 25 SQ. Addis alms in Encyclopaedia Biblica, Roman 1 cf. Montefiore, Hibbert Lectures on the Religion of the Ancient Hebrews SQ. Ecclesiasticus, Roman 29. Ibid, Roman 3. Tobit, Roman 12 cf. Ibid, 1:16-2-4 SQQ, Roman 12. Bava Bathra Fol, 10b quoted by Hirschon, Treasures of the Talmud. Rab Issi quoted by Kohler, Alms in Jewish Encyclopedia, Roman 1. Kethu Both Fol, 68a quoted by Katz, Der War Talmudjud. Katz opposite. Almsgiving, prayer, and fasting were the three cardinal disciplines which the synagogue transmitted to both the Christian Church and the Muhammadan mosque. According to Islam, the duty next in importance to prayer is that of giving alms. Muhammad repeatedly announces that the path which leads to God is the helping of the orphans and the relieving of the poor. Ye cannot attain to righteousness until ye expend in alms of what ye love. 214 Those who expend their wealth by night and day, secretly and openly, they shall have their hire with their Lord. 215. It is said that prayer carries us halfway to God, fasting brings us to the door of his palace, and alms procure us admission. 216 Certain alms, called zakat, are prescribed by law. It is an indispensable duty for every Muhammadan of full age to bestow in charity about 1/40 of all such property as has been a year in his possession, provided that he has sufficient for his subsistence and has an income equivalent to about 5 per annum. Other charitable gifts are voluntary and confer merit upon the giver. Cf. Tobit 12, Kohler in Jewish Encyclopedia, Roman 1. See Sale's Preliminary Discourse in Wary Commentary on the Quran, 1, Lane, Manners and Customs of the Modern Egyptians. Quran 2, 269-275, 8-990 14 SQ, 93, SQQ 100, Ibid, Roman 3. Ibid, 2 Cell Faith of Islam. Ibid, Palmer, Introduction to his Translation of the Quran, 1 p. 73, Amir Ali, Life and Teaching of Mohammed. By Christianity, charity of the religious type, which we 554 find in the East, was introduced into Europe. We have certainly no reason to blame the ancient Greeks and Romans for neglecting their poor. Among them, slavery in a great measure replaced pauperism, and what slavery did for the very poor, the Roman system of clientage did for those of a somewhat higher rank. Moreover, the relief of the indigent was an important function of the state. The Areopagus provided public works for the poor. At Rome, gratuitous distribution of corn was the rule for many centuries. 221 agrarian laws furnished free homesteads to the landless on conquered or public territory. 222, since the days of Nerva, a systematic support of poor children was enjoined in all the cities of Italy. A few examples of private charity also have descended to us already from early times, such as Epaminondas collecting dowers for poor girls 224, and Cimon feeding and clothing the poor 225, and from the days of the pagan empire there are recorded several cases of individual beneficence. Charitable bequests are alluded to in the burial inscriptions. When some great catastrophe happened, relief was willingly given to the sufferers. Private infirmaries were established for slaves. The duty of charity was forcibly enjoined by some of the moralists. The wise man, says Seneca, will dry the tears of others, but will not mingle his own with them. He will stretch out his hand to the shipwrecked mariner, will offer hospitality to the exile, and alms to the needy 227, but his alms are not thrown away by chance. His purse will open easily, but never leak. He will choose out the worthiest with the utmost care, and never give without sufficient reason, for unwise gifts must be reckoned among foolish extravagances. So also Cicero, 555, whilst styling beneficence and liberality virtues that are the most agreeable to the nature of man, is anxious to warn his readers against imprudence in practicing them, lest our kindness should hurt both those whom it is meant to assist, and others. 229. See Lecky, History of European Morals, Roman 2. Boissier, Religion Romaine, Roman 2. Farrer, Paganism and Christianity. Naudit des Seckers publiques chez les Romains, in Memoires de l'Académie des Inscriptions et Belles Lettres, 13, SQ. Ibid SQ. Aurelius Victor, Epitome, Roman 12. Cornelius Nepos, Epaminondas 3. Plutarch Simon 10. Lecky History of European Morals 2. SQ. Boissier op. Cit. 2. SQ. Farah Paganism and Christianity. Seneca de Clementia, Roman 2. Idem de Vita Beta, 23 SQ. Cicero de Officiis 1, SQ. In a very different light was charity viewed by the Christians. Unlimited open-handedness became a cardinal virtue. An ideal Christian was he who did what Jesus commanded the young man to do, who went and sold what he had and gave it to the poor. Promiscuous almsgiving was enjoined as a duty. Give to him that asketh thee, and from him that would borrow of thee turn not thou away. 231. The discharge of this duty was even more profitable to the giver than to the receiver. There is perhaps no precept in the gospel to which a promise of recompense is so frequently annexed as to that concerning charity. Eternal life is promised to those who feed the hungry, give drink to the thirsty, take in the stranger, clothe the naked, visit the sick. Charity was regarded as an atonement. God, says St. Augustine, is to be propitiated through alms for sins past. 233 and countless times is the thought expressed that almsgiving is a safe investment of money at good interest with God in heaven. Cyprian, who is the father of the Romish doctrine of good works, establishes an arithmetical relation between the number of alms offerings and the blotting out of sins. The food of the needy, says Leo the Great, is the purchase money of the kingdom of heaven. 236, as long as the market lasts, says St. Chrysostom, let us buy alms, or rather let us purchase salvation through alms. 237, the rich man is only a debtor. All that he possesses beyond 556 what is necessary belongs to the poor and ought to be given away. The poor, no longer looked down upon, became instruments of salvation. To them was given the first place in the church and in the Christian community. St. Chrysostom says of them, as fountains flow near the place of prayer, that the hands that are about to be raised to heaven may be washed, so were the poor placed by our fathers near to the door of the church, that our hands might be consecrated by benevolence before they are raised to God. 239 Gregory the Great announces, and the Middle Ages reach, the poor are not to be lightly esteemed and despised, but to be honored as patrons. 240, thus it happened that even in the darkest periods, when all other Christian virtues were nearly extinct, charity survived unimpaired. Later on, Protestantism, by denying the atoning effect of good deeds, deprived charity of a great deal of its religious attraction. And in modern times, the enlightened opinion on the subject, recognizing the demoralizing influence of indiscriminate almsgiving, rather agrees with the principles laid down by Cicero and Seneca than with the literal interpretation of the injunctions of Christ. Cf. Acts Roman 2, St. Matthew Roman 5 cf. St. Luke Roman 6, St. Matthew 25, SQQ. St. Augustine, Enchiridion, 70 mean Patrologi Cursus 40. C. Ulhorn die Christlich Liebestatigkeit, Roman 1. Cyprian de Operetta Limicines 24 mean op. Cit. 4 cf. Harnack History of Dogma 2 n2. Leo Magnus Sermo 10, de Collectis 5 mean op. Cit. 54, SQ. St. Chrysostom Homilia 7 de Penitentia mean op. Cit. Sir. Greca 49, SQ. 333. Ulhorn op. Cit. SQ. St. Chrysostom de Verbis Apostoli, habens Eumdum Spiritum 3 mean op. Cit. Sir. Greca 51, SQ. 300. Quoted by Ulhorn op. Cit. Roman 1. Cf. Milman, History of Latin Christianity 9, SQ. In the course of progressing civilization, the obligation of assisting the needy has been extended to wider and wider circles of men. The charity and generosity which savages require as a duty or praise as a virtue have, broadly speaking, reference only to members of the same community or tribe. Kindness towards foreigners is looked upon in a very different light. The virtues of the Negroes, Monrad observes, are entirely restricted to their own tribe. The doing good to a stranger they would generally find ridiculous 242 to the Greenlander, a foreigner, especially if he be of another race, is an indifferent object, whose welfare he has no interest in furthering. 243-557, the Bedouin, says Doughty, has two faces, this of gentle kindness at home, the other of wild misanthropy and his teeth set against the world. Besides 244 at higher stages of civilization, the duty of charity embraces a wider group of people, in proportion to the largeness of the social unit, or to the scope of the religion by which it is enjoined. But it is still more or less restrained by national or religious boundaries. 1000. Emiliano observes that the charity referred to on ancient Egyptian papyri is la charit limiti assu de la meme nation 245. According to Zoroastrianism, charity should be restricted to the followers of the true religion. To succor an unbeliever would be like a strengthening of the dominion of evil. The zakat, or legal alms of the Muhammadans, must not be given to a non-Muslim, because it is regarded as a fundamental part of worship. 247. Similarly, the sadaqah, or offering on the feast day known as Eid al-Fitr, is confined to true believers. Nor has Christian charity always been free from religious narrowness. Fleury says that the early Christians, in the care they took of the poor, always preferred Christians before infidels, because their principal regard was to their spiritual concerns, and to their temporal welfare only in order to their spiritual. 249. The principle of the Church was, omnem hominum fidelem judica tuum esse fratrum. 250. In the 17th century, the Scotch clergy taught that food or shelter must on no occasion be given to a starving man unless his opinions were orthodox. On the other hand, Christianity of a higher type preaches charity towards all men, and so does advanced Judaism and Buddhism. It is said in the Talmud, with reference to the treatment of the poor, that no distinction should be made between such as are Jews and such as are not. In modern times, charity now, and then 558 steps over the barriers of nationality, even when the sufferers belong to distant nations. Whilst our indigent compatriots are generally recognized to have a greater claim on our pity than needy strangers, a great calamity in one country readily calls forth a charitable response in other nations. Mr. Pike believes that the contribution of £100,000 sterling which England, in the year 1755, when Lisbon was laid in ruins by an earthquake, sent for the relief of the sufferers, inaugurated this new era of international charitableness. Compassion, he observes, was at last shown by Englishmen, not simply for Englishmen and Protestants, but for foreigners professing a different religion. Pity, for once, triumphed over intolerance and national prejudice. 253. And in war, in the case of enemies rendered harmless by wounds or disease, the growth of human feeling has passed beyond the simple requirement that they shall not be killed or illused, and has cast upon belligerents the duty of tending them so far as is consistent with the primary duty to their own wounded. However, it must not be imagined that this humane principle, which has only lately been recognized in Europe, is a unique outcome of Christian civilization at its height. It is said in the Mahabharata that, when a quarrel arises among good men, a wounded enemy is to be cured in the conqueror's own country, or to be conveyed to his home. Strangely enough, even from the savage world, we hear of something like an anticipation of the Geneva Convention. Among certain tribes in New South Wales, as soon as the fight is concluded, both parties seem perfectly reconciled, and jointly assist in tending the wounded men. 256. Monred Arp Sit. Nansen Eskimo Life. Doughty Arabia Deserter 1 SQ. Emiliano Arp Sit. Jiger Arp Sit Roman 1. Sel Arp Sit cf. Quran Roman 9. Sel Arp Sit. Fleury, Manners and Behaviour of the Christians SQ. Laurent, Études sur l'histoire del humanite, Roman 4. Buckle, History of Civilization in England, Roman 3. Gittin Fall, 61a, quoted by Katz, Der War Talmudjude, cf. Chaikin, Apology des Juifs. Pike, History of Crime in England, Roman 2. 254 Convention signed at Geneva, August 22, 1864, for the amelioration of the condition of the wounded in armies in the field, in Lorimer, Institutes of the Law of Nations, 2 Appendix No. 6. Hall, Treatise on International Law, Hefte des Europäische Wahlgerecht der Gegenwart, 126, n. 5. Mahabharata 12, quoted by Lorimer up sit, Roman 2. Smythe up sit, Roman 1. The gradual expansion of the duty of charity is due to the fact that this duty, in the first place, is based on the altruistic sentiment, and consequently follows the same general law of development. Many cases referred to above imply that savages are by no means strangers to affection, and that in their communities there is not only mutual assistance, but general kindness of heart. Numerous instances to the same effect might easily be added. When a Fuegian is very ill, the near relatives show much grief. 257, and Darwin tells us that the Fuegian boy who was taken on board the Beagle and brought to Europe used to go to the seasick and say, in a plaintive voice, "Poor, poor fellow." 258, the Vedas are praised not only for their charitable behavior towards each other, but for their natural tenderness of heart. The Aborigines of Victoria are said to have the greatest love for their friends and relatives, and to testify the liveliest joy when a companion after a long absence returns to the camp. Forster mentions an instance of affection among the natives of Tana, which, as he says, strongly proves that the passions and innate quality of human nature are much the same in every climate. 261, Melville declares that, after passing a few weeks in the Type Valley of the Marquesas, he formed a higher estimate of human nature than he ever before entertained. It can hardly be doubted that in every human society there is, normally, some degree of social affection between its members. 263, and it seems that the evolution of this sentiment in mankind has been much more in the direction of greater extensiveness than of greater intensity. Bridges in a Voice for South America, Roman 13. Darwin, Journal of Researches. Saracen up sit, 3 550. Smythe up sit, Roman 1. Forster, Voyage Round the World, Roman 2. Melville type. See Infra, on the origin and development of the altruistic sentiment. Where the members of a group have affection for each other, mutual aid will be regarded as a duty both because it will be practiced habitually, and because a 560 failure to afford it will call forth sympathetic resentment on behalf of the sufferer, but we need here again to look below the surface. Men may be induced to do good to their fellow creatures not only by kindly feelings towards them, but by egoistic motives, and such motives, through having a share in making beneficence a tribal habit, at the same time influence the moral estimation in which it is held. The Basudos say that the knife that is lent does not return alone to its master. Kindness is never thrown away. Of the Assiniboine, a Siouan tribe, Mr. Dorsey states that nothing is given except with a view to a gift in return. 265, when the Andaman Islanders make presents of the best that they possess, they tacitly understand that an equivalent should be rendered for every gift. Among the Makalalo, the rich show kindness to the poor, in expectation of services. 267, in his description of the Greenlanders, Dr. Nansen observes that all the small communities depend for their existence on the law of mutual assistance, on the principle of common suffering and common enjoyment. A hard life has taught the Eskimo that even if he is a skillful hunter and can, as a rule, manage to hold his own well enough, there may come times when, without the help of his fellows, he would have to succumb. It is better, therefore, for him to help in his turn. 268, that similar considerations largely lie at the bottom of the custom of mutual aid and charity, both in uncivilized and more advanced communities, we may assume from the experience of human nature which we have acquired at home. And such motives must be particularly active in a society, the members of which are so dependent on each other's services and return services, as is generally the case with a horde of savages. Khazali's up sit. Dorsey, Siouan Sociology in Anne, Rep. Burr, Ethan, 15 sq. Man in Jour, Anther, Inst. Roman 12. Livingstone, Missionary Travels. Nansen, First Crossing of Greenland 2, sq. cf. Krantz, History of Greenland 1 Perry up sit. Moreover, by niggardliness a person may expose himself to supernatural dangers, whereas liberality may entail supernatural reward. In Morocco, nobody would like to eat in the presence of other people without sharing his meal with them. Otherwise, they might poison his food by looking at it with an evil eye. So also, if anybody shows a great liking for a thing belonging to you, wanting, for instance, to buy your gun or your horse, it is best to let him have it, since otherwise an accident is likely to happen to the object of his desire. But baneful energy, what the Moors call elbas, is transferable not only by the eye, but by the voice. The poor and the needy have thus in their hands a powerful weapon and means of retaliation, the curse. The ancient Greeks believed that the beggar had his Arinus 270, his avenging demon, which was obviously only a personification of his curse. It is said in the Proverbs, "He that giveth unto the poor shall not lack, but he that hideth his eyes shall have many a curse." 272. The same idea is expressed in Ecclesiasticus, "Turn not away thine eye from the needy, and give him none occasion to curse thee. For if he curse thee in the bitterness of his soul, his prayer shall be heard of him that made him a prayer out of a poor man's mouth reacheth to the ears of God, and his judgment cometh speedily." 273. According to the Zoroastrian Yasts, the poor man who follows the good law, when wronged and deprived of his rights, invokes Mithra for help, with hands uplifted. Mr. Chapman states that, though the Damaras are, generally speaking, great gluttons, they would not think of eating in the presence of any of their tribe without sharing their meal with all comers, for fear of being visited by a curse from their Amukuru or deity, and becoming impoverished. 275. There is all reason 562 to suppose that in this case the curse of the deity was originally the curse, or evil wish, of an angry man. Similar beliefs prevail in modern Egypt. Clunzinger, Upper Egypt. Odyssey, Romans 17. Supra. Proverbs, Roman 28. Ecclesiasticus 4, SQ, Roman 21 cf. Deuteronomy, Roman 15. Rabbi Johanan says that almsgiving saves man from sudden unnatural death. Kohler in Jewish Encyclopedia 1, cf. Proverbs, Roman 10. Yasts, Roman 10. Chapman travels in the interior of South Africa, Roman 1. A poor man is able not only to punish the uncharitable by means of his curses, but to reward the generous giver by means of his blessings. During my residence among the Andra tribe in the mountains of northern Morocco, our village was visited by a band of ambulant scribes who went from house to house, receiving presents and invoking blessings in return. When a goat was given them, they asked God to increase the flocks of the giver. When money was given, they asked God to increase his money, and so forth. Some of the villagers told me that it was a profitable bargain, since they would be tenfold repaid for their gifts through the blessings of the scribes. A town Moor who starts for a journey to the country generally likes to give a coin to one of the beggars who are sitting near the gate, so as to receive his blessings. It is said in Ecclesiasticus, "Stretch thine hand unto the poor, that thy blessing may be perfected. A gift hath grace in the sight of every man living." 276. Whilst he that withholdeth corn shall be cursed by the people, blessing shall be upon the head of him that selleth it. 277. Among the early Christians, those who brought gifts for the poor were specially remembered in the prayers of the Church. Of the Naiades of Malabar, Mr. Ager says that the purport and object of their prayers are, among other things, that all the superior castes, who give them alms, may enjoy long life and prosperity. 279. In various cases, the nature of the rewards promised for charitable acts suggests that they are due to the blessings of the recipient. According to Vasishtha, through liberality man obtains all his desires, even longevity. 280. In the Yasts, it is said that the children of a charitable man will thrive. According to Talmudic ideas, men acquire wealth for their children by 563 distributing alms among the poor. Considering how widely spread is the belief in the efficacy of curses and blessings, there can be little doubt that charity and generosity are connected with this belief, in many cases where no such connection has been noticed by the European visitor. Ecclesiasticus, Romans 7 cf. Proverbs, Roman 22. Proverbs, Roman 11. Ulhorn up sit, Roman 1. Ida in the Madras Government Museum's Bulletin, Roman 4. Vasishtha 29, SQ. Yasts, Roman 24. Kohler in Jewish Encyclopedia, Roman 1 cf. Proverbs, Roman 28. The curses and blessings of the poor partly account for the fact that charity has come to be regarded as a religious duty. Originally, it is true, they had not the character of an appeal to a god, but were believed to possess a purely magical power, independent of any superhuman will. This belief is rooted in the close association between the wish, more particularly the spoken wish, and the idea of its fulfillment. The wish is looked upon in the light of energy which may be transferred by material contact, or by the eye, or by means of speech to the person concerned, and then becomes a fact. This process, however, is not taken quite as a matter of course. There is always some mystery about it. Hence the words of a holy man, a magician or priest, are considered more efficacious than those of ordinary mortals. The Australian natives believe that the curse of a potent magician will kill at the distance of 100 miles. Among the Maoris, the anathema of a priest is regarded as a thunderbolt, that an enemy cannot escape. 283 Among the Gallas, no man will under any circumstances slay either a priest or a wizard, from a dread of his dying curse. Some of the rabbis maintained that a curse uttered by a scholar is unfailing in its effect, even if undeserved. In Muhammadan countries, the curses of saints or sheriffs are particularly feared. According to the laws of Manu, a Brahmana may punish his foes by his own power alone, speech being his weapon. But though a curse may derive particular potency from the person who utters it, 564 it is by no means ineffective even in the mouth of an ordinary man. In the Old Testament, children are forbidden to curse their parents. 288, subjects their rulers. 289, men their god. 290, and according to Talmudic conceptions, a curse should not be regarded lightly, however ignorant be the person who utters it. All that is required is that the words should possess that supernatural quality which alone can bring about the result desired, and this quality may be inherent in the curse quite independently of the person who utters it. It is inherent in certain mystic formulas or spells, and in the invocations of some spirit or god. The will of the invoked being is not considered at all. His name is simply brought in to give the curse that mystic efficacy which the plain word lacks. Thus both in the Old Testament and in the Talmud, there are traces of the ancient idea that the name of the Lord might be used with advantage in any curse, however undeserved. But with the deepening of the religious sentiment, this idea had to be given up. A righteous and mighty God cannot agree to be a mere tool in the hand of a wicked curser. Hence the curse comes to be looked upon in the light of a prayer, which is not fulfilled if undeserved. As it is said in the Proverbs, the curse causeless shall not come. 294, and the same is the case with the blessing. Whilst in ancient days Jacob could take away his brother's blessing by deceit. 295, the efficacy of a blessing was later on limited by moral considerations. The psalmist declares that only the offspring of the righteous can be blessed. 297, and according to the apostolic constitutions, although a widow who eateth and is filled from the wicked, pray for them, she shall not be heard. 298 565 On the other hand, curses and blessings, when well deserved, continue to draw down calamity or prosperity upon their objects, by inducing God to put them into effect. This idea prevails both in post-exilic Judaism and in Muhammadanism. 299, and underlies the Christian oath and benediction. The final but not the original view was that, as an uncharitable man deserves to be punished and a charitable man merits reward, the curses and blessings of the poor will naturally be heard by a righteous God. The Lord will plead their cause. 300. Polark Manners and Customs of the New Zealanders. 1. Sq. Harris, Highlands of Ethiopia. Roman 3. Makarth Fal, 11a. Barakkarth Fal, 56a. Laws of Manu. 11. Sq. Taylor T. Ikara Maui Maoris, Wellhossen Rester Arabischen Hydentums. Exodus. Roman 21. Leviticus. Roman 20. Proverbs 20. Roman 30. Exodus. Roman 22. Ecclesiastes. Roman 10. Exodus. Roman 22. Meghillah Fal, 15a. Supra. Makarth Fal, 11a. Barakkarth Fal, 19a. 56a. Proverbs. Roman 26. Genesis 27, SQQ. Cf. Chain, Blessings and Curses in Encyclopaedia Biblica, Roman 1. Psalms. Roman 37. Constitutions Apostolic, Roman 4. Cf. Jeremiah. Roman 7. Cf. Chain in Encyclopaedia Biblica 1. Goldziher, Abhandlungen zur Arabischen Philologie 1. SQQ. Proverbs. Roman 22. The chief cause, however, of the extraordinary stress which the higher religions put on the duty of charity seems to lie in the connection between almsgiving and sacrifice. When food is offered as a tribute to a god, the god is supposed to enjoy its spiritual part only, whilst the substance of it is left behind and is eaten by the poor. And when the offering is continued in ceremonial survival, in spite of the growing conviction that, after all, the deity does not need and cannot profit by it, 1. The poor become the natural heirs of the god, and the almsgiver inherits the merit of the sacrificer. The chief virtue of the act, then, lies in the self-abnegation of the donor, and its efficacy is measured by the sacrifice which it costs him. For such a survival, see Tyler, Primitive Culture 2, SQQ. Many instances may be quoted of sacrificial food being left for the poor or being distributed among them. At Sillus, where Xenophon had built an altar and a temple to Artemis, and a sacrifice was afterwards made every year, the goddess supplied the poor people living there in tents with barley meal, bread, wine, sweetmeats, and a share of the victims offered from the sacred pastures, and of those caught in hunting 302 according to Yasna, sacrifices to Mazda were given to his poor. In ancient Arabia, the poor were allowed to partake of the meal offering which was laid before the god Ukaysir. In Zinder in the Soudan, there are some trees, regarded as divine, to which annual offerings of bullocks, sheep, and so forth are made. Though the poor of the country get the benefit of them, 305 in Morocco, even animals which are killed as are a sacrifice embodying a conditional Cursian departed saints or living people, with a view to compelling them to grant a request, are commonly eaten by the poor, though nobody else would dare to partake of them. Xenophon, Anabasis, Roman 5:9. Yasna, Roman 34. Wellhausen, Rister Arabischen Heidentums, Robertson Smith, Religion of the Semites. Richardson, Mission to Central Africa, Roman 2. In other cases we find that almsgiving is itself regarded as a form of sacrifice, or takes the place of it. In the sacred books of India, the two things are repeatedly mentioned side by side. The householder offers sacrifices, the householder practices austerities. The householder distributes gifts 306 of a Brahmana who has completed his studentship, it is said. Let him always practice, according to his ability with a cheerful heart, the duty of liberality, both by sacrifices and by charitable works, if he finds a worthy recipient for his gifts. 307 In the Krita age, the chief virtue is declared to be the performance of austerities, in the Treta divine knowledge, in the Divapara the performance of sacrifices, in the Kali liberality alone. 308 In the Egyptian Book of the Dead, the soul, on approaching to the gods who are in the Tuat, pleads, I have done that which man prescribeth and that which pleaseth the gods. I have propitiated the god with that which he loveth. I have given bread to the hungry, water to the thirsty, clothes to the naked, a boat to the shipwrecked. I have made oblations to the gods and funeral offerings to the departed. 309 In the Zoroastrian prayer Ahuna Veria, to which great efficacy is ascribed, it is said, he who relieves the poor makes Ahura king. 310 567 In the Quran, almsgiving is often mentioned in connection with prayer. 311 And the zakat or alms prescribed by law is regarded by the Muhammadans as a fundamental part of their religion, hence infidels, who cannot perform acceptable worship, have nothing to do with these alms. Among the Muhammadans of India it is common for men and women to vow that when what they desire shall come to pass, they will, in the name of God, the Prophet, his companions, or some wali present offerings and oblations. One of these offerings, called an offering unto God, consists in preparing particular victuals, and in distributing them among friends and the poor, and giving any sort of grain, a sacrificed sheep, clothes, or ready money in alms to the indigent. 313 When the destruction of the temple with its altar filled the Jews with alarm as they thought of their unatoned sins, Johanan ben Zakkai comforted them by saying, You have another means of atonement, as powerful as the altar, and that is the work of charity, for it is said, I desired mercy, and not sacrifice. 314 Many other passages show how closely the Jews associated almsgiving with sacrifice. He that giveth alms sacrificeth praise. 315 As sin offering makes atonement for Israel, so alms for the Gentiles. 316 Almsdeeds are more meritorious than all sacrifices. 317 An orphan is called an altar to God. 318 And as a sacrificer should be a person of a godly character, so it is better to perish by famine than to receive an oblation from the ungodly. alms were systematically collected in the synagogues, and officers were appointed to make the collection. So also, among the early Christians, the collection of alms for the relief of the poor was an act of the church life itself. Almsgiving took place in public worship, nay, formed itself a part of worship. 568 gifts of natural produce, the so-called oblations, were connected with the celebration of the Lord's Supper. They were offered to God as the firstfruits of the creatures promedi creaturarum, and a prayer was said, O Lord, accept also the offerings of those who today bring an offering, as thou didst accept the offerings of righteous Abel, the offering of our father Abraham, the incense of Zachariah, the alms of Cornelius, and the 2 mites of the widow. These oblations were not only used for the Lord's Supper, but they formed the chief means for the relief of the poor. They were regarded as sacrifice in the most special sense, and as no unclean gift might be laid upon the Lord's altar, profit made from sinful occupations was not accepted as an oblation, neither were the oblations of impenitent sinners. The author of the Epistle to the Hebrews speaks of almsgiving as a sacrifice of thanksgiving which continues after the Jewish altar has been done away with. Like sacrifice, almsgiving is connected with prayer. As a means of making the prayer efficacious and furnishing it with wings, the angel said to Cornelius, Thy prayers and thine alms are come up for a memorial before God. 323. When the Christians were reproached for having no sacrifices, Justin wrote, We have been taught that the only honor that is worthy of him is not to consume by fire what he has brought into being for our sustenance, but to use it for ourselves and those who need. 324. So also, Irenaeus observes that sacrifices are not abolished in the New Testament, though their form is indeed altered, because they are no longer offered by slaves, but by freemen, of which just the oblations are the proof. And God has enjoined on Christians this sacrifice of oblations, not because he needs them, but in order that themselves 569 might be neither unfruitful nor ungrateful. 326. St. Augustine says, The sacrifice of the Christians is the alms bestowed upon the poor. 327. Institutes of Vishnu, Roman 59. Laws of Manu, Roman 4 cf. Ibid, Roman 4. Ibid, Roman 1. Book of the Dead, 125, Renouf's translation. Vendidad, Roman 19 2. Quran 2 104, Roman 9. Sel Up Sit, 284. Jaffa Shurif Kanun Islam. Kohler in Jewish Encyclopedia, Roman 1 Hosea, Roman 6. Ecclesiasticus, Roman 35. Quoted by Levy, New Hebraisches Unchaldisches Wörterbuch, Roman 4. Quoted Ibid, Roman 4. Constitutions Apostolic, Roman 4. Ibid, Roman 4. Addis in Encyclopaedia Biblica, Roman 1. Ulhorn Up Sit, 1 SQQ, Harnack History of Dogma, Roman 1. Hebrews 13, SQQ, cf. Addis in Encyclopaedia Biblica, Roman 1. Act Roman 10 Cyprian de Operetta Limacines 4, St. Chrysostom Homilia 7 de Penitentia 6 Mean Patrologi Cursus Sir, gr. 49, SQ, 332. Justin Apologia 1, Pro Christianis 13. Irenaeus Adversus Reces, Roman 482. Ibid, Roman 4 5s. St. Augustine Sermo 42, Mean Up Sit 38. The objection will perhaps be raised that I have here tried to trace back the most beautiful of all religious virtues to a magical and ritualistic origin, without taking into due account the benevolent feelings attributed to the deity. But in the present connection, I have not had to show why charity, like other human duties, has been sanctioned by religious beliefs, but why, in the ethics of the higher religions, it has attained the same supreme importance as is otherwise attached only to devotional exercises. And this is certainly a problem by itself, for which the belief in a benevolent God affords no adequate explanation. That the religious duty of charity is not merely an outcome of the altruistic sentiment is well illustrated by the fact that Zoroastrianism, whilst exalting almsgiving to the rank of a cardinal virtue, at the same time excludes the sick man from the community of the faithful until he has been cured and cleansed according to prescribed rites. Dharmastita Introduction to the Zendavesta in Sacred Books of the East 4, p.ad. Chapter 24, Hospitality. We have seen that in early society regard for the life and physical well-being of a fellow creature is, generally speaking, restricted to members of the social unit, whereas foreigners are subject to a very different treatment. But to this rule there are remarkable exceptions. Side by side with gross indifference or positive hatred to strangers we find, among the lower races, instances of great kindness displayed even towards persons of a foreign race. The Vedas are ready to help any stranger in distress who asks for their assistance, and Sinhalese fugitives who have sought refuge in their wilds have always been kindly received. Mr. Moffat was deeply affected by the sympathy which some poor bushmen showed to him during an illness, although he was an utter stranger to them. Speaking of the mutual affection which the Andaman Islanders display in their social relations, Mr. Mann adds that, in their dealings with strangers, the same characteristic is observable. When once a good understanding has been established too, we have also to remember the friendly manner in which the aborigines in various parts of the savage world behaved to the earliest European visitors. Nothing could be more courteous than the reception which Cook and his party met with in New Caledonia, where the natives guided and accompanied them on their 571 excursions. Forster says of the Society Islanders, "We should indeed be ungrateful if we did not acknowledge the kindness with which they always treated us." 3 de Klerk observes with reference to the Papuans on the north coast of New Guinea, "The inhabitants seemed always ready to help on our visit to the village. All the male and female inhabitants with their children flocked around me, and offered me coconuts and sugarcane, which, for the first contact with Europeans, is certainly remarkable." For on the arrival of white people in various parts of Australia, the natives were not only inoffensive, but disposed to meet them on terms of amity and kindness. In a short intercourse, says Eyre, they are easily made friends on many occasions where I have met these wanderers in the wild, far removed from the abodes of civilization, and when I have been accompanied only by a single native boy, I have been received by them in the kindest and most friendly manner, had presents made to me of fish, kangaroo, or fruit. Had them accompany me for miles to point out where water was to be procured, and been assisted by them in getting at it 6 nor, must we forget the kind reception which Australian blacks have given to men cast upon their mercy 7, and the tenderness with which the natives of Cooper's Creek wept for the death of Burke and Wills, and comforted King, the survivor? Unfortunately, native races have often received anything but favourable impressions from their earliest interviews with Europeans, and both in Australia and elsewhere, prolonged intercourse with white people has, in many instances, induced them to change 572 their friendly behaviour into unkindness or hostility. The Canadian traders, for instance, when they first appeared among the Beaver and Rocky Mountain Indians, were treated by these people with the utmost hospitality and attention, but by their subsequent conduct they taught the natives to withdraw their respect, and sometimes to treat them with indignity. Harman writes, "I have always experienced the greatest hospitality and kindness among those Indians who have had the least intercourse with white people. Many facts seem to verify the statement made by a missionary who speaks from 40 years' experience among the natives of New Guinea and Polynesia, that our conduct towards savages determines their conduct towards us." Saracen, Ergebnis Naturwissenschaftlicher Forschungen auf Ceylon, Roman 3. Man, Aboriginal inhabitants of the Andaman Islands in Jure, Anther, Inst, Roman 12. Forster, Voyage Round the World, Roman 2. De Klerk, in Glimpses of the Eastern Archipelago. Breton, Excursions in New South Wales. Kerr, The Australian Race, Roman 1. Salvado, Memoirs historiques sur l'Australie. Ridley, Aborigines of Australia. Eyre, Journals of Expeditions of Discovery into Central Australia, 2, 382. Eyre Up Sit, Roman 2. Matthew, Australian Aborigines in Jure. Proceed. Roy, Soch. N.S. Wales, Roman 23. Smythe, Aborigines of Victoria, Roman 2. Ridley, Aborigines of Australia. Jung aus dem Seelenleben der Australier, in Mittelungen des Verins für Erdkunde zu Leipzig, 1877 SQ. Mackenzie, Voyage to the Frozen and Pacific Ocean. Harman, Journal of Voyages and Travels in the Interior of North America. Murray, 40 Years Mission Work in Polynesia and New Guinea. For other instances of kindness displayed by savages towards white men, see von Kotzebue, Voyage of Discovery into the South Sea 3, People of Radak, Yate Account of New Zealand SQ, Diefenbach Travels in New Zealand 2. Keat Account of the Pelu Islands SQ, Ural Papuans Natives of Port Dory, New Guinea, Sarichu Voyage of Discovery to the northeast of Siberia, in Collection of Modern and Contemporary Voyages and Travels 6, Alutes, King and Fitzroy, Voyages of the Adventure and Beagle 2, 174 Patagonians, Wilson and Felkin Uganda Roman 1. The friendly reception which white men have met with in savage countries is closely connected with a custom which, as it seems, prevails universally among the lower races, while in their native state 12, as also among the 573 peoples of culture at the earlier stages of their civilization, 13,574 hospitality towards strangers. This custom presents several remarkable characteristics, which to all appearance ill agree with their tribal or national exclusiveness generally. The stranger is often welcomed with special marks of honor. The best seat is assigned to him, the best food at the host's disposal is set before 575 him, he takes precedence over all the members of the household, he enjoys extraordinary privileges. 1000. Hydes says of the Fuegians, Quelc en cambri quae soit un hut, et si reduit quae soit la quantite d'aliments dont on dispose, le nouvel arrivant est taugers assured devoir une place prise du foyer, et une part de la nourriture. 14. The mattle of California, though they are sometimes heartlessly indifferent even to their parents, will divide the last shred of dried salmon with any casual comer who has not a shadow of claim upon them, except the claim of that exaggerated and supererogatory hospitality that savages use. 15. A Creek Indian would not only receive into his house a traveller or sojourner of whatever nation or colour, but would treat him as a brother or as his own child, divide with him the last grain of corn or piece of flesh, and offer him the most valuable things in his possession. Among the Arawaks, when a stranger, and particularly an European, enters the house of an Indian, everything is at his command. 17. Notwithstanding the Koren's suspicious nature, says Mr. Smeaton, his hospitality is unbounded. He will entertain every stranger that comes without asking a question. He feels himself disgraced if he does not receive all comers, and give them the very best cheer he has. The wildest Karen will receive a guest with a grace and dignity, and entertain him with a lavish hospitality that would become a duke. Hundreds of their old legends inculcate the duty of receiving strangers without regard to pecuniary circumstances, either of host or guest. 18. Among many uncivilized peoples, it is customary for a man to offer even his wife, or one of his wives, to the stranger for the time he remains his guest. The Bedouins of Nejd have a 576 saying that the guest while in the house is its lord. 20. And in the Institutes of Vishnu, we read that, as the Brahmanas are lords over all other castes, and as a husband is lord over his wives, so the guest is the lord of his host. Azara Voyages dans l'Amérique Méridionale 2, Guanas, Southey History of Brazil 1, Tupis, Davis El Gringo Pueblos, Lafitau Mers des Sauvages Américains 1 Roman 2 Harriet Travels through the Canadas SQ, Buchanan North American Indians, Perrott Memoires sur les Mers, Costumes et Religion des Sauvages de l'Amérique Septentrionale pp. 69 202. Neighbors in Schoolcraft Indian Tribes of the United States 2, Comanches, James Expedition from Pittsburgh to the Rocky Mountains 1, SQ Omahas, Morgan League of the Iroquois SQQ, Laskill History of the Mission of the United Brethren among the Indians in North America 1 Colden in Schoolcraft Op. Cit. 3 Iroquois, Powers Tribes of California, Sprout Scenes and Studies of Savage Life SQQ, Arts, Bowers Report on the Indians of British Columbia in the report read at the meeting of the British Association 1889, Keating Expedition to the Source of St. Peter's River 1, Potawatomis 2 Chippewas, Richardson Arctic Searching Expedition 2 Crees and Chippewas, Idem in Franklin Journey to the Shores of the Polar Sea, Mackenzie Voyages to the Frozen and Pacific Oceans P96, Crees, Dole Alaska Sarichu Lock, Cit. 6 Sauer Billings Expedition to the Northern Parts of Russia Alutes, Lyon Private Journal SQ, Perry Second Voyage for the Discovery of a Northwest Passage Eskimo of Igloolik, Eged Description of Greenland, Krantz History of Greenland 1, SQ. Kane Arctic Explorations 2, Home, ethnologisk skis af angmagsilicon in Medalulser om Grönland 10, 175 SQ. Greenlanders, Beechey Voyage to the Pacific and Bering Strait 2, Richardson Arctic Searching Expedition 1, Seaman Voyage of Herald 2, Western Eskimo. Hooper 10 Months Among the Tents of the Tusky pp. 160, 193, 194, 208, Nordenskjold Vegasvard Kring Asean Ark Europa 2, Chukchi, Dol Up, Sit, pp. 381 Tusky, 517 Kamchadales, 526 Anos, Sarichu Lok, Sit, 5 Kamchadales, Dobel Travels in Kamchatka and Siberia 182 SQ, Kamchadales 2 Jakuts, Sour Up Sit Jakuts, Vambari does Turkenvolk pp. 159 Jakuts, 336 natives of eastern Turkestan, 411 Turkomans, 451 Tishuvashes, 509 Baskirs 100. Krasheninnikov History of Kamchatka Kural Islanders, Georgi Russia 1 Mordvins, 3. Tunguses 167 Koryaks, 4 Kalmucks, Bergman Nomadish Straferayan Unter den Kalmuken 2, SQQ, Prjevalski Mongolia 1, SQ. Kastran Nordiska Resorok Forskninga 1 Laplanders 319 Arstiaks. Scott Robertson Kafirs of the Hindu Kush SQ. Fraser Tour through the Himalaya Mountains pp. 264 People of Kunawar 335 Bushas. Dalton Descriptive Ethnology of Bengal pp. 46 Kukis 68 Garos. Hunter Annals of Rural Bengal 1, Santals, Tikkel Memoir on the Hodsam in Jor, Asiatic Soch, Bengal 9 pt. 2807 SQ. Hose, Lewin Wild Races of Southeastern India Tipperas Kalkwahown amongst the Shans pp. 160 SQ. Steins 371 Shans. Foreman Philippine Islands, De Crespigny Milanos of Borneo in Jor, Anther, Inst. v34. Low Sarawak pp. 243 Hill Dayaks 336 Kyans, Boyle Adventures among the Dayaks of Borneo, Ling Rath Natives of Sarawak 1C Dayaks, Marston History of Sumatra Natives of the Interior of Sumatra, Raffles History of Java 1. Crawford History of the Indian Archipelago 1 Javanese, Riedel de Sluken Crocharide Rassen Tushen Celebs en Papua Natives of Amban and Uliase, Von Kotzebue Up Sit, 3 Natives of Radak 215 Pelu Islanders, Hale U.S. Exploring Expedition, Val 6 Ethnography and Philology Kingsmill Islanders, MacDonald Oceania FATs, Erskine Cruise among the Islands of the Western Pacific SQ. Williams and Calvert Fiji and the Fijians, Anderson Travel in Fiji and New Caledonia SQ, Fijians, Ellis Polynesian Researchers Roman 1 Idem Tour through Hawaii SQ, Forster Up Sit, 2 Tahitians 364 Natives of Tana 394 South Sea Islanders generally, Cook Voyage Round the World Tahitians, Tregear Niue in Jor, Polynesian Soch, 2. Savage Islanders Turner Samoa, Pritchard Polynesian Reminiscences, Brenchley Jottings during the cruise of H1000, Escuracoa among the South Sea Islands Samoans, Mariner Natives of the Tonga Islands Roman 2 Yate Up Sit, Diefenbach Up Sit, 2, SQ, Polark Manners and Customs of the New Zealanders 2, SQ, Angers Savage Life and Scenes in Australia and New Zealand 2, Maoris. Gasson Manners and Customs of the Deary Tribe in Woods Native Tribes of South Australia, Brismythe Up Sit, 1, Salvado Up Sit, Australian Aborigines, Ellis History of Madagascar 1, Sibri the Great African Island pp. 126-129, Rachan Voyage to Madagascar, Little Madagascar, Shaw Betsileo in Antananarivo Annual and Madagascar Magazine, Roman 2 Burchell, Travels in the Interior of Southern Africa, 2 Bushmans, 345 Hottentots. Colburn Present State of the Cape of Good Hope 1 337, Levalent Travels from the Cape of Good Hope 2, SQ, Skintz Deutsch Südwest Africa Hottentots, Liechtenstein Travels in Southern Africa 1 Leslie among the Zulus and Amatongas Kafirs, Kazali's Basudos pp. 209-224, Anderson Lakengami 198 Ovambo, MacDonald Africana 1, 263 Eastern Central Africans, Wilson and Felkin Up Sit, 1, 225 Waganda. Rowley Africa Unveiled Natives of Manganya in the neighborhood of Lake Nyassa, New Life Wanderings and Labors in East Africa pp. 102 Wanaka, 361 Tavita. Thompson, through Marseille land Wakwafi of the Tavita. Tucky expedition to explore the river Zaire, Congo natives, Barsman description of the coast of Guinea, Burton 2 trips to Gorilla Land 1, Mpongwe Idem Abiokota 1, Yoruba Kaylee travels through Central Africa 1, Bagos, Chavan di Sahara Tuareg, Hanotawan Letranula Kabali 2, SQQ, Munzinger Ostafrikanish Studien Beria, Lobo Voyage to Abyssinia SQ. For the deteriorating influence which contact with a higher culture exercises on savage hospitality, see Nansen First Crossing of Greenland 2. SQ. Ellis Tour through Hawaii von Kotzebue op Sit 3. Hawaiians Mead Ride through the disturbed districts of New Zealand, Diefenbach op Sit 2 108-110. According to a law of the Peruvian Incas, strangers and travelers should be treated as guests, and public houses were provided for them. Garcilaso de la Vega, first part of the Royal Commentaries of the Uncas 2. For Yucatan, see Landa, Relation de las Cosas de Yucatan, though hospitality, according to Mr. Wells Williams' Middle Kingdom 1, is not a trait of the character of the modern Chinese, kindness to strangers and travelers is enjoined in their moral and religious books. Chalmers, Chinese Natural Theology, in China Review, Roman 5 Douglas, Confucianism and Taoism, Indo-Chinese Gleaner 3. In Korea it would be a grave and shameful thing to refuse a portion of one's meal with any person known or unknown who presents himself at eating time. Griffiths, Korea. For the Hebrews see Genesis 18, SQQ 24, SQQ, Leviticus 19, SQ 25, Deuteronomy 14, 16-14, Judges 19, SQQ, Job 34. Also Bert Hullet, Die Stellung der Israeliten und der Juden zu den Fremden SQQ, and Noach, Lehrbuch der Hebräischen Archäologie SQ. For Muhammadans see Lane, Manners and Customs of the Modern Egyptians SQ. Burckhardt Notes on the Bedouins and Wahhabis pp. 100,102, 192 SQQ. Wood, Journey to the Source of the River Oxus. Hamilton, Researches in Asia Minor, Roman 2 for Ancient India see Lest, Altarisches Jus Gentium pp. 39-40, 223 SQQ. For Greece see Schmidt, Ethik der Alten Griechen 2, SQQ. For Rome see Lest Altarisches Jus Civil 1, SQQ. Von Jering Geist des Römischen Rechts 1, SQ. For Ancient Teutons see Grimm Deutsch Rutsch Salterthumer SQ. Gummir Germanic Origins SQQ. Kieser Efterlat Skrifter 2, pt. 2 Weinhold Altnordisches Leben SQQ. Gudmundsson and Calland sit in Paul's Grundriss der Germanischen Philologie 3, SQ. For Slavonians see Schrader, Realexikon der Indogermanischen Altertumskund 1, Cross die Sudslaven SQQ. Heides and Denneker, Mission Scientifique du Cap Horn Roman 7. Powers op Sit. Bartram Creek and Cherokee Indians in Trans, American Ethn, Soch 3, pt. Roman 1. Hillhouse in Jour, Roy Geo, Soch, Roman 2 Idem Indian Notices, cf. Von Martens Beitridge zur Ethnography Americas Roman 1. Smeaton, Loyal Karens of Burma SQ. Westermarck, History of Human Marriage SQQ. Palgrave, Journey through Central and Eastern Arabia, Roman 1. Institutes of Vishnu, Roman 67. For other instances of the precedence granted to guests see Man in Jour. Anther. Inst. 12 148 Andaman Islanders, Buchanan North American Indians, Indians of Pennsylvania, Lyon Private Journal Eskimo of Igloolik, Seaman Voyage of Herald 2. Western Eskimo, Krasheninnikov op Sit, Kamchadales Georgi op Sit 3, SQ, Kamchadales 183 SQ, Chukchi, Ling Rath Natives of Sarawak 1C Dayaks Mariner op Sit 2, Tonga Islanders New op Sit Wanika Hanotawan Letranu op Sit, 2 Kabiles Wells Williams op Sit 1, Chinese Cross op Sit, SQ, Southern Slavs. Custom may require that hospitality should be shown, even to an enemy. Captain Home tells us of a Greenlander of bad character, who, though he had murdered his stepfather, was received, and for a long time entertained, when he paid a visit to the nearest kindred of the murdered man, and this, as it seems, was agreeable to old custom. Among the Inez Bedouins, says Burckhardt, all means are reckoned lawful to avenge the blood of a slain relative, provided the homicide be not killed while he is a guest in the tent of a third person, or if he has taken refuge even in the tent of his deadly foe. 23. In Afghanistan, a man's bitterest enemy is safe while he is under his roof. 24. We read in the Hittapedsa, on even an enemy arrived at the house becoming hospitality should be bestowed. The tree does not withdraw its sheltering shadow from the woodcutter, the guest is everyone's superior. 25. The old Norsemen considered it a duty to treat a guest hospitably, even though it came out that he had killed the brother of his host. A medieval 577 knight granted safe conduct through his territories to all who required it, including those who asserted pretensions which, if established, would deprive him of his possessions. Nansen, First Crossing of Greenland 2, SQ. Burckhardt, Bedouins and Wahhabis, cf. Dormers Lavi Arab Algerian Arabs. Elphinstone, Kingdom of Cobble, Roman 1. Hiddapedsa, Mitralabha 60-62. Grimm, Deutschrich Salterthumer, Weinhold Altnordisches Leben. For other instances of hospitality towards enemies see James Expedition to the Rocky Mountains 1, Omahas, Bartram in Trans, American Ethen, Soch 3, pt. 1 Creeks and Cherokees, La Monaco Solares Indigene del Brasil in Archivio per l'Anthropologia e la Ethnologia 19, Tupis Cross Up, Sit, Montenegrins. Mill's History of Chivalry. To protect a guest is looked upon as a most stringent duty under all circumstances. Le Kabyle qui accord son anya doit, sus pain d'infamie, y faire honor, dutal s'exposer à tous les dangers la violation de leur anya est la plus grave injure quell'on puis infligere des Kabyles. Un homme qui viole, suivant l'expression consacrée, qui brise l'anya de son village ou de sa tribu, est puni de mort et de la confiscation de tous ses biens, sa maison est démolie. 28. Among the Bedouins, a breach of the law of Dakhil would be considered a disgrace not only upon the individual but upon his family, and even upon his tribe, which never could be wiped out. No greater insult can be offered to a man, or to his clan, than to say that he has broken the Dakhil. 29. Among the Inezes, according to Burckhardt, a violation of hospitality, by the betraying of a guest, has not occurred within the memory of man 30 in Egypt. Most Bedouis will suffer almost any injury to themselves or their families rather than allow their guests to be ill-treated while under their protection. 31. Among the Khans, for the safety of a guest life and honor are pledged. He is to be considered before a child. In order to save his guest, a man is even allowed to speak falsely, which is otherwise condemned by them as a heinous sin. Vanbury tells us of cases in which the Kara Kyrgyz have preferred being harassed with war by the Chinese to surrendering to them such Chinese fugitives as have sought and received their hospitality. Among the Ossets, the host not only considers himself responsible for the safety of his guest, 578, but revenges the murder or wounding of the latter, as he would that of a kinsman 34 in Albania. It is considered infamous to leave an injury inflicted on a guest unavenged. Among the Taku, though a man would accept compensation for the murder of a relative, he would in all cases exact blood revenge for the murder of his guest. On the other hand, in Sierra Leone, a guest is scarcely accountable for any faults which he may commit, whether through inadvertency or design, the host being considered as responsible for the actions of his stranger 37. Hanotau and Letranu Arp Sit, 2 Sq. Layard, Discoveries in the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. Burckhardt, Bedouins and Wahhabis, cf. Ibid. Lane, Modern Egyptians. Macpherson, Memorials of Service in India, pp. 65-94. Vanbury does Turkenvolk, cf. Ibid Turkomans. Von Haxthorsen, Transcaucasia. Gupsevic, Oberalbanien und Sen Liga. Munzinger, Ostafrikanische Studien. Among the Beria and Kanama, a man avenges the death of his guest by killing the guest of the murderer Ibid. Winterbottom, Native Africans in the neighborhood of Sierra Leone, Roman 1. Hospitality is not only regarded as a duty of the first order, but has, in a remarkable degree, been associated with religion. Among the doctrines held up for acceptance by the religious instructors of the Iroquois, there was the following precept: if a stranger wander about your abode, welcome him to your home, be hospitable towards him, speak to him with kind words and forget not. Always to mention the Great Spirit. 38. The natives of Anatium, of the New Hebrides, maintained that generous hospitality would receive the highest reward in the land of the dead. The Kalmucks believe that want of hospitality will be punished by angry gods. The Kans say that the first duty which the gods have imposed upon man is that of hospitality, and persons guilty of the neglect of established observances are punished by the divine wrath, either during their current lives, or when they afterwards return to animate other bodies, the penalties being death, poverty, disease, the loss of children, or any other form of calamity. In the sacred books of India, hospitality is repeatedly spoken of as a most important duty, the discharge of which will be 579 amply rewarded. The inhospitable man, the Vedic singer tell us, acquires food in vain. I speak the truth, it verily is his death. He who eats alone is nothing, but a sinner. 42 He who does not feed these five, the gods his guests, those whom he is bound to maintain, the manes, and himself lives not, though he breathes. 43 According to the Vishnu Purana, a person who neglects a poor and friendless stranger in want of hospitality goes to hell. On the other hand, by honoring guests a householder obtains the highest reward. He who entertains guests for one night obtains earthly happiness, a second night gains the middle air, a third heavenly bliss, a fourth the world of unsurpassable bliss. Many nights procure endless worlds. That has been declared in the Veda. 46 It is said in the Mahabharata that he who gives food freely to a fatigued wayfarer, whom he has never seen before, obtains great virtuous merit. 47 According to Hesiod, Zeus himself is wrath with him who does evil to a suppliant or a guest, and at last, in requital for his deed, lays on him a bitter penalty. Plato says, in his Relations to Strangers, a man should consider that a contract is a most holy thing, and that all concerns and wrongs of strangers are more directly dependent on the protection of God than wrongs done to citizens. He who is most able is the genius and the god of the stranger, who follows in the train of Zeus, the god of strangers, and for this reason he who has a spark of caution in him will do his best to pass through life without sinning against the stranger, and of offences committed whether against strangers or fellow countrymen, that against suppliants is the greatest. 49 Similar opinions prevailed in ancient Rome. Jus hospitiae, whilst 580 forming no part of the civil law, belonged to Fars. The stranger who enjoyed no legal protection was, as a guest, protected by custom and religion. The dei hospitals and Jupiter were on guard over him. 51 Hence the duties towards a guest were even more stringent than those towards a relative. Caesar and Tacitus attest that the Teutons considered it impious to injure a guest, or to exclude any human being from the shelter of their roof. The God of Israel was a preserver of strangers. In the Talmud, hospitality is described as the most important part of divine worship. 56, as being equivalent to the duty of honoring father and mother. 57, as even more meritorious than frequenting the synagogue. Muhammadanism likewise regards hospitality as a religious duty. Whoever, said the prophet, believes in God and the day of resurrection, must respect his guest. 60, but the idea that a guest enjoys divine protection prevailed among the Arabs long before the times of Muhammad. The Bedouins say that the guests are guests of God. 62, the Christian Church again regarded hospitality as a duty imposed by Christ. Morgan's League of the Iroquois. Inglis in the New Hebrides. Bergman Op. Sit. 2 Sq. Macpherson Religious Opinions and Observances of the Khans in Jur. Roy, Asiatic Soch, Roman 7. Rig Veda, Roman 10:6. Laws of Manu, Roman 3 cf. Institutes of Vishnu, Roman 67. Vishnu Purana. Institutes of Vishnu, 67:32. Apastamba, Roman 2 7:16. Mahabharata Vanaparva 2 pt. Roman 5. Hesiod Opera et Dies, 331 sq. 333 sq. Plato Legs 5 sq. Servius in Virgile Nidos 3 Fars Omni, et cognationis et iris hospitae. Von Jering Geist des Römischen Rechts, Roman 1 Lest, Altarisches Jus Civil, 1 358 sq. Servius in Virgile Nidos, Roman 1 Livy, Histori Roman, Roman 39 Tacitus, Annals, Roman 15 Plautus Pinuli, Roman 5:25. Gellius Nox Attic, Roman 5:5. In officiis apud meors iter observatum est, primum tuteli, deigned hespidi, deigned clienti, tum cognato, postir affini. Caesar de Bello Gallico, Roman 6. Tacitus, Germania 21. Psalms, Roman 146. Deutsch Literary Remains. Kiddushin Fall, 39b quoted by Hirschan, Treasures of the Talmud. Sabbath Fall, 127a quoted by Katz, Der War Talmudjud. Quran 4 SQQ. Lane, Arabian Society in the Middle Ages. Wellhausen, Reste Arabischen Heidentums SQ. Doughty, Arabia Deserta, 1 504. Laurent, Études sur l'histoire de l'humanité, Roman 7. That a stranger, who under other circumstances is treated as an inferior being or a foe, liable to be robbed and killed with impunity, should enjoy such extraordinary privileges as a guest, is certainly one of the most curious contrasts which present themselves to a student of the moral ideas of mankind. It may be asked, why should 581 he be received at all? Of course, he stands in need of protection and support, but why should those who do not know him care for that? One answer is that his helpless condition may excite pity. Facts seem to prove that even among savages the altruistic feelings, however narrow, can be stirred by the sight of a suffering and harmless stranger. Another answer is that the host himself may expect to reap benefit from his act, and there can be little doubt that the rules of hospitality are in the main based on egoistic considerations. It has been justly observed that in uncivilized countries, where there is no public accommodation for travelers, hospitality is so necessary, and so much required by the mutual convenience of all parties, as to detract greatly from its merit as a moral quality. 64. When the stranger belongs to a community with which a reciprocity of intercourse prevails, it is prudent to give him a hearty reception. He who is the host today may be the guest tomorrow. If the Red Indians are hospitable, says Domnech, they also look for their hospitality being returned with the same marks of respect and consideration. 65. Moreover, the stranger is a bearer of news and tidings, and as such may be a welcome guest where communication between different places is slow and rare. During my wanderings in the remote forests of northern Finland, I was constantly welcomed with the phrase, "What news?" But the stranger may be supposed to bring with him something which is valued even more highly, namely, good luck or blessings. Winterbottom Up Sit, Roman 1. Domnech 7 years residence in the Great Deserts of North America, Roman 2 cf. Dunbar, Pawnee Indians. In Magazine of American History 8 Brett, Indian Tribes of Guyana, Burnau, Missionary Labours in British Guiana, Van den Steinen, Unter den Natervolken Central Brasilians SQ. Bakary, Georgi Op. Sit, 3 Kamchadales, Smeaton Op Sit, Korenz, Ellis Polynesian Researches 1. Society Islanders, Pritchard Polynesian Reminiscences and Brenchley Op Sit, Samoans, Williams and Calvert Op Sit, and Anderson Notes of Travel in Fiji and New Caledonia Fijians, Chavan Di Sahara Arabs of the Sahara. Wright, Domestic Manners and Sentiments in England during the Middle Ages. During the first days of my stay at Demnat in the Great Atlas, the natives, in spite of their hostility towards Europeans, said they were quite pleased with my coming to see them, because I had brought with me rain and an increase of the import of victuals, which just before my arrival had been very scarce. So too, whilst residing among the Andra mountaineers in the north of Morocco, I was said to be a person with propitious ankles, because, since I settled down among them, the village where I stayed was frequently visited by sheriffs presumed descendants of the Prophet Muhammad who are always highly valued guests on account of the baraka, or holiness, with which they are supposed in a smaller or greater degree to be endowed. The stranger may be a source of good fortune either involuntarily, as a bearer of luck, or through his good wishes, and there is every reason to hope that he will, if treated hospitably, return the kindness of his host with a blessing. According to the old traveller D. Arvia, strangers, who come to an Arab village are received by the sheikh with some such words as these: "You are welcome. Praised be God that you are in good health. Your arrival draws down the blessing of heaven upon us, the house, and all that is in it is yours. You are masters of it." 67. It is said in one of the sacred books of India that through a Brahmana guest the people obtain rain, and food through rain, Hence they know that the hospitable reception of a guest is a ceremony averting evil. 68. When we read in the laws of Manu that the hospitable reception of guests procures wealth, fame, long life, and heavenly bliss. 69. It is also reasonable to suppose that this supernatural reward is a result of blessings invoked on the host. In the suppliants of Aeschylus the chorus sings, "Let us utter for the Argives blessings in requital of their blessings. And may Zeus of strangers watch to their fulfillment, the rewards that issue from a stranger's tongue." That 583 they reach their perfect goal. 70. We can now understand the eagerness with which guests are sought for. When a guest enters the hut of a Kalmuk, the host, the hostess, and everybody in the hut rejoice at the arrival of the stranger as at an unexpected fortune. 71. Among the Arabs of Sinai, if a stranger be seen from afar coming towards the camp, he is the guest for that night of the first person who descries him, and who, whether a grown man or a child, exclaims, "There comes my guest." Such a person has a right to entertain the guest that night. Serious quarrels happen on these occasions, and the Arabs often have recourse to their great oath: "By the divorce from my wife, I swear that I shall entertain the guest," upon which all opposition ceases. 72. It is also very usual in the East to eat before the gate of the house where travellers pass, and every stranger of respectable appearance is invariably requested to sit down and partake of the repast. Among the Maoris, no sooner does a stranger appear in sight than he is welcomed with the usual cry of "Come hither! Come hither!" from numerous voices, and is immediately invited to eat of such provisions as the place affords. 74. D. Arvia travels in Arabia the Desart Esq. Vasishtha, Roman 11. Laws of Manu, Roman 3. Aeschylus Supplices, 632 SQQ. Bergman Up Sit, Roman 2. Burckhardt, Bedouin and Wahhabis. Idem, Arabic Proverbs. Shasabuf de Valny travels through Syria and Egypt, Roman 1. Yate Up Sit, cf. Turner 19 years in Polynesia, Samoans, Sproat Up Sit, Arts. If efficacy is ascribed to the blessings even of an ordinary man, the blessings of a stranger are naturally supposed to be still more powerful. For the unknown stranger, like everything unknown and everything strange, arouses a feeling of mysterious awe in superstitious minds. The Ainos say, "Do not treat strangers slightingly, for you never know whom you are entertaining." 75. According to the Hittapatesa, a guest consists of all the deities. 76. It is significant that in the writings of ancient India, Greece and Rome, guests are mentioned next after gods as due objects of regard. Thus Aeschylus speaks of a man's 584 impious conduct to a god, or a stranger, or to his parents dear. 78. According to Homeric notions, the gods, in the likeness of strangers from far countries, put on all manner of shapes, and wander through the cities, beholding the violence and the righteousness of men. 79. The author of the Epistle to the Hebrews writes, "Be not forgetful to entertain strangers, for thereby some have entertained angels unawares." 80. Bachelor, Ainu and their folklore. Hittapatesa Mitralabha 65. Anujita 3, 31 Sacred Books of the East 8, 361. Gellius Noctes Attic Roman 5, 5. Aeschylus Eumenides 270 SQ. Odyssey 17 SQQ. Hebrews Roman 13. The visiting stranger, however, is regarded not only as a potential benefactor, but as a potential source of evil. He may bring with him disease or ill luck. He is commonly believed to be versed in magic. 81. And the evil wishes and curses of a stranger are greatly feared, owing partly to his quasi-supernatural character, partly to the close contact in which he comes with the host and his belongings. Fraser Golden Bough 1 SQQ. In the Mentawai Islands, in the Malay archipelago, if a stranger enters a house where there are children, the father or some other member of the family who happens to be present takes the ornament with which the children decorate their hair and hands it to the stranger, who holds it in his hands for a while, and then gives it back. This is supposed to protect the child from the evil effect which the eye of a stranger might have on it. With reference to the Californian pomo, Mr. Powers states, "Let a perfect stranger enter a wigwam, and offer the lodgefather a string of beads for any object that takes his fancy, merely pointing to it. But uttering no word, and the owner holds himself bound in savage honor to make the exchange, whether it is a fair one or not." When we compare this idea of savage honor with certain cases mentioned in the last chapter, we cannot doubt that it is based on superstitious fear. Indeed, the next day the former owner of the article may thrust the stranger through with his spear, or crush his forehead with a pebble from his sling, and the bystanders will look 585 upon it, as only the rectification of a bad bargain. 83 Among the African Herero, no curse is regarded as heavier than that which one who has been inhospitably treated would hurl at those who have driven him from the hearth. 84 According to Greek ideas, guests and suppliants had their erronies 85 personifications of their curses, and it would be difficult to attribute any other meaning to the genius and the god of the stranger, who follow in the train of Zeus, spoken of by Plato, and to the Roman day hospitals, in their capacity of avengers of injuries done to guests. Aeschylus represents Apollo as saying, "I shall assist him, Orestes, and rescue my own suppliant. For terrible both among men and gods is the wrath of a refugee. When one abandons him with intent." 86 It is no doubt the same idea that the chorus in the suppliants expresses in a modified form, when singing, "Grievous is the wrath of Zeus petitionary, I must needs hold in awe the wrath of Zeus petitionary, for that is the supremest on earth." 87 Apostamba's aphorisms contain a sutra the object of which is to show the absolute necessity of feeding a guest, owing to the fact that, if offended, he might burn the house with the flames of his anger. 88 For a guest comes to the house resembling a burning fire. 89 A guest rules over the world of Indra. 90 According to the institutes of Vishnu, one who has arrived as a guest, and is obliged to turn home disappointed in his expectations, takes away from the man to whose house he has come his religious merit, and throws his own guilt upon him. 91 And the 586 same idea is found in many other ancient books of India. That a dissatisfied guest, or a Brahmana. 93 thus takes with him the spiritual merit of his churlish host, allows of a quite literal interpretation. In Morocco, a sherif is generally unwilling to let a stranger kiss his hand, for fear lest the stranger should extract from him his baraka or holiness, and the sherifs of Wazari are reputed to rob other sherifs, who visit them, of their holiness, should the latter leave behind any remainder of their meals, even though it be only a bone. Rosenberg, Der Malayish Archipel. Powers up, sit. The same privilege as the perfect stranger possesses among the Pomo was granted by the tribes of the Niger Delta to the Igbo girl who was destined to be offered as a sacrifice. She was allowed to claim any piece of cloth or any ornament she set her eyes upon, and the native to whom it belonged was obliged to present it to her Kant de Cardi. Juju Laws and Customs in Jour. Anther. Inst. 29. Ratzel, History of Mankind, 480. Plato, Epistle, Roman 8. Apollonius Rhodius, Argonautica 4, SQ. Aeschylus, Eumenides, 232 SQQ. Idem, Supplices, 349, 489. Sacred Books of the Ice 2 N3. Apostamba, Roman 263. Laws of Manu, Roman 4. Institutes of Vishnu, Roman 67. Vasishtha, Roman 8. Laws of Manu, Roman 2. Hitopadesa, Mitralabha 64. Vasishtha, Roman 8. Laws of Manu, Roman 3. The efficacy of a wish or a curse depends not only upon the potency which it possesses from the beginning, owing to certain qualities in the person from whom it originates, but also on the vehicle by which it is conducted, just as the strength of an electric shock depends both on the original intensity of the current and on the condition of the conductor. As particularly efficient conductors are regarded blood, bodily contact, food and drink. In Morocco, the duties of a host are closely connected with the institution of lahr, one of the most sacred customs of that country. If a person desires to compel another to help him, or to forgive him, or generally to grant some request, he makes ahr on him. He kills a sheep or a goat or only a chicken at the threshold of his house, or at the entrance of his tent, or he grasps with his hands either the person whom he invokes, or that person's child, or the horse which he is riding, or he touches him with his turban or a fold of his dress. In short, he establishes some kind of contact with the other person, to serve as a conductor of his wishes and of his conditional curses. It is universally believed that, if the person so appealed to does not grant the request, his own welfare is at stake, and that the danger is particularly great if an animal has been killed at his door, and he steps over the blood or only catches a glimpse of it. As appears from the expression, "This is R on you if you do not do this or that," the blood, or 587 the direct bodily contact, is supposed to transfer to the other person a conditional curse: "If you do not help me, then you will die, or your children will die, or some other evil will happen to you." So also the owner of a house or a tent to which a person has fled for refuge must, in his own interest, assist the fugitive, who is in his R. For by being in his dwelling, the refugee is in close contact with him and his belongings. Again, the restraint which a common meal lays on those who partake of it is conspicuous in the usual practice of sealing a compact of friendship by eating together at the tomb of some saint. The true meaning of this is made perfectly clear by the phrase that the food will repay him who breaks the compact. The sacredness of the place adds to the efficacy of the imprecation, but its vehicle, the real punisher, is the eaten food, because it embodies a conditional curse. Now the idea underlying these customs is certainly not restricted to Morocco. As will be shown in subsequent chapters, blood is very commonly used as a conductor of conditional curses. For instance, one object of the practice of sacrifice is to transfer an imprecation to the god by means of the blood of the victim. Bodily contact is another common means of communicating curses, and this accounts for many remarkable cases of compulsory hospitality and protection which have been noticed in different quarters of the world. In Fiji, the same native who within a few yards of his house would murder a coming or departing guest for sake of a knife or a hatchet, will defend him at the risk of his own life as soon as he has passed his threshold. 94 In the Pelu Islands, an enemy may not be killed in a house, especially not in the presence of the host. 95 If an Ossetian receives into his house a stranger whom he afterwards discovers to be a man to whom he owes blood revenge, this makes no difference in his hospitality. But when the guest takes his leave, the 588 host accompanies him to the boundary of the village, and on parting from him exclaims, "Henceforth beware." 96 Among the Khans, if a man can make his way by any means into the house of his enemy, he cannot be touched, even though his life has been forfeited to his involuntary host by the law of blood revenge. In none of these cases is an explanation given of the extraordinary privilege granted to the stranger, but it seems highly probable that it has the same origin as the exactly similar custom prevalent among the Moors. In other words, as soon as the stranger has come in touch with a person by entering his house, he is thought to be able to transmit to that person and his family and his property any evil wishes he pleases. So also, in the East, any stranger may place himself under the protection of an Arab by merely touching his tent or his tentropes. 98 And after this is done, it would be reckoned a disgraceful meanness, an indelible shame, to satisfy even a just vengeance at the expense of hospitality. 99 Amongst the Shamar, says Layard, if a man can seize the end of a string or thread, the other end of which is held by his enemy, he immediately becomes his dactyl or protege. If he touch the canvas of a tent, or can even throw his mace towards it, he is the dactyl of its owner. If he can spit upon a man or touch any article belonging to him with his teeth, he is dactyl, unless of course in case of theft, it be the person who caught him. The Shamar never plunder a caravan within sight of their encampment, for as long as a stranger can see their tents they consider him their dactyl. 100 But one of the Bedouin tribes described by Lady Anne and Mr. Blunt, whilst ready to rob the stranger who comes to their tents, 589 count their hospitality as beginning only from the moment of his eating with them. 101 All Bedouins regard the eating of salt together as a bond of mutual friendship, and there are tribes who, quite in accordance with the Moorish principle, the food will repay you require to renew this bond every 24 hours, or after 2 nights and the day between them, since otherwise, as they say, the salt is not in their stomachs. 102 and can therefore no longer punish the person who breaks the contract. The salt which gives a claim to protection consists in eating even the smallest portion of food belonging to the protector. The Sultan Saladin did not allow the crusader Renaud de Chatelain, when brought before him as a prisoner, to quench his thirst in his tent, for had he drunk water there, the enemy would have been justified in regarding his life as safe. We find a similar custom among the Omaha Indians. Should an enemy appear in the lodge and receive a mouthful of food or water, or put the pipe in his mouth, he cannot be injured by any member of the tribe, as he is bound for the time being by the ties of hospitality, and they are compelled to protect him and send him home in Safety 105. In these and similar cases, where there is no common meal, the guest may nevertheless transmit to his host a curse by the exceedingly close contact established between him and the food or drink or tobacco of the host, according to the principle of pars pro toto. This is an idea very familiar to the primitive mind. It lies, for instance, at the bottom of the common belief that a person may bewitch his enemy by getting hold of some of his spittle or some leavings of his food, a belief which has led to the custom of guests carrying away with them all they are unable to eat of the food which is placed before them. 590. Out of dread lest the residue of their meal should be eaten by somebody else, the magic wire may conduct imprecations in either direction. In Morocco, if a person gives to another some food or drink, it is considered dangerous, not only for the recipient to receive it without saying in the name of God, but also for the giver to give it without uttering the same formula, by way of precaution. Wilkes, U.S. Exploring Expedition, Roman 3. Kuberi die Palau in Seln in der Sudsee, in Journal des Museum Godfrey, Roman 4. Von Haxthorsen, Transcaucasia. Macpherson, Memorials of Service in India. Robertson Smith, Kinship and Marriage in Early Arabia. Blunt, Bedouin Tribes of the Euphrates, Roman 2. Chasseboeuf de Valny up sit, Roman 1. Layard up, sit, SQ. Burckhardt says Bedouins and Wahhabis that one of the most common oaths in the domestic life of the Bedouins is to take hold with one hand of the wasat, or middle tent pole, and to swear by the life of this tent and its owners. Blunt up, sit, Roman 2. Burton, Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Mecca, Roman 2. Doughty up, sit, Roman 1. Burckhardt, Bedouins and Wahhabis, Quatremere, Mémoires sur les exiles chez les Arabes in Mémoires de l'Institut de France, Académie des Inscriptions et Belles Lettres 15, pt. 2, SQQ. Quatremere log, sit. Dorsey, Omaha Sociology in Anne, Rep. Burr, Ethan, Roman 3. Shortland, Traditions and Superstitions of the New Zealanders, pp. 86-97, cf. Ellis, Tour Through Hawaii, Harmon op. Sit. Indians on the east side of the Rocky Mountains. Isaac also blessed his son by eating of his food, Genesis 27:19-24. The subject of hospitality has been incidentally dealt with by Mr. Crawley in his interesting book, The Mystic Rose SQQ. Cf. also SQQ. I must leave the reader to decide how far the theory I am here advocating, which mainly rests upon my researches in Morocco, coincides with his. All through his book Mr. Crawley lays much emphasis on the principle of transference, but if I understand him rightly, he also regards commensality as involving a supposed exchange of personality between the host and the guest, in consequence of which injury done to B by A is equivalent to injury done by A to himself. To this opinion I cannot subscribe. Cf. Infra on the origin and development of the altruistic sentiment. So far as I can see, the mutual obligations arising from eating together are fundamentally based on the idea that the common meal serves as a conductor of conditional imprecations. The stranger thus being looked upon as a more or less dangerous individual, it is natural that those who are exposed to the danger should do what they can to avert it. With this end in view, certain ceremonies are often performed immediately on his arrival. Many such reception ceremonies have been described by Dr. Fraser 108, but I shall add a few others which seem to serve the object of either transferring to the stranger conditional curses or purifying him from dangerous influences. I am told by a native that among some of the nomadic Arabs of Morocco, as soon as a stranger appears in the village, some water, or if he be a person of distinction, some milk, is presented to him. Should he refuse to partake of it, he is not allowed to go freely about, but has to stay in the village mosque. On asking for an explanation of this custom, I was told that it is a precaution against the stranger. Should he steal or otherwise misbehave himself, the drink would cause his knees to swell so that he could not escape. In other words, he has drunk a conditional curse. The 591 Arabs of a tribe in Nejd welcome a guest by pouring on his head a cup of melted butter. 110. The South African Herero greet him with a vessel of milk. Sir S.W. Baker describes a reception custom practiced by the Arabs on the Abyssinian frontier, which is exactly similar to one form of law of the Moors. The usual welcome upon the arrival of a traveller, who is well received in an Arab camp, is the sacrifice of a fat sheep that should be slaughtered at the door of his hut or tent, so that the blood flows to the threshold. 112 reception sacrifices also occur among the Shulis, 113 in Liberia, 114, and in Afghanistan. Among the Indians of North America again, it is a common rule that a dish of food should be placed before the newcomer immediately on his arrival, that he should taste of it even though he has just arisen from a feast, and that no word should be spoken to him or no question put to him until he has partaken of the food. Among the Omahas, the master of the house is evidently ill at ease until the food is prepared for eating. He will request his squaws to expedite it, and will even stir the fire himself. 117 Among many peoples, it is considered necessary that the host should give food to his guest before he eats himself. This is a rule on which much stress is laid in the literature of ancient India. A Brahmana never takes food without having offered it duly to guards and guests. 119 He who eats before his guest consumes the rood, the prosperity, the issue, the cattle, the merit which his family acquired by sacrifices and charitable works. 120 It is probable that this punishment has something to do. 592 with the evil eye of the neglected guest, for the idea of eating the evil wishes of others was evidently quite familiar to the ancient Hindus. It is said in Apastamba's aphorisms, "A guest who is at enmity with his host shall not eat his food, nor shall he eat the food of a host who hates him or accuses him of a crime, or of one who is suspected of a crime. For it is declared in the Veda that he who eats the food of such a person eats his guilt." 121 In Tonga Islands, at meals strangers or foreigners are always shewn a preference, and females are helped before men of the same rank according to our informant, because they are the weaker sex and require attention. 122 As to the correctness of this explanation, however, I have some doubts. The Moors also at their feasts allow the women to eat first, and one reason they give for this custom is that otherwise the hungry women might injure the men with their evil eyes. In Hawaii, the host and his family do not at all partake of the entertainment with which a passing visitor is generally provided on arriving among them. 123 And that their abstinence is due to superstitious fear is all the more probable as, among the same people, it is the custom for the guest invariably to carry away with him all that remains of the entertainment. Fraser Golden Bough 1 SQQ cf. The Trial of Jealousy in Numbers 5 SQQ, particularly verse 22, "This water that causeth the curse shall go into thy bowels to make thy belly to swell and thy thigh to rot." Burkhart Bedouins and Wahhabis. Ratzel Up Sit, Roman 2. Baker, Nile tributaries of Abyssinia. Emin Pasha in Central Africa. Trumbull, Threshold Covenant. Fraser, Golden Bough, Roman 1. Lafatow Up Sit, Roman 2. James Expedition to the Rocky Mountains 1 SQ. Morgan, League of the Iroquois, Sproat Up Sit, Arts. James Up Sit, Roman 1. Gautama, Roman 5s. Mahabharata Shanti Parva 189, SQ PT 28 SQ. Apastamba Roman 273. Ibid Roman 26 19 SQ. Cf. Proverbs 23, "Eat not the bread of him that hath an evil eye." Mariner Up Sit, Roman 2. Ellis Tour through Hawaii. Ibid. Among the precautions taken against the visiting stranger kind and respectful treatment is of particularly great importance. No traveller among an Arabic-speaking people can fail to notice the contrast between the lavish welcome and the plain leave-taking. The profuse greetings mean that the stranger will be treated as a friend and not as an enemy, and it is particularly desirable to secure his goodwill in the beginning, since the first glance of an evil eye is always held to be the most dangerous. We can now realize that the extreme regard shown to a guest, and the preference given to him in every matter, must in a 593 large measure be due to fear of his anger, as well as to hope of his blessings. Even the peculiar custom which requires a host to lend his wife to a guest becomes more intelligible when we consider the supposed danger of the stranger's evil eye or his curses, as also the benefits which may be supposed to result from his love. And when the guest leaves, it is wise of the host to accept no reward, for there may be misfortune in the stranger's gift. Edged informs us Up Sit, that the native women of Greenland thought themselves fortunate if an angekok or prophet honored them with his caresses, and some husbands even paid him for having intercourse with their wives, since they believed that the child of such a holy man could not but be happier and better than others. Some similar belief may be held in regard to intercourse with a guest, though I can adduce no direct evidence for my supposition. Cf. Also the jus primi noctis accorded to priests Westermarck, History of Human Marriage Sq. Cf. Ibid. That hospitality should be free of cost is implied in the very meaning of the word. Wherever the custom of entertaining guests has been preserved pure and genuine, remuneration is neither asked nor expected. Indeed, to offer payment would give offence, and to accept it would be disgraceful. Such a custom might no doubt result from absence or scarcity of money, as it cannot be expected that the wandering stranger shall carry with him heavy presents to all his future hosts, and where the intercourse is mutual, the hospitable man may hope one day to be paid back in his own coin. But it seems likely that the custom of not receiving payment from a guest is largely due to that same dread of strangers, which underlies many other rules of hospitality. The acceptance of gifts is frequently considered to be connected with some danger. According to rules laid down in the sacred books of India, he who is about to accept gifts, or he who has accepted gifts, must repeatedly recite the 4 Vedic verses called Tarat Samandis. 127, or all gifts are to be preceded by pouring out 594 water into the extended palm of the recipient's right hand. 128, evidently, because the water is supposed to cleanse the gift from the baneful energy with which it may be saturated. On the other hand, without a full knowledge of the rules prescribed by the sacred law for the acceptance of presents, a wise man should not take anything, even though he may pine with hunger. But an ignorant man who accepts gold, land, a horse, a cow, food, a dress, sesamum grains, or clarified butter, is reduced to ashes like a piece of wood. Hence, an ignorant man should be afraid of accepting any presents. For by reason of a very small gift, even a fool sinks into hell as a cow into a morass. 129. Moreover, a gift to be accepted by a Brahmana ought to be given voluntarily, not to be asked for. So, too, Hebrew writers are anxious to inculcate the duty of giving alms with an ungrudging eye, as also of not giving anything before witnessest latter, perhaps, with a view to preventing the evil influence which is likely to emanate from an envious spectator. An Atlas Berber, who had probably never before had anything to do with a European, spat on the coin which I gave him for rendering me a service, and my native friends told me that he did so for fear lest the coin, owing to some sorcery on my part, should not only itself return to me, but at the same time take with it all the money with which it had been in contact in his bag. Of the Anamites it is said that for fear of bringing a luck into the place, the people even declined presents. 132. Vini Aminoff quoted by Dole op Sit, Alutes, Bartram in Trans American Ethn Soch 3, pt. Roman 1 Foreman Philippine Islands Tagalogs, Hunter Annals of Rural Bengal Roman 1 Bogle Narrative of Mission to Tibet Sq. Vambury does Turkenvalk Turks in Asia Minor, Robinson Biblical Researches in Palestine 2, Sq. Burton Pilgrimage to Al-Madna Mecca 1 Blunt op Sit, 2 Lane Modern Egyptians Bedouins, Cross die Sudslaven. Bodhayana Roman 4:4. Apostamba Roman 298, Bulla in Sacred Books of the East 2n8. Laws of Manu 4 188, 191. Ibid 4 Sq. Tobit Roman 4 Kohler in Jewish Encyclopedia, Roman 1 cf. St. Matthew 6 Sqq. Brandt Manday Schriffen pp. 2864. If you give alms, do not do it before witnesses. The Mandans were also forbidden to eat food prepared by a stranger or to take a meal in his company. Brandt Mandash Religion. Ratzel op Sit, Roman 3. The duty of hospitality is probably always limited by time, even though among some peoples, a guest is said to be entertained as long as he pleases to stay. According 595 to Teutonic custom, a guest might tarry only up to the 3rd day. The Anglo-Saxon rule was 2 nights a guest, the 3rd night one of the household, that is, a slave. A German proverb says, Den ersten Tag ein Gast, den zweiten last, den dritten stinkt fast. 136. So, also, the southern Slavs declare that a guest and a fish smell on the 3rd day. 137. Burckhardt states that, among the Bedouins, If the stranger intends to prolong his visit after a lapse of 3 days and 4 hours from the time of his arrival, it is expected that he should assist his host in domestic matters. Should he decline this, he may remain, but will be censured by all the Arabs of the camp. 138 The Moors say that the hospitality of the Prophet lasts for 3 days. The first night the guest is entertained most lavishly, for then, but only then, he is the guest of God. The Prophet laid down the following rule: whoever believes in God and the day of resurrection must respect his guest, and the time of being kind to him is 1 day and 1 night, and the period of entertaining him is 3 days, and after that, if he does it longer, he benefits him more. But it is not right for a guest to stay in the house of the host so long as to incommode him. 139 According to Javanese custom, it is a point of honor to supply a stranger with food and accommodation for a day and a night at least. Among the Kalmucks, special honor is paid to a stranger for 1 day only, whereas, if he remains longer, he is treated without ceremonies. Growing familiarity with the stranger naturally tends to dispel the superstitious dread which he inspired at first, and this, combined with the feeling that it is unfair of him to live at his host's expense longer than necessity requires, seems to account for the 596 rapid decline of his extraordinary privileges and for the short duration of his title to hospitable treatment. Vini Aminoff, quoted by Dole up, Sit, Alutes, Morgan, League of the Iroquois, Bartram in Trans-American Ethen, Soch, 3, pt. 1 Creeks and Cherokee Indians. Grimm, Deutschrich Salterthumer, Weinhold Altnordisches Leben. Quoted in Legs Edwardi Confessoris 23, Tour nicht Gest nicht Agenhain. Cf. Laws of Senat 2, Laws of H. Lother and Edric 15, Legs Henrysai 1, Roman 8. Weinhold up sit. Cross up sit. Burkhart Bedouins and Wahhabis SQ. Lane Arabian Society SQ. Crawford up sit Roman 1. Bergman up sit Roman 2. Contrary to what is the case with other duties which men owe to their fellow creatures, in every progressive society we find hospitality on the wane. In the later days of Greece and Rome, it almost dwindled into a survival. In the Middle Ages, hospitality was extensively practiced by high and low. It was enjoined by the tenets of chivalry 143, and the poorer people, also, considered it disgraceful to refuse to share their meals with a needy stranger. However, in the reign of Henry IV, Thomas Arcliffe complains of the decline of hospitality in England, and in the middle of the Elizabethan age, Archbishop Sandys says that it is come to pass that hospitality itself is waxen a stranger 145. The reasons for this decline are not difficult to find. Increasing intercourse between different communities or different countries not only makes hospitality an intolerable burden, but leads to the establishment of inns, and thus hospitality becomes superfluous. It habituates the people to the sight of strangers, and in consequence deprives the stranger of that mystery which surrounds the lonely wanderer in an isolated district, whose inhabitants have little communication with the outside world. And finally, increase of intercourse gives rise to laws which make an individual protector needless, by placing the stranger under the protection of the state. Becker Gall Charicles 2, SQQ Idem Gallus 3, SQQ. Saint Palais, Memoirs Sir Lanchen Chevalery, Roman 1. Right, Domestic Manners and Sentiments in England during the Middle Ages, SQQ. Sandys Sermons. Chapter 25, The Subjection of Children. From the modes of conduct which affect the life or bodily welfare of a fellow creature, we shall pass to those relating to personal freedom. In its absolute form, the right of liberty may be granted to a perfect being, but has no existence on earth. Ever since the conduct of men became subject to moral censure, the right of doing what they pleased was eo ipso denied them. And in resisting, wrong men have not only in various ways interfered with the liberty of their fellow creatures, but have considered such interference to be their right or even their duty. As to the question what conduct is wrong, opinions have differed, and so also as to the proper means of interference, but with neither of these questions are we concerned at present. Nor shall I deal with the subject of political liberty, nor with such restrictions as people lay on their own freedom by contract. I shall only consider facts bearing upon that state of subjection to which large classes of individuals are doomed by custom or law, on account of their birth or other circumstances, beyond their own controlled subjection of children, wives, and slaves to their parents, husbands, or masters. Among the lower races, every family has its head, who exercises more or less authority over its members. In some instances where the maternal system of descent prevails, a man's children are in the power of the head of 598 their mother's family, or of their maternal uncle. 1. But this is by no means the rule even among peoples who reckon kinship through females only. The facts which have been adduced as examples of the so-called mother right in most instances imply, chiefly, that children are named after their mothers, not after their fathers, and that property and rank descend exclusively in the female line. 2. And this is certainly very different from a denial of paternal rights. Among those Australian tribes which have the system of maternal descent, the father is distinctly said to be the master of his children. In Melanesia, where the clan of the children is determined by that of the mother, she is, to quote Dr. Codrington, in no way the head of the family. The house of the family is the father's, the garden is his, the rule and government are his 5 as regards the Iroquois among whom, at the death of a man, his property is divided between his brothers, sisters, and mother's brothers, whilst the property of a woman is transmitted to her children and sisters. 6. We are told that the mother superintends the children, but that the word of the father is law and must be obeyed by the whole household. Among the Mpangwe, who reckon kinship through the mother, the father has by law unrestricted power over his children. And in Madagascar, where children generally follow the condition of the mother, 9. The commands of a father or an ancestor are, among all the tribes, held as most sacredly binding upon his descendants. 10. Whatever might have been the case in earlier times, it is a fact beyond dispute that among the great bulk of existing savages, children are in the power of 599 their father, though he may to some extent have to share his authority with the mother. Westermarck, History of Human Marriage, SQ, Gross, Die Formen der Familie, SQ, Post, Afrikanische Jurisprudence 1, SQ, Marston, History of Sumatra, SQ. Westermarck op sit. C. von Dargan, Mutterrecht und Vatterrecht, SQQ. Kerr, The Australian Race, 161-69. Codrington, Melanesians. Westermarck op sit. Seaver, Narrative of the Life of Mrs. Mary Jemison. Hubschladen, Ethiopian, pp. 151-153. Westermarck op sit. Sibri, The Great African Island. The extent of the father's power, however, is subject to great variations. Among some savage peoples, as we have seen, he may destroy his newborn child. Among others, infanticide is prohibited by custom. Among some, he may sell his children. 11. Among others, such a right is expressly denied him. Frequently, he gives away his daughter in marriage without consulting her wishes, but in other cases her own consent is required, or she is allowed to choose her husband herself. Marriage by purchase does not imply that a girl is sold by her father in the same manner, and with the same authority with which he would dispose of a cow. 14. It seems that the paternal authority is always in some degree limited by public opinion. Among the Kafirs of the Hindu Kush, for instance, though the head of the house is described as an autocrat in his own family, the son, backed by public opinion, may and does openly quarrel with and threaten his father in cases when the father's actions have been of a particularly gross character. Schadenberg, Negritos der Philippinen in Zeitschrift. F. Ethnology, Roman 12 Post, Afrikanische Jurisprudence 1, SQ, Bogos, Fontes Dahamans, Paulichk, Ethnography Nordostafrikas, Luschner in Steinmetz, Rich Sverholtnis, SQ, Bakwiri. Among the Banaka and Bapuku in the Cameroons, the father may give his daughter in payment for a debt, but not his son Ibid. Kraft in Steinmetz, Rich Sverholtnis, Wapakomo, Rotainen Ibid, Andunga. Westermarck op sit, SQQ. Leslie among the Zulus and Amatongas, Westermarck op sit, ch. 10, Robertson, Kafirs of the Hindu Kush. The essence of dependence lies in obedience and submission. To judge from what is said about children's behavior towards their parents, the authority of the father must among some savages be practically very slight. The South American Charuas ni defendant Rena Luas and fans, et succinant ocun respect pour Luas per 16 among the Brazilian Indians, according to von Martius, respect and obedience on the part of children towards their parents are unknown. Among the Tarahumers of Mexico, the children grow up entirely independent, and if angry a boy may even strike his father. 18. We are told that among the Aleuts parents scarcely ever enjoy so much authority as to compel their own children to show them the least obedience, or to go a single step in their service. 19. But this does not seem to hold good of all of their tribes. Of the Kamtschadales, Steller states that the children insult their parents with all sorts of bad talk, stand in no fear of them, obey them in nothing, and are consequently never commanded to do anything, nor punished. Azara, Voyages dans l'Amérique méridionale, Roman 2. Von Martius in Jour, Roy Geo, Soch, Roman 2 cf. Southey, History of Brazil 3 Guicuras. Lumholtz, Unknown Mexico. Georgi, Russia, Roman 3. Veniaminoff, quoted by Petrov, Report on Alaska, in 10th Census of the United States, pp. 155-158. Steller, Beschreibung von dem Land Kamchatka, cf. Georgi op Sit, Roman 3. Other savages, again, are by no means deficient in filial piety. I am Thurn among the Indians of Guiana, Schweno, Borneo 1, Malays of the Barito River in Borneo, Worcester, Philippine Islands, Lewin Hill tracts of Chittagong Kukis, Vambari, Turkenwald, Kara Kyrgyz, Macpherson Memorials of Service in India, Hunter Annals of Rural Bengal 3, Cairns, Granville and Rath in Jure, Anther, Inst. 28, Jekris of the Wari district of the Niger Coast Protectorate, Stuhlmann mit Emin Pasha ins Herz von Afrika Latuka. Among various Eskimo and North American Indian tribes, children are described as very obedient to their parents. Perry says of the Eskimo of Winter Island and Igloolik that disobedience is scarcely ever known, and that a word or even a look from a parent is enough. 25. The Potawatomis hold the violation of the advice and directions of their parents one of the most atrocious crimes. In Tonga, filial duty is a most important duty, and appears to be universally felt. 27. One of the chief duties which the Ainos taught their children was obedience to parents. Among the Central Asiatic Turks, a son, whilst young, behaves as if he were his father's slave. Among the 601 Arseats, the authority of the head of the family, whether grandfather, father, stepfather, uncle, or elder brother, is submitted to unconditionally. The young men never sit in his presence, nor speak with a loud voice, nor contradict him. 30. Among the Beria and Kanama, a father and a mother are respected to the utmost degree. A son never dares to contradict his parents nor oppose their commands, however unjust they be. The mother particularly is much beloved and tenderly cared for at her old age. 31. Among the Mandingos, children have a great veneration for their parents, and would feel extreme reluctance to disobey their father. 32. Of the Barcapins, a Bechuana tribe, it is said that filial obedience is strenuously enforced. 33. Among the Kaffirs, anyone who should fail in respect for his father, or show any neglect of him, would draw on himself the contempt of the whole horde. There have been even instances in which want of filial duty has been punished with infamy and banishment. 34. Whole Arctic Researches, Boas, Central Eskimo in Anne, Rep. Burr, Ethan, Roman 6 Murdoch Ethnol, Results of the Point Barrow Expedition, Ibid, Roman 9 Turner, Ethnology of the Ungava District, Ibid, 11 Coxogmiut. Turner in Anne, Rep. Burr, Ethan, 11 Hudson Bay Indians, Heriot Travels Through the Canadas, Harman, Journal of Voyages, Indians on the East Side of the Rocky Mountains. Perry, Journal of a Second Voyage for the Discovery of a Northwest Passage. Keating, Expedition to the Source of St. Peter's River, Roman 1. Mariner, Natives of the Tonga Islands, Roman 2. Batchelor, Ainu and Their Folklore. Vambari op Sit. Von Haxthorsen, Transcaucasia SQ. Munzinger, Ostafrikanische Studien. Cayley, Travels Through Central Africa 1, SQ. Burchell, Travels in the Interior of Southern Africa, Roman 2. Liechtenstein, Travels in Southern Africa, Roman 1. Alberdi, De Kaffirs on de Zuidkust van Afrika, SQQ. Schuder, Kaffirs of Natal. The period during which the paternal authority lasts varies. The daughter is in her father's power till she marries, and as a rule no longer, 35, but in some instances his authority over her continues even after her marriage. This, we have reason to believe, is particularly the case when the husband, on marrying, does not take his wife to his own home, but goes himself to live with her in the house or community of her father. A father's authority over his son frequently comes to an end as the young man 602 grows up. Among the Fuegians, a son becomes independent of his parents at a very early age, being allowed to leave their wigwam if he pleases. Among the Togiagamutes, an Eskimo tribe, the youth, as soon as he is able to build a kayak and to support himself, no longer observes any family ties but goes where his fancy takes him. 39 of the Australian natives, it is said that sons become independent when they have gone through the ceremonies by which they attain to the status of manhood. 40 among the Bangarang tribe of Victoria, after his 12th year or so, the boy was very little subject to the father, though parental affection always endured. 41 among the Bedouins, the young man, as soon as it is in his power, emancipates himself from the father's authority, still paying him some deference as long as he continues in his tent. But whenever he can become master of a tent himself to obtain which is his constant endeavour, he listens to no advice, nor obeys any earthly command, but that of his own will. 42 that a son is emancipated from the father's power, by getting full-grown, or by leaving the household, is probably the rule among the great majority of the lower races. But here again, instances to the contrary are not wanting. In Flores, the sons even of rich families are dressed like slaves at public feasts, so long as the father lives, as also at his funeral. This, our authority adds, is apparently the external sign of a strict patria potestas, which remains in force till the funeral. Until then the son is the father's slave. C.E.G. Leuschner in Steinmetz Rich Sverholtnis Baquiri, Farmer Maidenber Ibid, natives of the Sansending states Nicole Ibid, Diakite Lang Ibid, Washambala Kraft Ibid, Wapakomo Marks Ibid, Amalubai, Sorge Ibid, Nissan Islanders of the Bismarck Archipelago. C.E.G. Beverley in Steinmetz Rich Sverholtnis, what is said Ibid concerning the Banaka and Bapuku does not seem to agree with the statement that the husband is the head of his household and the possessor of his wives. Cf. Mazzarella, La condizione giuridica del marito nella famiglia matriarcale, passim, infra on the subjection of wives. The point in question, like the whole subject of the father's authority among the lower races, requires much further investigation. Bove, Patagonia, Terra del Fuoco. Petrov Lark Sit. Kerr, the Australian race, Roman 1. Idem, Recollections of Squatting in Victoria. Burkhardt, Notes on the Bedouins and Wahhabis. For other instances see Munzinger Die Sitten und das Recht der Bogos, Post-Afrikanisch Jurisprudence 1. Somels, Leuschner in Steinmetz Rich Sverholtnis Baquiri, Nicole Ibid, Diakite Beverley Ibid, Wagogo Marks Ibid, Amalubai, Sorge Ibid, Nissan Islanders. Sarber Fenty Customary Laws, Stuhlmann Op. Sit, Latuka, Steinmetz Rich Sverholtnis Banaka and Bapuku, Farmer Maidenber Ibid, natives of the Sansending states, Kraft Ibid, Wapakomo Abercrombie Pre- and Proto-Historic Finns 1 Mordvins. Von Martens quoted by Niebuhr, Slavery as an Industrial System, N2. However, the expiration of the paternal power in the proper sense of the term does not necessarily imply the loss of all authority over the children. The father, at all events, retains the rights incident to his superior age, and among many uncivilized peoples these are great. Old age commands respect and gives authority. Among the Fuegians in each family, the word of an old man is accepted as law by the young people. They never dispute his authority. 46 The Patagonians pay respect to old people, taking great care of them. 47 The Caribs portent ungrand respect os VRs. 48 The same is the case among many of the North American Indians. Among the Nord-Oeses, whilst the advice of a father will seldom meet with any extraordinary attention from the young Indians, they will tremble before a grandfather and submit to his injunctions with the utmost alacrity. The words of the ancient part of their community are esteemed by the young as oracles. 50 Among the Eskimo about Bering Strait, the old men are listened to with respect. 51 And among the Point Barrow Eskimo, respect for the opinions of elders is so great that the people may be said to be practically under what is called simple elder rule. 52 Among the Vedas of Ceylon, the oldest man is regarded with a sort of patriarchal respect, when accident or occasion has brought together any others than the members of one family 53 among the Jacuts. An old man is implicitly obeyed as a father of a family. A young man ever gives his opinion with the greatest respect and caution, and even when asked, he submits his ideas to the judgment of the old. 54 Regard for the aged is found among the Ainos, 55 Kurilians, 56 Mongols, 57 Arsetes, 58 604 Kukis, 59 Nicobarese, 60 Negritos of the Philippine Islands, 61 Papuans of New Guinea, New Caledonians, 63 Caroline Islanders, Tonga Islanders 65, and in a remarkable degree among the Australian Aborigines. Among the Kurnai, says Mr. Howitt, age meets with great reverence. It may be stated as a general rule that authority attaches to age. It follows from this that there is no hereditary authority and no hereditary chieftain. The authority which is inherent in age attaches not alone to the man, but also to the woman. And he justly adds that this principle regulating authority seems to be, not peculiar to the Kurnai, but general to the whole Australian race. King and Fitzroy, Voyages of the Adventure and Beagle, Roman II. Ibid, Roman II. De Poisside Rochefort, Histoire des Isles Antilles. Buchanan, North American Indians. Prescott in Schoolcraft, Indian Tribes of the United States, Roman II. Carver, Travels through the Interior Parts of North America. Nelson, Eskimo about Bering Strait in Anne, Rep. Burr, Ethen, Roman 18. Murdoch in Anne, Rep. Burr, Ethen, Roman 9. Hartshorn, Wedders in Indian Antiquary, Roman 8 cf. Deschamps, Carnet d'un Voyageur. Sauer, Billings Expedition to the Northern Parts of Russia. Batchelor, Ainu and their Folklore, von Siebold Ethnal, Studien über die Aino auf der Insel Yesso. Krasheninnikov, History of Kamchatka. Przewalski, Mongolia, Roman 1. Von Haxthausen, Transcaucasia. Strabo, Roman 11:8 reports the same of the Albanians of the Eastern Caucasus. Lewin, Hill Tracts of Chittagong. Klaus in the Andamans and Nicobars. Schadenberg in Zeitcher, F. Ethnal, Roman 12 Ural Papuans, Forman Philippine Islands. Ural Arp Sit. Atkinson in Folklore, Roman 14. Christian Caroline Islands, Angers Polynesia. Mariner Arp Sit, Roman 2. Rath, Northwest Central Queensland Aborigines. Fraser, Aborigines of New South Wales. Schumann, Aboriginal Tribes of Port Lincoln in Woods, Native Tribes of South Australia. Hale, U.S. Exploring Expedition. Val, 6 Ethnography and Philology. Mitchell, Expeditions into the Interior of Eastern Australia, Roman 2. Smythe, Aborigines of Victoria 1, SQ. See also Steinmetz Ethnal. Studien zur Entwicklungsgeschichte der Strafe 2, SQQ. Fisson and Howitt, Carmilar in Kurnai SQ. Turning to African peoples, among the Danakil the aged of both sexes, but especially the males, are held in great veneration, and the old men are consulted on every occasion of any importance. The real religion of the Beria and Kanama, says Munzinger, consists in an extraordinary reverence for old age. Among these peoples only the old, the weak, or the blind command respect. 69 The US-speaking peoples on the Slave Coast have a proverb, respect the elders. They are our fathers. 70 Winterbottom doubts whether the ancient Lacedemonians paid greater regard to old age than do the natives of Sierra Leone. Mr. Leighton Wilson says of the Mpongwe, there is no part of the world where respect and veneration for age is carried to a greater length than among this people. All the younger members of society are early trained to show the utmost deference to age. They must never come into the presence of aged persons or pass by their dwellings without taking off their hats and assuming a crouching gait. When seated in their presence 605, it must always be at a respectful distance, proportioned to the difference in their ages and position in society. If they come near enough to hand an aged man a lighted pipe or a glass of water, the bearer must always fall upon one knee. Aged persons must always be addressed as Father Rara or Mother Engwe. Any disrespectful deportment or reproachful language toward such persons is regarded as a misdemeanor of no ordinary aggravation. A youthful person carefully avoids communicating any disagreeable intelligence to such persons, and almost always addresses them in terms of flattery and adulation. 72. Among the 4 tribe of Central Africa, great consideration is shown towards women when they are old, as well as towards aged men. 73. Regard for old age is, in fact, a very general trait of the African character. Scaramucci and Giglioli, notizi sui Danakil, in Archivio per l'Anthropologia e la Ethnologia, Roman 14. Munzinger, Ostafrikanische Studien. Ellis, US-speaking peoples. Winterbottom, native Africans in the neighborhood of Sierra Leone, Roman 1. Wilson, Western Africa, SQ. Felkin, Notes on the 4 tribe of Central Africa in Precede. Roy, Soch, Edinburgh 13, SQ. Monrad, Bidrag till Enskildring af Guinea Kisten, Negroes of Accra. Granville and Roth in Jour, Anther, Inst. 28. Jekris, Kingsley, Travels in West Africa, Calabar Tribes. Cayley op. Cit. 1 Mandingos, Stulman op. Cit. pp. 789-801 Latuka. Casati, 10 Years in Equatoria, Roman 1 Chandler, Through Jungle and Desert Mbe. New Life, Wanderings and Labors in Eastern Africa, Wanaka. Johnston, Kilimanjaro Expedition, Marseille, Arnott Geringans. Note, Liechtenstein op. Cit. 1 Alberdi op. Cit. Shooter op. Cit. Kaffirs. Skintz, Deutsch Südwest Africa, Hottentots. Not only old age but superiority of age gives a certain amount of power. The Australian natives have a well-regulated order of precedence and authority. When the individual reaches the full development of puberty, he or she undergoes a ceremony which entitles him or her on its successful completion to a certain social rank or status in the community. As life progresses, other and higher ranks are progressively attainable for each sex, until the highest and most honorable grade, that enjoyed by an old man or an old woman, is reached. 75. All North American Indians hold that superior age gives authority, and every person is taught from childhood to obey his superiors and to rule over his inferiors. The superiors are those of greater age, the inferiors those who are younger. 76. The same influence of age makes itself felt in the relations between elder 606 and younger brothers and sisters. Navajo myths indicate that even among twins, the younger must defer to the elder. 78. The eldest brother comes next to the father in authority, and in case of his death, succeeds him as the head of the family. The Aleuts described by Father Veniaminoff maintained that if one had no father he should respect his oldest brother, and serve him as he would a father. 79. Among the Kalmucks, the elder brother is the despot of the younger ones, and is even allowed to punish them. 80. In Madagascar, so great respect is paid to seniority, that if 2 slaves who are brothers are going a journey, any burden must be carried by the younger one, so far at least as his strength will allow. 81. In Tonga custom decrees that all persons shall be in the service of their older and superior relations, if those relations think proper to employ them, and every chief shows the greatest regard for his eldest sister. Among the Hottentots, the highest oath a man could take and still takes was to swear by his eldest sister, and if he should abuse this name, the sister will walk into his flock and take his finest cows and sheep, and no law could prevent her from doing so. 83. Among the Point Barrow Eskimo, again, seniority gives precedence when there are several women in one hut, and the sway of the elder in the direction of everything connected with her duties seems never disputed. 84. Roth op. Cit. Cf. Ibid. SQ. Air, Journals of Expeditions of Discovery into Central Australia, Roman 2. Powell, Sociology in American Anthropologist, NS Roman 1 cf. Idem in Anne, Rep. Burr, Ethan 3 p. 58, Nachtigal Sahara on Sudan 1, Teda, Chavan di Sahara Arabs of the Sahara, Paulich op. Cit. Gallas, von Haxthorsen Transcaucasia Arseats Bark di Watjaken in Acta Societatis Scientiarum Fennic 12, Vartiax, Sumner in Jour Anther, Inst. 31, Jacots, Bachelor Ainu and Their Folklore. Matthews, Study of Ethics Among the Lower Races, in Journal of American Folklore, Roman 12. Veniaminoff, quoted by Petrov, Lark, Cit. Bergman, Nomadisch Straferayen unter den Kalmuken, Roman 2. Sibri op. Cit. Mariner op. Cit. 1 Roman 2. Hahn, the Supreme Being of the Khoikhoi. Simpson, quoted by Murdoch in Anne, Rep. Burr, Ethan, Roman 9. It must be added, however, that the reverence for old age may cease when the greyhead gets so old as to be an encumbrance to those around him. 85 An imbecility may put an end to the father's authority over his family. We have previously noticed that parents worn out with age 607 and disease are among some peoples killed or abandoned by their own children. Kerr squatting in Victoria pp. 254, 245, 265 SQQ. Air up sit, 2 Australian Aborigines, Sumner in Jaw, Anther, Inst. 31, Jackuts, Nansen Eskimo Life SQ, Greenlanders, Supra. Steinmetz Rich Sverhultnis Banaka and Bapuku. Supra SQ. And passing from the savage and barbarous races of men to those next above them in civilization, we find paternal or parental authority and filial reverence at their height. In ancient Mexico, necessitous parents were allowed to dispose of any one of their children in order to relieve their poverty, whereas a master could not sell a well-behaved slave without his consent. A youth was seldom permitted to choose a wife for himself, but was expected to abide by the selection of his parents. 89 And children were bred to stand so much in awe of their parents that even when grown up and married they hardly durst speak before them. 90 So too, in Nicaragua, a father might sell his children as slaves in cases of great necessity. 91, and matches were in the larger part of the country arranged by the parents. In ancient Peru, disobedient children were publicly chastised by their own parents. 93 And Inca Pachacutec confirmed the law that sons should obey and serve their fathers until they reached the age of 25, and that none should marry without the consent of the parents and of the parents of the girl. Clavigero, History of Mexico, Roman 1. Westermarck up sit. Clavigero up sit, Roman 1. Squire, Nicaragua. Bancroft, Native Races of the Pacific States, Roman 2. Herrera, General History of the West Indies, Roman 4. Garcilaso de la Vega, First Part of the Royal Commentaries of the Uncas, Roman 2. In China, a housefather reigns almost supreme in his family, and according to ancient Chinese ideas, not even marriage withdraws the son from his power. The law, it is true, prohibits him from killing or selling his children, but it is only in supreme cases that the state interferes between the head of a household and his family belongings, and the sale of children is practically allowed. No person of whatever age can act for himself in matrimonial matters during the lifetime or in the neighborhood of his parents or near senior kinsfolk. The law provides that disobedience to the instructions and commands of parents or paternal grandparents shall be punished with 100 blows 100, and that a still greater punishment shall be inflicted on a son accusing his father or mother, and on a grandson accusing his paternal grandparent, even though the accusation prove true. Indeed, from earliest youth the Chinese lad is imbued with such respect for his parents that it becomes at last a religious sentiment, and forms, as he gets older, the basis of his only creed, the worship of ancestors. Confucianism itself has been briefly described as an expansion of the root idea of filial piety. 103 The Master said, "Filial piety is the root of all virtue, and the stem out of which grows all moral teaching. Filial piety is the constant method of heaven, the righteousness of earth, and the practical duty of man. Of all the actions of man, there is none greater than filial piety. In filial piety, there is nothing greater than the reverential awe of one's father. In the reverential awe shown to one's father, there is nothing greater than the making him the correlate of heaven." 104 But the idea that filial piety is the fundamental duty of man was not originated by Confucius. It had obtained a firm hold of the national mind long before his time. It also prevails in Korea and Japan 107, where the authority of a housefather is, or in the case of Japan, until lately has been 108 as great as in China. The Japanese maiden, as pure as the purest Christian virgin, will at the command of her father enter the brothel tomorrow, and prostitute herself for life. Not a murmur escapes her lips. 609, as she thus filially obeys. 109 In Korea, whilst the first thing inculcated in a child's mind is respect for his father, little respect is felt for the mother. The child soon learns that a mother's authority is next to nothing. De Groot, Religious System of China Vol. 2 Book 1. Supra. Tatsing Leu Li Sec, Roman 275. Douglas, Society in China, Stanton in his translation of Tatsing Leu Li, N. Doolittle Social Life of the Chinese Roman II. Medhurst Marriage, Affinity and Inheritance in China in Trans, Roy, Asiatic Soc, China Branch Roman IV. Tatsing Leu Li Sec, Roman 338. Ibid Sec 337, SQ. Wells Williams Middle Kingdom, Roman 1. Griffiths Korea SQ. H. Syro King 1-7, 9 Sacred Books of the East, 3, 473-476. Douglas, Confucianism and Taoism. Griffiths Korea pp. 236-259. Reign Japan, Griffiths Religions of Japan SQ. Griffiths Religions of Japan. Idem Mikado's Empire, cf. Reign Japan. Griffiths Korea. It is the general opinion of Assyriologists that in ancient Chaldea, at least in the early period of its history, the father had absolute authority over all the members of his household. Anything undertaken by them without his consent was held invalid in the eyes of the Law 112, and a disobedient son might be sold as a slave. According to the laws of Hammurabi, a man might give his son or daughter as a hostage for debts, 114, but he could not disown his children at discretion. It is said that if he wishes to cut off his son he must declare his intention to the judge, whereupon the judge shall inquire into his reasons, and if the son has not committed a heavy crime which cuts off from sonship, the father shall not cut off his son from sonship. 115 Professor Hummel believes that the mother's authority over her children was as great as the father's 116, whereas Meissner concludes that it was less, from the fact that her children are not seldom found to be at law with her in matters of succession. Among the Hebrews, a father might sell his child to relieve his own distress, or offer it to a creditor as a pledge. He had not only unlimited power to marry his daughters, but even to sell them as maids into concubinage, though not to a foreign people. He also chose wives for his sons, 120, and there is no indication that the subjection of sons ceased after a certain age. How important were the duties of the child to the 610 parents is shown in the primitive typical relation of Isaac to Abraham, and may be at once learned from the placing of the law on the subject among the 10 Commandments, and from its position there in the immediate proximity to the commands relating to the duties of man towards God. Philo Judas observes that it occupies this position because parents are something between divine and human nature, partaking of both of human nature inasmuch as it is plain that they have been born and that they will die, and of divine nature because they have engendered other beings and have brought what did not exist into existence. What God is to the world, that parents are to their children, they are the visible gods. 1, 2, 3 In Muhammadan countries, parents have practically great authority over their children. Should a father exceed the bounds of moderation or justice in chastising his son, the idea of prosecuting him would hardly occur to anyone, the injured party being prevented by public opinion, if not by habit and feeling, from appealing against his own father. Disobedience to parents is considered by Moslems as one of the greatest of sins, and is put, in point of heinousness, on a par with idolatry, murder and desertion in an expedition against infidels. An undutiful child, says Mr. Lane, is very seldom heard of among the Egyptians or the Arabs in general. Sons scarcely sit or eat or smoke in the presence of the father, unless bidden to do so. 125 In Morocco, it is curious to see big, grown-up sons sneak away as soon as they hear their father's steps, or to notice their absolute reticence in his presence. Children's deference for their mothers is less formal, but almost equally great. Oppert in Gartingisch Geliat Anzeigen, 1879 SQQ. Hamel, Dissemitischen Volker Ansprachen, Roman 1 Meissner, Beiträge zum Altbabylonischen Privatrecht SQ. Maspero, Dawn of Civilization. Hamel Up Sit, Roman 1 Meissner Up Sit. Laws of Hammurabi, 117. Ibid 168. Hamel Up Sit, Roman 1. Meissner Up Sit. Ewald, Antiquities of Israel, Wellhausen, Prolegomena to the History of Israel. Exodus 21, SQ. Genesis 24, 28, SQ, Exodus, Roman 34, Deuteronomy, Roman 7:3. Cf. Michaelis Commentaries on the Laws of Moses, Roman 1. Cf. Ewald op sit. Gans des Urbrecht in Weltgeschichtlicher Entwicklung, Roman 1. Philo Judas Opera 1, SQQ. Urquhart Spirit of the East 2, SQ. Lane Manners and Customs of the Modern Egyptians, cf. Poole Studies in Mohammedanism. Cf. Urquhart op sit. 2, SQ. Among the ancient Romans, in relation to the housefather, all in the household were destitute of legal rights wife, and the child no less than the bullock, or the 611 slave 127, the father not only had judicial authority over his children implying the right of inflicting capital punishment on them 128, but he could sell them at discretion. Even the grown-up son and his children were subject to the housefather's authority 130, and in marriage without conventio in manum, a daughter remained in the power of her father or tutor even after marriage. Filial piety, including reverence not only for the father, but for the mother also, was regarded as a most sacred duty. To the ancient Roman, the parents were hardly less sacred beings than the gods. Mommsen, History of Rome, Roman 1. Supra. Dionysius of Halicarnassus, Antiquitates Roman, Roman 2. Institutions, Roman 1:3. Westermarck op sit. Lest gearkoitelisch rechtsgeschicht SQQ, idem altarisches jus gentium. Valerius Maximus, Roman 1:13, pari vindicta parentum ac diorum violatio expianda est. Servius in Virgile Georgicon, 2, sacra diorum sancta apud illos sunt, sancti etiam parents. It has been suggested by Sir Henry Maine and others that the patria potestas of the Romans was a survival of the paternal authority which existed among the primitive Aryans, but no clear evidence of the general prevalence of such unlimited authority among other so-called Aryan peoples has been adduced. The ancient jurist observed, "The power which we have over our children is peculiar to Roman citizens, for there are no other nations possessing the same power over their children as we have over ours." 135. That among the Greeks and Teutons the father had the right to expose his children in their infancy, to sell them, in case of urgency, as long as they remained in his power 136, and to give away his daughters in marriage 137, does not imply the possession of a sovereignty like that which the Roman housefather exercised over his descendants of all ages. In Greece and among all the Teutonic 612 nations, the father's authority over his sons came to an end when the son grew up and left his home. But here again, we must distinguish between the legal rights of parents and the duties of children. There are numerous passages in the Greek writings which put filial piety on a par with the duties towards the gods. Main ancient law, Fustel de Coulanges la Cite Antique SQQ, here an Aryan household. Institutions, Roman 1:2. Lest gearkoitelisch rechtsgeschicht SQ. Grimm, Deutschrich Salterthumer SQ. Brunner, Deutschrechtsgeschicht, Roman 1. In France, the parents' right of selling their children gradually disappeared under the kings of the third race de Laurier, in Loisel, Instituts Coutumières 1. Westermarck op sit SQQ. Lest gearkoitelisch rechtsgeschicht SQ. Covit de l'Organisation de la Famille à Athens, in Revue de Legislation, Roman 24. Grimm, Deutschrich Salterthumer, Brunner, Deutschrechtsgeschicht 1, SQ. Schmidt, Ethik der alten Griechen 2, SQ. Nor is there any evidence that the patria potestas of the Roman type ever prevailed in full in India, great though the father's or parent's authority has been, and still is, among the Hindus. Among the Vedic people, the father seems to have been the head of the family only as long as he was able to be its protector and maintainer, 142 decrepit parents being even allowed to die of starvation. According to some sacred books from a later age, the father and the mother have power to give, to sell, and to abandon their son, because man formed of uterine blood and virile seed proceeds from his mother and his father as an effect from its cause. However, an only son may not be given or received in adoption, nor is a woman allowed to give or receive a son, except with her husband's permission. In other books it is said that the gift or acceptance of a child and the right to sell or buy a child are not recognized 145, and that he who casts off his son unless the son be guilty of a crime causing loss of castishol, be fined by the king 600 panas. But whatever be the legal rights of a parent, filial piety is a most stringent duty in the child. A man has 3 attigurus or specially venerable superiors, his father, mother, and spiritual teacher. To them he must always pay obedience. He must do what is agreeable and serviceable to them. He must never do anything without their leave. By honoring these 3, all that ought to be done by man is accomplished. 613 That is clearly the highest duty. Every other act is a subordinate duty. 149 Similar feelings prevail among the modern Hindus. Sir W. H. Sleeman observes, "There is no part of the world, I believe, where parents are so much reverenced by their sons as they are in India in all classes of society. The duty of daughters is from the day of their marriage transferred entirely to their husbands and their husbands' parents, but between the son and his parents, the reciprocity of rights and duties which have bound together the parent and child from infancy follows them to the grave. The sons are often actually tyrannized over by their mothers." Westermarck up, sit, sq. Rig Veda, Roman 1:5. Zimmer, Altindisches Leben. Vasishtha 15, sqq, Bodhayana Parasishta, Roman 7:2 sqq. Apostamba, Roman 2:13, 11. Laws of Manu, Roman 8 cf, Ibid, Roman 11. Apostamba, Roman 1:14, 6. Laws of Manu 2 sqq, 4 100. Institutes of Vishnu ch. 31. Laws of Manu, Roman 2. Nelson, View of the Hindu Law sq. Gani, Social Life and Morality in India in International Journal of Ethics, Roman 7. Sleeman, Rambles and Recollections of an Indian Official, 1, sqq. According to ancient Russian laws, fathers had great power over their children, 152, but it is not probable that a son could be sold as a slave. Baron von Haxthausen, who wrote before the emancipation in 1861, says that the patriarchal government, feelings and organization are in full activity in the life, manners, and customs of the great Russians. The same unlimited authority which the father exercises over all his children is possessed by the mother over her daughters. 154. It was a common custom for a father to marry his young sons to full-grown women, and in Poland also, according to Nestor, a father used to select a bride for his son. According to Professor Bajizik, the power of the father is not so great among the southern Slavs as among the Russians, 156, but a son is not permitted to make a proposal of marriage to a girl against the will of his parents, whilst a daughter, of course, enjoys still less freedom of disposing of her own hand. According to a Slavonian maxim, a father is like an earthly god to his son, 158. A curse quoted by Delorier in Loisel up, sit, Roman. Masijowski, Slavish Rechtsgeschichte, Roman 4. Von Haxthausen, Russian Empire 2, sq. Westermarck up, sit, Masijowski up, sit, Roman 2. Main Early Law and Custom, note. Cross, sit und Broch der Sudslaven pp. 314-320. Main Early Law and Custom. Among this group of peoples, also, we meet with reverence for the elder brother, for persons of a superior age generally, and especially for the aged. Obedience on the part of the younger to the elder brother is strongly inculcated by Confucianism and Taoism. In ancient China, the eldest son of the principal wife held so high a position that even his own father had to mourn for him at his death in the selfsame degree in which the son was bound to mourn for his father. 160, and in some provinces of Japan, the elder brother or sister did not even go to the funeral of the younger. In Babylonia, the elder brother occupied a privileged position in the family in relation to the younger. In one of the Mandan writings it is said, "Honor your father and your mother and your elder brother as your father." 163. According to the sacred books of the Hindus, the feet of elder brothers and sisters must be embraced, according to the order of their seniority. 164. Towards a sister of one's father and of one's mother, and towards one's own elder sister, one must behave as towards one's mother, though the mother is more venerable than they. Douglas, Confucianism and Taoism pp. 123, 124, 259, Griffey's Religions of Japan SQ. De Groot op Sit, Vol. 2 Book 1. Griffey's Religions of Japan. Hummel op Sit 1 SQ. Brandt Mande Schriffen. Epistamba Roman 114, 9 cf. Ibid Roman 114, 14 Laws of Manu Roman 2. Laws of Manu Roman 2. Again, in ancient Mexico respect was paid not only by children to their parents, but by the young to the old. Among the Yucatecans, the young reverenced much the aged 167. In China, persons of the lowest class who have attained to an unusual age have not infrequently been distinguished by the Emperor 168, and even criminals with grey hairs are treated with regard. Respect for elders, says Mencius, is the working of righteousness, 170, and it is said in Tai Shang that the good man will respect the old and cherish the young. 171. A Japanese proverb runs, regard an old man as thy father. 172. We read in Leviticus, thou shalt rise up before the hoary head, and honor the face of the old man, and fear thy God. 173. Veneration for the aged is emphatically inculcated by Islam. In the sacred books of India, it is represented as a virtue. Herodotus states that the Egyptians resembled the Lacedaemonians in the reverence the young men paid to their elders. Plato says in his Laws that everybody ought to consider that the elder has the precedence of the younger in honor, both among the gods as also among men who would live in security and happiness, wherefore it is a foolish thing and hateful to the gods to see an elder man assaulted by a younger in the city. Everybody ought to regard a person who is 20 years older than himself, whether male or female, as his father or mother, and to abstain from laying hands on any such person out of reverence to the gods who preside over birth. 177. Regard for old age lies behind such words as presbyter and the Anglo-Saxon ealdorman, and all travellers among the southern Slavs have noticed their extraordinary respect for old people. Clavigero op Sit 1 LCF Ibid Roman 1. Lander, Relation de las Cosas de Yucatan. Davis, China Roman 2. Wells Williams, Middle Empire Roman 1. Mencius Roman 715, 3. Tai Shang 3. Griffey's Mikado's Empire. Leviticus Roman 19 cf. Job 32, Proverbs 16 and Roman 20. Amir Ali, Ethics of Islam SQ. Epistamba Roman 115, Laws of Manu Roman 2. Dhammapada 109. Herodotus Roman 2. Plato Legs Roman 9 cf. Idem Respublica Roman 5. Maine Early Law and Custom. In Europe, the paternal authority of the archaic type, which we have just considered, has gradually yielded to a system under which the father has been divested of the most essential rights he formerly possessed over his children, a system, the inmost drift of which is expressed in the words of the French encyclopedist, Le pouvoir paternel est plus dart un devoir qu'un pouvoir. 179. Already in pagan times, the Roman patria potestas became a shadow of what it had been. Under the Republic, the abuses of paternal authority were checked by the censors, and in later times the emperors reduced the father's power within comparatively narrow limits. Not only was the life of the child practically as sacred as that of the parent long before Christianity became the religion of Rome 180, but Alexander Severus ordained that heavy punishments should be inflicted on members of a family by the magistrate only. Diocletian and Maximilian took away the power of selling freeborn children as slaves. The father's privilege of 616 dictating marriage for his sons declined into a conditional veto, and it seems that the daughters also, at length, gained a certain amount of freedom in the choice of a husband. Encyclopédie méthodique jurisprudence 7 art, puissance paternelle. Supra SQ. Westermarck op Sit. The new religion was anything but unfavorable to this process of emancipation. The ethical precept of filial piety was changed by Christ. His church was a militant church. He had come not to send peace but a sword, to set a man at variance against his father, and the daughter against her mother. 182 being chiefly addressed to the young, the new teaching naturally caused much disorder in families. Fathers disinherited their converted sons 183, and children thought that they owed no duty to their parents, where such a duty was opposed to the interests of their souls. According to Gregory the Great, we ought to ignore our parents, hating them and flying from them when they are an obstacle to us in the way of the Lord. 184, and this became the accepted theory of the Church. Nay, it was not only in similar cases of conflict that Christianity exercised a weakening influence on family ties, which had previously been regarded with religious veneration. In all circumstances, the relationship between child and parent was put in the shade by the relationship between man and God. Call no man your father upon the earth, for one is your Father which is in heaven. 186 If any man come to me, and hate not his father, and mother, and wife, and children, and brethren, and sisters, yea, and his own life also, he cannot be my disciple. 187 At the same time the fifth commandment, though modified by considerations which would never have occurred to the mind of an Orthodox Jew, was left formally intact. Obedience to parents was in fact repeatedly enjoined by St. Paul as a Christian duty. It was regarded as a prerequisite for the veneration of God. If we do not honor and reverence our parents, whom we ought to love next to God, and whom we have almost continually before our eyes, how can we honor or reverence God, the supreme and best of parents whom we cannot see? 189. St. Matthew 10, SQ St. Luke 12 SQQ. Tertullian Apologeticus 3 Mean Patrologi Cursus 1, SQ. St. Gregory the Great Homily in Evangelia 37, Mean Op. Cit. 76. Thomas Aquinas Summa Theologica 2, Roman 2:4. St. Matthew Roman 23. St. Luke Roman 14. Ephesians 6 SQQ, Colossians Roman 3. Catechism of the Council of Trent, Roman 3:1. Ancient, deep-rooted ideas die slowly. Whilst among Teutonic peoples the grown-up child is recognized both by custom and law as independent of the parents, and the parental authority over minors is regarded merely in the light of guardianship. 190, the Roman notions of paternal rights and filial duties have to some extent survived in Latin countries, not only through the Middle Ages, but up to the present time, above the majesty of the feudal baron, says 1000. Bernard, that of the paternal power was held still more sacred and inviolable. However powerful the son might be, he would not have dared to outrage his father, whose authority was in his eyes always confounded with the sovereignty of command. 191 Duver remarks, Nous devons tenir nos pers comme des dieux enter. 192 Baudin wrote in the later part of the 16th century that though the monarch commands his subjects, the master his disciples, the captain his soldiers, there is none to whom nature has given any command except the Father, who is the true image of the great sovereign God, universal Father of all things. 193 According to edicts of Henry III, Louis XIII, and Louis XIV, sons could not marry before the age of 30, nor daughters before the age of 25, without the consent of the father and mother, on pain of being disinherited. And even now in France considerable power is accorded to parents, not only by custom and public sentiment, but by law. A child cannot quit the paternal residence without the permission of the father before the age of 21, except for enrollment in the army. For grave misconduct by his children the father has strong means of correction. A son under 25 and a daughter under 21 could not until 1907 marry without parental consent. 197, and even when a man had attained his 25th year and a woman her 21st, both were still bound to ask for it by a formal notification. Stark La Famille dans les différentes sociétés SQQ. Bernard, quoted in Spencer's Descriptive Sociology France. Duver, quoted by de Rib, Les familles et la société en France avant la Révolution. Baudin de Republica 1. Königswarter, Histoire de l'organisation de la famille en France. Code Civil Art, 374. Ibid Art, 375 SQQ. Ibid Art 148. Ibid Art 151. The parental authority depends, in the first place, on the natural superiority of parents over their children when young, and on the helplessness of the latter, and for similar reasons the daughter, though grown up, still remains in her father's power. Parents are, moreover, considered to possess in some measure proprietary rights over their offspring, being their originators and maintainers. 199, and in various cases, it seems, the father is also regarded as their owner because he is the owner of their mother. Filial duties and parental rights to some extent spring from the children's natural feeling of affection for their parents, 200 particularly for their mother 201, and from the debt of gratitude which they are considered to owe to those who have brought them into existence and taken care of them whilst young. The authority of parents is much enhanced and extended by the sentiment of filial reverence, as distinct from mere affection. From their infancy children are used to look up to their parents, 619 especially the father, as to beings superior to themselves, and this feeling, which by itself has a tendency to persist, is all the more likely to last even when the parents get old, as it is based not only on superior strength and bodily skill, but on superior knowledge which remains. Though the physical power be on the wane, among savages in particular, filial regard is largely regard for one's elders or the aged. The old men represent the wisdom of the tribe. Long life and wisdom, say the Iroquois, are always connected together. 203 throughout all West Africa. The aged are the knowing ones. 204 in his work on the Algerian natives. 1000. Villot observes, les vieillards au milieu des sociétés barbares représentent la tradition qui tient lieu de patrie, la science des coutumes et usages qui remplacent la loi, la connaissance des généalogies qui fixe les degrés de parent et cert de base à la détermination des titres de propriété. Pour ces causes, aussi bien quen racen de leurs faiblesses et de leurs cheveux blancs, le respect pour les vieillards est de régler au milieu des indigènes. 205 Among people who possess no literature, the old men are the sole authorities on religion, as well as on custom. In Australia, the deference shown to them is partly due to the superstitious awe of certain mysterious rites which are known to them alone, and to the knowledge of which young persons are only very gradually admitted. Moreover, old age itself inspires a feeling of mysterious awe. The Moors say that, when getting old, a man becomes a saint, and a woman a jinnia, or evil spirit. There is something supernatural in both. Among the East African Mbe, it is only by means of the rankest superstition that the old men are able to maintain their supremacy over the hot-blooded youths. They convince the warriors, by presenting them 620 with some magic emblem, that in the hands of the sages alone rest the fate and fortune of those who fight in a battle. And old women also are often believed to possess supernatural power, in which case their influence, in spite of the subservient position of their sex in general, is almost as great as that of a medicine. According to the beliefs of the natives of Western Victoria, witches always appear in the form of an old woman. Among the Maoris, some of the aged women exercise the greatest influence over their tribes, being supposed to possess the power of witchcraft and sorcery. Among the Abipones, says Charlevoix, the old women take upon them to be great witches, and it would be no easy matter to convert them. 210 In Arabia, as well as in Morocco, old women are always believed to be skilled in sorcery. Cf. Vasishta 15, SQ, Banteana Parasishta Romans 7:2 SQ. For instances of filial affection among savages, see Catlin, North American Indians 2, Powers, Tribes of California, Mattel, Selenka, Sarnige, Welton, Dyaks, Seaman Vidi, Matthew, Australian Aborigines in Jure, Proceed, Roy, Soch, N.S. Wales, Roman 23. For instances of great affection for the mother, see Munzinger, Ostafrikanische Studien, Beria and Kanama, Winterbottom, Native Africans in the neighborhood of Sierra Leone, 1, Park, Travels in the Interior of Africa, New Op. Sit. Wanaka, François Nama und Damara, Deutsch Südwest Africa, Mountain Damaras, Rowley, Africa Unveiled, Lane, Manners and Customs of the Modern Egyptians, SQ, Urquhart Op. Sit. 2, SQ, Turks, Schmidt, Ethik der Alten Griechen 2, 155. It is said in the Talmud that the child loves its mother more than its father, whilst it fears its father more than its mother. Deutsch Literary Remains. H. Siro King, 9 Sacred Books of the East 3, Laws of Manu, Roman 2, Plato, Legs, Roman 4. Laskill, History of the Mission of the United Brethren among the Indians in North America, Roman 1. Kingsley, West African Studies. Villot Meurs, Coutumes et Institutions des Indigènes de l'Algérie. Schuurman, Aboriginal Tribes of Port Lincoln in Woods, Native Tribes of South Australia, cf. Nelson Eskimo about Bering Strait in Anne, Rep Burr, Ethan, Roman 18. Chandler Up Sit, pp. 247-252. Dawson, Australian Aborigines. Angers, Savage Life and Scenes in Australia and New Zealand, Roman 1. Charlevoix, History of Paraguay, Roman 1. Niebuhr, Travels in Arabia, Roman 2. The beliefs held regarding the dead also influence the treatment of the aged whose lives are drawing to an end. Certain African tribes treat their old people with every kindness in order to secure their goodwill after death. A missionary in East Africa heard a Negro say with reference to an old man, "We will do what he says, because he is soon going to die." 213. The Omahas were afraid to abandon their aged on the prairie when away from their permanent villages lest Wakanda should punish them. 214. And in this case it seems that Wakanda, at least originally meant the ghost of the dead. The Nias is an egoist ever in his respect for the old, because he hopes that they will protect and assist him when they are dead. In China, the doctrine that ghosts may interfere at any moment with human business and fate, either favorably or unfavorably, enforces respect for human life and a charitable 621 treatment of the infirm, the aged, and the sick, especially if they stand on the brink of the grave. 216. The regard for the aged and the worship of the dead are often mentioned together in a way which suggests that there exists an intrinsic connection between them. Of the Dakotas, Prescott observes, veneration is very great in some Indians for old age, and they all feel it for the dead. 217. The worship of ancestors is a distinguishing characteristic of the religious system of southern Guinea. The profound respect for aged persons, by a very natural operation of the mind, is turned into idolatrous regard for them, when dead. 218. The Barotse chiefly worship the souls of their ancestors. Cognate to this worship of ancestors is the great respect displayed for parents, and the old, especially the eldest of a family or tribe. 219. Among the Herero, the tomb of a father is the most important of all holy places. The soul of a father, the oracle, most often consulted. 220. The Eaters of the Philippine Islands have a profound respect for old age and for their dead. 221. The Arsetes show the greatest love and veneration to their parents, to old age generally, and especially to the memory of their ancestors. 222. In cases like these, however, it is impossible accurately to distinguish between cause and effect. Whilst the worship of the dead is, in the first place, due to the mystery of death, it is evident that the regard in which a person is held during his lifetime also influences the veneration which is bestowed on his disembodied soul. Arnott Op Sit Note. Lippert Kulturgeschichte der Menschheit, Roman 1. Dorsey, Omaha Sociology in Anne, Rep Burr, Ethan, Roman 3 cf, Ibid. Mardigliani, Viagio Aeneas. De Groot Op Sit, Vol 4 Book 2. Prescott in Schoolcraft, Indian Tribes of the United States, Roman 2. Wilson, Western Africa, SQ. De Clay, 3 Years in Savage Africa, SQ. Francois Op Sit. Foreman Op Sit. Von Haxthorsen, Transcaucasia. There are thus obvious reasons for the connection between filial submissiveness and religious beliefs, but the chief cause of this connection seems to be the extreme importance frequently attached to the curses and blessings of parents. Among the Nandi in Central Africa, if a 622 son refuses to obey his father in any serious matter, the father solemnly strikes the son with his fur mantle. This is equivalent to a most serious curse, and is supposed to be fatal to the son unless he obtains forgiveness, which he can only do by sacrificing a goat before his father. 223. Among the Mpongwe, there is nothing which a young person so much deprecates as the curse of an aged person, and especially that of a revered father. 224. The Beria and Kanama are convinced that any undertaking which has not the blessing of the old people will fail, that every curse uttered by them must be destructive. Among the Bogos, nobody takes an employment or gives it up, nobody engages in a business or contracts a marriage, before he has received the blessing of his father or his master. Among the Herero, when a chief feels his dissolution approaching, he calls his sons to the bedside, and gives them his benediction. 227. The Moors have a proverb, that if the saints curse you the parents will cure you, but if the parents curse you the saints will not cure you. The ancient Hebrews believed that parents, and especially a father, could by their blessings or curses determine the fate of their children. 228 Indeed, we have reason to assume that the reward which in the fifth commandment is held out to respectful children was originally a result of parental blessings. We still meet with the original idea in Ecclesiasticus, where it is said, "Honor thy father and mother both in word and deed, that a blessing may come upon thee from them. For the blessing of the father establisheth the houses of children, but the curse of the mother rooteth out foundations." 229 The same notion that the parents' blessings beget prosperity, and that their curses bring ruin, prevailed in ancient Greece. Plato says 623 in his Laws, "Neither God, nor a man who has understanding, will ever advise anyone to neglect his parents if a man has a father or mother, or their fathers or mothers treasured up in his house stricken in years. Let him consider that no statue can be more potent to grant his requests than they are, who are sitting at his hearth if only." He knows how to show true service to them. Oedipus, as tradition says, when dishonored by his sons, invoked on them curses which everyone declares to have been heard and ratified by the gods, and Amintor in his wrath invoked curses on his son Phoenix, and Theseus upon Hippolytus, and innumerable others have also called down wrath upon their children. Whence it is clear that the gods listen to the imprecations of parents, for the curses of parents are, as they ought to be, mighty against their children as no others are. And shall we suppose that the prayers of a father or mother who is specially dishonored by his or her children are heard by the gods in accordance with nature, and that if a parent is honored by them, and in the gladness of his heart earnestly entreats the gods in his prayers to do them good, he is not equally heard, and that they do not minister to his request? Therefore, if a man makes a right use of his father and grandfather and other aged relations, he will have images which above all others will win him the favor of the gods. 230 Originally, the efficacy of parents' curses and blessings were ascribed to a magic power immanent in the spoken word itself, and their Erinais, who were no less terrible than the Erinais of neglected guests, 231 were only personifications of their curses. But in this, as in other similar cases already noticed, the fulfillment of the curse or the blessing came afterwards to be looked upon as an act of divine justice. According to Plato, Nemesis, the messenger of justice, watches over unbecoming words uttered 624 to a parent, 233, and Hesiod says that if anybody reproaches an aged father or mother, Zeus himself is wroth, and at last, in requital for wrong deeds, lays on him a bitter penalty. 234 It also seems to be beyond all doubt that the divi parentum of the Romans, like their dei hospitals, were nothing but personified curses. For it is said, if a son beat his parent and he cry out, the son shall be devoted to the parental gods for destruction. 235 In aristocratic families in Russia, children used to stand in mortal fear of their father's curses. 236 And the country people still believe that a marriage without the parents' approval will call down the wrath of heaven on the heads of the young couple. Some of the southern Slavs maintain that if a son does not fulfill the last will of his father, the soul of the father will curse him from the grave. The Servians say, without reverence for old men, there is no salvation. 239 Johnston, Uganda Protectorate, Roman 2. Wilson, Western Africa. Munzinger, Ostafrikanische Studien. Idem, Sitten der Bogos SQ. Anderson, Lekangami. Genesis 9, SQQ. 27, 19, 23, 25, 27 SQQ. 48, 14 SQQ. 49, 7 SQQ. Judges, Roman 17 cf. Chain, Blessings and Cursings in Encyclopaedia Biblica. 1. Noach, Blessing and Cursing in Jewish Encyclopedia, Roman 3. Ecclesiasticus 3, SQCF, Ibid, Roman 3. Plato Legs 11, SQCF, Ibid, Roman 4. Aeschylus Eumenides, 545 SQQ. See Iliad 21, SQ. Sophocles Dippus Carlonius 1299-1434, Van Lassaulx Der Flutschbegreitchen und Romern, Muller Dissertations on the Eumenides SQQ. Rode Paralipomena in Rheinisches Museum für Philologie 1895. Plato Legs Roman 4. Hesiod Opera et Dies 331 SQQ, 329 SQQ. Servius Tullius in Bruns, Fons Juris Romani Antiqui, and Festus de verborum signification ver, plore, si parentum pure verberit ast al ploricit pure divis parentum sacer esto. Cf. Lest altarisches jus civil Roman 1. I am indebted to Prince Kropotkin for this statement. Kowalewski, Modern Customs and Ancient Laws of Russia. Cross opposite. Main, Early Law and Custom. In various instances, the rewards or punishments attached to the behavior of children seem to spring from the belief in parental blessings and curses, although the cause is not expressly mentioned. According to ancient Hindu ideas, a father, mother, and spiritual teacher are equal to the three Vedas, equal to the three gods, Brahman, Vishnu, and Siva. A man who shows no regard for them derives no benefit from any religious observance, whereas by honoring his mother he gains the present world, by honoring his father the world of gods, and by paying strict obedience to his spiritual teacher, the world of Brahman. 241. As in Greece a person who had assaulted his parent was regarded as polluted by a curse. 242. So according to the sacred law of India, those who quarrel with their father, and those who have forsaken their father, mother, or spiritual teacher, defile a company and must not be entertained at a srad or offering. Those who have struck any of these persons cannot be readmitted until they have been purified with water taken from a sacred lake or river. The stain of disobedience towards mother and father is purged away with barleycorns, like food which has been licked at by dogs or pigs, or defiled by crows and impure men. In the Dhammapada it is said that to him who always greets and constantly reveres the aged four things will increase, namely, life, beauty, happiness, and power. The Koreans believe that the richest rewards on earth and brightest heaven hereafter await the filial child, whereas curses and disgrace in this life, and the hottest hell in the world hereafter, are the penalties of the disobedient or neglectful child. 247. It seems to have been a notion of the ancient Egyptians that a son who accepted the word of his father would attain old age on that account. The following is an exhortation which an Aztec gave to his son God against imitating the example of those wicked sons who, like brutes that are deprived of reason, neither reverence their parents, listen to their instruction, nor submit to their correction, because whoever follows their steps will have an unhappy end, will die in a desperate or sudden manner, or will be killed and devoured by wild beasts. 249. And if an Aztec married without the sanction of his parents, the belief was that he would be punished with some misfortune. The Aleuts were of opinion that those who were attentive to feeble old men, expecting in exchange their good advice only, would be long-lived and fortunate in the chase and in war, and would not be neglected when growing old. 626 themselves. In the Tonga Islands, disrespect to one's superior relations is little short of sacrilege to the gods, and to pay respect to chiefs is a superior sacred duty, the non-fulfillment of which it is supposed the gods would punish almost as severely as disrespect to themselves. 252. In the same islands great efficacy is ascribed to curses which are uttered by a superior. Institutes of Vishnu, Roman 31. Laws of Manu, Roman 2. Institutes of Vishnu 31, SQ cf. Laws of Manu 2 SQ. Plato, Legs, Roman 9. Institutes of Vishnu AD 2, SQQ. Vasishtha 15, SQ. Bodhayana Roman 3-5, Institutes of Vishnu Roman 48. Dhammapada 109. Griffiths Korea. Precepts of Tar-Hotep 39. Clavigero up, sit, Roman 1. Torquemada Monarchia Indiana Roman 2. Torquemada up, sit, Roman 2. Vini Aminov quoted by Petrov Lark, sit. Mariner up, sit, 2 155. Ibid Roman 2. Why are the blessings and curses of parents supposed to possess such an extraordinary power? One reason is no doubt the mystery of old age and the nearness of death. As appears from several of the cases already referred to, it is not parents only but old people generally that are held capable of giving due effect to their good and evil wishes, and this capacity is believed to increase when life is drawing to its close. The Herero know really no blessing save that conferred by the father on his deathbed. 254. According to old Teutonic ideas, the curse of a dying person was the strongest of all curses. A similar notion prevailed among the ancient Arabs, 256, and among the Hebrews the father's mystic privilege of determining the weal or woe of his children was particularly obvious when his days were manifestly numbered. But at the same time, parental benedictions and imprecations possess a potency of their own owing to the parent's superior position in the family and the respect in which they are naturally held. The influence which such a superiority has upon the efficacy of curses is well brought out by various facts. According to the Greek notion, the Erinnyes avenged wrongs done by younger members of a family to elder ones, even brothers and sisters, but not vice versa. The Arabs of Morocco say that the curse of a husband is as potent as that of a father. The Tonga Islanders believe 627 that curses have no effect if the party who curses is considerably lower in rank than the party cursed 259. Moreover, where the father was invested with sacerdotal functions, was the case among the ancient nations of culture. His blessings and curses would for that reason also be efficacious in an exceptional degree. Ratzel, History of Mankind, Roman 2. Grimm, Teutonic Mythology, Roman 4. Wellhausen, Rister Arabischen Heidentums, pp. 139-191. Chain in Encyclopaedia Biblica, Roman 1. Iliad 15. Thou knowest how the Erinnyes do always follow to aid the elder-born. Cf. Muller, Dissertations on the Eumenides Sq. Mariner op Sit, Roman 2. Cf. Noack in Jewish Encyclopedia 3, Sq. However, the facts which we have hitherto considered are hardly sufficient to account for the extraordinary development of the paternal authority in the archaic state. Great though it be, the influence which magic and religious beliefs exercise upon the paternal authority is, as we have just seen, largely of a reactive character. A father's blessings would not be so eagerly sought for, nor would his curses be so greatly feared if he were a less important personage in the family. So too, as Sir Henry Maine aptly remarks, the father's power is older than the practice of worshipping him. Why should the dead father be worshipped more than any other member of the household, unless he was the most prominent, it may be said, the most awful figure in it during his life? 261. We must assume that there exists some connection between the organization of the family and the political constitution of the society. At the lower stages of civilization, though hardly at the very lowest, we frequently find that the clan has attained such an overwhelming importance that only a very limited amount of authority could be claimed by the head of each separate family. But as will be shown in a following chapter, this was changed when clans and tribes were united into a state. The new state tended to weaken and destroy the clan system, whereas at the same time the family grew in strength. In early society, there seems to be an antagonism between the family and the clan. Where the clan bond is very strong, it encroaches upon the family feeling, and where it is loosened, the family gains. Hence Dr. Gross is probably right in his 628 assumption that the father became a patriarch, in the true sense of the word, only as the inheritor of the authority which formerly belonged to the clan. Main Early Law and Custom. Gross Die Formen der Family. But whilst in its early days the state strengthened the family by weakening the clan, its later development had a different tendency. When national life grew more intense, when members of separate families drew nearer to one another in pursuit of a common goal, the family again lost in importance. It has been observed that in England and America, where political life is most highly developed, children's respect for their parents is at a particularly low ebb. Other factors also, inherent in progressive civilization, contributed to the downfall of the paternal power, the extinction of ancestor worship, the decay of certain superstitious beliefs, the declining influence of religion, and last, but not least, the spread of a keener mutual sympathy throughout the state, which could not tolerate that the liberty of children should be sacrificed to the despotic rule of their fathers. Munier Williams, Indian Wisdom, N1. Chapter 26, The Subjection of Wives. Among the lower races, as a rule, a woman is always more or less in a state of dependence. When she is emancipated by marriage from the power of her father, she generally passes into the power of her husband, but the authority which the latter possesses over his wife varies extremely among different peoples. Frequently the wife is said to be the property or slave of her husband. In Fiji, the women are kept in great subjection like other property. Wives may be sold at pleasure, and the usual price is a musket one. The Carib woman is always in bondage to her male relations. To her father, brother, or husband, she is ever a slave, and seldom has any power in the disposal of herself. Too many North American Indians are said to treat their wives much as they treat their dogs. Among the Shoshones, the man is the sole proprietor of his wives and daughters, and can barter them away, or dispose of them in any manner he may think proper. For among the East African Wanaka, a woman is a toy, a tool, a slave in the very worst sense. Indeed, she is treated as though she were a 630 mere brute. 5 Many other statements to a similar effect are met with in ethnographical literature. Wilkes, U.S. Exploring Expedition, Roman 3. Brett, Indian Tribes of Guyana. Harmon, Journal of Voyages in the Interior of North America. Lewis and Clark, Travels to the Source of the Missouri River. New Life, Wanderings and Laborings in Eastern Africa. Gibbs, Tribes of Western Washington and Northwestern Oregon, in Contributions to N. American Ethnology, Roman 1 von Martius, Beiträge zur Ethnographie Americas 1. Brazilian Indians, Reed, Savage Africa, Negroes of Equatorial Africa. Proyart, History of Longo in Pinkerton, Collection of Voyages and Travels 16. Negroes of Longo. Anderson, Notes on Travel in South Africa, Ovambo. Castron, Nordiska Resor Akfuskninga 1, 2 Arstiaks. In all these cases, women are said to be mere articles of commerce, or slaves, or kept in a state of dependence bordering on slavery. In other instances, women are said to be oppressed by their husbands, or treated as inferior beings. Waits, Gerland, Anthropology der Nativalka 3, North American Indians 6, Melanesians, Bancroft, Native Races of the Pacific States 1, Hare and Sheep Indians, Powers, Tribes of California, Yuki. Tucky, Expedition to Explore the River Zaire, Negroes, Ling Roth, Aborigines of Tasmania. Yet it seems that even in cases where the husband's power over his wife is described as absolute, custom has not left her entirely destitute of rights. Of the Australian Aborigines in general, it is said that the husband is the absolute owner of his wife or wives. 7 of the natives of Central Australia, that each father of a family rules absolutely over his own circle. 8 of certain tribes in West Australia, that the state of slavery in which the women are kept is truly deplorable, and that the mere presence of their husbands makes them tremble. But we have reason to believe that there is some exaggeration in these statements, and they certainly do not hold good of the whole Australian race. We have noticed above that custom does not really allow the Australian husband full liberty to kill his wife. For punishing or divorcing her, he must sometimes have the consent of the tribe. There are even cases in which a wife, whose husband has been unfaithful to her, may complain of his conduct to the elders of the tribe, and he may have to suffer for it. In northwest central Queensland, the women are on one special occasion, 631, allowed themselves to inflict punishments upon the men. At a certain stage of the initiation ceremony, each woman can exercise her right of punishing any man who may have ill-treated, abused, or hammered her, and for whom she may have waited months or perhaps years to chastise. 13 of the natives of Central Australia, Messrs. Spencer and Gillen, say that the women are certainly not treated usually with anything which could be called excessive harshness. 14, and we hear from various authorities that in several Australian tribes married people are often much attached to each other, and continue to be so even when they grow old. Among the Aborigines of New South Wales, for instance, the husbands are as a general rule fond of their wives, and the wives loyal and affectionate to their husbands. 16 Nay, white men who have lived among the blacks assure us that there are henpecked husbands even in the Australian desert. Kerr, The Australian Race, Roman 1. Eyre, Expeditions of Discovery into Central Australia, Roman 2. Salvado, Memoirs historiques sur l'Australie. For other similar statements referring to the Australian Aborigines, see Niebuhr, Slavery as an Industrial System. Supra. Niebuhr op sit. Ibid. Roth Ethnal, Studies among the Northwest Central Queensland Aborigines, pp. 141-176. Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia. Westermarck, History of Human Marriage. Sterling, Report of the Horn Expedition to Central Australia, Anthropology. Hill and Thornton, Aborigines of New South Wales. Calvert, Aborigines of Western Australia. Other instances may be added to show that the so-called absolute authority of husbands over their wives is not to be taken too literally. Of the Guiana Indians, Sir E. F. Iamthurn observes, the woman is held to be as completely the property of the man as his dog. He may even sell her if he chooses 18, but in another place, the same authority admits not only that the women in a quiet way may have a considerable influence with the men, but that, even if the men were, though this is in fact quite contrary to their nature inclined to treat them cruelly, public opinion would prevent this. 19 of the Plains Indians of the United States. Colonel Dodge writes, the husband owns his wife entirely. He may abuse her, beat her, even kill her without question. She is more absolutely a slave than any Negro before the War of Rebellion. But 632, on the following page, we are told that custom gives to every married woman of the tribes the absolute right to leave her husband and become the wife of any other man, the sole condition being that the new husband must have the means to pay for her. 20 among the Chipuans, the women are said to be as much in the power of the men as any other articles of their property, although, at the same time, they are always consulted and possess a very considerable influence in the traffic with Europeans and other important concerns. 21 among the Mongols, a woman is entirely dependent on her husband, yet in the household the rights of the wife are nearly equal to those of the husband. 22 Dr. Polichk tells us that among the Somals, Danakil and Galas, a wife has no rights whatever in relation to her husband, being merely a piece of property. But subsequently we learn that she is his equal, and a mistress of her own. Will 23 We must certainly not, like Mr. Spencer, conclude that where women are exchangeable for oxen or other beasts, they are of course regarded as equally without personal rights. The bride price is a compensation for the loss sustained in the giving up of the girl, and a remuneration for the expenses incurred in her maintenance till the time of her marriage. 25 It does not eo ipso confer on the husband absolute rights over her. With reference to certain tribes in southeastern Africa, the Rev. James MacDonald observes, a man obtains a wife by giving her father a certain number of cattle. This, though often called such, is not purchase in the usual sense of the word. The woman does not become a chattel. She cannot be resold or ill-treated beyond well-defined legal limits. She retains certain rights to property and an interest in the cattle paid for her. They are a guarantee for the husband's good. 633 Behavior 26 There are even peoples among whom the husband's authority hardly exists, although he has had to pay for his wife. Iamthurn, Indians of Guiana. Ibid. Dodge are wild Indians. Sq. Mackenzie, Voyages to the Frozen and Pacific Oceans, p. 122. Sq. Schoolcraft, Archives of Aboriginal Knowledge, Roman 5. Przewalski, Mongolia 1, Sqq. Polichk, Ethnography, Nordost Africas, pp. 189, 190, 244. Spencer, Principles of Sociology, Roman 1. Westermarck, History of Human Marriage. MacDonald, Light in Africa. E.g. the Navajos and Pelu Islanders. Westermarck, Op. Cit. pp. 392, 393, 398 Sq. For the position of wives among these peoples, see Infra, pp. 638, 643. Among many peoples, the hardest drudgeries of life are said to be imposed on the women. Among the Kachin, the women are literally beasts of burden to their lords and masters. All the heavy work is performed by them. 28 The Californian Karok, while on a journey, lays by far the greatest burdens on his wife, whom he regards as a drudge. Among the Kenestinos, the life of the women is an uninterrupted succession of toil and pain, hence they are sometimes known to destroy their female children, to save them from the miseries which they themselves have suffered. 30 The condition of the women among the Chamas, says von Humboldt, like that in all semi-barbarous nations, is a state of privation and suffering. The hardest labour is their share. 31 Among the Australian Aborigines, wives have to undergo all the drudgery of the camp and the march, have the poorest food and the hardest work. 32 In Eastern Central Africa, the women hold an inferior position. They are viewed as beasts of burden, which do all the harder work. 33 Among the Kakians, the men are averse to labour, but the lot of all women, irrespective of rank, is one of drudgery. 34 And so forth. But it seems that 634 these and similar statements, however correct they be, hardly express the whole truth. In early society each sex has its own pursuits. The man is responsible for the protection of the family, and ultimately for its support. His occupations are such as require strength and agility fighting, hunting, fishing, the construction of implements for the chase and war, and frequently the cutting of trees and the building of lodges. The woman may accompany him as a helpmate on his expeditions, sometimes even participating in the battle 37, and when they travel she generally carries the baggage. But her principal occupations are universally of a domestic kind. She procures wood and water, prepares the food, dresses skins, makes clothes, takes care of the children. She moreover supplies the household with vegetable food, gathers roots, berries, acorns, and so forth, and among agricultural peoples very frequently cultivates the soil. Whilst cattle rearing, having developed out of the chase, is largely a masculine pursuit. 38 Agriculture, having developed out of collecting seeds and plants, originally devolves on the women. Hardesty, Lauchu Indians in Smithsonian Report, 1866. Powers Op. Sit. Sq. Schoolcraft, Archives of Aboriginal Knowledge, Roman 5. Von Humboldt, Personal Narrative of Travels, Roman 3. Kerr, The Australian Race, Roman 1. MacDonald, Afrikaner, Roman 1. Anderson, Mandalay Timomian. For other instances see Mackenzie, Voyages to the Frozen and Pacific Oceans, Rocky Mountain Indians, Parker in Schoolcraft Archives 5. Comanches I am Thurn Op. Sit. Guiana Indians, Keen Botacudos in Jour, Anther, Inst. 13. Weddell, Voyage Towards the South Pole, Darwin, Journal of Researches and Bove, Patagonia Fusions, Nibua Op. Sit. SQQ. Australian Aborigines, Williams and Calvert, Fiji. Forster, Voyage Round the World, 2 Natives of Tana of the New Hebrides. Zimmerman, in Seln des Indischen Unstillen Meers 2. New Caledonians, 105 New Irelanders. Lewin, Wild Races of Southeastern India pp. 192 Taunther, 254 SQ. Kookies, Roni, Wild Tribes of India, Most of the Wild Tribes of India. Read Op. Sit. pp. 51 259 545 Various African peoples. Waits, Anthropology der Natervalke, 2 Negroes. Valdau Ombachwile Fokit in Immer 5 169. C. Spencer, Principles of Sociology 1, SQQ. For women taking part in battles, see Schoolcraft, Indian Tribes of the United States 1. Comanches, Powers Op. Sit. pp. 246 Shastika Indians of California, 253 Modoc Indians of California, Waits Jerland Op. Sit. 3 Caribs 6 Maoris Wilkes Op. Sit. 5 Kingsmill Islanders, Kotzebue Voyage of Discovery into the South Sea 3. Natives of Radek. Gross, Die Formen der Family SQQ. Ibid, Hildebrand Recht und Sit auf den Verskidenen Worthschiftlichen Kulturstufen SQQ. Dargun Ursprung und Entwicklungsgeschichte des Eigentums in Zeitcher. F. Virgil, Rich Swiss. 5 110. Butcher, Die Entstehung der Volkswirtschaft SQQ. Schertz das Afrikanisch Duab, Ling Roth Origin of Agriculture in Jour, Anther, Inst. 16, SQ. Mason Woman's Share in Primitive Culture pp. 15 SQQ, 146 SQQ, 277 SQ. Havelock Ellis Man and Woman, von den Steinen unter den Natervölkern Zentral Brasilians. Von Schewitz Haljosen der Amazonas Peruvian Indians. Waits Op. Sit. 3 Caribs, Prescott in Schoolcraft Indian Tribes of the United States 1. Dakotas, Colden Ibid. 3. Seaver Narrative of the Life of Mrs. Mary Jemison Iroquois. Die Beluga Negritos der Province Pampenga Luzon in Globus, Roman 41 Zala, Cameron 3, Banaka and Bapuku. Mala Pagels and Glirup Tree Ri Congo 1 137 Kulu Negroes 270 Bakongo. Valdo in Immer 5 Bakwale, Burrows Natives of the Upper Well District in Jour, Anther, Inst. 28 Neum. New Op. Sit. pp. 114 Wanaka 359 Wataveta. Stulman mit Emin Pasha ins Hers von Africa Waganda. Pog I am Reich des Muata Jamwo Calendar of Masumba. Declare 3 years in Savage Africa pp. 78 79 85 Barotzi 160 Matabili. Von Weber Virjar in Africa 2. Zulus. There are, however, exceptions to the rule. Among the Creeks and Cherokee Indians, not a third part as many women as men are seen at work in their plantations. Bartram, in Trans. American Ethen, Soch, 3pt1. Among the Wakamba, both sexes work in the fields, all heavy work, such as clearing and breaking new ground, being done by men. Declare up. Sit. Among various peoples, indeed, such agricultural work as requires considerable strength devolves on the male sex. Hildebrand, up. Sit. Sqq. Havelock Ellis, man and woman. In the Malay archipelago, the men are chiefly engaged in the fieldwork. Ratzel, History of Mankind, 1. In the Kingsmill Islands. Wilkes, up. Sit. 5. Tonga Cook, Voyage to the Pacific Ocean, 1. Sqq, and the Caroline Group. Kentova, quoted Ibid. 1. Note the soil is cultivated by the men. Among the Gallas, whilst the women tend the sheep and oxen in the field, and manage the hives of bees, the men plough, sow, and reap. Harris, Highlands of Ethiopia, 3. The various occupations of life are thus divided between the sexes according to rules, and though the formation of these rules no doubt has been more or less influenced by the egoism of the stronger sex, the essential principle from which they spring lies deeper. They are on the whole in conformity with the indications which nature herself has given. Take, for instance, the apparently cruel custom of using the women as beasts of burden, to the superficial observer as 1,000. Pinart remarks with special reference to the Panama Indians, it may indeed seem strange that the woman should be charged with a heavy load, while the man walking before her carries nothing but his weapons. But a little reflection will make it plain that the man has good reason for keeping himself free and mobile. The little caravan is surrounded with dangers. When traversing a savanna or a forest, a hostile Indian may appear at any moment, or a tiger or a snake may lie in wait for the travelers. Hence the man must be on the alert, and ready in an instant to catch his arms to defend himself and his family against the aggressor. Darbrajoffer writes, the luggage being all committed to the women, the Abipones travel armed 636 with a spear alone, that they may be disengaged to fight or hunt, if occasion require. 41. Pinart quoted by Niebuhr, up. Sit. Darbrajoffer, account of the Abipones, Roman 2 cf. Wide nuid rise nac Brasilian 2, 37 Botacudos, Giddings, Principles of Sociology sq. Moreover, whatever may have been the original reason for allotting a certain occupation to the one sex to the exclusion of the other, any such restriction has subsequently been much emphasized by custom, and in many cases by superstition as well. In Africa, it is a common belief that the cattle get ill if women have anything to do with them. Hence, among most Negro races, milking is only permitted to men. In southeastern Africa, a woman must not enter the cattle fold. 45. The Bechuanas never allow women to touch their cattle, hence the men have to plough themselves. In North America, Indian custom and superstition ordain that the wife must carefully keep away from all that belongs to her husband's sphere of action. On the other hand, among the Dakotas, the men do not often interfere with the work of the women, neither will they help them if they can avoid it, for fear of being laughed at and called a woman. 48. In Abyssinia, it is infamy for a man to go to market to buy anything. He cannot carry water or bake bread, but he must wash the clothes belonging to both sexes, and in this function the women cannot help him. 49. Among the Bini Arslan tribe in Morocco, the women of the village where I was staying were quite horrified when one of my native servants set out to fetch water. They would on no account allow him to do what they said was a woman's business. The Greenlander regards it as scandalous for a man to interfere with any occupation which belongs to the women. When he has brought his booty to land, he troubles himself no further about it, for it would be a stigma on his character. 637, if he so much as drew a seal out of the water. 50. Among the Bakongo, a man would be much ridiculed by the women themselves, if he wanted to help them in their work in the field. Sometimes agriculture is supposed to be dependent for success on a magic quality in woman, intimately connected with childbearing. Some Orinoco Indians said to Father Gumilla, when the women plant maize the stalk produces 2 or 3 ears, when they set the manioc the plant produces 2 or 3 baskets of root, and thus everything is multiplied. Why? Because women know how to produce children and know how to plant the corn so as to ensure its germinating. Then let them plant it. We do not know so much as they do. 53. See Crawley, Mystic Rose sq. Shirts does Afrikanisch Duub. Ratzel up sit, Roman 2. MacDonald, Life in Africa. Harlub, Central South African Tribes in Jour, Anther, inst, Roman 10. Waits up, sit, Roman 3. Prescott in Schoolcraft, Indian Tribes of the United States, Roman 3. Bruce travels to discover the source of the Nile, Roman 4. Nansen, First Crossing of Greenland, Roman 2. Krantz, History of Greenland 1 154. Marlowe Pagels in Gleerup up, sit, Roman 1. C. Payne, History of the New World, Roman 2. Miller El Orinoco Ilustrado 2, SQ. It is obvious that this strict division of labor is apt to mislead the traveling stranger. He sees the women hard at work, and the men idly looking on, and it escapes him that the latter will have to be busy in their turn, within their own sphere of action. What is largely due to the force of custom is taken to be sheer tyranny on the part of the men, and the wife is pronounced to be an abject slave of her husband, destitute of all rights. And yet the strong differentiation of work, however burdensome it may be to the wife, is itself a source of rights, giving her authority within the circle which is exclusively her own. Among the Banaka and Bapuku, the wife, though said to be her husband's property and slave, is nevertheless an autocrat in her own house, strong enough to bid defiance to her lord and master. Among the North American Indians, Schoolcraft observes, the lodge itself, with all its arrangements, is the precinct of the rule and government of the wife. The husband has no voice in this matter. 55 Many other statements to a similar effect will be quoted below. Steinmetz Rich Sverholtnis SQ. Schoolcraft, Indian in his wigwam. We have reason, then, to believe that the authority which savage husbands possess over their wives is not always quite so great as it is said to be. And we must distinctly reject as erroneous the broad statement that the lower races in general hold their women in a state of almost complete subjection. Among many of them, the married woman, though in the power of her husband, is known to enjoy a remarkable degree of independence, to be treated by him with consideration, and to exercise no small influence upon him. In several cases she is stated to be his equal, and in a few his superior. Thus Maynard says History of the Female Sex, 1. Among savage nations, the entrance into the married state is for the female the commencement of the most cruel and abject slavery, for which reason many women dread matrimony more than death. In a recent work on the primitive family, an Italian writer regards it as perhaps the most fundamental fact in the family institution that the woman is always, and everywhere sottoposta al più gravoso, mundium maritale amadori vergilge, l'istituto famigliare nel società primordiale. Among many of the South American Indians, the women have been noticed to occupy a respected position in the family or community. Thus, among the Gojeros of Colombia, in a quarrel or drunken brawl, women often save bloodshed by stepping in and tearing the weapons out of their husband's or brother's hand. Traveling with women is consequently perfectly safe, and in case of danger, if one undertakes to protect a stranger, he may rely upon coming out all right. 58 Among the Tarahumers of Mexico, in spite of their saying that one man is as good as 5 women, the woman occupies a comparatively high position in the family, and no bargain is ever concluded until the husband has consulted his wife in the matter. 59 Among the Navajos of New Mexico, the women exert a great deal of influence. 60 They are very independent of menial duties, and leave their husbands upon the slightest pretext of dislike. 61 By common consent the house, and all the domestic gear belongs entirely to the wife. 62 In 639, his description of North American Indians, Mr. Grinnell observes, the Indian woman, it is usually thought, is a mere drudge and slave, but so far as my observations extend, this notion is wholly an erroneous one. It is true that the women were the laborers of the camp, that they did all the hard work about which there was no excitement, but they were not mere servants. On the contrary, their position was very respectable. They were consulted on many subjects, not only in connection with family affairs, but in more important and general matters. Sometimes women were even admitted to the councils and spoke there, giving their advice in ordinary family conversation. Women did not hesitate to interrupt and correct their husbands when the latter made statements with which they did not agree, and the men listened to them with respectful attention, though of course this depended on the standing of the woman, her intelligence, etc. 63 Another competent observer, 10 Kate, strongly protests against the statement that, among the North American Indians, women are treated as beasts of burden, and affirms that their condition, as compared with that of the women of the lower classes in civilized countries, is rather better than worse. Among the Omahas, the women had an equal standing in society with the men. Both the husband and wife were at the head of the family, and the joint owners of the large robes and so forth, so that the man could not give away anything if his wife was unwilling. Among the Senecas, usually, the female portion ruled the house, and were doubtless clannish enough about it. The stores were in common, but woe to the luckless husband or lover who was too shiftless to do his share of the providing. No matter how many children, or whatever goods he might have in the house, he might at any time be ordered to pick up his blanket and budge 66 from documentary references, says Mr. Mooney. It is apparent that there existed among the Cherokee a custom analogous to that found among the Iroquois and probably other eastern tribes, by which the decision of important questions relating to peace and war was left to a vote of the women 67 among the Salish, or Flatheads. Although the women are required to do much hard labor, they are 640 by no means treated as slaves, but on the contrary, have much consideration and authority. 68 among the Nootka's wives are consulted in matters of trade, and in fact seem to be nearly on terms of equality with their husbands, except that they are excluded from some public feasts and ceremonies. 69 among the Indians about Puget Sound. Also, women are always consulted in matters of trade before a bargain is closed, and acquire great influence in the tribe. 70 The Tlingit woman is not the slave of her husband. She has determinate rights, and her influence is considerable. Among the natives of Cross Cape, she even possesses acknowledged superiority over the other sex. 72 Among the Western Tinne, the women do only a fair share of the work, and have a powerful voice in most affairs. 73 In Kadiak they were held in much respect, and enjoyed great liberties. Among the Kamtschadales they had the command of everything, and the husbands were their obedient slaves. Nordenskjold says of the Chukchi, the power of the woman appears to be very great. In making the more important bargains, even about weapons and hunting implements, she is, as a rule, consulted, and her advice is taken. A number of things which form women's tools she can barter away on her own responsibility, or in any other way employ, as she pleases. 76 Mr. Bancroft's statement concerning the Western Eskimo, that the lot of the women is but little better than slavery. 77 must be understood as chiefly involving the fact that they have much hard work to do. According to Dr. Seaman, they are treated, although not as equals, at least with more consideration than is customary among barbarous nations. Nay, it not infrequently happens that the woman is the chief authority of the house, and the man. 641 never makes a bargain without consulting his wife, and if she does not approve, it is rejected. 78 Among the Point Barrow Eskimo, the women appear to stand on a footing of perfect equality with the men both in the family and in the community. The wife is the constant and trusted companion of the man in everything except the hunt, and her opinion is sought in every bargain or other important undertaking. 79 In Greenland, also, though the woman is considered much inferior to the man, she is in no way oppressed. 80 And her husband consults with her on important matters. Waits Anthropology der Naturvölker 3, Guicuris, 530 Morotokos, von den Steinen unter den Naturvölkern Zentral Brasiliens Bakeri. Simon's exploration of the Gojira Peninsula in Precede, Roy, Geo, Soch, NS Roman 7. See also Candelier Rio Hacha. Lumholtz Unknown Mexico, Roman 1. Letherman in Anne, Rep. Smithsonian Inst., 1855. Eaton in Schoolcraft Archives, Roman 4. Stephen in American Anthropologist, Roman 6. Grinnell Story of the Indian, cf. Waits op. Sit. 3 Sq. 10 Kate Reisen en Onderzoekingen Noord-Amerika, cf. Ibid. 9. Dorsey Omaha Sociology in Anne, Rep. Burr, Ethan, 366. Morgan Houses and House Life of the American Aborigines Sq. See also Dixon New America. Mooney Myths of the Cherokee in Anne, Rep. Burr, Ethan, Roman 19. Hale U.S. Exploring Expedition, Vol. 6 Ethnography and Philology. Bancroft op. Sit. Roman 1 cf. Sproat Scenes and Studies of Savage Life pp. 93-95 Arts. Bancroft op. Sit. Roman 1. Craws T. Linkit Indianer. Mears Voyages to the Northwest Coast of America. Dole Alaska. Homburg Ethnographisch Skizen über die Völker des Russischen Amerika in Aktasoch, Scient, Fennig Roman 4. Stelle Beschreibung von dem Land Kamchatka. Nordenskjold, Vegasfard Kring Asian Arc Europa Roman 2. Bancroft up, sit. 1. SQ. Mr. Bancroft's authority is probably Armstrong, who says that the women are to all intents and purposes the slaves of the men and do the greater part of the outdoor work, except hunting and fishing. But he adds that they nevertheless enjoy a higher position and more consideration than is usual amongst savages. Armstrong, Personal Narrative of the Discovery of the Northwest Passage. Seaman, Narrative of the Voyage of Herald, Roman 2. Murdoch, Ethnological Results of the Point Barrow Expedition in Anne, Rep. Burr, Ethen, Roman 9. Nansen, First Crossing of Greenland, Roman 2. Nordenskjold, Den andra Dixonska Expeditionen till Grönland. Among the nomadic Tangatans, the women's rights in the household seem to Przewalski to be equal to those of the men. Of the Todas of India, it is said that their women hold a position in the family quite unlike what is ordinarily witnessed among Oriental nations. They are treated with respect, and are permitted a remarkable amount of freedom. 83 among the Khan's women are uniformly treated with respect, the mothers of families generally with much honor. Nothing is done either in public or in private affairs without consulting them, and they generally exert upon the councils of their tribes a powerful influence. A wife may quit her husband at any time, except within a year of her marriage, or when she expects offspring, or within a year after the birth of a child, though when she quits him, he has a right to reclaim immediately from her father the whole sum paid for her. Among the peasants of the northwestern provinces of India, the wife is an influential personage in the household, not a mere drudge. Little is done without her knowledge and advice. If she is badly wronged, the tribal council will protect her, and on the whole her position is perhaps not worse than that of her sisters in a similar grade of life in other parts of the world. Among the Katis, the men are much under the authority of their wives. Among the Beals, women have much influence in the society, and married men have always had the credit of allowing their wives to domineer over them. A Carl or Ho, says Dr. Hayes, makes a regular companion 642 of his wife. She is consulted in all difficulties, and receives the fullest consideration due to her sex. 88 and Colonel Dalton adds, as a rule, in no country in the world are wives better treated. 89 The Garrows are kind husbands, and their conduct generally towards the weaker sex is marked by consideration and respect. 90 The Bodo and Dimmels use their wives and daughters well, treating them with confidence and kindness. 91 The Santal treats the female members of his family with respect. 92 Among the Kukis, women are generally held in consideration. Their advice is taken, and they have much influence. 93 Mr. Kalkwahoun observes that among the Indo-Chinese races equality of the sexes prevails, and prevailed long before Buddhism took any hold upon the country. Przewalski, Mongolia, Roman 2. Marshall, a phrenologist amongst the Todas. Macpherson, Memorials of Service in India, pp. 69, 132 SQ. Crook, Northwestern Provinces of India, SQ. Roni, Wild Tribes of India. Malcolm, Memoir of Central India, Roman 2 Roni up, sit. Hayes, quoted by Dalton, Descriptive Ethnology of Bengal, cf. Bradley Burt, Chota Nagpur, SQ. Dalton up, sit. Ibid. Hodgson, Miscellaneous Essays, Roman 1. Hunter, Annals of Rural Bengal, Roman 1 cf. Immer 5 p. 24. Lewin, Wild Races of Southeastern India. Kalkwahoun amongst the Shans, cf. Fitch, Burma, Roman 2. Among the Nicobaris, the position of women is, and always has been, in no way inferior to that of the other sex. They take their full share in the formation of public opinion, discuss publicly with the men matters of general interest to the village, and their opinions receive due attention before a decision is arrived at. In fact, they are consulted on every matter, and the henpecked husband is of no extraordinary rarity in the Nicobars. 95 Mr. Crawford thinks that in the Malay archipelago the lot of women may, on the whole, be considered as more fortunate than in any other country of the East. They associate with the men in all respects on terms of such equality as surprise us. In such a condition of society 96 in Bali, they are on a perfect equality with the men. The Dayak shows great respect for his wife, and always asks her opinion. 98 He regards her not as a slave, but as a companion. 99 Among the Bataks, the married women often have a great influence over their families. In Serang they have in all matters equal rights with the men, and are consequently treated well. The women of Sulu have the reputation of ruling their 643 lords, and possess much weight in the government by the influence they exert over their husbands. 102. Claus in the Andamans and Nicobars. Crawford, History of the Indian Archipelago, Roman 1. Raffles, History of Java 2, p. 231, Bark, Headhunters of Borneo SQ. Selenka Sanij Welton, cf. Wilkes Arp Sit, Roman 5. Steinmetz Ethnol, Studien zur Ersten Entwicklung der Strafe, Roman 2. Riedel, De Sluk en Crocharij Rassen Tuschen Celebs en Papua. Wilkes Arp Sit, Roman 5. In Melanesia, the women generally have to work hard, supplying the place of slaves. 103, but at least in various islands their condition is otherwise fairly good. In the western islands of Torres Straits the women appear to have had a good deal to say on most questions, and were by no means downtrodden or illused. 104 In some parts of New Guinea, their position is described as one of high esteem. They have a large voice in domestic affairs, and occasionally lord it over their masters, and their influence is felt not only in domestic matters, but also in affairs of state. In Eromanga of the New Hebrides, although the women did all of the hard plantation work, they were on the whole well treated by their husbands. The same is said to be the case in the Solomon Islands. 108 In the eastern part of New Georgia, they do not even seem to do much work. In Micronesia, the position of woman is decidedly good. In the Marian group, the wife is absolute mistress in her house, the husband not daring to dispose of anything without her consent. Nay, the men are said to be actually governed by their wives, the women assuming those prerogatives which in most other countries are invested in the other. Sex 110 In the Pelu Islands, the women are in every respect the equals of the men. The oldest man, or abukal, of a family can do nothing without taking advice with its oldest female members. In the Caroline group, the weaker sex enjoys a perfect equality in public estimation with the other. 112 Among the Mortlach Islanders, the wife is quite independent of her husband. In the Kingsmill Islands, very great consideration is awarded to the women. They seem to have exclusive control over the house, whilst all the hard labour is performed by the 644 men. Among the Line Islanders no difference is made in the sexes. A woman can vote and speak as well as a man, and in general the women decide the question, unless it is one of war against another island. 115 In many Polynesian islands, also their position is by no means bad. In Tonga women have considerable respect shown to them on account of their sex, independent of the rank they might otherwise hold as nobles. They are not subjected to hard labour or any very menial work. 117 And their status in society is not inferior to that of men. In Samoa they are held in much consideration, treated with great attention, and not suffered to do anything but what rightfully belongs to them. 119 In the Valley of Type in the Marquesas group, the women are allowed every possible indulgence, the religious restrictions of the taboo alone excepted. They are exempt from toil, and nowhere are they more sensible of their power. 120 Rachan wrote of the Malagasy, man here never commands as a despot, nor does the woman ever obey as a slave. The balance of power inclines even in favour of the women. 121 At the present day, in Madagascar, the woman is not scorned as essentially inferior to man, but enters into her husband's cares and joys, and shares his life, much in the same way as a wife does amongst ourselves. Niebuhr Arpsit, SQQ Waits Gerland Arpsit, Roman 6. Haddon in Reports of the Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, Roman 5. Ratzel Arpsit, Roman 1. Pitcairn 2 years among the savages of New Guinea, cf. Bink in Bulletin Soc. D. Anthrop, de Paris 11, Hagen unter den Papuas pp. 226-243. Robertson Eromanga. Parkinson, zur Ethnographie der nordwestlichen Salomo in Seln. Somerville Ethnogar notes in New Georgia in Jour, Anther, Inst. 26 SQ. Moore marriage customs, Waits up Sit, 5 pt 1 SQ. Kubery die Sozialen Einrichtungen der Pelauer SQ. Cf. Idem die Palau in Seln, in Journal des Museum Godfrey, 4, Keat account of the Pelou Islands. Hale up Sit. Kubery die Bewohner der Mortloch in Seln, in Mittelungen der Geograph, Gesellschaft, in Hamburg, 18,789. Wilkes up Sit, Roman 5. Tutuila in Jour, Polynesian Soch, Roman 1. See Waits Gerland up Sit, 6 SQQ. Mariner, natives of the Tonga Islands, Roman 2. Erskine, cruise among the islands of the Western Pacific. Wilkes up Sit, Roman 2 cf. Waits Gerland up Sit, Roman 6. Melville type. Rachun Voyage to Madagascar in Pinkerton, Collection of Voyages and Travels, Roman 16747, cf. Waits up Sit, Roman 2. Little Madagascar. Turning, finally, to the African continent, we find that among the Negro races the woman, though often heavily burdened and more or less subservient to her husband, is by no means without influence. When we become more closely acquainted with family conditions, Herr Buttner observes, we notice that there, as elsewhere, husbands are under petticoat government, and those most of all who like to pose before the outer world as masters of their house. The women, including the aunts, have on all occasions, important and unimportant alike, a weighty 645 word to contribute 1-2 for the Mombatu women, according to Dr. Schweinfurth, exhibit towards their husbands the highest degree of independence. The position in the household occupied by the men was illustrated by the reply which would be made if they were solicited to sell anything as a curiosity. Oh, ask my wife. It is hers. 125 among the Momvus, the women are on a footing of equality with the men, and go hunting with them, and accompany them to the wars, taking their part in the combat. 126 among the Madi or Moru tribe of Central Africa, women are treated with respect and politeness by the men, who always show them preference, resigning to their use the best places, and paying them such like courtesies. The women associate with the men on equal terms, being consulted and honoured, and any insult to a woman is revenged, nay, is frequently the cause of war. In a Hottentot's house the woman is the supreme ruler, and the husband has nothing at all to say. While in public the men take the prominent part, at home they have not so much power even as to take a mouthful of sour milk out of the tub, without the wife's permission. If a man ever should try to do it, his nearest female relations will put a fine on him, consisting in cows and sheep, which is to be added to the stock of the wife. 128 among the peoples of Berber race, the women exercise considerable influence over the men. Among the Guanches of the Canary Islands they were much respected. Among the Tuareg la femme est legal de l'âme, si meme, par certains coats, elle nest dans une condition meilleure. 130 among the Bini Amer, a husband undertakes nothing before consulting his wife, on whose goodwill he largely depends. Of the Oulad Salomon, an Arab tribe in the Sahara, Dr. Nachtigal observes that it was curious to see how powerless those much-feared robbers and cutthroats were in their own houses. Both in the Sahara and in the East, the Bedouin women 646 enjoy a considerable degree of freedom, and sometimes actually rule over their husbands. Waits up Sit, Roman 2 Ratzel up Sit, Roman 2 Buchner Cameron Esq, Mahler Pagels and Glirrup up Sit, 1, Lukungu, Steinmetz Rich Sverhultnis Banaka and Bapuku, Lang Ibid, Washambala, Burrows Land of the Pygmies Neum, Chandler through jungle and desert Wakamba. Butner quoted by Ratzel up Sit, Roman 2. Schweinfurth Heart of Africa, Roman 2. Burrows up Sit. Felkin notes on the Madi or Moru tribe in Proceed, Roy, Soch, Edinburgh, Roman 12. Han, the supreme being of the Khoi, Bori de St. Vincent, Essai sur les Isles Fortunes, Mantegaza, Rio de la Plata y Tenerife. Diveria Exploration du Sahara, cf. Chavan di Sahara Aoust sur le Nigeret au Pays des Tuaregs. Munzinger, Ostafrikanische Studien. Nachtigall, Sahara und Sudan, Roman 2. Javan op sit. Wallen, Recenteckninger Fran Orienten, 3 152-269. Blunt, Bedouin Tribes of the Euphrates 2, 226, 228. All these statements certainly do not imply that the husband has no recognized power over his wife, but they prove that his power is by no means unlimited. It is true that many of our authorities speak rather of liberties that the woman takes herself than of privileges granted her by custom, but as we have seen before, customary rights are always more or less influenced by habitual practice. It should be added that among many savage peoples, the husband has a right to divorce his wife only under certain conditions, 135, and among a very considerable number custom or law permits the wife to separate either for some special cause, or simply at will. In certain parts of Eastern Central Africa, divorce may be effected if the husband neglects to sew his wife's clothes, or if the partners do not please each other. Among the Shans of Burma, the woman has a right to turn adrift a husband who takes to drinking or otherwise misconducts himself, and to retain all the goods and money of the partnership. Among the Urullas of the Nilgiris, the option of remaining in union, or of separating, rests principally with the woman. Among the Savaras, an aboriginal hill people of the Madras Presidency, a woman may leave her husband whenever she pleases 140. This is surely something very different from that absolute dominion which hasty generalizers have attributed to savage husbands in general. Westermarck op sit SQ. Ibid SQQ. MacDonald Afrikaner Roman 1. Colquhoun amongst the Shans. Harkness, description of a singular aboriginal race inhabiting the Nilgiri Hills. Fawcett Injure, Anthrop Soch, Bombay Roman 1. It is often said that a people's civilization may be measured by the position held by its women, but at least so far as the earlier stages of culture are concerned, this opinion is not supported by facts. Among several of the lowest races, including peoples like the Vedas, Andaman Islanders and Bushmans, the female sex is 647, treated with far greater consideration than among many of the higher savages and barbarians. Travelers have not seldom noticed that of two neighboring tribes the less cultured one sets in this respect an example to the other. Among the Bushmans, says Dr. Fritsch, the female sex makes life companions among the Abantu beasts of burden. 141 Lewis and Clark affirm that the status of woman in a savage tribe has no necessary relation even to its moral qualities in general. The Indians, they say, whose treatment of the females is mildest, and who pay most deference to their opinions, are by no means the most distinguished for their virtues. On the other hand, the tribes among whom the women are very much debased possess the loftiest sense of honor, the greatest liberality, and all the good qualities of which their situation demands the exercise. 142, that the condition of woman, or her relative independence, is no safe gauge of the general culture of a nation, also appears from a comparison between many of the lower races and the peoples of archaic civilization. Fritsch die Eingeborenen Südafrikas. Lewis and Clark op sit. In China, the condition of woman has always been inferior to that of man, and no generous sentiment tending to the amelioration of her social position has ever come from the Chinese sages. Her children must pay her respect, but she in her turn owes to her husband the subjection of a child. 144 A wife is an infinitely less important personage than a mother in the Chinese social scale. The husband has certainly not absolute power over his wife. He may not kill her, nor sell her without her consent. 146 Nor even divorce her, except for certain causes specified by law. But these causes are very elastic. 648 It is said that when a woman has any quality that is not good, it is but just and reasonable to turn her out of doors. 148 And in a book containing the cream of all the moral writings of the Chinese, and intended chiefly for children, we read, "Brothers are like hands and feet. A wife is like one's clothes. When clothes are worn out, we can substitute those that are new. When hands and feet are cut off, it is difficult to obtain substitutes for them." 149 A woman, on the other hand, cannot obtain legal separation on any account. Confucius says that man is the representative of heaven and is supreme over all things. Woman yields obedience to the instructions of man, and helps to carry out his principles. On this account she can determine nothing of herself, and is subject to the rule of the three obediences. When young she must obey her father and elder brother. When married she must obey her husband. When her husband is dead she must obey her son. 151 in Japan. Also, a woman was formerly, in the eye of the law, a chattel rather than a person. Having all her life under her father's roof reverenced her superiors, she is expected to bring reverence to her new domicile, but not love. She must always obey but never be jealous. She must not be angry, no matter whom her husband may introduce into his household. She must wait upon him at his meals and must walk behind him, but not with him. When she dies her children go to her funeral, but not her husband. 152 in Japan, a man might repudiate his wife for the same reasons as in China. 153. Until the year 1873, a wife could not obtain separation according to law. However, though the Japanese wife is the first servant of the household, training and public opinion require that she should be treated with respect, if the marriage be blessed. 649 with children. She is addressed as the honorable lady of the house, and her position is said to be higher than in any other Oriental country. Leg Religions of China pp. 107, 108, 111. De Groot Religious System of China Vol. 2 Book 1. Giles Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio 1 and 3. Doolittle Social Life of the Chinese Roman 2. Medhurst Marriage Affinity and Inheritance in China in Trans. Roy, as Soch, China Branch 4, SQ. Gray China Roman 1 Muller Rise der Fregat Novara Ethnography. Navarrete Account of the Empire of China in Aunsham and Churchill, Collection of Voyages and Travels Roman 1. Indo-Chinese Gleaner Roman 1. Gray Up Sit Roman 1. Leg Chinese Classics 1, SQ. Griffey's Religions of Japan SQ. Westermarck Up Sit. Rain Japan SQ. Ibid. Norman The Real Japan, Griffey's Religions of Japan. From various quarters of the ancient world, we hear of the rule that the husband shall command and the wife obey. The Lord said to the woman, Thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. 157. How great the husband's power was among the Hebrews we do not know exactly. He could divorce his wife if she did not please him, because he had found some uncleanness in her. 158, whereas a wife could not legally separate from her husband. In later times her condition evidently improved. From the old Jewish point of view, it is surely surprising to find Sirach putting the companionship of a wife not only above that of a friend, but even above children. In the Talmud, a husband is admonished to love his wife like himself, and to honor her more than himself. 162, though he should take care not to be ruled by her. 163, and the wife also is authorized to demand a divorce under certain circumstances, namely, if the husband refuses to perform his conjugal duty, if he continues to lead a disorderly life after marriage, if he proves impotent during 10 years, if he suffers from an insupportable disease, or if he leaves the country forever. Genesis Roman 3. Deuteronomy Roman 24. Josephus Antiquitates Roman 1510. Kale Manual of Biblical Archaeology Roman 2. Cf. Klugman Die Frau im Talmud Isq. Ecclesiasticus 40:23. Cf. Montefiore Hibbert Lectures on the Religion of the Ancient Hebrews. Deutsch Literary Remains. Bezer Fall, 32b, quoted by Katz der Wahre Talmudjude. Glassen, Le Marriage Civil et le Divorce SQ. In the Zoroastrian Yasts, a holy woman is defined as one who is rich in good thoughts, good words and good deeds, well-principled and obedient to her husband, whereas the fiendish woman is ill-principled and disobedient to her husband. 165. According to Brahmanic law, a woman must in childhood be subject to her father, in youth 650 to her husband, when her lord is dead to her sons. A woman must never be independent. 166. Not even in her own house is she allowed to do anything independently. Him to whom her father may give her, or her brother with the father's permission, she shall obey as long as he lives. She must never do anything that might displease him. 169 Even though he be destitute of virtue, or unfaithful to her, a husband must be constantly worshipped as a god by a faithful wife. 170 A wife who shows disrespect to a husband who is addicted to some evil passion, is a drunkard or diseased, shall be deserted for 3 months, and be deprived of her ornaments and furniture. If a wife obeys her husband, she will for that reason alone be exalted in heaven. 172 But by violating her duty towards him, she is disgraced in this world, and after death she enters the womb of a jackal, and is punished with disease for her sin. There is no indication that a woman can obtain legal separation on any account, though she may with impunity show aversion towards a mad or outcast husband, a eunuch, one destitute of manly strength, or one afflicted with such diseases as punish crimes. Again, if she is sold or repudiated by her husband, she can never become the legitimate wife of another who may have bought or received her after she was repudiated, but the husband is not allowed to divorce her indiscriminately. A wife who drinks spirituous liquor is of bad conduct, rebellious, quarrelsome, diseased, mischievous, or wasteful, may at any time be superseded by another wife. A barren one may be superseded in the 8th year, one whose children all die in the 10th, one who bears daughters only in the 11th, whereas a sick wife who is kind to her husband and virtuous in her conduct may be superseded only with her own consent, and must never be 651 disgraced. The rule, let mutual fidelity continue until death, may be considered the summary of the highest law for husband and wife. 177 Women must be honored and adorned by husbands who desire their own welfare. Various passages in the Mahabharata and Ramayana indicate that women in India were subjected to less social restraints in former days than they are at present according to the rules of Brahmanism, and even enjoyed considerable liberty. 179 And the Vedic singers know no more tender relation than that between the husband and his willing, loving wife, who is praised as his home, the darling abode and bliss in his house. 180 Yet it is noteworthy that goddesses play a very insignificant part in the Veda. In this respect, the pantheon of the Vedic people essentially differs from that of the ancient Egyptians. 182 A difference which may be due to the remarkably high position which woman seems to have occupied in Egypt. Yasts 2236, cf. Dinai Mainogi Kurad 39, sq. Laws of Manu Roman 5 cf. Ibid 9 sq. Ibid Roman 5. Ibid Roman 5. Ibid Roman 9. Ibid Roman 5 cf. Ibid Roman 9. Ibid 5 Roman 9. Ibid Roman 9. Ibid Roman 9. See also the note in Buller's translation, Sacred Books of the East, Roman 25. Laws of Manu 9 sqq. Ibid Roman 9. Ibid 3 sqq. Zimmer Altindisches Leben sqq. Munier Williams Indian Wisdom sq. Kigi Rigveda. MacDonald Vedic Mythology sq. Maspero Dawn of Civilization sq. Ibid Maspero Life in Ancient Egypt and Assyria. Emilino L'Evolution des Idées Morales dans Egypte Ancient sqq. Flinders Petrie Religion and Conscience in Ancient Egypt sq. Brugsch Egyptology sq. In Greece, also, a wife appears to have been a more influential and independent personage in ancient times, in Homeric society, than she became afterwards. In the historic age her position was simply that of the domestic drudge. Her virtues were reduced to the maintenance of good order in her household and obedience to her husband. Her greatest ornament was silence. Aristotle, always a faithful exponent of the most enlightened opinion of his age, gives the following description of what he considers to be the ideal relation of a woman to her husband. A good and perfect wife ought to be mistress 652 of everything within the house, but the well-ordered wife will justly consider the behavior of her husband as a model of her own life, and a law to herself, invested with a divine sanction by means of the marriage tie, and the community of life. The wife ought to show herself even more obedient to the reign than if she had entered the house as a purchased slave. For she has been bought at a high price, for the sake of sharing life and bearing children, than which no higher or holier tie can possibly exist. 186 So also, according to Plutarch, the husband ought to rule his wife, but by sympathy and goodwill as the soul governs the body, not as a master does a chattel. The law invalidated whatever a husband did by the counsel, or at the request of his wife, whereas the wife, on her part, could transact no business of importance in her own favour, nor buy will dispose of more than the value of a bushel of barley. Yet whatever may have been the exact compass of the husband's power in Greece, it was not unlimited. At Athens, a woman could demand divorce if she was ill-treated by her husband, in which case she merely had to announce her wishes before the archon. Herman Blumner, Lehrbuch der griechischen Privataltertümer SQQ, Mahaffy, Social Life in Greece. Dickinson, Greek View of Life, Darlinger, The Gentile and the Jew, Roman II State of Female Society in Greece in Quarterly Review 22, SQQ. Aristotle, Canonica, Roman 1 cf. Idem de Animalibus Historia, Roman 9 2 SQQ. Plutarch, Conjugalia PR Septa, 33. Isius Oratio d'Aristarchi Hereditate 10, Darlinger op. Cit., Roman 2. Glasson, Le Marriage Civil et le Divorce SQ, Meyer and Scarman der Tisch Process. In Rome, in ancient times, the power which the father possessed over his daughter was generally, if not always 190 by marriage, transferred to the husband. When marrying a woman passed in manum viri, as a wife she was fili loco, that is, in law she was her husband's daughter. And since the Roman housefather originally had the jus vit nescisque over his children, the husband naturally had the same power over his wife. But from her being destitute of all legal rights, we must not conclude that she was 653 treated with indignity. On the contrary, she generally had a respected and influential position in the family, 193, and though the husband could repudiate her at will, it was said that for 520 years a condita urbe there was no such thing as a divorce in Rome. As Mr. Bryce points out, we cannot doubt that the wide power which the law gave to the husband was in point of fact restrained within narrow limits, not only by affection, but also by the vigilant public opinion of a comparatively small community. 195 Gradually, however, marriage with Manus fell into disuse, and was under the empire generally superseded by marriage without Manus, a form of wedlock which conferred on the husband hardly any authority at all over his wife. Instead of passing into his power, she remained in the power of her father, and since the tendency of the later law, as we have seen, was to reduce the old patria potestas to a nullity, she became practically independent. Rosbach Ramische, main ancient law. Or properly speaking to the husband's father, if he was still alive, Rosbach op. Cit. Lest altarish juris civil Roman 1 main op. Cit. Rosbach op. Cit. pp. 36 117. Valerius Maximus, Tu de matrimonium ritu, Aulus Gellius Nocts Attic, Roman 4 1. Bryce, Studies in History and Jurisprudence, Roman 2. Rosbach op. Cit. pp. 30-42. Main op. Cit. SQ. Friedlinder Darstellungen aus der Sittengeschichte Roms 1, SQQ. This remarkable liberty granted to married women, however, was only a passing incident in the history of the family in Europe. From the very first, Christianity tended to narrow it. Already the latest Roman law, so far as it is touched by the constitutions of the Christian emperors, bears some marks of a reaction against the liberal doctrines of the great Antonine jurisconsults, who assumed the equality of the sexes as a principle of their code of equity. And this tendency was in a formidable degree supported by Teutonic custom and law. Among the Teutons, a husband's authority over his wife was the same as a father's over his unmarried daughter. This power, which under certain circumstances gave the husband a right to kill, sell, or repudiate his wife, 199, undoubtedly 654, contained much more than the Church could approve of, and so far she has helped to ameliorate the condition of married women in Teutonic countries. But at the same time, the Church is largely responsible for those heavy disabilities with regard to personal liberty, as well as with regard to property, from which they have suffered up to recent times. The systems, says Sir Henry Maine, which are least indulgent to married women are invariably those which have followed the canon law exclusively, or those which, from the lateness of their contact with European civilization, have never had their archaisms weeded out 200. Maine op. Cit. pp. 156-154. Brunner Deutsch Rechtsgeschichte Roman 1 Stemmen, den Dansk Rechtshistory until Christian 5, S. Love. Grimm Deutsch Rechtssalterthumer SQ, Brunner up, sit, Roman 1 Schroeder Lehrbuch der Deutschen Rechtsgeschichte. Main up, sit. Christianity enjoins a husband to love his wife as his own body too, one to do honor unto her as unto the weaker vessel. However, man is not of the woman, but the woman of the man. Neither was the man created for the woman, but the woman for the man. For this cause ought the woman to have power on her head. 203, the husband is the head of the wife, as Christ is the head of the church. Hence, as the church is subject unto Christ, so let the wives be to their own husbands in everything. 204, it is difficult to exaggerate the influence exercised by a doctrine, so agreeable to the selfishness of men, and so readily lending itself to be used as a sacred weapon against almost any attempt to extend the rights of married women, as was this dictum of St. Paul's. In an essay on the position of women among the early Christians, Principal Donaldson writes, "In the first 3 centuries, I have not been able to see that Christianity had any favorable effect on the position of women, but on the contrary, that it tended to lower their character and contract the range of their activity." 205, and in more modern times, Christian orthodoxy has constantly been opposed to the doctrine which once sprang up in pagan 655 Rome, and is nowadays supported by a steadily growing number of enlightened men and women, that marriage should be a contract on the footing of perfect equality between husband and wife. Ephesians Roman 5, 2021 Peter Roman 3, 2031 Corinthians 11 SQQ, cf. Timothy 2 SQQ. Ephesians 5 SQ. Donaldson, Position of Women Among the Early Christians, in Contemporary Review Roman 56. The position of married women among the various peoples on earth depends on such a variety of circumstances that it would be impossible to enumerate them all. We shall here consider only the most important. A few words must first be said about the hypothesis that the social status of women is connected with the system of tracing descent. Dr. Steinmetz has tried to show that the husband's authority over his wife is, broadly speaking, greater among those peoples who reckon kinship through the father than among those who reckon kinship through the mother only. The cases examined by Dr. Steinmetz, however, are too few to allow of any general conclusions, and the statements concerning the husband's rights are commonly so indefinite and so incomplete that I think the evidence would be difficult to produce, even if the investigation were based on a larger number of facts. Besides, the paternal and maternal systems of descent are often so interwoven with each other among one and the same people that it may equally well be referred to the one class as to the other. 207a difficulty which Dr. Steinmetz must surely have felt in his attempt to treat the subject statistically. There is, moreover, the weak point of the statistical method generally, the question of selecting ethnographical units, which I have discussed in another place. How, for instance, are we to deal with the various tribes of Australia? They can certainly not, all in a lump, be counted as one single unit. Among some of them the maternal system prevails, among others the paternal. But then, shall we reckon each tribe as one 656 unit by itself, or if not, into how many groups shall we divide them? When I compare with each other peoples of the same race, at the same stage of culture, living in the same neighborhood, under similar conditions of life, but differing from one another in their method of reckoning kinship, I do not find that the prevalence of the one or the other line of descent conspicuously affects the husband's authority. Nothing of the kind has been noticed in Australia, nor, so far as I know, in India, where the paternal system among many of the aboriginal tribes is combined with great, or even extraordinary, rights on the part of the wife. Among the West African Negroes the position of women is, to all appearance, no less honorable in tribes like the Igbos, among whom inheritance runs through males, than in tribes which admit inheritance through females only. 209 and of the Fula, among whom succession goes from father to son. 210 Mr. Winwood Reade observes that their women are the most tyrannical wives in Africa, knowing how to make their husbands kneel before their charms, and how to place their little feet upon them. 211, but we have reason to believe that when the man, on marrying, quits his home, and goes to live with his wife in the house or community of her father, his authority over his wife is commonly more or less impaired by the presence of her father or kinsfolk. In Sumatra, in the mode of marriage called ambal anak, he lives with his father-in-law in a state between that of a son and that of a debtor. But it should be noticed that neither his living with the family of his wife, nor even his dependence on her father, necessarily implies a total absence of marital power. Among the Californian Yokuts, though the husband takes up his abode in his 657 wife's or father-in-law's house, he is expressly stated to have the power of life and death over her. So also in the western islands of Torres Straits, though a man after marriage usually left his own people and went to live with those of his wife, he had complete control over her. In spite of the wife having asked her husband to marry her, he could kill her should she cause trouble in the house, and that without any penal consequence to himself. The payment of a husband to his wife's father gave him all rights over her, and at the same time annulled those of her father or her family. 215. Steinmetz Ethnologische Studien zur ersten Entwicklung der Strafe 2, ch. 7. Cf. Westermarck op sit. Sqq. Idem, Methode pour la recherche des institutions préhistoriques à propos d'un ouvrage du professeur Kohler, in Revue Internationale de Sociologie, Roman 5. Ratzel op sit. Roman 3. Waits op sit. Roman 2 469. Reed, Savage Africa. Si Mazzarella, la condizione giuridica del marito nella famiglia matriarcale, passim, Gross, Die Formen der Family, Wilkes, U.S. Exploring Expedition 4, Spokane Indians. It seems, however, that Dr. Mazzarella in several cases infers the husband's complete subjection to his father-in-law from statements in which such a subjection is not really implied. Marston, History of Sumatra. Powers, Tribes of California. Haddon, Headhunters, SQ. In the first place, wives' subjection to their husbands is due to the men's instinctive desire to exert power, and to the natural inferiority of women in such qualities of body and mind as are essential for personal independence. Generally speaking, the men are their superiors in strength and courage. They are therefore not only the protectors of their wives, but also their masters. In the sexual impulse itself, there are elements which lead to domination on the part of the man, and to submission on the part of the woman. In courtship, animal and human alike, the male plays the more active, the female the more passive part. During the season of love, the males, even of the most timid animal species, engage in desperate combats with each other for the possession of the female, and there can be no doubt that our primeval human ancestors had, in the same way, to fight for their wives. Even now this kind of courtship is far from being unknown among savages. Moreover, the male pursues and tries to capture the female, and she, after some resistance, finally surrenders herself to him. The sexual impulse of the male is thus connected with a desire to win the female, and the sexual impulse of the female with a desire to be pursued and won by the male. In the female sex there is consequently an instinctive appreciation of manly strength and courage. This is found in most 658 women, and especially in the women of savage races, who, like the females of the lower vertebrates, commonly give the preference to the most vigorous, defiant, and mettlesome male. 217, and woman enjoys the display of manly force even when it turns against herself. It is said that among the Slavs of the lower class the wives feel hurt if they are not beaten by their husbands, that the peasant women in some parts of Hungary do not think they are loved by their husbands until they have received the first box on the ear, that among the Italian camorrists a wife who is not beaten by her husband regards him as a fool. Dr. Havelock Ellis believes that the majority of women would probably be prepared to echo the remark made by a woman in front of Rubens's rape of the Sabines. I think the Sabine women enjoyed being carried off like that. 219. The same judicious student of the psychology of sex observes, while in men it is possible to trace a tendency to inflict pain, or the simulacrum of pain, on the women they love, it is still easier to trace in women a delight in experiencing physical pain when inflicted by a lover, and an eagerness to accept subjection to his will. Such a tendency is certainly normal. To abandon herself to her lover, to be able to rely on his physical strength and mental resourcefulness, to be swept out of herself and beyond the control of her own will, to drift idly in delicious submission to another and stronger willthies, is one of the commonest aspirations in a young woman's intimate love dreams. 220. Westermarck op. Sit. Sqq. Westermarck up, sit, SQ. Havelock Ellis, Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Analysis of the Sexual Impulse 100, SQ. Ibid. But although a certain degree of submissiveness comes within the normal limits of female love, though a woman may desire to be forced, to be roughly forced, to be ravished away beyond her own will, she all the time only desires to be forced towards those things which are essentially agreeable to her. If the man's domination is carried beyond those limits, it is no longer enjoyed by the 659 woman, but is felt as a burden, and may call forth resistance. In extreme cases of oppression, at any rate, the community at large would sympathize with her, and the public resentment against the oppressor would gradually result in customs or laws limiting the husband's rights. Yet perfect impartiality is hardly to be expected from the community. The men are the leaders of public opinion, and they have a tendency to favor their own sex. On the other hand, the offended woman may count upon the support of her fellow sisters, and thus the women combined may influence tribal habits and, ultimately, the rules of custom. Among the Papuans of Port Moresby, for instance, it is a rare occurrence for a man to beat his wife, and he does not like to be reminded of the fact if hasty temper has led him into this mistake. The other women generally make a song about it and sing it whenever he appears, and as no one is so sensitive of ridicule as a New Guinean savage, he will endure a great deal, even from a shrew wife, before he attempts to lift his hand. 222 Among the West African Fula, if a man repudiates his wife, the women of the village attack him en masse. Like the members of a priesthood, they hate but protect each other. 223 We have, moreover, to consider that the children's affection and regard for their mother gives her a power which is no less real, because it is not definitely expressed in custom or law. In Oriental countries, for example, the mother is always an important personage in the family. Children are afraid of their father but love their mother, and when grown up would certainly be ready to protect her against a cruel husband. Ibid. Nisbet A Colonial Tramp 2, SQ. Read Savage Africa. See also Mahler, Pagels and Glirup up sit 1 Lukungu, Munzinger Astafrikanische Studien Beniemer. Cf. Burton Sind Revisited 1, Urquhart Spirit of the East 2, SQ. Doughty Arabia Deserta 1, Westermarck Position of Woman in Early Civilization in Sociological Papers 1. It has often been said that the position of women and the degree of their dependence among a certain people are largely influenced by economic conditions. Thus Mr. 660 Hale maintains that the condition of women is a question of physical comfort, and mainly of the abundance or lack of food when men in their full strength suffer from lack of the necessaries of existence, and are themselves slaves to the rigors of the elements. Their better feelings are benumbed or perverted, like those of shipwrecked people famishing on a raft. Under such circumstances, the weaker members of the community women, children, the old, the sick are naturally the chief sufferers. 225. With reference to the North American Indians, the observation has been made that, where the women can aid in procuring subsistence for the tribe, they are treated with more equality, and their importance is proportioned to the share which they take in that labor. Whereas in places where subsistence is chiefly procured by the exertions of the men, the women are considered and treated as burdens. Thus, the position of women is exceptionally good in tribes living upon fish and roots, which the women procure with the same expertness as the men, whereas it is among tribes living by the chase, or by other means in which women can be of little service, that we find the sex most oppressed. Dr. Gross again emphasizes the low status of women not only among hunters, but among pastoral tribes as well. The women, he says, not being permitted to take part in the rearing of cattle, and not being able to take part in war, possess nothing which could command respect with the rude shepherd and robber. 227. Among the lower agricultural tribes, on the other hand, Dr. Gross adds, the position of the female sex is often higher. The cultivation of the ground mostly devolves on the woman, and among peoples who chiefly subsist by agriculture it is not an occupation which is looked down upon, as it is among nomadic tribes. This gives the woman a 661 certain standing, owing to her importance as a food provider. Hale Language as a Test of Mental Capacity in Jour, Anther, Inst, Roman 21. Lewis and Clark Travels to the Source of the Missouri River, Waits up, sit, Roman 3 Bancroft, Native Races of the Pacific States 1, SQ. Gross Up Sit, pp. 48, 49, 74, 75, 109 SQQ. Ibid. In these generalizations there is no doubt a great deal of truth, but they do not hold good universally or without modifications. Among several peoples who subsist chiefly by the chase or the rearing of cattle, the position of women is exceedingly good. To mention only one instance out of many, Professor Vanbury observes that among the nomadic Kara Kyrgyz the female sex is treated with greater respect than among those Turks who lead a stationary life and practice agriculture. Indeed, the general theory that women are more oppressed in proportion as they are less useful is open to doubt. Commonly, they are said to be oppressed by their savage husbands just by being compelled to work too hard, and that work does not necessarily give authority is obvious from the institution of slavery. But at the same time, the notion, prevalent in early civilization, that the one sex must not in any way interfere with the pursuits of the other sex, may certainly, especially when applied to an occupation of such importance as agriculture, increase the influence of those who are engaged in it. Considering further that the cultivated soil is not infrequently regarded as the property of the women, who till it 230 it is probable that, in certain cases at least, the agricultural habits of a people have had a favorable effect upon the general condition of the female sex, and at the same time on the wife's position in the family. Vanbury does Turkenvolk. Gross Up Sit SQ. The status of wives is in various respects connected with the ideas held about the female sex in general. Woman is commonly looked upon as a slight, dainty, and relatively feeble creature, destitute of all nobler qualities. Especially among nations more advanced in culture, she is regarded as intellectually and morally vastly inferior to man. In Greece in the historic age, the latter recognized 662 in her no other end than to minister to his pleasure or to become the mother of his children. There was also a general notion that she was naturally more vicious, more addicted to envy, discontent, evil-speaking, and wantonness than the man. Plato classes women together with children and servants 233, and states generally that in all the pursuits of mankind, the female sex is inferior to the male. Euripides puts into the mouth of his Medea the remark that women are impotent for good, but clever contrivers of all evil. 235, according to the Vedic singer, again, woman's mind is hard to direct aright, and her judgment is small 236 to the Buddhist. Women are of all the snares which the tempter has spread for men the most dangerous. In women are embodied all the powers of infatuation which bind the mind of the world. The Chinese have a saying to the effect that the best girls are not equal to the worst boys. Islam pronounces the general depravity of women to be much greater than that of men. According to Muhammadan tradition, the Prophet said, "I have not left any calamity more hurtful to man than woman. O assembly of women, give alms, although it be of your gold and silver ornaments, for verily ye are mostly of hell on the day of resurrection." 240. The Hebrews represented woman as the source of evil and death on earth. Of the woman came the beginning of sin, and through her we all die. 241. This notion passed into Christianity. Says St. Paul, Adam was not deceived, but the woman being deceived was in the transgression. 242. Tertullian maintains that a woman should go about in humble garb, mourning and repentant, in order to expiate that which she derives from Eve, the ignominy 663 of the first sin, and the odium attaching to her as the cause of human perdition. Do you not know, he exclaims, that you are each an Eve? The sentence of God on this sex of yours lives in this age, the guilt must of necessity live too. You are the devil's gateway, you are the unsealer of that forbidden tree, you are the first deserter of the divine law, you are she who persuaded him whom the devil was not valiant enough to attack. You destroyed so easily God's image, man. On account of your desert, that is, death, even the Son of God had to die. 243. At the Council of Macon, towards the end of the 6th century, a bishop even raised the question whether woman really was a human being. He answered the question in the negative, but the majority of the assembly considered it to be proved by Scripture that woman, in spite of all her defects, yet was a member of the human race. However, some of the fathers of the Church were careful to emphasize that womanhood only belongs to this earthly existence, and that on the day of resurrection all women will appear in the shape of sexless beings. Crawley, the Mystic Rose, SQ. Dickinson up sit, Darlinger up sit, Roman 2. Plato, Respublica, Roman 4. Ibid, Roman 5. Euripides, Medea, 406 SQQ. Rigveda, Roman 8:17. Oldenburg, Buddha, cf. Kern, Manual of Indian Buddhism. Smith, Proverbs of the Chinese. Lane, Arabian Society, cf. Doughty, Arabia Deserta, Roman 1. Lanepool, Speeches of Mohammed, pp. 161-163. Ecclesiasticus, Roman 25. 24-21 Timothy, Roman 2. Tertullian de cultu F minorum 1. Mean Patrologi Cursus 1. See also Laurent, Études sur l'histoire de l'humanité, Roman 4. Gregory of Tours, Historia Francorum, Roman 8. St. Hilaire, Commentarius in Mathem 23. Mean op sit 9. Sq. St. Basil Homilia in Psalmum 114. Mean op sit, sir. Greca 29. Progress in civilization has exercised an unfavorable influence on the position of woman by widening the gulf between the sexes, as the higher culture was almost exclusively the prerogative of the men. Moreover, religion, and especially the great religions in the world, have contributed to the degradation of the female sex by regarding woman as unclean. During menstruation, or when with child or at childbirth, she is considered to be polluted, to be charged with mysterious baneful energy, which is a danger to all around her. The cause of this notion seems to lie in the 664 superstitious dread of those marvelous processes which then take place, and it reaches its height where there is appearance of blood. On such occasions woman is shunned not only by men, but in an even higher degree by gods, for the obvious reason that contact with the unclean woman would injure or destroy their holiness. Indeed, the danger is considered so great that many religions regard women as defiled not only temporarily, but permanently, and on that ground exclude them from religious worship. Plos Bartels des Weib 1, SQQ, 2 SQQ 402 SQQ, Fraser Golden Bough 1 SQQ, 3 SQQ, Crawley Op Sit, SQQ, Matthew Eaglehawk and Crow Australian Aborigines de Roches Nouvelle Caledonies, Mooney Myths of the Cherokee in Anne, Rep. Burr. Ethan Roman 19 Sumner in Jour, Anther, Inst. 31, Jacuts Georgi Russia 3, SQ, Samiods 245 SQ, Shamanists of Siberia generally, 100. Professor Durkheim maintains la prohibition de l'inceste et ses origines in l'année sociologique 1, especially SQQ. That the origin of the occult powers attributed to the feminine organism is to be found in primitive ideas concerning blood, any kind of blood, not only menstrual, being the object of similar feelings among savages and barbarians. Mr. Crawley justly remarks up, sit, that there is no flux of blood during pregnancy, when woman is regularly taboo, that her hair, nail parings and occupations can hardly be avoided from a fear of her blood, and that there is also the female side of the question to be taken into account. In the Society Islands, a woman was forbidden to touch whatever was presented as an offering to the gods, so as not to pollute it. In Melanesia, women are generally excluded from religious rites. Among the shamanists of Siberia, women are interdicted the worship of the deities, and dare not pass round the common hearth of their habitations, because fire is sacred to the gods. 250. The women of the Vogels are generally prohibited from approaching idols or holy places. A Vartiak woman may not be present at the sacrifices made to the Lud or evil spirit. Among the Lapps, a woman was not allowed to touch a Noid's or wizard's drum, nor as a rule to take part in sacrificial rites, nor even to look in the direction of a place where sacrifices were offered. Among the Ainos of Japan, though a woman may prepare a divine offering, she may not offer it accordingly. Women are never allowed to pray, or to take any part in any religious 665 exercise. 254. In China, women are not allowed to go and worship in the temples. Ellis Polynesian Researches, Roman 1 cf. Wegener, Geskich der Christlichen Kirche auf dem Gesellschaftsarchipel. Codrington, Melanesians. Georgi Op Sit, Roman 3 cf. Ibid, Roman 3. Abercrombie, Pre- and Proto-Historic Finns, Roman 1. Wichmann, Tytoja Vutjakian Mythology Asta, see also Ibid. Von Duben Lapland och Lapern, Frey's Lapisk mythology. Howard op Sit. Indochinese Gleaner, Roman 3. In ancient Nicaragua, women were held unworthy to perform any duty in connection with the temples, and were immolated outside the temple ground of the large sanctuaries, and even their flesh was unclean food for the high priest, who accordingly ate only the flesh of males. In Mexico, although some women were employed in the immediate service of the temples, they were entirely excluded from the office of sacrificing and the higher dignities of the priesthood. Bancroft op Sit, Roman 3. Clavigero History of Mexico 1, SQ. According to the sacred books of India, women are considered to have no business with the sacred texts. 258, and being destitute of the knowledge of Vedic texts, they are as impure as falsehood itself, that is a fixed rule. 259 Although, according to a Vedic ordinance mentioned in the laws of Manu, husband and wife ought to perform religious rites together. 260, they have, among the present Hindus, no religious life in common. The women are not allowed to repeat the Veda, or to go through the morning and evening Sandhya services. If a woman, a dog or a Sudra, touch a consecrated image, its godship is destroyed. The ceremonies of deification must therefore be performed afresh, whilst a clay image, if thus defiled, must be thrown away. If women should worship before a consecrated image, they must keep at a respectful distance from the idol. Bodhayana Roman 1:11, 7. Laws of Manu Roman 9 cf. Ibid. 2 Roman 3. Ibid. Roman 9. Munier Williams, Brahmanism and Hinduism. Ward View of the History 100, of the Hindus 236. Islam is chiefly a religion for men. Though Muhammad did not forbid women to attend public prayers in a mosque, he pronounced it better for them to pray in private, as the presence of females might inspire in the men a different kind of devotion from that which is requisite in a place dedicated to the worship of God. Women are absolutely excluded from many Muhammadan places of worship, and are frowned upon if they venture to appear in others, at any rate while men are there. Lane, Manners and Customs of the Modern Egyptians. Poole, Studies in Mohammedanism, SQ. In Christian Europe, as ascetic ideas advanced, the women sat or stood in the church apart from the men, and entered by a separate door. They were excluded from sacred functions. 666 In the early church, it is true, there were deaconesses and clerical widows, but their offices were merely to perform some inferior services of the church. 266, and even these very modest posts were open only to virgins or widows of a considerable age. Whilst a layman could in case of necessity administer baptism, a woman could never, as it seems, perform such an act. Nor was a woman allowed to preach publicly in the church, either by the apostles' rules or those of succeeding ages. 269, and it was a serious complaint against certain heretics that they allowed such a practice. The heretic women, Tertullian exclaims, how wanton are they! They who dare to teach, to dispute, to practice exorcisms, to promise cures, perchance also to baptize. 270, a council held at Auxerre at the end of the 6th century, forbade women to receive the Eucharist into their naked hands. 271, and in various canons women were enjoined not to come near to the altar while Mass was celebrating. To such an extent was this opposition against women carried that the Church of the Middle Ages did not hesitate to provide itself with eunuchs, in order to supply cathedral choirs with the soprano tones inhering by nature in women alone. Donaldson in Contemporary Review, Roman 56. Zischarnek, der Dienst der Frau in den ersten Jahrhunderten, der Christlichen Kirche, SQQ. Robinson, Ministry of Deaconesses, Passim. Ibid, pp. 113, 114, 125. Bingham Works Roman 4 Zischarnek op Sit. Bingham op Sit 5 SQQ Zischarnek op Sit SQQ. Tertullian de Prescriptionibus Adversus Reticos 41 mean op Sit 2 cf. Tertullian de Baptismo 17 mean op Sit 1. Concilium Ottisiodorens A 500. Can 36 Lab Mansi Sacrorum Conciliarum Collectio 9. Canons Concilii Laodiceae 44 Lab Mansi op Sit 2 589, Epitome Canonum quam Hadrianus I, Carolo Magno obtulit A 500, 773, in Labmancy op sit, Roman 12 canons enacted under King Edgar, 44 ancient laws and institutes of England. Cf. Gage Woman, Church and State. But the notion that woman is either temporarily or permanently unclean, that she is a mysterious being charged with supernatural energy, is not only a cause of her degradation, it also gives her a secret power over her husband, which may be very considerable. During my stay among the country people of Morocco, Arabs and Berbers alike, I was often struck by the superstitious fear with which the women imbued the men. They are supposed to be much better versed in magic, and have also splendid opportunities to practice it to the detriment 667 of their husbands, as they may easily bewitch the food they prepare for them. For instance, the wife only needs to cut off a little piece of a donkey's ear and put it into the husband's food. What happens? By eating that little piece, the husband will, in his relations to his wife, become just like a donkey. He will always listen to what she says, and the wife will become the ruler of the house. I also believe that the men on purpose abstain from teaching the women prayers, so as not to increase their supernatural power. In the Arabian desert, men are likewise afraid of their women with their sly philters and maleficent drinks. 275 in Dahomey, the husband may not chastise or interfere with his wife whilst the fetish is upon her, and even at other times the use of the rod might be dangerous. 276 women, and especially old ones, are very frequently regarded as experts in magic. 277, among the ancient Arabs 278, Babylonians 279, and Peruvians 280 as in Europe during the Middle Ages and later, the witch appeared more frequently than the male sorcerer. So also in the government of Tomsk in southern Siberia, native sorceresses are much more numerous than wizards, 281, and among the Californian Shastika all, or nearly all, of the 668 shamans are women. The curses of women are greatly feared. In Morocco it is considered even a greater calamity to be cursed by a sherifa, or female descendant of the Prophet, than to be cursed by a sheriff. According to the Talmud, the anger of a wife destroys the house, 283, but on the other hand, it is also through woman that God's blessings are vouchsafed to it. We read in the laws of Manu, women must be honored and adorned by their fathers, brothers, husbands, and brothers-in-law, who desire their own welfare. Where women are honored, there the gods are pleased, but where they are not honored, no sacred rite yields rewards. Where the female relations live in grief, the family soon wholly perishes, but that family where they are not unhappy ever prospers. The houses on which female relations, not being duly honored, pronounce a curse, perish completely as if destroyed by magic. Hence men who seek their own welfare should always honor women on holidays and festivals with gifts of ornaments, clothes, and dainty food. 285, a Gaelic proverb says, "A wicked woman will get her wish, though her soul may not see salvation." 286, closely connected with the belief in the magic power of women, and especially, I think, in the great efficacy of their curses, is the custom according to which a woman may serve as an asylum. In various tribes of Morocco, especially among the Berbers and Jabala, a person who takes refuge with a woman by touching her is safe from his persecutor. Among the Arabs of the plains, this custom is dying out, probably owing to their subjection under the Sultan's government, but amongst certain Asiatic Bedouins, the tribe of Shamma, a woman can protect any number of persons or even of tents. 288, 669, among the Circassians, a stranger who entrusts himself to the patronage of a woman, or is able to touch with his mouth the breast of a wife, is spared and protected as a relation of the blood, though he were the enemy, nay even the murderer of a similar relative. 289, the inhabitants of Berges in Bigorra have, up to recent times, preserved the old custom of pardoning a criminal who has sought refuge with a woman. We are told that among the Ainos of Japan women are forbidden to pray, not only in conformity with ancestral custom, but because the men are afraid of the prayers of the women in general, and of their wives in particular. An old man said to Mr. Bachelor, the women as well as the men used to be allowed to worship the gods and take part in all religious exercises, but our wise honored ancestors forbade them to do so, because it was thought they might use their prayers against the men, and more particularly against their husbands. We therefore think that it is wiser to keep them from praying. Bachelor, Ainu and their folklore. Sq. Howard op. Cit. Among the Santals, the men are careful not to divulge the names of their household gods to their wives, for fear lest the latter should acquire undue influence with the gods, become witches, and eat up the family with impunity when the protection of its gods has been withdrawn. Risley, Tribes and Castes of Bengal, Ethnographic Glossary 2. Doughty, Arabia Deserta, Roman 2. Burton, Mission to Jalel, Roman 2. Ploss Bartels Op. Cit. 2 666 SQQ. Mason Op. Cit. SQQ. Landman, Origin of Priesthood SQ. Angers, Savage Life and Scenes in Australia and New Zealand 1. Maries, Connolly, Social Life in Fantaland in Jor. Anther, Inst. Roman 26. Wellhausen, Rister Arabischen Hydentums. Jastrow, Religion of Babylonia pp. 267, 342. Garcilaso de la Vega, First Part of the Royal Commentaries of the Uncas, Roman 1. Kastroff, quoted by Landman Op. Cit. Powers, Tribes of California. Sota Fall, 3b, quoted by Katz, Der Wahre Talmudjud SQ. Baba Messiah Fall, 59a, quoted Ibid, Deutsch Literary Remains. Laws of Manu 3, SQQ. Carmichael, Carmina Gaedlica, Roman 2. For some instances of this custom see Andri, Diasyl in Globus 38, Bachhofen does Mutterrecht Basques. Layard, Discoveries in the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. Pallas travels through the southern provinces of the Russian Empire, Roman 1. Fischer, Bergreisen, Roman 1. Yet another factor remains to be mentioned as a cause of the subjection in which married women are held by many peoples of culture. We have noticed that in archaic civilization the father's power over his children is extreme, that the state whilst weakening or destroying the clanty strengthened the family, and that the father was invested with some part of the power which formerly belonged to the clan. This process must also have affected the status of married women. The husband's power over his wife is closely connected with the father's power over his daughter, for by giving her in marriage, he generally transfers to the husband the authority which he himself previously possessed over her as a paternal right. Supra ch. 25 especially SQ. In modern civilization, on the other hand, we find, hand in hand with the decrease of the father's power, a decrease of the husband's authority over his wife. But the causes of the gradual emancipation of married women are manifold. Life has become more complicated, the occupations of women have become much more extensive, their influence has expanded correspondingly from the home and household to public life. Their widened interests have interfered with that submissiveness which is an original characteristic of their sex. Their greater education has made them more respected and has increased their independence. Finally, the decline of the influence exercised by antiquated religious ideas is removing what has probably been the most persistent cause of the wife's subjection to her husband's rule. Chapter 27. Slavery. Slavery is essentially an industrial institution, which implies compulsory labor beyond the limits of family relations. The master has a right to avail himself of the working power of his slave, without previous agreement on the part of the latter. This I take to be the essence of slavery, but connected with such a right, there are others which hardly admit of a strict definition, or which belong to the master in some cases though not in all. He is entitled to claim obedience and to enforce this claim with more or less severity, but his authority is not necessarily absolute, and the restrictions imposed on it are not everywhere the same. According to a common definition of slavery, the slave is the property of his master one, but this definition is hardly accurate. It is true that even in the case of inanimate property, the notion of ownership does not involve that the owner of a thing is always entitled to do with it whatever he likes. A person may own a thing and yet be prohibited by law from destroying it. But it seems that the owner's right over his property, even when not absolute, is at all events exclusive, that is, that nobody but the owner has a right to the disposal of it. Now the master's right of disposing of his slave is not necessarily 671 exclusive. Custom or law may grant the latter a certain amount of liberty, and in such a case his condition differs essentially from that of a piece of property. The chief characteristic of slavery is the compulsory nature of the slave's relation to his master. voluntary slavery, as when a person sells himself as a slave, is only an imitation of slavery true and proper. The person who gives up his liberty confers upon another, by contract, either for a limited period or forever, the same rights over himself as a master possesses over his slave. If slavery proper could be based upon a contract between the parties concerned, I fail to see how to distinguish between a servant and a slave. Niebuhr, Slavery as an Industrial System, SQQ. Dr. Niebuhr himself defines slavery as the fact that one man is the property or possession of another beyond the limits of the family proper ibid. Dr. Niebuhr has recently with much minuteness examined the distribution of slavery and its causes among savage races. It appears from his work that slavery is unknown in Australia and in Oceania restricted to certain islands. In the Malay archipelago, on the other hand, it prevails very extensively. Among the Aboriginal tribes of India and the Indochinese peninsula, it is fairly common, whereas no certain traces of it are found among the lower races of Central Asia and Siberia, with the exception of the Kamchadales. In North America, it exists along the Pacific coast from Bering Strait to the northern boundary of California, but beyond this district it seems to be unknown. In Central and South America, there are at any rate several scattered cases of it, and if our knowledge of the South American Indians were less fragmentary, many other instances might perhaps be added. In savage Africa, there are only 1 or 2 districts where no certain cases of slavery are encountered, whilst large agglomerations of slave-keeping tribes occur on the coast of Guinea, and in the district formed by Lower Guinea and the territories bordering the Congo. Niebuhr up sit SQQ. Slaves are kept only where there is employment for them, and where the circumstances are otherwise favourable to the growth of slavery. Its existence or non-existence 672 in a tribe largely depends on the manner in which that tribe lives. Among hunters it hardly occurs at all. Mr. Spencer justly observes that, in the absence of industrial activity, slaves are almost useless, and indeed where game is scarce are not worth their food. 3. Moreover, they would have to be procured from foreign tribes, and to prevent such slaves from running away would be almost impossible for hunters who roam over vast tracts of land in pursuit of game, especially if the slaves also were engaged in hunting. For a small community of hunter-sand, their communities generally are small, for it might even be dangerous to keep foreign slaves in their midst. Among fishing tribes, on the other hand, slavery is much more common, attaining a special importance among those who live on or near the Pacific coast of northwestern America. These tribes have an abundance of food, they have fixed habitations, they live in comparatively large groups, and trade and industry, property and wealth are well developed among them. In consequence, they find the services of slaves useful, and at the same time the slaves have little chance of making their escape. Spencer, Principles of Sociology, Roman 3. Westermarck, History of Human Marriage, SQQ. Hildebrand, Recht und Sitte, SQQ. Niebuhr up sit, SQQ. Ibid, SQQ. Of the pastoral tribes referred to in Dr. Niebuhr's list, only 1/2 keep slaves, and among some of these slave-keeping is said to be a mere luxury. To pastoral peoples, as such, slave labour is of little moment. Among them subsistence depends much more on capital than on labour, and for the small amount of work which is required, free labourers are easily procured. As Dr. Niebuhr observes, among people who live upon the produce of their cattle, a man who owns no cattle no capital has no means of subsistence. Accordingly, among pastoral tribes we find rich and poor men, and the poor often offer themselves as labourers to the rich. 7. Pastoral peoples have thus no strong motives for making slaves, but at the same 673 time, there are no causes preventing them from keeping slaves. These tribes are, so to speak, in a state of equilibrium. A small additional cause on either side turns the balance. One such additional cause is the slave trade, another is the neighbourhood of inferior races. All those pastoral peoples who keep slaves live in districts where an extensive slave trade has for a long time been carried on. The slaves are often purchased from slave traders, and in several cases they belong to an inferior race. See also Hildebrand up sit, SQ. Niebuhr up sit, SQQ. Among agricultural peoples slavery prevails more extensively. Further, it is more common among such tribes as subsist chiefly by agriculture than among incipient agriculturists, who still depend on hunting or fishing for a large portion of their food. In primitive agricultural communities, nobody voluntarily serves another, because subsistence is independent of capital and easy to procure. All freemen in new countries, says Mr. Bagehot, must be pretty equal. Everyone has labor and everyone has land. Capital, at least in agricultural countries, for pastoral countries are very different, is of little use. It cannot hire labor. The laborers go and work for themselves 9/10 in such countries. If a man wants another to work for him, he must compel him to do it, that is, he must make him his slave. This holds true of most savage countries, namely, of all those in which there is much more fertile land than is required to be cultivated for the support of the actual population, but it does not hold true of all. Where every piece of land fit for cultivation has been appropriated, a man who owns no land cannot earn his subsistence independently of a landlord. Hence free laborers are available, slaves are not wanted, and slavery is not likely to exist. And even where there are no poor persons, but everybody has a share in the resources of the country, the use of slaves cannot be great, since a man who owns a limited capital, or a limited quantity of land, can only employ a limited number of laborers. 674, for instance, the absence of slavery in many oceanic islands may be accounted for by the fact that all land had been appropriated, which led to a state of things inconsistent with slavery as a social system. Bagehot, Physics and Politics. Niebuhr up, sit, pp. 294,347, 420 sq. These are the main conclusions at which Dr. Niebuhr has arrived by means of much admirable and painstaking research. Most of them, I think, are undoubtedly correct, yet it seems to me that the influence of economic conditions upon the institution of slavery has perhaps been emphasized too much at the cost of other factors. The prevalence of slavery in a savage tribe, and the extent to which it is practiced, must also depend upon the ability of the tribe to procure slaves from foreign communities, and upon its willingness to allow its own members to be kept as slaves within the tribe. It may be very useful for a group of savages to have a certain number of slaves, and yet they may not have them, for the reason that no slaves are to be had. It is only in extraordinary cases that a person is allowed to enslave a member of his own community. Intratribal slavery is a question not only of economic, but of moral concern, whilst extratribal slavery originally depends upon success in war. We have reason to believe that the earliest source of slavery was war or conquest, and that slavery in many cases was a substitution for putting prisoners of war to death. Savages, who have little mercy on their enemies, naturally make no scruple in reducing them to slavery whenever they find their advantage in doing so. Among existing savages, in fact, prisoners of war are very frequently enslaved. They and their descendants, together 675 with persons kidnapped or purchased from foreign tribes, seem generally to form by far the majority of the slave population in uncivilized countries. Cf. Miller, Origin of the Distinction of Ranks, Jacob, Historical Inquiry into the Production and Consumption of the Precious Metals, 1, Buckle, Miscellaneous and Posthumous Works 3, Kant, Cours de Philosophie Positive 5, SQQ. Cibrario della Schiavitù e del Servaggio, Roman 1. Rink, Eskimo Tribes, Western Eskimo. Petroff, Report on Alaska in 10th Census of the United States, pp. 152 Alutes, 165 th Linkits. Richardson, Arctic Searching Expedition 1, Cutchin. Gibbs, Tribes of Western Washington and Northwestern Oregon, in Contributions to North American Ethnology, Roman 1 von Martius Beiträge zur Ethnographie Amerikas, 1, Guaycurus, 298 Carajas. Azara, Voyages dans l'Amérique méridionale 2, SQ, Mbayers, Lewin Hill Tracts of Chittagong, Idem, Wild Races of Southeastern India, Tauntha, Mardigliani, Viagio Aeneas, Kohler, Recht der Papuas off New Guinea in Zeitcher, F. Virgil, Rich Swiss, Roman 7 Williams and Calvert, Fiji, Polak, Manners and Customs of the New Zealanders 2, Hale, U.S. Exploring Expedition, Vol. 6 Ethnography and Philology, New Zealanders. Ellis, History of Madagascar, Roman 1 Anderson, Lakengami, Kohler in Zeitcher, F. Virgil, Rich Swiss, 14, Herrero, Velt and Sitnan Gebroch der Suaheli, Borman, Uzambara Wabande, Felkin, Notes on the Waganda Tribe in Precede, Roy, Soch, Edinburgh, Roman 13 Mungo Park, Travels in the Interior of Africa, Mandingos, Rowley, Africa Unveiled, Tucky, Expedition to Explore the River Zaire, Negroes of Congo, Saba, Fanti Customary Laws. Burton, Abiyokuta, Roman 1 Ellis, T. Speaking Peoples of the Gold Coast, Munzinger, Ostafrikanische Studien SQ Beni Maidenber in Steinmetz, Rich Sverholtnis van Eingeborenen Volken in Africa und Oceanian, natives of the Sandsending States. Nicole Ibid, SQ Diakite Seracolese, Tellier Ibid, pp. 168-171 Craze Keter of the French Soudan, Beverly Ibid, Wagogo, Lang Ibid, Washambala, Desoignes Ibid, Salala Nibor Up, Sit, pp. 49, 52, 73, 76, 78, 100. Whilst little regard is paid to the liberty of strangers, custom everywhere, as a rule, forbids the enslaving of tribesmen. Yet sometimes a father's power over his children 13, as also a husband's power over his wife 14, involves the right of selling them as slaves. And among various peoples, a person may be reduced to slavery for committing a crime 15, or for insolvency. Among the tribes of western 676 Washington and northwestern Oregon, if an Indian has wronged another and failed to make compensation, he may be taken as a slave. The Papuans of Dori had a law according to which an incendiary with his family became the slave of the late proprietor of the burned house. Among the Line Islanders of Micronesia, if a man of low class stole some food from a person belonging to the gentry, he became the slave of the latter and lost all his property. Sometimes a man is induced by great poverty to sell himself as a slave, but most intratribal slaves are born unfree, being the offspring of parents one or both of whom are slaves. Supra SQ Butler Travels and Adventures in Assam Cookies, Mason Dwellings 100 of the Karens in Jor, Asiatic Soch, Bengal 37, pt. 2, SQ, Smeaton Loyal Karens of Burma. Wilken het strafrecht bij de Volken van het Malish Ras, in Bijdragen tot de tal land en Volkenkund van Nederlands Indie, 1883, Land en Volkenkund SQ, Jonghoen die Battelander of Sumatra 2, SQ, Bataks. Raffles History of Java 2, p. 235, People of Bali, Forbes A Naturalist's Wanderings in the Eastern Archipelago, People of Timor-Laut, Von Rosenberg Der Malayisch Archipel Nias, Hickson A Naturalist in North Celebes Sangers. Post-Afrikanische Jurisprudence Roman 2 Policzk, Ethnography Nordost-Afrikas, Munzinger Ostafrikanische Studien SQ, Marker, Petherick Travels in Central Africa 2 Shalluk of the White Nile, Bowditch Mission to Ashanti Enfantes, Hub Schladen Ethiopian Empangwi, Burton Ob Yokutar Roman 1 Tucky Up. Sit Negroes of Congo, Mungo Park Up Sit, Mandingos, Tellier in Steinmetz Rich Sverholtnis Craze Keter of the French Soudan, Lang Ibid, Washambala, Dale Customs of the Natives inhabiting the Bande country in Jor, Anther, Inst, 25, Ellis History of Madagascar Roman 1 Velton Up Sit, SQ, Waswahili. Gibbs Luck Sit, Indians of western Washington and northwestern Oregon, Lewin Hill Tracts of Chittagong, Idem Wild Races of southeastern India pp. 194 Kayuntha 235 Emruz, Mason Religion 100 of the Karens in Jor, Asiatic Soch, Bengal 34, pt. Roman 2 Blumentritt die Sitnan Broch der Alten Tageln in Zeitcher, F. Ethnal 25, SQQ, Lala Philippine Islands natives of Sulu, Low Sarawak Bark Headhunters of Borneo Dayak tribes, Junghoon Up Sit 2, SQ, Raffles Up Sit, 1N Javanese 2p 235, People of Bali, Niboa Up Sit, pp. 110, 111, 114, 119 SQ, Various Peoples in the Malay Archipelago, Munzinger Ostafrikanische Studien pp. 207 Taku 245 Meria, Kingsley West African Studies Hub Schladen Up Sit, Empangwi Burton Ob Yokutar Roman 1 Mungo Park Up Sit, Mandingos, Dale in Jor, Anther, Inst, 25, Wabande. Baskerville in Steinmetz Rich Sverholtnis SQ, Waganda Lang Ibid, Washambala, Walter Ibid, Natives of Nasi B and Mayotte, Madagascar, Post-Afrikanische Jurisprudence 1, SQ, Idem Grundriss der Ethnologischen Jurisprudenz 1, SQQ, 2 SQQ, Kohler Shakespeare vor dem Forum der Jurisprudenz SQ. Gibbs Lock Sit, Earl Papuans, 2 Duilla in Jor, Polynesian Soch, 1 SQ. Azara Up Sit, 2 Mbayers, Hale Up Sit, Kingsmill Islanders, Burton Ob Yokutar Roman 1 Anderson Lekangami Herero, Ellis History of Madagascar 1, SQ. cf. Post-Afrikanisch Jurisprudence 1, SQ. Meidenber in Steinmetz Rich Sverholtnis Natives of the Sansending States Nicole Ibid, Diakite Saracoles Baskerville Ibid, Waganda Desoignes Ibid Malala Dale Injure Anther, Inst. 25, Wabende Ellis History of Madagascar Roman 1. In descriptions of slaveholding savages, it is often said that a master has absolute power over his slave. But even in such instances, when details are scrutinized, it frequently appears that custom or public opinion does not allow a person to treat his slave just as he pleases. We have noticed above that in many cases the master is expressly denied the right of killing him at his own discretion. More commonly than one would imagine, the master has not 677 even an unlimited right to sell his slave. Among some peoples, he may sell at will such slaves only as have been captured in war or purchased, not such as have been born in the house. In several instances, a slave, and especially a domestic slave, cannot be sold unless he has been guilty of some crime or misdemeanor. Among the Banaka and Bapuku in the Cameroons, the master may chastise or send away a slave who has behaved badly, but is not allowed to sell him. There are, moreover, instances in which the master is entitled not to all the services of his slave, but only to a limited portion of them. In some parts of Africa, the slave is obliged to work for his master on certain days of the week or a certain number of hours, but has the rest of his time free. In the highlands of Palembang, Sumatra, a slave may carry on trade and hire himself out as a day laborer on his own behalf, and when he works in the field, one half of his harvesting belongs to him and the other half to his master. Where the slave is allowed to possess property of his own, he may in some cases 28, though not in all 29, buy his freedom, and debtor slaves are as a rule entitled to regain their liberty by paying off the debt. Many peoples even permit a dissatisfied slave to change his master. Among the Washambala, if a person does not fulfill his duties towards any of his slaves, the latter has a right to complain of him to the chief, and should the accusation prove true, the chief buys the slave of his master for an ox and 2 cows, and keeps 678 him for himself. Among other peoples, a slave, in order to get a new master, has only to cause a slight damage to somebody's property, or to commit some other trifling offense, in which case he must be given up to the person he injured. 32. It is astonishing to notice how readily, in many African countries, slaves are allowed by custom to rid themselves of tyrannical or neglectful masters. The Beria and Bazes have a law according to which a slave becomes free by simply leaving his lord. Among the Manipuris in further India, if a slave flies from one master and selects for himself another, it is presumed that he has been badly treated by the first one, and the fugitive can consequently not be reclaimed. Supra SQ. Post-Afrikanisch Jurisprudence 1, SQQ. Ibid 1 SQ, Tellier in Steinmetz Rich Sverholtnis Kreis Kita, Lang Ibid Washambala. Steinmetz Rich Sverholtnis. Post-Afrikanisch Jurisprudence Roman 1 Meidenber in Steinmetz Rich Sverholtnis Natives of the Sansending States. Nicole Ibid, Diakite Saracoles, Tellier Ibid, SQQ Kreis Kita. Glimpses of the Eastern Archipelago. Post-Afrikanisch Jurisprudence 1, SQ. Ibid 1 SQ, Tellier in Steinmetz Rich Sverholtnis Kreis Kita Senft Ibid, Marshall Islanders. Post-Grundriss der ethnologischen Jurisprudence Roman 1 Niebuhr, Up, Sit, pp. 38 432. Nicole in Steinmetz Rich Sverholtnis Diakite Saracoles, Baskerville Ibid, Waganda, Lang Ibid, SQQ, Washambala. Lang in Steinmetz Rich Sverholtnis. Post-Afrikanisch Jurisprudence 1, SQQ. Idem, Grundriss der ethnologischen Jurisprudence Roman 1 Steinmetz Rich Sverholtnis, Petuel Losch aus dem Leben der Longo Neger in Globus, Roman 32. See also Post-Afrikanisch Jurisprudence 1, SQQ. Munzinger Ostafrikanische Studien Beniemer, Idem die Sitten und das Recht der Bogos. Munzinger Ostafrikanische Studien. Dalton, Descriptive Ethnology of Bengal. A slave among the lower races can thus by no means be described as a being destitute of all rights. As a rule, it seems, he is treated kindly, very commonly as an inferior member of the family. Among the Aleuts, a slave suffering want would bring dishonor upon his master. The South American embayers, says Azara, 679 imant extraordinarement tous leurs esclaves, jamais ils ni leur commandant d'un ton impérieux, jamais ils ni les reprimandant, ni les chachant, ni les vendant, quond meme si. Serient des prisonniers de guerre quel contraste, avec le traitement, que les Europeans font éprouver aux Africains. 38 In West Africa, the condition of slavery is not regarded as degrading, and a slave is not considered an inferior being. 39 On the Gold Coast, with the exception of the unpleasant liability of being sent at any moment to serve his master in the other world, the lot of a slave is not generally one of hardship, but is on the whole far better than that of the agricultural labourer in England. The slave is generally considered a member of the family, and if native-born succeeds in some cases in default of an heir to the property of his master. In the Yoruba country, it was quite common for a slave to be named by his master in his last, or to be the factor or general manager of the estate, and to be left to take care of the entire establishment. Among the Crays Keter of the French Soudan, the master calls his domestic slaves his sons, and they call him their father. Nay, the natural guardian of an heir who is not yet of age is not his mother, but the eldest domestic slave of the household. Speaking of the natives in the region of Lake Nyassa, Mr. MacDonald remarks that most Africans like to see their slaves become rich. Are they not, they say, our own children? 43 Among the Wabande, if a man buys a slave, he calls his own children and says, "Behold your brother." The slave is treated as a son, and is neither beaten nor tied. 44 In Madagascar, the slaves are kindly treated by their masters. They are considered as a kind of inferior members of the family to whom they belong, and many of the slaves have a 680 practical freedom of action, to which the free population are quite strangers. 45 The slavery prevalent among the native races of the Malay archipelago is generally 1449. In Borneo, says Mr. Boyle, we always found a difficulty in distinguishing the servile portion of a household from the freeborn population, and the honours and distinctions open to the latter class are likewise accessible to the former. 46 The slave debtors of the Dyaks are just as happy in this state living in their creditors' houses, and working on their farms as if perfectly free, enjoying all the liberty of their masters. 47 Among the Chittagong Hill tribes, the debtor slaves were treated as members of the creditor's family, and were never exposed to harsh usage. Among the Kafirs of the Hindu Kush slaves are sometimes chosen among the annually elected magistracy, and Sir Scott Robertson knew of a case in which a master and his slave went through the ceremony of brotherhood together. Ibid pp. 51 Manipuris 58 Garos, Lewin Hill tracts of Chittagong Sq, Idem wild races of southeastern India Chittagong Hill tribes, Kulkwahoun amongst the Shans, Mauhat travels in the central parts of Indochina 1 Steens. Riedel de Sluken Crocharide Rassen Tushen Celebs en Papua pp. 194 Watubela Islanders, 293 people of Tenimba and Timorlaut, 434 people of Wetter. Earl Up, Sit, Papuans of Dori, New Life Wanderings and Labours in Eastern Africa Wanica. Chandler through jungle and desert Eastern Africans, Bauman Uzambara Wabande Felkin in Proceed, Roy Soch, Edinburgh 13 Baskerville in Steinmetz Rich Sverholtnis Waganda, Ibid Banaka and Bapuku, Maidenba Ibid, natives of the Sansanding states, Nicole Ibid. Diakite Seracolese, Lang Ibid, Washambala, Desoignes Ibid, Msalala, Craft Ibid, Wapakoma, Reed Savage Africa, Rowley Africa Unveiled pp. 174-176. Steinmetz Ethnologische Studien zur ersten Entwicklung der Strafe Roman 1 Niebuhr Up Sit, pp. 52-78-79 81 141,143, 305-439 SQ. Vini Aminov quoted by Petrov Lark, Sit. Azara Up Sit, Roman 2. Ellis US-speaking peoples of the Slave Coast. See also Wilson, Western Africa pp. 179-180, 271 SQ. Ellis Tisha-speaking peoples of the Gold Coast. MacGregor Lagos Abiokutar in the Lake in Jour, African Soch, 1904. Tellier in Steinmetz Rich Sverholtnis. MacDonald in Jour, Anther, Inst, Roman 22. Dale Ibid, Roman 25. Sibri the Great African Island, See also Little Madagascar, Ellis, History of Madagascar, Roman 1. Boyle, Adventures among the Dyaks of Borneo. Low Sarawak, see also St. John, Life in the Forests of the Far East 1. Bach, Headhunters of Borneo, Kukenthal Ergebnis einer zoologischen Forschungsreise in den Molukken und Borneo 1. Kyans, Crawford, History of the Indian Archipelago 1. Raffles, Up, Sit. 1. Marston, History of Sumatra, Junghoon, Up, Sit. 2. Bataks. Lewin Hill, Tracts of Chittagong. Scott Robertson, Kafirs of the Hindu Kush SQ. It appears that intratribal slaves, especially such as are born in the house, are generally treated better than extratribal or purchase slaves 50, and that slaves are most oppressed by their masters when they belong to a different race. We are told that among the South American Guaycurus the two causes of slavery, captivity and birth, imply a certain difference of caste, which is maintained 681 with great rigor. Mungo Park observes that in Africa the domestic slaves, or such as are born in their master's house, are treated more leniently than those who are purchased. I was told, he says, that the Mandingo master can neither deprive his slave of life, nor sell him to a stranger, without first calling a palaver on his conduct, or in other words, bringing him to a public trial. But this degree of protection is extended only to the native or domestic slave. 54 Tucky makes exactly the same observation as regards the natives of Congo. On the Gold Coast slaves are of three kinds: native born, imported, and prisoners of war, and a distinction is always made between the first and the two latter, who are treated with far less consideration. 56 Speaking of the Central African tribes generally, Mr. Rowley states that slavery assumes a much severer character among the pastoral than among the agricultural tribes, because the slaves of the former are for the most part captives of war, whereas those of the latter have rarely been acquired by conquest, but mostly by inheritance. Among the agricultural tribes, he adds, persons who are in bondage are not called slaves but children, and those to whom they are in bondage are not called masters but fathers. Among the Kafirs of the Hindu Kush, all slaves are not of the same social position, for the house slave is said to be much higher in grade than the artisan slave. The domestic slaves live with their masters. 58. Munzinga, Ostafrikanische Studien SQ, Beria and Kanama, Nu Opsit Waswahili, Borman Uzambara, natives of the Tanga coast, Sarba Opsit SQ, Fontes, Nicole in Steinmetz Rich Sverholtnis SQ, Diakitesaracoles Tellier Ibid Craze Kita, Beverly Ibid Wagogo, Sibri Opsit SQ, natives of Madagascar, Post Afrikanisch Jurisprudence 1 SQ. Maidenber in Steinmetz Rich Sverholtnis, natives of the Sansending states, Sibri Op Sit, natives of Madagascar. Von Spix and von Martius, Travels in Brazil Roman 2. Mungo Park Op Sit. Ibid. Tucky Op Sit. Ellis Tisha Speaking Peoples. Rowley Africa Unveiled SQQ. Scott Robertson Op Sit SQ. Among the nations of archaic civilization, slavery presents essentially the same characteristics as among the lower races. In ancient Mexico there were various classes of slaves: prisoners of war, criminals condemned to lose their freedom, children sold by their parents, and persons who had sold themselves. The relations between master and slave are represented as friendly. Slavery 682 in Mexico, says Mr. Bancroft, was, according to all accounts, a moderate subjection, consisting merely of an obligation to render personal service, nor could that be exacted without allowing the slave a certain amount of time to labor for his own advantage. 60 masters could not sell their slaves without their consent, unless they were slaves with a collar, that is, runaway, rebellious, or vicious slaves, who in spite of 2 or 3 warnings did not mend their behavior. Their children were invariably born free, 62, and when their masters died they generally became free themselves. Bancroft, Native Races of the Pacific States, 2, 221. Bancroft, Native Races of the Pacific States, 2, SQ. Clavigero, History of Mexico, Roman 1. Bancroft Op Sit, Roman 2. Clavigero Op Sit, Roman 1. In China the slave class is composed of prisoners of war, of persons who sell themselves or are sold by others, and of the children of slaves. 64. And in former days public slavery was a punishment for crime. It is true that the penal code forbids the sale of free persons. According to the letter of the text, even the father of a family must not sell his children. 66, and persons who voluntarily submit themselves to be sold are punished by law. But these regulations are frequently transgressed. In times of distress, children are often sold by their parents, and the kidnapping of children is an even more common source from which the supply of slaves is kept up. The master's power over his slave is not quite absolute. 69, but it seems to be fully as great as the father's power over his child. A master who falsely accuses his slave suffers no punishment for it. On the other hand, a slave cannot complain in a court of justice of ill treatment from his master. Yet the condition of slaves in China is generally easy enough. In all Chinese families of the upper 10,683,000, an intimacy exists between masters and manservants on the one hand, and mistresses and female servants on the other. Servants not unfrequently make suggestions in reference to the well-being of the family, and in many instances, domestic matters of a grave nature are discussed before them. 73. In Chinese novels, the servant is the confidant of his master, and harsh behavior towards slaves is only attributed to vicious persons. 74. According to the divine panorama, he who beats or injures his slave without estimating the punishment by the fault is tormented in hell. Many travelers have pointed out the difference between the comparatively happy condition of slaves in China and the degraded position of the former Negro slaves in European colonies and the United States of America. In China, it is observed, the identity of blood, color, race, and habit between master and servant operates as a restraint on the avarice, vices, and cruelty of the former, which would not be the case if they were of different races as in America. 77. Beat Memoire sur la condition des esclaves et des serviteurs gages en Chine, in Journal asiatique sur 3 vol. 3, SQQ. Ibid SQQ. Supra. Tatsing Leuli Sec, Roman 275. Beat Locke, Sit, Giles Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio N8, Gray China 1 242-246. Supra. Gray Op Sit 1 SQQ. Beat Op Sit, Tatsing Leuli Sec, Roman 337. Beat Locke Sit SQ, Giles Op Sit 1 SQ, N8 Gray Op Sit, Roman 1 Wells Williams The Middle Kingdom Roman 1 Douglas Society in China. Gray Op Sit Roman 1. Beat Locke Sit, Giles Op Sit Roman 2. Beat Locke Sit SQ. Chinese Repository Roman 18. It has been suggested that in ancient Egypt the aboriginal inhabitants of the country were made slaves by the conquering race. See Nous Consultans les Monuments, says 1000. Emilino, Nous remarquons dans les peintures, qui ornent les parois, des tamo, de sacre une certaine race d'hommes, sur laquelle Mariette avait déjà appelé l'attention je crois que si sont là des esclaves, via restes des populations primitives soumises, par les concurrents nouvellement, arrives dans la vallée du Nil, descendants des premières tribus humaines qui s'étaient installées en Egypt. 78. During the 18th and 19th dynasties, which form the chief period of Egypt's foreign conquests, mention is frequently made of the employment of prisoners of war as slaves. Every pharaoh of these dynasties recounts how he filled the god Ammon's storehouses with male and female slaves from his 684 spoil. These slaves are occasionally represented in tombs. Thus, in the tomb of Rik-Khmer, some slaves who are making bricks and building a wall are designated as the spoil which His Majesty brought for the construction of the Temple of Ammon. 79 1000. Emilino believes that slavery was in Egypt milder than in Greece and Rome. According to the Book of the Dead, the pity of the god extends to slaves. Not only does he command that no one should ill-treat them himself, but he forbids that their masters should be led to ill-treat them. Emilino, Essai sur l'évolution des idées morales dans l'Égypte ancien. For these statements I am indebted to my friend Dr. Alan Gardner. Emilino Op Sit. Book of the Dead ch. 125, cf. Maspero Dawn of Civilization. In ancient Chaldea, beneath the free Semite and Sumerian population, there was a class of slaves largely consisting of captives from foreign races and their descendants, but continually reinforced by individuals of the native race such as foundlings, women sold by their husbands, children sold by their fathers, and probably debtors whom their creditors had deprived of their liberty. Their position was evidently not one of excessive hardship. As a rule, they were permitted to marry and bring up a family, and it seems that masters, when selling their slaves, as much as possible avoided separating parents and children. The master often apprenticed the children of his slaves, and as soon as they knew a trade he set them up in business in his own name, allowing them a share in the profits. A slave could hire himself out for wages and could himself acquire slaves to work for him. He was even entitled to purchase his freedom. La Loi Babylonian says 1000. Apert lassate aux esclaves sur quelques points 685 plus de prerogatives, quelle code franchise nen accord à nos épouses, 88. Meissner Beitridge zur Altbabylonischen Privatrecht. Apert la condition des esclaves à Babylone, in Académie des inscriptions et belles lettres comptes rendus des séances de l'année, 1888, sur Forval. Roman 16 Maspero, op. Cit. Meissner op cit, apert loc cit sqq. Apert loc cit sqq. Kohler and Peiser, aus dem babylonischen Rechtsleben Roman 2, 52 sqq. Apert loc cit, pp. 122-128. Meissner op cit, apert loc cit, apert and menant documents juridiques de la Syrie et de la Chaldee. Apert loc cit. Among the Hebrews, the slave class consisted of captives taken in war, 89 of persons bought with money from neighboring nations or from foreign residents in the land, 90 of children of slaves born in the house, 91 of native Hebrews who had been sold by their fathers, 92, or who either alone, or with their wives and children, had fallen into slavery in consequence of poverty, 93, or who had been sold by the authorities as slaves on account of theft when unable to pay. Compensation for the stolen property. To deprive an Israelite of his freedom for any other reason, to steal him, use him as a slave, or sell him, was a crime punishable with death. And even the Israelite who lost his liberty because he had become poor on account of poverty was not to be treated in the same way as the slave of foreign origin. He could not be compelled to serve as a bondservant, only as a hired servant. He should not be ruled over with rigor. He might not only be redeemed at any time by his relatives, but if not redeemed, he was bound to receive his freedom without payment in the 7th year, and then the master should not let him go away empty, but furnish him liberally out of his. Flock his floor and his winepress. Slaves of foreign extraction, on the other hand, were not to be emancipated, but should remain slaves forever, descending to children and children's children, but in no case had the master absolute power over his slave. Whether the latter was an Israelite or a foreigner, his life, and to some extent his body, were protected by Law 100, and if a slave escaped from a hard master, he 686 should not be given up, but be allowed to live unmolested in the place which he should choose in one of the cities of Israel. From everything that we read about slaves among the Hebrews, it appears that they were regarded as inferior members of the family, and that the housefather cared for their well-being hardly less than for that of his own children. In the Talmud, masters are repeatedly admonished to treat their slaves with kindness. 103 Traffic in human beings is regarded as an occupation which incapacitates the dealer to sit as judge. 104 An emancipation of slaves is practically encouraged in various ways. 105 In spite of the dictum of certain rabbis, that he who emancipates his slave transgresses the positive precept of Leviticus 25. They shall be your bondmen forever. 106. Deuteronomy, Roman 20. Leviticus 25, SQQ. Genesis, Roman 14. Exodus, Roman 21. Ibid 21, SQ, Leviticus 25:47. Exodus, Roman 22. Ibid, Roman 21. Deuteronomy, Roman 24. Leviticus 25:40-53. Ibid 25:46-53. Exodus, Roman 21. Leviticus 25:41-48 SQQ. Deuteronomy 15, SQQ. Leviticus 25, SQQ. Supra pp. 424-516. Deuteronomy 23, SQ. Sie Mielsener, die Verhältnis der Sklaven bei den Alten Hebräern SQQ. André L. Esclavage chez les Anciens Hébreux SQQ. Benzinger, Slavery in Chain and Black, Encyclopedia Biblica 4, SQ. Katz der Wahre Talmudjude SQQ. See also Ecclesiasticus 33. If thou have a servant, entreat him as a brother, for thou hast need of him as of thine own soul. Beni, Criminal Code of the Jews according to the Talmud Masecheth Sinhedrin. Winter, Die Stellung der Sklaven bei den Juden. Barakhath Val, 47b quoted by Hirschan Treasures of the Talmud, R. Samuel quoted by André Upp, Sit, SQ. According to Islam, a Muhammadan who is born free can never become a slave. The slave, says Mr. Lane, is either a person taken captive in war or carried off by force from a foreign country, and being at the time of capture an infidel, or the offspring of a female slave by another slave, or by any man who is not her owner, or by her owner if he do not acknowledge himself to be the father. 107. The slave should be treated with kindness. The Prophet said, "A man who behaves ill to his slave will not enter into paradise." 108. The master should give to his slaves of the food which he eats himself, and of the clothes with which he clothes himself. He should not 687 order them to do anything beyond their power, and in the hot season, during the hottest hours of the day, he should let them rest. He may marry them to whom he will, but he may not separate them when married. He may generally give them away or sell them as he pleases, but he must not separate a mother from her child. The Prophet said, "Whoever is the cause of separation between mother and child, by selling or giving, God will separate him from his friends on the day of resurrection." 112. Nor is a master allowed to alienate a female slave who has borne to him a child which he recognizes as his own. And at his death the mother is entitled to emancipation. To liberate a slave is regarded as an act highly acceptable to God, and as an expiation for certain sins. These rules, it should be added, are not only recognized in theory, but derive additional support from general usage. In the Muhammadan world, the slave generally lives on easy terms with his master. He is often treated as a member of the family, and occasionally exercises much influence upon its affairs. In certain countries at least, it is held disreputable or disgraceful for a person to sell his slave, except perhaps in case of absolute necessity or in consequence of intolerable behavior on the part of the slave. In Persia, custom demands that on certain festive occasions, such as the birth of a child or a wedding, 1688 or several of the slaves of the family should be set free. 117, and both there, and in other Muhammadan countries, testamentary manumissions are of frequent occurrence. In Morocco, a slave is sometimes allowed a certain amount of liberty that he may earn enough to buy his freedom. 119, whilst among the Bedouins of the Arabian desert described by Burckhardt, slaves are always emancipated after a certain lapse of time. No stigma attaches to the emancipated slave. It has been truly said that in Islam slavery is regarded as an accident, not as a constitution of nature. 121. Hence the freedman is socially on an equal footing with a freeborn citizen. He may without discredit marry his former master's daughter, and become the head of the family. Emancipated slaves have repeatedly risen to the highest offices. They have ruled kingdoms and founded dynasties. Lane, Manners and Customs of the Modern Egyptians, cf. Munzinger, Ostafrikanische Studien SQ, Amir Ali, Life and Teachings of Mohammed SQ. Lane, Arabian Society in the Middle Ages, Lanepool, Speeches and Table Talk of the Prophet Mohammed. Lane, Arabian Society, Lanepool Speeches. Lane, Arabian Society, Lanepool Speeches, Sacha Muhammadanisches Recht pp. 18-102. Lane, Modern Egyptians. Ibid, Lane, Arabian Society, Amir Ali, Life of Mohammed SQ. Lane, Modern Egyptians. Quran, Roman 24, Amir Ali, Life of Mohammed pp. 373-377. Beltrame, Il Senar e lo Siangala, Roman 1. Lane, Modern Egyptians. Lane, Arabian Society SQQ, Parlak Persian 1 255, Urquhart Spirit of the East Roman 2 Burton Pilgrimage to Al-Madna Mecca Roman 1 Munzinger Ostafrikanische Studien, Beltrame Il Senar 1, SQQ, Loire l'esclavage en Tunisie in Revue Scientifique sur Forval, 12, SQ. Villat mers cautums et institutions des indigènes de l'Algérie, Mikin Moors, Chavan di Sahara Arabs of the Sahara, Pomerol among the women of the Sahara SQQ, Diveria exploration du Sahara, Aoust sur le Nigeret au pays des Tuaregs Tuareg, Hanotau and Letournou la Kabylie Roman 2 Reed Savage Africa. Parlak Persian Roman 1 Beltrame, Il Senar 1, 248, Munzinger Ostafrikanisch Studien. Parlak Arp Sit Roman 1 Ibid Roman 1 Mekin Arp Sit Mekin Arp Sit Burkhardt Notes on the Bedouins and Wahhabis. Amir Ali Life of Mohammed. Ibid SQ, Bosworth Smith Mohammed and Mohammedanism pp. 206-211 SQ. According to the laws of Manu, the mythical legislator of ancient India, there are slaves of 7 kinds, namely, he who is made a captive under a standard, he who serves for his daily food, he who is born in the house, he who is bought and he who is given, he who is inherited from ancestors, and he who is enslaved by way of punishment. 123. The last mentioned class consists of persons who have lost their freedom because they have been unable to pay a debt or a fine, or because they have left a religious order. The slave is not necessarily a Sudra, or member of the lowest of the 4 Indian castes, but Kshatriyas may become the slaves of Brahmanas and Vaisyas of Brahmanas and Kshatriyas. On the other hand, the Sudras as such were not slaves, though it was their duty to serve the other castes. They chose the persons to whom they would offer service, and claimed adequate compensation. The power which a householder in India possessed over his slaves is not exactly defined, but he is admonished not to have quarrels with them, and if offended by any of them, to bear it without resentment. In Apastamba's aphorisms, it is said that a person may at his pleasure stint himself, his wife, or his children, but by no means a slave who does his work. 128 Elphinstone wrote in 1839 in his History of India, domestic slaves are treated exactly like servants, except that they are more regarded as belonging to the family. I doubt if they are ever sold, and they attract little observation, as there is nothing apparent to distinguish them from freemen. 129 The priesthood of modern Buddhism teach that there are 5 ways in which a master ought to assist his slave. He must not appoint the work of children to men, or of men to children, but to each according to his strength. He must give each one his food and wages, according as they are required, when sick. He must free him from work, and provide him with proper medicine. When the master has any agreeable and savory food, he must not consume the whole himself, but must impart a portion to others, even to his slaves. And if they work properly for a long period, or for a given period, they must be set free. 130. Laws of Manu, Roman 8. Buller in his translation of the Laws of Manu, in Sacred Books of the East 25, N 415. Ibid N 415. Ingram, History of Slavery and Serfdom. Laws of Manu, 4 185. Apastamba, Roman 2 9, 11. Elphinstone, History of India. Hardy, Manual of Buddhism. In Greece, especially in earlier times, capture in war, piracy and kidnapping were common causes of slavery. 131, and the condition was hereditary. Other legitimate sources were exposure of infants, except at Thebes 132, and sale of children by their parents. At Athens, insolvent debtors became the slaves of their creditors up to the time of Solon. 134 and metics, that is, resident aliens who did not discharge the obligations imposed on them by the state. 690 were sold as slaves, as were also foreigners who had fraudulently possessed themselves of the rights of citizens. At least in a later age the majority of slaves seem to have been of barbarian origin. 136 indeed. After the Peloponnesian War, the principle that captives taken in wars between Greek states should be ransomed and not enslaved was commonly recognized, though not always followed. In practice, as we have seen, the master had not the power of life and death over his slave. At sanctuaries the latter found a refuge from cruel oppression. If maltreated he could demand to be sold, and he could purchase his liberty with his peculium by agreement with his master. But by manumission, he only entered into an intermediate condition between slavery and complete freedom. Thus, at Athens the freedman was in relation to the state a metic, and in relation to his master a client. Domestic slaves often lived on terms of intimacy with their masters 142, but as a class slaves were regarded with contempt even by men like Plato and Aristotle. The former, whilst warning his hearers against insolent and unjust behavior towards slaves, observes that they should be treated with severity, not admonished as if they were freemen, but punished, and only addressed in words of command. Aristotle compares the relation of the master to his slave with that of the soul to the body, and of the craftsman to his tool, and adds that there can be friendship between them only in so far as the slave is regarded not as a slave, but as a fellow human being. But whilst the state of slavery always entailed disgrace, the question was raised whether the master's power over his slave was based on justice or 691 on force, and in Greece, for the first time, we meet with the opinion that the institution of slavery is contrary to nature, and that it is the law which unjustly makes one man a slave and another free. However, Aristotle was no doubt in general agreement with his age when he declared that the barbarians, on account of their inferiority, are intended by nature to be the slaves of the Greeks. Wallen, Histoire de l'esclavage dans l'Antiquité 1, SQQ, Richter die Sklaverei im Griechischen Altertum SQQ. Alien, Historia Varia, Roman 2, Wallen up sit 1 SQ. Plutarch Vita Salinis, Roman 13. Wallen up sit 1 SQ. Richter up sit. Hermann Blumner Lehrbuch der Griechischen Privataltertümer, Richter up sit. Schmidt Ethik der Alten Griechen 2 205-283, Hermann Blumner up sit, SQ. Supra. Wallen up sit 1 SQ. Schmidt up sit 2 SQ. Richter up sit SQ. Ingram up sit SQ. Wallen up sit 1 SQ. Richter up sit. Richter up sit, Wallen up sit 1 SQQ. Schmidt up sit, Roman 2 Richter up sit. Plato leg 6 SQ. Aristotle Ethica Nicomacheia, Roman 8 6 SQ. Idem Politica 1. Idem Politica 1b. Ibid 1 6 pp. 1252b, 1255 AC Euripides, Iphigenia in Aulide, 1400 SQ. The Roman jurists held up slavery as a mitigation of the horrors of war. The capture and preservation of enemies, they said, was its sole and exclusive origin in the past. But in Rome as elsewhere, when once established, it contained in itself the germ of extension. All the children of a female slave followed the condition of the mother, according to the principle applicable to the offspring of the lower animals partus sequitur ventrum. And sooner or later, when these sources proved insufficient to maintain the supply, a regular commerce in slaves was established, which was based on the systematically prosecuted hunting of men in foreign lands. To a much smaller extent, the slave class was recruited by Roman citizens, by children sold by their fathers, by insolvent debtors, or by criminals condemned to servitude as a punishment for some heinous offence. The idea of a Roman becoming the slave of a fellow citizen was never quite agreeable to the Roman mind. According to an ancient law, the debtor, after being made over to the creditor, should be sold abroad or trans-Tiberim. Subsequently, in 326 B100, the creditor's lien was restricted to the goods of his debtor if the latter was a Roman citizen, 151, and during the pagan empire the sale of freeborn children by their fathers was prohibited. The power, originally unlimited, which the master had over his slave was also, in the course of time, subjected to limitations. We have seen that since the days of Claudius and Antoninus Pius legal check was put on the master's right of killing his slave. The Lex Petronia, A 500, forbade masters to compel their slaves to fight with wild beasts. In the time of Nero, an official was appointed to hear complaints of the wrongs done by masters to their slaves. Antoninus Pius directed that slaves treated with excessive cruelty, who had taken refuge at an altar or imperial image, should be sold, and this provision was extended to cases in which the master had employed a slave in a way degrading to him or beneath his character. In public auctions of slaves regard was paid to the claims of relationship 157, and in the interpretation of testaments, It was assumed that members of the same family were not to be separated by the division of the succession. In those days when Roman slavery had lost its original patriarchal, and to speak with Mommsen, 159 in some measure innocent character, when the victories of Rome and the increasing slave trade had introduced into the city innumerable slaves, when those simpler habits of life which in early times somewhat mitigated the rigor of the law had changed, lot of the Roman slave was often extremely hard, and numerous acts of shocking cruelty were committed. But we also hear, from the early days of the empire, that masters who had been cruel to their slaves were pointed at with disgust in all parts of the city, and were hated and loathed. And with a fervor which can hardly be surpassed, Seneca and other Stoics argued that the slave is a being with human dignity and human rights, born of the same race as ourselves, living the same life, 693, and dying the same death, in short, that our slaves are also men and friends and our fellow-servants. 162 Epictetus even went so far as to condemn altogether the keeping of slaves, a radicalism explicable from the history of his own life. What you avoid suffering yourself, he says, seek not to impose on others. You avoid slavery, for instance, take care not to enslave, for if you can bear to exact slavery from others, you appear to have been yourself a slave. 163. These teachings could not fail to influence both legislation and public sentiment. Imbued with the Stoic philosophy, the jurists of the classical period declared that all men are originally free by the law of nature, and that slavery is only an institution of the law of nations, by which one man is made the property of another, in opposition to natural right. 164. Hunter, Exposition of Roman Law, SQ. Institutions, Roman 1:3. Slaves are called servi, because generals are wont to sell their captives, and so to preserve servae and not to destroy them. They are also called mancipia, because they are taken from the enemy with the strong hand manu capiunter. Mommsen, History of Rome 3, SQ. Wallen up sit 2, SQQ, Ingram up sit. Wallen up sit 2, SQQ, Ingram up sit, Institutions, Roman 1:3. Mackenzie, Studies in Roman Law. Livy, History Roman 8, Wallen up sit 2 N1. Supra SQ. Digesta, Roman 48:11, 2. Seneca, De Beneficiis, Roman 3:3. Wallen up sit 3 SQ. Ingram. Hunter, Exposition of Roman Law. Wallen up sit, Roman 3. Mommsen, History of Rome, Roman 3. See Lecky, History of Morals 1, SQ. Seneca de Clementia, Roman 1:3. Idem Epistle 47. Idem de Beneficiis, Roman 3. Epictetus, Dissertations, Roman 1. See also the collection of statements referring to slavery made by Harland, Reign of the Stoics, SQQ. Epictetus Fragmenta 42. Institutions, Roman 1:2. Considering that Christianity has commonly been represented as almost the sole cause of the mitigation and final abolishment of slavery in Europe, it deserves special notice that the chief improvement in the condition of slaves at Rome took place at so early a period that Christianity could have absolutely no share in it. Nay, for about 200 years after it was made the official religion of the empire, there was an almost complete pause in the legislation on the subject. Under Justinian, certain reforms were introduced. Enfranchisement was facilitated in various ways. 166. The rights of Roman citizens were granted to emancipated slaves, who had previously occupied an intermediate position between slavery and perfect freedom. 167. And though the law still refused to recognize the marriages of slaves, Justinian gave them a legal value after emancipation in establishing rights of succession. But the inferior position of the slave was asserted as sternly as ever. He belonged to the 694 corporeal property of his master. He was reckoned among things which are tangible by their nature, like land, raiment, gold, and silver. The constitution of Antoninus Pius restraining excessive severity on the part of masters was enforced, but the motive for this was not evangelic humanity. It is said in the Institutes of Justinian, this decision is a just one, for it greatly concerns the public weal, that no one be permitted to misuse even his own property. 171. Cf. Lecky, History of European Morals, Roman 2. Institutions 1 SQQ. Ibid Roman 1:3, Roman 3:4. Ibid 3 PR. Institutions Roman 2:1. Cf. Milman, History of Latin Christianity, Roman 2. Institutions Roman 1:2. It is curious to note that the inconsistency of slavery with the tenet, do to others as you would be done by, though emphasized by a pagan philosopher, never seems to have occurred to any of the early Christian writers. Christianity recognized slavery from the beginning. The principle that all men are spiritually equal in Christ does not imply that they should be socially equal in the world. Slavery does not prevent anybody from performing the duties incumbent on a Christian. It does not bar the way to heaven. It is an external affair only, nothing but a name. He only is really a slave who commits sin. Slavery is of course a burden, but a burden which has been laid upon the back of transgression. Man when created by God was free, and nobody was the slave of another until that just man Noah cursed Ham, his offending son. Slavery, then, is a punishment sent by him who best knows how to proportionate punishment to offense. The slave himself ought not to desire to become free. 174. Nay, if the master offers him freedom he ought not to accept it. Not one of the fathers even 695 hints that slavery is unlawful or improper. In the early age martyrs possessed slaves, and so did abbots, bishops, popes, monasteries, and churches. 177 Jews and pagans only were prohibited from acquiring Christian slaves. So little was the abolition of slavery thought of that a council at Orleans, in the middle of the 6th century, expressly decreed the perpetuity of servitude among the descendants of slaves. On the other hand, the Church showed a zeal to prevent accessions to slavery from capture, but her exertions were restricted to Christian prisoners of war. As late as the 19th century, the right of enslaving captives was defended by Bishop Bouvier. Gregory Nazianzen, Orations 14, Mean Patrologi Cursus Sir, Greca 35, SQ, Idem Carmina Roman 126, 29 Ibid 37, Roman 133, 133 SQQ, Ibid 37 SQ, St. Chrysostom in Cap, 9, Genes, Homilia 29, Ibid 53 Idem in Epist 1 ad cor Homilia 19, Ibid 61 St. Ambrose in Epistolam ad Colossenses 3 Mean op sit, Sir, Lat. 17. St. Augustine de Civitate Dei 19, Mean op sit, 41 SQ. St. Ignatius Epistola ad Polycarpum 4 Mean op sit, Sir, Greca 5 SQ. St. Augustine Eneratio in Psalmum 124, Mean op sit, 37. Laurent Edud sur l'histoire de l'humanité, Roman 4. Cf. Babington, Influence of Christianity in Promoting the Abolition of Slavery in Europe. Ibid, Parchesa, Commentarii Juris Germanis id Statusa Servorum, Roman 1:8, Muratori, Dissertazioni sopra l'antichita Italian, Roman 1. Concilium Toltonum 4, A 500, Can, 66 Labmansi Sacrorum Conciliarum Collectio 10, Blakey, Temporal Benefits of Christianity, Digby, Mores Catholici, Roman 2 Sobrano, della Scividu e del Servaggio, Roman 1 Riviere, L. Eglise et l'Esclavage. Concilium Auralinens 4, about A 500, Can 32 Labmansi op sit, 9, SQ. Concilium Remens about A 500, Can 22 Labmansi op sit, 10, Gratian Decretum Roman 2 213 SQQ, Baronius Annals Ecclesiastici A 500, ch. 74 Vol, Roman 22 Leblanc Inscriptions Crescens de la Gaule 2, SQQ, Babington op sit, pp. 51 SQQ, 94 SQ, Nies le droit de la guerre et les précurseurs de Grotius. Bouvier, Institutions Philosophically. The apostles reminded slaves of their duties towards their masters and masters of their duties towards their slaves. The same was done by councils and popes. The Council of Gangra, about the year 324, pronounced its anathema on anyone who should teach a slave to despise his master on pretence of religion. 183, and so much importance was attached to this decree that it was inserted in the Epitome of Canons which Hadrian I, in 773, presented to Charlemagne in Rome. But there are also many instances in which masters are recommended to show humanity to their slaves. According to Gregory IX, the slaves who were washed in the fountain of holy baptism should be more liberally treated in consideration of their having received so great a benefit. 186 slaves who had taken refuge from their masters in churches or monasteries were not to be given up until the master had sworn not to punish the fugitive. 187 or they were never given up, but became slaves to the sanctuary. The church, as we have seen, protected the life of the slave by excommunicating for a couple of years masters who killed their slaves. She prohibited the sale of Christian slaves to Jews and heathen nations. The Council of Chalons, in the middle of the 7th century, ordered that no Christians should be sold outside the kingdom of Clovis, so that they might not get into captivity or become the slaves of Jewish masters. 191, and some Anglo-Saxon laws similarly forbade the sale of Christians out of the country, and especially into bondage to heathen, that those souls perish not that Christ bought with his own life. 192. The clergy sometimes remonstrated against slave markets, but their indignation never reached the trade in heathen slaves. 193 Nor was the master's right of selling any of his slaves, whenever he pleased, called in question at all. The assertion made by many writers that the Church exercised an extremely favorable influence upon slavery surely involves a great exaggeration. As late as the 13th century, the master practically had the power of life and death over his slave. Throughout Christendom, the purchase and 697 the sale of men, as property transferred from vendor to buyer, was recognized as a legal transaction of the same validity with the sale of other merchandise, land or cattle. Slaves had a title to nothing but subsistence and clothes from their masters, all the profits of their labor accruing to the latter. And if a master from indulgence gave his slaves any peculium or fixed allowance for their subsistence, they had no right of property in what they saved out of that, but all that they accumulated belonged to their master. A slave or a freedman was not allowed to bring a criminal charge against a free person, except in the case of a crimen ls majestatis, 198, and slaves were incapable of being received as witnesses against freemen. The old distinction between the marriage of the freeman and the concubinage of the slave was long recognized by the Church. Slaves could not marry, but had only a right of contubernium, and their unions did not receive the nuptial benediction of a priest. Subsequently, when conjunction between slaves came to be considered a lawful marriage, they were not permitted to marry without the consent of their master, and such as transgressed this rule were punished very severely, sometimes even with death. Ephesians 6 SQQ, Colossians 3 SQQ, Roman 4. Concilium Gangrens about A 500, Can 3 Labmancy op. Sit. 2 1106 1110. 184 Epitome Canonum Quam Hadrianus 1, Carolo Magno Obtulit A 500 773, In Labmancy op. Sit. Roman 12. Babington op. Sit. SQQ. Baronius Annals Ecclesiastici A 500, ch. 62 Vol. Roman 21. Milman op. Sit. Roman 2 Rivière op. Sit. Du Bois Histoire du droit criminel des peuples modernes 2 n1. 188 Concilium Kingisperience sub Bertolfo, in Wilkins Concilia Man, Brittany et Hiberni, Roman 1. Supra. Concilium Remens about A 500, Can 11 Labmancy op. Sit. 10, Concilium Liptonense A 500, Can 3 Ibid. 12, Hefel Beitridge zur Kirchengeschichte Roman 1 Idem History of the Councils of the Church Roman 5. Concilium Caballonense about A 500, Can 9 Labmancy op. Sit. 10. Laws of Ethelred 5, Roman 6 Laws of Senat Roman 2. Hulman Std Tuessen des Mittelalters 1, SQ Loring Brace Gesta Christi, Rivière op. Sit. Janarski de l'abolition de l'esclavage ancien au Moyen Age SQ, Allard les esclaves crescens depuis les premiers temps de l'Église, 100, Supra SQ. Purchaser op. Sit, Roman 2-5 Milman op. Sit, Roman 2. Purchaser op. Sit, 2 SQQ. Ducange Glossarium ad scriptures medi et infim Latinitatis Roman 6 Robertson, History of the Reign of the Emperor Charles V, Roman 1. Purchaser op. Sit, Roman 3-2. Beaumanoir Cautums du Beauvaisis 39, Vol. Roman 2 103, Ducange op. Sit, Roman 6 Purchaser op. Sit, Roman 3-1. Purchaser op. Sit, Roman 2:10 SQ. Ibid. Roman 2:12 SQ. The gradual disappearance of slavery in Europe during the latter part of the Middle Ages has also commonly been in the main attributed to the influence of the Church. But this opinion is hardly supported by facts. It is true that the Church in some degree encouraged the manumission of slaves. Though slavery was considered a 698 perfectly lawful institution, the enfranchisement of a fellow Christian was deemed a meritorious act, and was sometimes strongly recommended on Christian principles. At the close of the 6th century, it was affirmed that, as Christ had come to break the chain of our servitude and restore our primitive liberty, so it was well for us to imitate him by making free those whom the law of nations had reduced to slavery. 203, and the same doctrine was again proclaimed at various times down to the 16th century. In the Carlovingian period, the abbot Smaragdus expressed the opinion that among other good and salutary works, each one ought to let slaves go free, considering that not nature but sin had subjected them to their masters. In the latter part of the 12th century, the prelates of France, and in particular the Archbishop of Sens, pretended that it was an obligation of conscience to accord liberty to all Christians, relying on a decree of a council held at Rome by Pope Alexander III. And in one of the later compilations of German medieval law, it was said that the Lord Jesus, by his injunction to render unto Caesar the things which are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's, indicated that no man is the property of another, but that every man belongs to God. Slaves were liberated for God's love, or for the remedy or ransom of the soul. 208 in the formularies of manumission given by the monk Marculfus in the 7th century we read, for instance, he that releases his slave who is bound to him, may trust that God will recompense him in the next world. 209 for the remission of my sins, I absolve thee. 210 for the glory. 699 of God's name, and for my eternal retribution. 100. Too much importance, however, has often been attached to these phrases. The most trivial occurrences, such as giving a book to a monastery, are commonly accompanied by similar expressions. 212, and it appears from certain formulas that slaves were not only liberated, but also bought and sold, in the name of God. 213 nor can we suppose that it was from religious motives only that manumissions were encouraged by the clergy. It has been pointed out that, as dying persons were frequently inclined to make considerable donations for pious uses, it was more immediately for the interest of churchmen that people of inferior condition should be rendered capable of acquiring property, and should have the free disposal of what they had acquired. It also seems that those who obtained their liberty by the influence of the clergy had to reward their benefactors, and that the manumission should for this reason be confirmed by the Church. And whilst the Church favoured liberation of the slaves of laymen, she took care to prevent liberation of her own slaves. Like a physician, she did not herself swallow the medicine which she prescribed to others. She allowed alienation of such slaves only as showed a disposition to run away. The Council of Agatho in 506 considered it unfair to enfranchise the slaves of monasteries, seeing that the monks themselves were daily compelled to labour. 216, and as a matter of fact, the slaves of monasteries were everywhere among the last who were manumitted. In the 7th century, a council at Toledo threatened with damnation any bishop who should liberate a slave belonging to the Church, without giving 700 due compensation from his own property, as it was thought impious to inflict a loss on the Church of Christ. 218, and according to several ecclesiastical regulations, no bishop or priest was allowed to manumit a slave in the patrimony of the Church, unless he put in his place 2 slaves of equal value. Nay, the Church was anxious not only to prevent a reduction of her slaves, but to increase their number. She zealously encouraged people to give up themselves and their posterity to be the slaves of churches and monasteries, to enslave their bodhiesses. Some of the charters put it in order to procure the liberty of their souls. And in the middle of the 7th century, a council decreed that the children of incontinent priests should become the slaves of the churches where their fathers officiated. Clarkson, Essay on Slavery, SQ. Beat de l'abolition de l'esclavage ancien en Occident, p. 11. Thorough le christianisme et l'esclavage. Martin, Histoire de France Jusquin 1789, 3 n2. Balmes el protestantismo comparado con el catolicismo, Roman 1 Blakey up. Sit, Janowski up, sit. Cochin l'abolition de l'esclavage 2, 458. Litter Edud sur les barbares et le moyen age SQ. Allard up, sit. Tedeschi la scrivedu. Lecky History of Rationalism in Europe 2, 236 SQQ. Main International Law, Kid, Social Evolution. St. Gregory the Great Epistle 6, Mean Patrology Cursus 77, SQ, Gratian Op. Sit, Roman 2 68, Purchaser Op. Sit, Roman 4 3 SQ. Babington Op. Sit. Smaragdus via Regia, 30d Acre Spicilgem 1. De Boullainvilliers, Histoire de l'Ancien Gouvernement de la France, Roman 1. Speculum Saxonum 3, Goldust Collectio Consudidinum et Legum Imperialium. Ducange Op. Sit 4, SQQ Purchaser Op. Sit, Roman 4 5 SQQ Muratori Op. Sit, Roman 1 Robertson Op. Sit, Roman 1 Milman Op. Sit 2, SQ. Marculfus Formal 2 Mean Op. Sit, 87. Ibid 2 Mean Op. Sit, 87. Marculfus Formal 2 Mean Op. Sit, 87. Babington Op. Sit, N6. Formal Bignonian 2 Venditio de Servo Ballus, Capitularia Regum Francorum, 2 Domino Magnifico Fratri Iliemptori, Ego in de Namine Ille Vendita. Miller, Origin of the Distinction of Ranks SQ. Gratian Op. Sit, Roman 2 54. Concilium Agathens A 500, Can 56 Lab Mansi Op. Sit, 8. Hallam, View of the State of Europe during the Middle Ages ed. 1837, Roman 1. Concilium Toltenum 4, A 500, Can 67 Lab Mansi Op. Sit, 10. Gratian Op. Sit, Roman 2 58, Purchaser Op. Sit, Roman 4 4. Ducange Op. Sit, Roman 4 Purchaser Op. Sit, Roman 1 6 SQQ Muratori Op. Sit 1 SQQ Robertson Op. Sit, Roman 1. Concilium Toltenum 9, A 500, Can 10 Lab Mansi Op. Sit, 11. The disappearance of medieval slavery has further, to some extent, been attributed to the efforts of kings to weaken the power of the nobles. Thus Louis X and Philip, the Long of France, issued ordinances declaring that, as all men were by nature free, and as their kingdom was called the Kingdom of the Franks, they would have the fact to correspond with the name, and emancipated all persons in the royal domains upon paying a just compensation, as an example for other lords to follow. Muratori believes that in Italy the wars during the 12th and following centuries contributed more than anything else to the decline of slavery, as there was a need of soldiers and soldiers must be freemen. According to others, the disappearance of slavery was largely affected by the great famines and epidemics with which Europe was visited during the 10th, 11th, and 12th 701 centuries. The number of slaves was also considerably reduced by the ancient usage of enslaving prisoners of war being replaced by the more humane practice of accepting ransom for them, which became the general rule in the later part of the Middle Ages, at least in the case of Christian captives. But it seems that the chief cause of the extinction of slavery in Europe was its transformation into serfdom. Robertson Op. Sit. 1 SQ Miller Op. Sit. SQQ. De Crossy, Isambert and Jurden, Recueil General des Anciens Lois Francases 3, SQQ. Muratori Op. Sit. 1 SQ, Idem Rerum Italicarum Scriptures 18 292. Beat Op. Sit. SQQ, Sarco Historia de la Esclavidad 3, SQQ. Ward, Enquiry into the Foundation and History of the Law of Nations in Europe 1, SQ. Babington Op. Sit. Ayala de Jure et Officiis Bellicis Roman 119. In the 16th century the statutes of some Italian towns make mention of the sale of slaves, who probably were Turkish captives nais, le droit de la guerre et les précurseurs de Grodius. This transformation has been traced to the diminished supply of slaves, which made it the interest of each family to preserve indefinitely its own hereditary slaves, and to keep up their number by the method of propagation. The existence and physical well-being of the slave became consequently an object of greater value to his master, and the latter found it most profitable to attach his slaves to certain pieces of land. Moreover, the cultivation of the ground required that the slaves should have a fixed residence in different parts of the master's estate, and when a slave had thus been for a long time engaged in a particular farm, he was so much the better qualified to continue in the management of it for the future. By degrees, He therefore came to be regarded as belonging to the stock upon the ground, and was disposed of as a part of the estate which he had been accustomed to cultivate. Storch curs d'economie politique Roman 4 Ingram up, sit. Miller up sit sqq. But serfdom itself was merely a transitory condition destined to lead up to a state of entire liberty. As the proprietor of a large estate could not oversee the behavior of his villeins, scattered over a wide area of land, the only means of exciting their industry would be to offer them a reward for the work which they performed. Thus, besides the ordinary maintenance allotted 702 to them, they frequently obtained a part of the profits, and became capable of having separate property. In many cases, this no doubt enabled the serf to purchase his liberty out of his earnings, 230, whilst in others the master would have an interest in allowing him to pay a fixed rent and to retain the surplus for himself. The landlord was then freed from the hazard of accidental losses, and obtained not only a certain, but frequently an additional, revenue from his land, owing to the greater exertions of cultivators who worked for their own benefit, 231, and at the same time the personal subjection of the peasants naturally came to an end, as it was of no consequence to the landlord how they conducted themselves provided that they punctually paid the rents. Nor was there any reason to insist that they should remain in the farm longer than they pleased, for the profits it afforded made them commonly not more willing to leave it than the proprietor was to put them away. Another factor which led to the disappearance of serfdom was the encouragement which sovereigns, always jealous of the great lords, gave to the villeins to encroach upon their authority. We have convincing proof that in England, before the end of Edward III's reign, the villeins found themselves sufficiently powerful to protect one another, and to withhold their ancient and accustomed services from their lord. In Germany, again, the landlords sometimes furnished their villeins with arms to defend the cause of their master, and this undoubtedly tended to their enfranchisement, as persons who are taught to use and allowed to possess weapons will soon make 703 themselves respected. A great number of villeins also shook off the fetters of their servitude by fleeing for refuge to some chartered town 236, where they became free at once 237, or more commonly, after a certain stipulated period a year, and a day 238 or more, 239, and it seems besides that the rapid disappearance of serfdom in the prospering free towns indirectly, by way of example, promoted the enfranchisement of rural serfs. There are further instances of lords liberating their villeins at the intercession of their spiritual confessors, the clergy availing themselves of every opportunity to lessen the formidable power of their great rivals, the temporal nobility. But the influence which the Church exercised in favour of the enfranchisement of serfs was even less than her share in the abolition of slavery proper. She represented serfdom as a divine institution, 243, as a school of humility, as a road to future glory. She was herself the greatest 704 serfholder, 245, and so strenuously did she persist in retaining her villeins, that after Voltaire had raised his powerful outcry in favour of liberty and Louis XVI himself had been induced to abolish the right of servitude in consideration of the love of humanity, the Church still refused to emancipate her serfs. But whilst the cause of freedom owes little to the Christian Church, it owes so much the more to the feelings of humanity and justice in some of her opponents. Miller up sit, Simon de Sismondi Histoire des Républiques Italiennes du Moyen Age 16, SQ, Gerard Cartulaire de l'Abbé de Saint-Pierre de Chartres 1, p. 41, Dunham History of the Germanic Empire Roman 1. See Vinogradoff Villenage in England, Pollock and Maitland, History of English Law before the time of Edward 1 427. Adam Smith Wealth of Nations, Miller Opsit SQQ, Mill Principles of Political Economy 1 311, Dunham Opsit 1 SQ, On the Inefficiency of Slave Labour. See also Storch Opsit 4 SQQ. Miller Opsit SQ. Adam Smith Wealth of Nations. Eden State of the Poor Roman 1. Dunham Opsit Roman 1. Guibertus de Novecento de Vita Sua in Bouquet, Rerum Gallicarum et Francarum Scriptors, Roman 12 Fragmentum Historicum Vitam Ludovici 7. Summatum Complectans Ibid, Roman 12 Beaumanoir op sit, 45 vol, Roman 2 Eden op sit, Roman 1 Laurent op sit, 7, SQ, Sarco op sit, Roman 3. Laurent Arp Sit, Roman 7. Glanville Tractates de legibus et consuetudinibus Regni Angli, Roman 5. Bracton, de legibus et consuetudinibus Angli Fal, 198b Vol 3. SQ, Beaumanoir Arp Sit, 45 Vol Roman 2 Parlican Maitland Arp Sit, 1 648 SQ. Grimm Deutschrich Salterthumer SQ, Laurent Arp Sit, Roman 7. Laurent Arp Sit, Roman 7. Ibid 7 SQ. Thomas Smith Commonwealth of England, Eden Arp, Sit, Roman 1 Sugenheim, Geskich der Aufhebung der Leibegenschaft und Horigkeit in Europa. Cf. Riviere Arp Sit, Babington says Arp Sit SQ. That in the 500 pages of Wilkins' Concilia, which comprise the ecclesiastical documents of the British churches in the 13th century, we only find the following regulations concerning the unfree population, that neither freemen nor villeins are to be impeded in making their wills when death approaches, that monks are not to alienate their less useful slaves famulos, that Jews are not allowed to possess Christian slaves. It was said that he puts a disgrace on God who raises a villain above his station. Ibid. Adalbero Carmen ad Rotbertum Regem Francorum, 291, 292, 297 SQQ. Bouquet Op. Sit. 10. Thesaurus Vestes Cunctis sunt Pascua Servi. Nam valet ingenus sine servis vivere nullus triplex ergo de domus est, creditor una. Nunc orant alii, pugnant, aliic laborant, tria sunt simul et ciceram non patiunter. Sunt Bonaventura quoted by Laurent Arp, Sit. 7 Non solum secundum humanam institutionum, sed etiam secundum divinam dispensationum, inter Christianos sunt domini et servi. Laurent Arp Sit, Roman 7. Hetner Geskich der Franzisischen Literatur imh St. Jorundert, Babington Arp Sit, Sugenheim Arp Sit, SQQ, Laurent Arp Sit, 7, SQ. Not long after serfdom had begun to disappear in the most advanced communities of Christendom, a new kind of slavery was established in the colonies of European states. It grew up under circumstances particularly favorable to the employment of slaves. Whether slave labor or free labor is more profitable to the employer depends on the wages of the free laborer, and these again depend on the numbers of the laboring population compared with the capital and the land. In the rich and underpeopled soil of the West Indies and in the southern states of America, the balance of the profits between free and slave labor was on the side of slavery. Hence slavery was introduced there, and flourished, and could be abolished only with the greatest difficulty. Mill Principles of Political Economy, Roman 1. From a moral point of view, Negro slavery is interesting chiefly because it existed in the midst of a highly developed Christian civilization, and nevertheless, at least in the British colonies and the United States, was the most brutal form of slavery ever known. It may be worthwhile to consider more closely some points of the legislation relating to it. In America, as elsewhere, the state of slavery was hereditary. The child of a female slave was itself a slave, and belonged to the owner of its mother even if its father was a freeman, whereas the child of a free woman was 705 free even if its father was a slave. When the slave trade was prohibited, heredity remained the only legitimate source of slavery, but even then a freeborn Negro was far from safe. In the British colonies and in all the slave states except one, every Negro was presumed to be a slave until he could prove the reverse. A man who, within the limits of a slaveholding state, could exhibit a person of African extraction in his custody, was exempted from all necessity of making proof how he had obtained him, or by what authority he claimed him as a slave. Nay more, through the direct action of Congress it became law that persons known to be free should be sold as slaves in order to cover the costs of imprisonment, which they had suffered on account of the false suspicion that they were runaway slaves. This law was repeatedly put into effect. How many crowned despots, says Professor von Hoist, can be mentioned in the history of the Old World who have done things which compare in accursedness with this law to which the Democratic Republic gave birth? 250. Stroud, Laws Relating to Slavery in the United States of America, SQQ. Cobb, Inquiry into the Law of Negro Slavery in the United States of America. Stephen, Slavery of the British West India Colonies, Roman 1 Code Noir, Edit Dumois de Mars 1685 Art. 13 SQ. Edit d'Arnomoise de Mars 1724 Art. 10 SQ. In Maryland, according to an early enactment, which obtained till the year 1699 or 1700, all the children born of a slave were slaves as their fathers were Stroud, up, sit, SQQ. In Cuba, the nobler parent determined the rank of the offspring. Newman, Anglo-Saxon abolition of Negro slavery. Stephen up sit 1 SQ, Stroud up sit pp. 125, 126, 130. Cobb up sit, Wheeler Treatise on the Law of Slavery. Van Hulst, Constitutional and Political History of the United States, Roman 1. Slaves were defined as chattels personal in the hands of their respective owners or possessors, and their executors, administrators, and assigns, to all intents and purposes whatsoever. 251 in the British colonies and the American slave states, they were at all times liable to be sold or otherwise alienated at the will of their masters, as absolutely as cattle or any other personal effects. They were 706 also liable to be sold by process of law for satisfaction of the debts of a living, or the debts or bequests of a deceased master, at the suit of creditors or legatees. They were transmitted by inheritance or by will to heirs at law or to legatees, and in the distribution of estates they were distributed like other property. No regard was paid to family ties. Except in Louisiana, where children under 10 years of age could not be sold separately from their mothers. 253, no law existed to prevent the violent separation of parents from their children or from each other. And what the law did not prevent, the slave owners did not omit doing. Thus Virginia was known as a breeding place out of which the members of one household were sold into every part of the country. All this, however, holds true of the British colonies and slave states only. In the Spanish, Portuguese, and French colonies, plantation slaves were real estate, attached to the soil they cultivated. They partook therewith of all the restraints upon voluntary alienation to which the possessor of the land was there liable, and they could not be seized or sold by creditors for satisfaction of the debts of the owner. As regards the sale of members of the same family, the Code Noir expressly says, Ni pour entretressaces et vendas separement, le mari et la femme, et leurs enfants impubers, s'ils sont tous sous la puissance du même maître. 257. A slave could make no contract. He could not even contract marriage in the juridical sense of the word. The association which took place among slaves and was called marriage was virtually the same as the Roman contubernium, a relation which had no sanctity and to which no civil rights were attached. The master could whenever he liked separate the husband and wife. He could, if he pleased, commit adultery with the wife, and was the absolute owner of all the children born by her. A slave had no more legal authority over his child than a cow has over her calf. On the other hand, the common rules of sexual morality were not enforced on the slaves. They were not admonished for incontinence, nor punished for adultery, nor prosecuted for bigamy. Incontinence was rather thought a matter of course in the slave. We are told that even in Puritan New England female slaves in ministers' and magistrates' families bore children, black or yellow, without marriage, that no one inquired who their fathers were, and that nothing more was thought of it than of the breeding of sheep or swine. And concerning the slave quarters connected with the plantations, the universal testimony was that the sexes were there herded together promiscuously, like beasts. 259. Brevard, Digest of the Public Statute Law of South Carolina, Prince, Digest of the Laws of Georgia. In the French Code Noir, Edit du Mois de Mars, 1685, Art. 44, Edit d'Arnomoise de Mars, 1724, Art. 40, slaves are declared to be mubles. Stephen op sit, Roman 1 Stroud op sit, Goodell, American Slave Code in Theory and Practice, SQQ. Peirce, Taylor, and King, Consolidation and Revision of the Statutes of the State Louisiana, pp. 523, 550 SQ. Stephen op sit 1 SQ, Stroud op sit. Pearson, National Life and Character. Stephen op sit, Roman 1. Code Noir, Edit du Mois de Mars, 1685, Art. 47, Edit d'Arnomoise de Mars, 1724, Art. 43. Cobb op sit, SQQ, Stroud op sit. Goodell, American Slave Code, SQQ, Wheeler op sit, According to the Civil Code of Louisiana, slaves cannot marry without the consent of their masters, and their marriages do not produce any of the civil effects which result from such contract. Morgan, Civil Code of Louisiana, Art. 182. Goodell, American Slave Code. In 1835, the query was presented to a Baptist association of ministers, whether, in case of involuntary separation of such a character as to preclude all future intercourse, the parties may be allowed to marry again. The answer was that such separation among persons situated as our slaves are, is civilly a separation by death, and they believed that in the sight of God it would be so viewed. To forbid second marriages in such cases would be to expose the parties not only to greater hardships and stronger temptations, but to church censure for acting in obedience to their masters. Incidentally, here the fact leaks out that slave cohabitation is enforced by the authority of the masters for the increase of their human chattels. Goodell, Slavery and Anti-Slavery. Yet though slaves were regarded as chattels, the master could not do with his slave exactly what he pleased. We have noticed that the life of the slave was in some degree, though very insufficiently, protected by Law 260, and that a master who mutilated his slave was subject to a slight penalty. The law also took care to prohibit the master from doing things which were considered injurious to the community or the state. There was a great fear of teaching Negroes to read and write. William Knox, in a tract addressed to the Venerable Society for Propagation 708 of the Gospel in foreign parts in the year 1768, remarks that instruction renders them less fit or less willing to labor, and that, if they were universally taught to read, there would undoubtedly be a general insurrection of the Negroes, leading to the massacre of their owners. A similar fear underlies the laws on the subject which we meet with in the codes of some of the slave states. According to the Negro Act of 1740 for South Carolina, any person who instructed a slave in writing was subject to a fine of £100, 263, but this enactment was later on considered too liberal. A law of 1834 placed under the ban all efforts to teach the colored race either reading or writing, and the punishment was no longer a pecuniary fine only, but besides, imprisonment for 6 months or a shorter time, or, if the offender was a free person of color, whipping not exceeding 50 lashes. In Georgia, a law of 1770, which prohibited the instruction of slaves in reading and writing, was in 1833 followed by an act which extended the prohibition to free persons of color. In Louisiana, the teaching of slaves was punished with imprisonment for not less than 1 month, nor more than 12 months. North Carolina allowed slaves to be made acquainted with arithmetical calculations, but sternly interdicted instruction in reading and writing, 267, whilst Alabama warred with the rudiments of reading, forbidding any colored persons, bond or free, to be taught not only reading and writing but spelling. In all these states the prohibitions referred to the master of the slave as well as to other persons. In Virginia, on the other hand, the master might teach his slave whatever he liked, but others might not. Supra SQ. Supra. Knox, 3 tracts respecting the conversion and instruction of the free Indians and Negro slaves in the colonies, SQ. Brevard op. Cit. Roman 2. McCord, Statutes at Large of South Carolina, Roman 7. Prince op. Cit. pp. 785-658. Peirce Taylor and King op. Cit. Revised Statutes of North Carolina passed by the General Assembly at the session of 18,367, 34-111, Vol. 1, 578. Clay, Digest of the Laws of Alabama. Code of Virginia 198, SQ, Stroud op. Cit. There is yet another point in which the master's power was restricted in a most unusual way. In many cases he was not allowed to liberate his slave, or formidable obstacles were put in the way of manumission. Thus, in North Carolina, a slave could formerly not be enfranchised except for meritorious services, 270, but this enactment was altered by the revised statutes of 18,361,837, according to which any emancipation granted to any slave shall be upon the express condition that he, she, or they will leave the state within 90 days from the granting thereof, and never will return within the state afterwards. 271. the Civil Code of Louisiana required that a slave, to be emancipated, should have attained the age of 30 years, and behaved well at least for 4 years preceding the emancipation, unless, indeed, the slave had saved the life of his master or of one of his children, in which case he might be set free at any age, 272, and according to a statute of 1852, the emancipated slave should be sent out of the United States within 12 months after his emancipation. In several other states manumission was likewise hampered by various regulations, 274, and throughout the British West Indies there were restraints on manumission prior to the Emancipation Act. By an act passed in St. Christopher in the year 1802, a tax of 1,000 was imposed on the manumission of any slave who was not a native of, or had not resided for 2 years within, the island, whilst natives or residents might be enfranchised at half that price. But the authors of this act went further still. They considered that a master, though unwilling to pay 500 or 1,000 for the legal enfranchisement of a slave, might, during his own life, make him or her practically free by not exercising his own rights as master. Hence 710, they enacted that if any proprietor of a slave should, by any contract in writing or otherwise, dispense with the slave's service, or should be proved before a justice of peace not to have exercised any right of ownership over such slave, and maintained him or her at his own expense within a month, the slave should be publicly sold at vendue by the provost marshal, and should become the property of the purchaser, and the purchaser money should be paid into the colonial treasury. 276, in St. Vincent's £100 sterling, was required to be paid into the treasury for each slave sought to be manumitted. 277, whilst in Barbados, a person minded to manumit a slave should pay 50 to the churchwarden of the parish in which he resided. Very different were the Spanish laws on the subject of manumission. According to a law of 1528, a Negro slave who had served a certain length of time was entitled to his liberty upon the payment of a certain sum, not less than 20 marks of gold, the exact amount to be settled by the royal authorities. In 1540, a law was issued to the effect that if any Negro or Negress or any other persons reputed slaves should publicly demand their liberty, they should be heard and justice be done to them, and care be taken that they should not on that account be maltreated by their masters. 280 nay, a slave who wished to change his master and could prevail on any other person to buy him by appraisement, could demand and compel such a transfer. 281, and a master who treated his slaves inhumanly could be by the judge deprived of them. In most of the British colonies and American slave states, on the other hand, the slave had no legal right to obtain a change of master when cruel treatment made it necessary for his relief or preservation. 711, the exceptions to this rule were few and of little practical value. Stroud opposite. Revised Statutes of North Carolina 111, Vol. Roman 1. Morgan Civil Code of Louisiana Art 185 SQ, SQQ. Ibid. Stat. 18th March 1852 1. Brevard Op. Sit. 2 SQ, South Carolina. Prince Op. Sit. Georgia. Stroud Op. Sit. Alabama. Alden and Van Hosen Digest of the Laws of Mississippi. Haywood and Cobb's Statute Laws of the State of Tennessee 1, SQ. Cobb Op. Sit. Stephen Op. Sit. 1 SQ. Cobb Op. Sit. SQ. More Public Acts passed by the Legislature of Barbados SQ. Helps Spanish Conquest in America, Roman 4. Recopilation de les de los Reinos de las Indias, Roman 7-8 Vol. Roman 2. Bar St. Venant quoted by Stephen Op. Sit. 1 SQ. Edwards History of the British West Indies, Roman 4. Stephen Op. Sit. Roman 1 Stroud Op. Sit. Morgan Civil Code of Louisiana Art 192, Moorhead and Brown Digest of the Statute Laws of Kentucky Roman 2 Edwards Op. Sit. 2, Jamaica, Stephen Op. Sit. 1 Some other British colonies. In the French islands a Negro who had been cruelly treated, contrary to royal ordinances, was forfeited to the crown, and acquired if not freedom at least deliverance from a tyrannical master. Code Noir, Edit du Mois de Mars 1685 Art. 42 SQ. Edit d'Arnaud Mois de Mars 1724 Art. 38 SQ. but the court which adjudged the offence might also decree the sufferer to be manumitted Stephen, up. Sit. 1. This system of slavery, which at least in the British colonies and the slave states surpassed in cruelty the slavery of any pagan country ancient or modern, was not only recognized by Christian governments, but was supported by the large bulk of the clergy, Catholic and Protestant alike. In the beginning of the abolitionist movement, the churches acknowledged slavery to be a great evil, but with the making of this acknowledgement they believed that they had done their share, and denied that there was any obligation on them, or even that they had any right, to proceed against the slaveholders. But things did not stop here. The lamentations of resignation were gradually changed into excuses, and the excuses into justifications. The Bible, it was said, contains no prohibition of slavery. On the contrary, slavery is recognized both in the Old and New Testaments. Abraham, the father of the faithful and the friend of God, had slaves. The Hebrews were directed to make slaves of the surrounding nations. St. Paul and St. Peter approved of the 712 relation of master and slave when they gave admonitions to both as to their reciprocal behavior. The Saviour himself said nothing in condemnation of slavery, although it existed in great aggravation while he was upon earth. If slavery were sinful, would it have been too much to expect that the Almighty had directed at least one little word against it in the last revelation of his will? 287 Nay, God not only permitted slavery, but absolutely provided for its perpetuity. 288 It is the very legislation of heaven itself. 289 It is an institution which it is a religious duty to maintain. 290 And which cannot be abolished, because God is pledged to sustain it. 291 According to some, slavery was founded on the judgment of God on a damned race, the descendants of Ham. According to others, it was only in this way that the African could be raised to a participation in the blessings of Christianity and civilization. With the name of abolitionist was thus associated the idea of infidelity, and the emancipation movement was branded as an attempt to spread the evils of skepticism through the land. According to Governor McDuffie, of South Carolina, no human institution is more manifestly consistent with the will of God than slavery, and every community ought to punish the interference of abolitionists with death, without the benefit of clergy. Regarding the authors of it as enemies of the human race. 294, it is true that religious arguments were also adduced in favor of abolition. To hold men in bondage was said to be utterly inconsistent with the inalienable rights which the Creator had granted mankind, and still more obviously 713 at variance with the dictates of Christian love. Many clergymen also joined the abolitionists. But it seems that in the middle of the 19th century, the Quakers and the United Brethren were the only religious bodies that regarded slaveholding and slave-dealing as ecclesiastical offenses. The American churches were justly said to be the bulwarks of American slavery. 297. The attempts to represent the Roman Catholic clergy as ardent abolitionists Cochin, l'abolition de l'esclavage, 2, de l'enquenouil l'esclavage, ses promoters et ses adversaires are certainly not justified by facts. Among the Catholics of the United States there were some advocates of emancipation, but their number was not large. Goodell, Slavery and Anti-Slavery, 195 SQ. Parker, Collected Works 6. SQ. Dr. England, the Catholic Bishop of Charleston, South Carolina, undertook in public to prove that the Catholic Church had always been the uncompromising friend of slaveholding. Parker, Op. Cit. 5. In Brazil it was common for clergymen not only to possess slaves, but to buy and sell them with as little scruple as other merchandises. De Fonseca, es revidao o claro e o abolicionismo pp. 2833. Bishop Bouvier wrote up. Sit, servi autem domini sues Obadiah, sortum suam patienter tolerare et officia sibi imposita fideliter exequi debent, quodusc libertas ipsis conceditor. Meminarint pr centum vitam esse momentanum, futuram viro turnum. Van Holst up Sit, 2 SQQ. Barnes, The Church and Slavery, Burney, Letter to the Churches SQ. Bledsoe, Essay on Liberty and Slavery SQQ. Gerrit Smith, Letter to Rev. James Smiley, Cobb up Sit, SQQ. Goodell, Slavery and Anti-Slavery pp. 154,156, 167, 176, 181, 184, 186, 100. Parker, Collected Works, Roman 5. Thornton quoted by Goodell, Slavery and Anti-Slavery. Fisk quoted Ibid. Bledsoe up sit. Smiley quoted by Gerrit Smith up sit. Quoted by Goodell, Slavery and Anti-Slavery. Barnes up sit. Ibid Newman, Anglo-Saxon Abolition of Negro Slavery. Bledsoe up sit. Newman up sit. Van Hulst up sit 2n1. Gurney, Views and Practices of the Society of Friends. Anti-Slavery Declaration of 1833, quoted by Goodell, Slavery and Anti-Slavery. Burney, Second Letter. Parker up sit, Roman 5. Van Hulst up sit, Roman 2. Nobody would suppose that this attitude towards slavery was due to religious zeal. It was one of those cases, only too frequent in the history of morals, in which religion is called in to lend its sanction to a social institution agreeable to the leaders of religious opinion. Many clergymen and missionaries were themselves slaveholders 298, the chapel funds largely rested on slave property 299, and the ministers naturally desired to be on friendly terms with the more important members of their respective congregations, who were commonly owners of slaves. Adam Smith observes that the resolution of the Quakers in Pennsylvania to set at liberty all their slaves was due to the fact that the principal produce there was corn, the raising of which cannot afford the expense of slave cultivation. Had the slaves made any considerable part of their property, such a resolution could never have been agreed to 300. Barnes up sit, Goodell, Slavery and Anti-Slavery pp. 151-186 sq. Newman up sit. Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations. To explain the establishment of colonial slavery, the difficulties in the way of its abolition, and the laws relating to it, it is necessary to consider not only economic conditions and the motive of self-interest, but as a factor of equal importance, the want of sympathy for or positive antipathy to the colored race. The Negro was looked upon almost as an animal. According to some, he was a being without a soul. Even when free, he was a pariah, subject to special laws and regulations. In the Code of 714 Louisiana it is said, "Free people of color ought never to insult or strike white people, nor presume to conceive themselves equal to the whites. But on the contrary, they ought to yield to them on every occasion, and never speak or answer them but with respect, under the penalty of imprisonment, according to the nature of the offense." 302 The Code Noir prohibited white men and women from marrying Negroes. A peine de punition et d'amende arbitraire, 303, and in the revised statutes of North Carolina we read, "If any white man or woman being free, shall intermarry with an Indian, Negro, musty or mulatto man or woman, or any person of mixed blood to the third generation, bond or free, he shall, by judgment of the county court, forfeit and pay the sum of $100 to the use of the county." 304 In Mississippi, a free Negro or mulatto was legally punished with 39 lashes if he exercised the functions of a minister of the gospel. Colored men in the North were excluded from colleges and high schools, from theological seminaries, and from respectable churches, as also from the town hall, the ballot, and the cemetery where white people were interred. The Anglo-Saxon aversion to the black race is thus expressed by an English writer: "We hate slavery, but we hate the Negroes still more." 307 Among the Spaniards and Portuguese, racial antipathies were not so strong, and their slaves were consequently better treated. Van Hulst up sit, Roman 1 Malloch, How the Church Dealt with Slavery in the Month, Roman 27. Quoted by Stroud up sit. Code Noir, Edit d'Arnomoise de Mars, 1724, Art. 6. Revised Statutes of North Carolina, 71, Vol. 1, Sq. Alden and Van Hosen up sit. Parker up sit, Roman 5 Goodell, Slavery and Anti-Slavery. Seward, quoted by Newman, Abolition of Negro Slavery. Cowdy, L'esclavage au Bresel, Sqq. Thus we notice in the opinions regarding slavery throughout the same distinction, as in the judgments on other matters of moral concern. A person is, as a rule, allowed to enslave, or to keep as slaves only persons belonging to a different community or a different race from his own, or their descendants. To deprive anybody of his liberty is to inflict an injury on him, and is regarded as 715 wrong whenever the act gives rise to sympathetic resentment, whereas nothing is thought of it where no sympathy is felt for its victim. Thus, while slavery grows up only under economic conditions favorable to slave labor, it is always limited by feelings of an altruistic character, and where these feelings are sufficiently broad and powerful, it is not tolerated at all. The same factor also influences the condition of the slaves where slavery exists. We have seen that native slaves are better treated than foreign ones, and slaves born in the household better than those who have been captured or purchased. The advancement of a nation, again, is frequently attended with greater severity in the treatment of the slaves, because, whilst the simplicity of early ages admits of little distinction between the master and his servants in their employments and manner of living, the introduction of wealth and luxury gradually destroys the equality. Besides, the number of slaves maintained in a wealthy nation makes them formidable both to their owners and to the state. Hence it is necessary that they should be strictly watched and kept in the utmost subjection. Miller op. Cit. Sqq. The condition of slaves is in various respects influenced by the selfish considerations of their masters. Stuart Mill observes, when, as among the ancients, the slave market could only be supplied by captives either taken in war or kidnapped from thinly scattered tribes on the remote confines of the human world, it was generally more profitable to keep up the number by breeding, which necessitates a far better treatment of them, and for this reason, joined with several others, the condition of slaves was probably much less bad in the ancient world than in the colonies of modern nations. 310 Among the Bedouins, says Burckhardt, the slaves are treated with kindness, and seldom beaten, as severity might induce them to run away. 311 Superstition may also help to 716 improve the lot of the slave. In West Africa, the authority which a master exercises over a slave is very much modified by his constitutional dread of witchcraft. If he treats his slave unkindly, or inflicts unmerited punishment upon him, he exposes himself to all the machinations of witchcraft which that slave may be able to command. 312 It is said in the Proverbs, accuse not a servant unto his master, lest he curse thee, and thou be found guilty. 313 The same danger threatens the cruel master. We read in the apostolic constitutions, thy manservant or thy maidservant who trust in the same God, thou shalt not command with bitterness of spirit, lest they groan against thee, and wrath be upon thee from God. 314 Mill, Principles of Political Economy, Roman 1 cf. Supra. Burckhardt, Bedouins and Wahhabis. Wilson, Western Africa, see also Ibid. Cruikshank, 18 Years on the Gold Coast 2, Sqq. Duchelu, Explorations and Adventures in Equatorial Africa, Landman, Origin of Priesthood N2. Proverbs, Roman 30. Constitutions Apostolic, Roman 7. End of vol. I. Printed by Low Brydon Printers Limited, London NW1. The Origin and Development of the Moral Ideas. Macmillan Logue. Macmillan and Co. Limited. London, Bombay, Calcutta. Melbourne. The Macmillan Company. New York, Boston, Chicago. Dallas, San Francisco. The Macmillan Co. of Canada Limited. Toronto. The Origin and Development of the Moral Ideas by Edward Westermarck, ph 500, 100, 500 Aberdeen. Martin White, Professor of Sociology in the University of London. Professor of Moral Philosophy at the University of Finland, Helsingfors. Author of the History of Human Marriage Ceremonies in Morocco, etc. In 2 volumes. Vol. Roman 2. 2nd edition. Macmillan and Co. Limited. St. Martin's Street, London. Copyright. 1st edition 1908. 2nd edition 1917. Preface to the 2nd edition of Vol. Roman 2. While the text of the 1st edition has been left almost unchanged, some notes have been added at the end of it. E.W. London, September 1916. Contents. Chapter 28. The Right of Property. The meaning of the term property. Savages accused of thievishness. Theft condemned by savages, pp. 213. The condemnation of theft influenced by the value of the goods stolen, pp. 1315. The stealing of objects of a certain kind, punished with particular severity. The appropriation of a small quantity of food not punished at all, sq. Exceptions to the rule that the punishment of theft is influenced by the worth or nature of the appropriated property. The degree of criminality attached to theft influenced by the place where it is committed, sq. A theft committed by night punished more heavily than one committed by day. Distinction made between ordinary theft and robbery, sq. Distinction made between manifest and non-manifest theft. Successful thieves not disapproved of but rather admired, pp. 1719. The moral valuation of theft influenced by the social position of the thief, and of the person robbed, sq. varies according as the victim is a tribesman or fellow countryman or a stranger, pp. 2025. The treatment of shipwrecked people in Europe. The destruction of property held legitimate in warfare, sq. The seizure of private property in war, sq. Military contributions and requisitions levied upon the inhabitants of the hostile territory. Proprietary incapacities of children, sq. Of women, pp. 2831. Of slaves, pp. 3133. The theory that nobody but the chief or king has proprietary rights. Chapter 29. The Right of Property concluded. Acquisition of property by occupation, pp. 3539. By keeping possession of a thing, pp. 3941. By labor, pp. 4143. By a transfer of property by its owner, by inheritance, pp. 4449. By the fact that ownership in a thing directly follows from ownership in another thing, sq. By the custom which prescribes community of goods. The origin of proprietary rights and of the various modes of acquisition, pp. 5157. Explanation of the incapacity of children, wives and slaves to acquire property. Why the moral judgments vary with regard to different acts of theft, pp. 5759. Theft v. is supposed to be avenged by supernatural powers, pp. 5969. The removing of landmarks regarded as sacrilegious, sq. Cursing as a method of punishing thieves or compelling them to restore what they have stolen, sq. Cursing as a means of preventing theft, pp. 6367. Spirits or gods invoked in curses referring to theft, sq. Why gods take notice of offences against property, pp. 6769. The belief that thieves will be punished after death. The opposition against the established principles of ownership, pp. 6971. Chapter 30. The Regard for Truth and Good Faith. Definition of lying. Of good faith, ibid. The regard for truth and good faith among uncivilized races, pp. 7288. Foreigners visiting a savage tribe apt to underrate its veracity, pp. 8688. The regard for truth varies according as the person concerned is a foreigner or a tribesman, sq. The regard for truth and good faith among the Chinese, sq. Among the Japanese, Burmese and Siamese, among the Hindus, pp. 8992. In Buddhism. Among the ancient Persians, sq. Among Muhammadan peoples in ancient Greece, pp. 9496. In ancient Rome. Among the ancient Scandinavians, sq. Among the ancient Irish, among the ancient Hebrews, pp. 9799. In Christianity, pp. 99101. In the Code of Chivalry, sq. In the Middle Ages and later, sq. In modern Europe, pp. 103106. The views of philosophers, ibid. Deceit in the relations between different states in peace and war, pp. 106108. Chapter 31. The Regard for Truth and Good Faith concluded. Explanation of the moral ideas concerning truthfulness and good faith, pp. 109131. When detected, a deception implies a conflict between two irreconcilable ideas, which causes pain. Men like to know the truth, sq. The importance of knowing the truth. Deception humiliating, ibid. A lie or breach of faith held more condemnable in proportion to the magnitude of the harm caused by it, ibid. The importance of truthfulness and fidelity even in apparently trifling cases. SQ. Deceit held permissible or obligatory when promoting the true interest of the person subject to it. The moral valuation of an act of falsehood influenced by its motive. SQ. The opinion that no motive can justify an act of falsehood. Why falsehood is held permissible, or praiseworthy, or obligatory, when directed against a stranger. Ibid. Deceit condemned as cowardly, a clever lie admired or approved of. The duties of sincerity and good faith to some extent founded on prudential considerations. pp. 114,124. Lying attended with supernatural danger. Ibid. A mystic efficacy ascribed to the untrue word. pp. 116,118. The efficacy of oaths and the methods of charging them with supernatural energy. pp. 118,122. Oaths containing appeals to supernatural beings. pp. 120,122. By being frequently appealed to in oaths, a guard may come to be looked upon as a guardian of veracity and good faith. The influence of oath-taking upon veracity. SQ. The influence of education upon the regard for truth. The influence of habit upon the regard for truth. Natural to speak the truth. SQ. Intercourse with strangers destructive to savage veracity. pp. 126,129. Social incoherence apt to lead to deceitful habits. Social differentiation a cause of deception. SQ. Oppression and inducement to falsehood. SQ. The duty of informing other persons of the truth. The regard for knowledge. pp. 131,136. Chapter 32. The respect for other men's honor and self-regarding pride. Politeness. Definition of honor. The feeling of self-regarding pride in animals. SQ. In savages. pp. 138,140. The moral disapproval of insults. pp. 140,142. The condemnation of an insult influenced by the status of, or the relations between, the parties concerned. SQ. Pride disapproved of and humility praised as a virtue or enjoined as a duty. SQ. Humility an object of censure. SQ. Deviation from what is usual arouses a suspicion of arrogance. Politeness a duty rather than a virtue. Ibid. Many savages conspicuous for their civility. SQ. Politeness a characteristic of all the great nations of the East. SQ. The courtesies of chivalry. The demands of politeness refer to all sorts of social intercourse and vary indefinitely in detail. SQ. Salutations. pp. 149,151. The rule of politeness most exacting in relation to superiors. SQ. Politeness shown by men to women. Politeness shown to strangers. Ibid. Chapter 33. Regard for other persons' happiness in general. Gratitude, patriotism, and cosmopolitanism. The regard for other persons' happiness in general. SQ. The moral ideas concerning conduct which affects other persons' welfare influenced by the relationship between the parties. pp. 154,166. The feeling of gratitude said to be lacking in many uncivilized races. pp. 155,157. Criticism of statements to this effect. pp. 157,161. Savages described as grateful for benefits bestowed on them. pp. 161,165. Gratitude, represented as an object of praise or its absence as an object of disapproval. SQ. Why ungratefulness is disapproved of. The patriotic sentiment defined. Though hardly to be found among the lower savages, it seems to be far from unknown among uncultured peoples of a higher type. SQ. Many of the elements out of which patriotism proper has grown clearly distinguishable among savages, even the lowest. pp. 168,172. National conceit. pp. 170,174. The relation between the national feeling and the religious feeling. SQ. The patriotism of ancient Greece and Rome. SQ. The moral valuation of patriotism. Duties to mankind at large. pp. 176,179. The ideal of patriotism rejected by Greek and Roman philosophers. SQ. By Christianity. SQ. The lack of patriotism and national feeling during the Middle Ages. pp. 179,181. The development of the national feeling in England. SQ. In France. The cosmopolitanism of the 18th century. SQ. European patriotism after the French Revolution. SQ. The theory cf. nationalism. The cosmopolitan spirit. SQ. X. Chapter 34. The origin and development of the altruistic sentiment. Maternal affection, pp. 186,189. Prof. Espina's theory SQ. Prof. Bain's theory SQMR. Spencer's theory. Distinction between maternal love and the mere love of the helpless SQ. The paternal instinct SQ. Conjugal attachment, pp. 190,192. The duration of conjugal attachment SQ. The duration of parental affection, filial affection. Man originally, as it seems, not a gregarious animal SQ. How he became gregarious SQ. The gregarious instinct, social affection SQ. The evolution of social aggregates influenced by economic conditions, pp. 198,201. The social aggregates of savages who know neither cattle rearing nor agriculture, pp. 198,200. Of pastoral peoples, of peoples subsisting on agriculture, ibid. Social units based on marriage or a common descent SQ. The social force in kinship, pp. 202,204. Mr. Hartland's theory, pp. 204,206. The blood covenant, pp. 206,209. The social influence of a common cult among savages, pp. 209,213. The four generations of the Chinese, traces of a clan organization in China SQ. The joint family among so-called Aryan peoples, pp. 214,216. Village communities, clans, phratries and tribes among these peoples, pp. 216,220. The prevalence of the paternal system of descent among the peoples of archaic culture, associations of tribes among uncivilized races, SQ. Civilization only thrives in states, SQ. The origin of states, the influence of the state upon the smaller units of which it is composed, SQ. The state and the notion of a common descent, pp. 223,225. The archaic state not only a political but a religious community, SQ. The national importance of a common religion, the influence of social development upon the altruistic sentiment, SQ. The altruistic sentiment has not necessarily reference only to individuals belonging to the same social unit, SQ. The expansion of altruism in mankind. Chapter 35. Suicide. Suicide and civilization. Suicide said to be unknown among several uncivilized races, SQ. The prevalence of suicide among savages and barbarians, pp. 230,232. The causes of suicide among savages, 235. The moral valuation of suicide among savages, pp. 235,241. The fate of self-murderers after death, pp. 235,239. The treatment of the bodies of suicides among uncivilized races, pp. 238,240. The opinions as to suicide in China, pp. 241,243. In Japan, SQ. Among the Hindus, pp. 244,246. Among Buddhists, among the Hebrews, SQ. Among Muhammadans, in ancient Greece, pp. 247,249. Among classical philosophers, pp. 248,250. In ancient Rome, SQ. Among the Christians, pp. 251,254. Why suicide was condemned by the Church, pp. 252,254. The secular legislation influenced by the doctrine of the Church. The treatment of suicides' bodies in Europe, pp. 254,257. More humane feelings towards suicides in the Middle Ages, SQ. Attacks upon the views of the Church and upon the laws of the state concerning suicide, pp. 258,260. Modern philosophers' arguments against suicide, zip. 260 SQ. The legislation on the subject changed. Explanation of the moral ideas concerning suicide, pp. 261,263. Criticism of Prof. Durkheim's opinion as to the moral valuation of suicide in the future, SQ. Chapter 36. Self-regarding duties and virtus industry rest. General statements referring to the nature and origin of self-regarding duties and virtues, pp. 265,268. Man naturally inclined to idleness, pp. 268,271. Among savages either necessity or compulsion, almost the sole inducement to industry, ibid. Savages who enjoin work as a duty or regard industry as a virtue, sq. Industrial activity looked down upon as disreputable for a free man, sq. Contempt for trade. Progress in civilization implies an increase of industry and leads to condemnation of idleness, ibid. Idleness prohibited by law in ancient Peru, sq. Industry enjoined in ancient Persia, sq. In ancient Egypt, in ancient Greece, sq. Greek views on agriculture, on trade and handicrafts, sq. Roman views on labor, sq. The Christian doctrine on the subject, pp. 280,282 not applicable to laymen. Modern views on labor, sq. Rest regarded as a duty. Work suspended after a death, sq. On certain other occasions, especially in connection with changes in the moon, pp. 284,286 tabooed days among the peoples of Semitic stock, pp. 286,288 the Jewish Sabbath, sq. The seventh day among the Assyrians and Babylonians, sq. The Christian Sunday, sq. Chapter 37, Restrictions in Diet. The gluttony of savages and their views on it, sq. At higher stages of culture intemperance often subject to censure. Views on pleasures of the table, sq. Fasting as a means of having supernatural converse or acquiring supernatural powers, sq. Abstinence from food before or in connection with the performance of a magical or religious ceremony, pp. 293,298. Fasting prevents pollution, pp. 294,296. Sacrificial victims should be clean, and may therefore have to fast, sq. Fasting before the performance of a sacrifice may be due to the idea that it is dangerous or improper for the worshipper to partake of food before the god has had his share. 298. Fasting after a death, pp. 298,308. Observed only in the daytime, sq. Abstinence from certain victuals only, pp. 300,302. Various attempts to explain the custom of fasting after a death, sq. Mourners fast for fear of being polluted by the food, pp. 303,306, or because they, by eating a piece of food, might pollute all victuals belonging to the same species, sqor because they are supposed to be in a delicate condition, imposing upon them restrictions in their diet, sq. Or because grief is accompanied by a loss of appetite. The Lent fast, sq. Fasts connected with astronomical changes, pp. 309,315 among the Jews, pp. 310,312 among the Haranians and Manishans, sq. The Muhammadan Zir fast of Ramadan, pp. 313,315, fasting as a form of penance, pp. 315,318 as a survival of an expiatory sacrifice, pp. 316,318, fasting and almsgiving, ibid, fasting the beginning of chastity. Chapter 38, Restrictions in Diet concluded. Certain kinds of food forbidden to certain classes of persons, pp. 319,324 to young persons, sq. to women, sq. to men, sq. to priests or magicians. Restrictions in diet connected with totemism, sq. Abstinence from animals which excite disgust by their appearance, sq. From reptiles, from fish, sq. From fowl, from eggs, sq. From milk, ibid. From animals which are regarded with disgust on account of their filthy habits or the nasty food on which they live, pp. 326,328 from pork, ibid. From foreign animals, from animals which are supposed to be metamorphosed ancestors or which resemble men, sq. From animals which excite sympathy, pp. 329,331 from beef, sq. Restrictions in diet due to the disinclination to kill certain animals for food or, generally, to reduce the supply of a certain kind of victuals, pp. 330,332. Abstinence from domestic animals, which are regarded as sacred, sq. From food which is believed to injure him who partakes of it, pp. 332,330, for the sources to which the general avoidance of certain kinds of food may be traced, sq. The moral disapproval of eating certain kinds of food. The moral prohibitions sanctioned by religion, ibid. Vegetarianism, pp. 335,338 among many peoples drunkenness so common that it can hardly be looked upon as a vice, pp. 338,341. Sobriety or total abstinence from intoxicating liquors insisted upon by Eastern religions, sq. Explanation of the moral ideas concerning drunkenness and the use of alcoholic drink, pp. 342,345, wine or spirituous liquor inspires mysterious fear, SQ, the Muhammadan prohibition of wine. Chapter 39, Cleanliness and Uncleanliness Asceticism in General. Man naturally feeling some aversion to filth, savages who are praised for their cleanliness, pp. 346,348 savages who are clean in certain respects, but dirty in others, savages who are described as generally filthy in their habits, SQ. Various circumstances which may account for the prevalence of cleanly or dirty habits among a certain people, pp. 349,351, the moral valuation of cleanliness, SQ. Cleanliness practiced and enjoined from religious or superstitious motives, pp. 352,354, in other instances religious or superstitious beliefs have led to uncleanliness, pp. 354,356. Uncleanliness as a form of asceticism, SQ, ascetic practices, SQ, the idea underlying religious asceticism derived from several different sources, pp. 357,363, certain ascetic practices originally performed for another purpose, SQ. An ascetic practice may be the survival of an earlier sacrifice. Ascetic practices due to the idea of expiation, pp. 359,361, self-mortification intended to excite divine compassion, suffering voluntarily endured with a view to preventing the commission of sin, pp. 361,363, the gratification of earthly desires deemed sinful or disapproved of, Ibid. Roman 13. Chapter 40, Marriage. Definition of the term marriage. The horror of incest well nigh universal in the human race, pp. 364,366, the prohibited degrees as a rule more numerous among peoples unaffected by modern civilization than in more advanced communities. The violation of the prohibitory rules regarded by savages as a most heinous crime, SQ. The horror of incest among nations that have passed beyond savagery and barbarism, SQ. Attempt to explain the prohibition of marriage between near kin, pp. 368,371. Refutation of various objections raised against the author's theory, pp. 371,378, incestuous unions, stigmatized by religion, SQ, endogamous rules of various kinds, pp. 378,382. Marriage by capture, marriage by purchase, pp. 382,384, the disappearance of marriage by purchase, SQ, the mourning gift, the marriage portion, SQ, the form of marriage influenced by the numerical proportion between the sexes, SQ, polyandry, group marriage of the Toda type, Ibid, the causes of polygyny, pp. 387,389 of monogamy. Polygyny less prevalent at the lowest stages of civilization than at somewhat higher stages, pp. 389,391, civilization in its higher forms leads to monogamy, the moral valuation of the various forms of marriage, the assumed prevalence of group marriage in Australia, pp. 392,396, the duration of marriage and the laws of divorce, pp. 396,398. Chapter 41, Celibacy. Marriage considered indispensable among savage and barbarous races of men, celibacy a great exception, and marriage regarded as a duty among peoples of archaic culture, pp. 399,403. Why celibacy is disapproved of, SQ, modern views on celibacy, SQ, celibacy of persons whose function it is to perform religious or magical rites, pp. 405,412. Marriage looked down upon by the Essenes, by the Christians, pp. 410,412. Religious celibacy, due to the idea that the priestess is married to the god whom she is serving, pp. 412,414. Goddesses jealous of the chastity of their priests. Religious celibacy, connected with the idea that sexual intercourse is defiling, pp. 414,420. Holiness easily destroyed by pollution, pp. 417,419. Causes of religious celibacy among the Christians, SQ, religious celibacy enjoined or commended as a means of self-mortification. Chapter 42, Free Love Adultery. Uncivilized peoples among whom both sexes enjoy perfect freedom previous to marriage, pp. Among whom unchastity before marriage is looked upon as a disgrace or a crime for a woman, the wantonness of savages in several cases due to foreign influence, ibid. In many tribes the free intercourse which prevails between unmarried people, not of a promiscuous nature, sq. Uncivilized peoples among whom the man who seduces a girl is subject to punishment or censure, pp. 425,427 Moral opinions as to sexual intercourse between unmarried people among the Chinese, among the ancient Hebrews, sq. Among Muhammadan peoples, among the Hindus, ibid. In Zoroastrianism, ibid. Among the ancient Teutons in ancient Greece and Rome, pp. 429,431 In Christianity, sq. During the Middle Ages, sq. After the Reformation, in present Europe, sq. Explanation of the moral ideas concerning sexual intercourse between unmarried people, pp. 434,443, Prostitution, pp. 441,443, Religious prostitution, connected with religious celibacy, sq. Of the Babylonian type, pp. 444,446 Moral opinions as to the seduction of a married woman, pp. 447,450 as to unfaithfulness in a wife, sq. As to the remarriages of widows, ibid. As to unfaithfulness in a husband, pp. 451,455. Chapter 43, Homosexual Love. Homosexual practices among the lower animals, among various races of men, pp. 456,464 Between women, sq. The causes of homosexual practices, pp. 465,471, Congenital sexual inversion, sq. Absence of the other sex or lack of accessible women, sq. Acquired inversion, pp. 467,470. Homosexuality in ancient Greece, partly due to the methods of training the youth, sq. Partly due to the Great Gulf which mentally separated the sexes, sq. Causes of pederasty in China and Morocco. Moral ideas concerning homosexual practices, pp. 471,489 Among uncivilized peoples, pp. 471,475 Among the ancient Peruvians, sq. Among the ancient Mexicans, Mayas and Chibchas. Among Muhammadans, sq. Among the Hindus in China, sq. In Japan. Among the ancient Scandinavians, sq. In ancient Greece, sq. In Zoroastrianism, sq. Among the ancient Hebrews, in early Christianity, sq. In pagan Rome, ibid. In Christian Rome. European legislation regarding homosexual practices during the Middle Ages and later, sq. Modern legislation on the subject, sq. Moral ideas concerning it in present Europe. Why homosexual practices are frequently subject to censure, sq. Criticism of Dr. Havelock Ellis' suggestion as to the popular attitude towards homosexuality, pp. 484,486. The excessive sinfulness attached to homosexual practices by Zoroastrianism, Hebrewism, and Christianity, due to the fact that such practices were intimately associated with unbelief, idolatry, or heresy, pp. 486,489. Chapter 44, Regard for the Lower Animals. Animals treated with deference for superstitious reasons, pp. 490,493 Butchers regarded as unclean, many peoples averse from killing their cattle from economic motives, sq. Domestic animals treated kindly by savages out of sympathy, pp. 494,496. Savages who are said to be lacking in sympathy for the brute creation, xvp. 496 Moral valuation of men's conduct towards the lower animals among savages, sq. In Brahmanism, in Buddhism, pp. 497, 498, 500 in Jainism, sq. In Taoism, in China, sq. In Japan, in Zoroastrianism, sq. In Muhammadanism, sq. In ancient Greece and Rome, pp. 503,505 in Hebrewism, sq. In Christianity, pp. 506,508 The views of modern philosophers, of legislators, sq. Indifference to animals suffering a characteristic of public opinion in European countries up to quite modern times, sq. Laws against cruelty to animals. Humane Feelings Towards Animals in Europe, pp. 510,512, The Crusade Against Vivisection, pp. 512,514, Explanation of the Increasing Sympathy with Animal Suffering in Europe, SQ, The Influence of Human Thoughtlessness upon the Treatment of the Lower Animals, and upon the Moral Ideas Relating to it, pp. 512,514. Chapter 45, Regard for the Dead. The Belief in a Future Life, SQ, Notions as regards the disembodied soul, the dead considered to have rights very similar to those they had whilst alive, pp. 516,520, The soul must not be killed or injured, SQ. Its living friends must positively contribute to its comfort and subsistence, SQ. The right of ownership does not cease with death, SQ. Robbery or violation committed at a tomb severely condemned, ibid. Respect must be shown for the honor and self-regarding pride of the dead. The dead demand obedience, SQ. The sacredness attached to a will, the rigidity of ancestral custom, SQ. Duties to the dead that arise from the fact of death itself, pp. 520,524. The funeral, the rites connected with it, and the mourning customs largely regarded as duties to the dead, ibid. The duties to the dead influenced by the relationship between the parties, SQ, by the age and sex of the departed, pp. 525,527, by class distinctions, by moral distinctions, SQ, the causes from which the duties to the dead have sprung, 549. These duties partly based on sympathetic resentment. The dead regarded as guardians of their descendants, SQ, but the ancestral guardian spirit does not bestow his favors for nothing, SQ. The dead more commonly regarded as enemies than friends, pp. 531,534. Explanation of the belief in the irritable or malevolent character of the dead, SQ, The Fear of Death and the Fear of the Dead, pp. 535,530, 8. The conduct of the survivors influenced by their beliefs regarding the character, activity and polluting influence of the dead, pp. 538,546, The Origin of Funeral and Mourning Customs, pp. 541,547. Why practices connected with death, which originally sprang from self-regarding motives, have come to be enjoined as duties, SQ. Why the duties to the dead are rarely extended to strangers, SQ. Explanation of the differences in the treatment of the dead, which depend upon age, sex, social position and moral distinctions. The duties to the departed become less stringent as time goes on, SQ. The duties to the dead affected by progress in intellectual culture, pp. 550,552, The Funeral Sacrifice continued as a mark of respect or affection. Offerings made to the dead become alms given to the poor, pp. 550,552. Romans 16. Chapter 46, Cannibalism. The prevalence of cannibalism, various forms of it, cannibalism due to scarcity or lack of animal food, to gourmandise, pp. 555,557, to revenge, pp. 557,559, The Practice of Eating Criminals, SQ. Cannibalism, a method of making a dangerous individual harmless after death, SQ, due to the idea that the cannibal, by eating the supposed seat of a certain quality in a person, incorporates it with his own system, pp. 560,562. Cannibalism in connection with human sacrifice, SQ, the eating of mangods, SQ, other instances in which a supernatural or medicinal effect is ascribed to human flesh or blood, pp. 564,566, Cannibalism as a covenant rite, SQ. Special reasons given for the practice of eating relatives or friends, pp. 567,569, The Cannibalism of Modern Savages, represented as the survival of an ancient practice which was once universal in the human race, SQ. Criticism of this theory, pp. 570,580. Savages who feel the greatest dislike of cannibalism, SQ. Cannibals often anxious to deny that they are addicted to this practice. The rapid extinction of it among certain savages, SQ. Even among peoples very notorious for cannibalism, there are individuals who abhor it. The aversion to cannibalism may be due to sympathy for the dead. In the first instance, it is probably an instinctive feeling akin to those feelings which regulate the diet of the various animal species, ibid. The eating of human flesh regarded with superstitious dread, pp. 574,576, the feeling of reluctance may be overcome by other motives, and may be succeeded by a taste for human flesh, sq. Early man probably not addicted to cannibalism, pp. 578,580. Cannibalism much less prevalent among the lowest savages than among races somewhat more advanced in culture, sq. Among some savages cannibalism known to be of modern origin, or to have spread in recent times, sq. The moral valuation of cannibalism, sq. Chapter 47, The Belief in Supernatural Beings. Distinction between natural and supernatural phenomena, sq. Supernatural mechanical energy, sq. Supernatural qualities attributed to the mental constitution of animate beings, especially to their will. The difference between religion and magic, ibid. The meaning of the word religio, pp. 584,586, that mystery is the essential characteristic of supernatural beings, is testified by language, sq. This testimony corroborated by facts referring to the nature of such objects or individuals as are most commonly worshipped, pp. 587,593, startling events ascribed to the activity of invisible supernatural agents, sq. The origin of animism, sq. A mind presupposes a body, sq. The animist who endows an inanimate object with a soul regards the visible thing itself as its body, sq. The origin of anthropomorphism, sq. The difference between men and gods, materiality at last considered a quality not becoming to a god, pp. 599,601. Romans 17. Chapter 48, Duties to Gods. Definition of the term God. Gods have the rights to life and bodily integrity, pp. 602,604, not necessarily considered immortal, sq. The killing of totemic animals, sq. Divine animals killed as a religious or magical ceremony, pp. 604,606. The killing of man-gods or divine kings, pp. 606,610. The right to bodily integrity granted to gods occasionally suspended. Supernatural beings believed to be subject to human needs, sq. To require offerings, sq. Sacrificial gifts offered to supernatural beings with a view to averting evils, pp. 612,614, with a view to securing positive benefits, pp. 614,616, thank offerings, sq. Sacrificial victims intended to serve as substitutes for other individuals whose lives are in danger, pp. 616,618, occasionally regarded as messengers, sacrifices offered for the purpose of transferring curses, pp. 618,624, the covenant sacrifice, pp. 622,624. The sacrificial victim or offered article a vehicle for transferring benign virtue to him who offered it or to other persons, sq. Sacrifice becomes a symbol of humility and reverence, sq. Sacrifice as a duty. Supernatural beings possess property, and this must not be interfered with, sq. Sacred objects must not be appropriated for ordinary purposes, sq. The right of sanctuary, pp. 628,638. Its prevalence, pp. 628,634, explanation of this right, pp. 634,638. Chapter 49, Duties to Gods concluded. Supernatural beings sensitive to insults and disrespect, sq. Irreverence to gods punished by men, ibid. The names of supernatural beings tabooed, pp. 640,643, explanation of these taboos, sq. Atheism, sq. Unbelief, pp. 644,646, heresy, sq. Polytheism by nature tolerant, pp. 647,640, 9. The difference in toleration between monotheistic and polytheistic religions shows itself in their different attitudes towards witchcraft, pp. 649,652, the highest stage of religion free from intolerance, sq. Prayer a tribute to the self-regarding pride of the god to whom it is addressed, pp. 653,655, prayers connected with offerings, sq. Magic efficacy ascribed to prayer, pp. Gods demand obedience. The influence of this demand upon the history of morals. SQ. Explanation of the obligatory character attached to men's conduct towards their gods. pp. 660,662. Chapter 50. Gods as Guardians of Morality. The supernatural beings of savage belief, frequently described as utterly indifferent to all questions of worldly morality. pp. 663,665. The gods of many savages mostly intent on doing harm to mankind. pp. 665,667. Adoration of supernatural beings, which are considered at least occasionally beneficent, also very prevalent among uncivilized peoples. Xv. 667,669. Their benevolence, however, does not prove that they take an active interest in morality at large. Instances in which savage gods are supposed to punish the transgression of rules relating to worldly morality. pp. 669,687. Savages, represented as believing in the existence of a supreme being who is a moral lawgiver or judge. pp. 670,687. The prevalence of such a belief in Australia. pp. 670,675. In Polynesia and Melanesia, in the Malay archipelago. SQ. In the Andaman Islands, among the Karens of Burma, in India. SQ. Among the Ainu of Japan, among the Samoyeds. Ibid. Among the Greenlanders. Ibid. Among the North American Indians. pp. 679,681. Among the South American Indians. SQ. In Africa. pp. 682,685. Explanation of this belief. pp. 685,687. The supreme beings of savages invoked in curses or oaths. SQ. The oath and ordeal do not involve a belief in the gods as vindicators of truth and justice. pp. 687,690. The ordeal essentially a magical ceremony. Ibid. Ordeals which have a different origin. The belief in a moral retribution after death among savages. pp. 690,695. The sources to which it may be traced. pp. 691,695. The influence of religion upon the moral consciousness of savages. SQ. Chapter 51. Gods as Guardians of Morality continued. The attitude of religion towards matters of worldly morality in ancient Mexico. SQ. In ancient Peru, in ancient Egypt. pp. 698,701. In ancient Chaldea. pp. 701,704. In Zoroastrianism. pp. 704,706. Among the Vedic people. pp. 706,709. In post-Vedic times in India. pp. 709,711. In Buddhism. SQ. In China. SQ. In ancient Greece. pp. 713,716. In ancient Rome. SQ. Among the Hebrews. SQ. Christian Doctrines of Salvation and the Future Life. pp. 718,725. The attitude of Muhammadanism towards matters of worldly morality and its doctrine of the future life. pp. 725,727. Chapter 52. Gods as Guardians of Morality concluded. Explanation of the malevolence of savage gods. SQ. Of the growing tendency to attribute more amiable qualities to the gods. pp. 729,730. One men selecting their gods. SQ. The good qualities of gods magnified by their worshippers. SQ. How various departments of social morality have come to be placed under the supervision of gods. SQ. How the guardianship of gods has been extended to the whole sphere of justice. How gods have become guardians of morality at large. SQ. The influence of the religious sanction of morality. SQ. Religious devotion frequently accompanied by great laxity of morals. pp. 735,737. Greater importance attached to ceremonies or the niceties of belief than to good behavior towards fellow men. SQ. The religious sanction of moral rules often leads to an external observance of these rules from purely selfish motives. The moral influence of Christianity. Ibid. Roman 19th. Chapter 53. Conclusion. Recapitulation of the theory of the moral consciousness set forth in Vol. 1, pp. 738,741. This theory supported by the fact that not only moral emotions but non-moral retributive emotions are felt with reference to phenomena exactly similar in their general nature to those on which moral judgments are passed, as also by the circumstance that the very acts, forbearances, and omissions which are condemned as wrong are also apt to call forth anger and revenge, and that the acts and forbearances which are praised as morally good are apt to call forth gratitude, sq. The variations of the moral ideas partly due to different external conditions, but chiefly to psychical causes, pp. 742,746, the duties to neighbors have gradually become more expansive owing to the expansion of the altruistic sentiment, sq. The influence of reflection upon moral judgments has been increasing, sq. The influence of sentimental antipathies and likings has been decreasing, ibid. The influence which the belief in supernatural forces or beings, or in a future state, has exercised upon the moral ideas of mankind, sq. Remarks as to the future development of the moral ideas. Additional notes pp. 747,754. Authorities quoted pp. 755,835. Subject index pp. 837,865. Chapter 28. The Right of Property. The right of property implies that a certain person or certain persons are recognized as having a right to the exclusive disposal of a certain thing. The owner is not necessarily allowed to do with his property whatever he likes, but whether absolute or limited, his right to disposal is not shared by anybody else, save under very exceptional circumstances, as in the case of compulsion by necessity. One property in a thing thus means not only that the owner of it is allowed, at least within certain limits, to use or deal with it at his discretion, but also that other persons are forbidden to prevent him from using or dealing with it in any manner he is entitled to. Supra 1 SQQ. The most common offence against property is illicit appropriation of other persons' belongings, not the mere fact that individuals are in actual possession of certain objects, but the public disapproval of acts by which they are deprived of such possession shows that they have proprietary rights over those objects. Hence the universal condemnation of what we call theft or robbery proves that the right of property exists among all races of men known to us. Travellers often accuse savages of thievishness, but then their judgments are commonly based upon the treatment to which they have been subject themselves, and from this no conclusions must be drawn as regards intratribal morality. Nor can races who have had much to do with foreigners be taken as fair representatives of savage honesty, as such contact has proved the origin of thievish propensities. In the majority of cases, uncivilized peoples seem to respect proprietary rights within their own communities, and not infrequently even in their dealings with strangers. Many of them are expressly said to condemn or abhor theft, at any rate when committed among themselves, and that all of them disapprove of it may be inferred from the universal custom of subjecting a detected thief to punishment or revenge, or, at the very least, of compelling him to restore the stolen property to its owner. Bini notisi sopraglai indigeni di Mexico, in Archivio per l'Anthropologia e la Ethnologia, 12. Apache, Burton, City of the Saints, Dakotas and Prairie Indians, Powers, Tribes of California, Yuki, McPhee, Vancouver Island and British Columbia. Heriot, Travels through the Canadas, Newfoundland, Eskimo. Cox, Russian Discoveries between Asia and America, Kinagi, Georgi, Russia, 4. Kalmux, 133 Beriats. Scott Robertson, Kaffirs of the Hindu Kush, SQ, Mardigliani, Viagio Aeneas, Powell, Wanderings in a Wild Country, South Sea Islanders. Romilly, From My Veranda, New Guinea, Comrie, Anthropological Notes on New Guinea in Jour, Anther, Inst. 6, SQ, de Labelardière, Voyage in Search of La Perouse, 1, mostly notes by a naturalist on the Challenger, Admiralty Islanders, Brenchley, Jottings during the cruise of H1000. S. Curacoa, Natives of Tutuila. Lisinsky, Voyage Round the World, SQ, Nukuhivans, Williams, Missionary Enterprises in the South Sea Islands, Natives of Rarotonga. Cook, Journal of a Voyage Round the World, Montgomery, Journal of Voyages and Travels by Tyerman and Bennett, 2 Society Islanders. Barrington, History of New South Wales, Breton, Excursions in New South Wales, Carlin's Account of the English Colony in New South Wales, 1, SQ. Hodgson, Reminiscences of Australia, Mitchell, expeditions into the interior of eastern Australia 1. 304 Lumholtz among cannibals SQ, Australian tribes, Reed Savage Africa West African Negroes, Barsman Description of the Coast of Guinea SQ, Negroes of Feeder and the Gold Coast, Cayley Travels through Central Africa 1 Mandingos, Beltrame Il Fume Bianco Shalluk, Wilson and Felkin, Uganda and the Egyptian Soudan 2, Gauin people of Kordofan, Krapf Travels, Researches and Missionary Labours in Eastern Africa Wakamba, Burton Zanzibar 2, Wanica, Bonfanti L'incivilimento dei Negri nel Africa Intertropicale, in Archivio per l'Antropologia e l'Ethnologia 15. Bantu Races, Arbauset and Dormers, Exploratory Tour to the northeast of the colony of the Cape of Good Hope Bechuanas, Anderson Lakengami pp. 468 SQ, Bechuanas 499 Bae, Leslie among the Zulus and Amatongas, Fritsch die Eingeborenen Südafrikas pp. 53 Kafirs 372, 419 Hottentots and Bushmans. Domnech Great Deserts of North America Roman 2 Mackenzie Voyages to the Frozen and Pacific Oceans p. 96. Note Crees, Burton Highlands of the Brazil 1, SQ, Moorcroft and Trebeck Travels in the Himalayan Provinces 1, Ladakis, Anderson Mandalay Tamomian Kakians, Ural Papuans, Tyler 40 Years among the Zulus. The Fuegians have shown themselves enterprising thieves on board European vessels visiting their shores. But when presents were given to them, a traveller noticed that if any present was designed for one canoe and it fell near another, it was invariably given to the right owner. 5. The boys are taught by their fathers not to steal. 6. And in case a theft has been committed, quand le coupable est découvert et chedi, l'opinion publique est satisfaite. 7. In his dealings with the Tehulches, Lieutenant Musters was always treated with fairness, and the greatest care was taken of his belongings, though they were borrowed at times. He gives the following advice to the traveller: never show distrust of the Indians. Be as free with your goods and chattels as they are to each other as you treat them, so they will treat you. 8. Among the Abipones doors, locks, and other things with which civilized men protect their possessions from thieves, were as unnecessary as they were unknown. And if children pilfered melons grown in the gardens of the missionaries or chickens reared in their houses, they falsely imagined that these things were free to all, or might be taken not. Much against the will of the owner. 9. Among the Brazilian Indians theft and robbery were extremely rare, and are so still in places where strangers have not settled. We are told that the greatest insult which could be offered to an Indian was to accuse him of stealing, and that the wild women preferred the epithet of a prostitute to that of a thief. When detected, a thief was not only obliged to restore the property he had stolen, but was punished with stripes and wounds, the chief often acting as executioner. Among the Indians of British Guiana theft and pilfering rarely occur. If they happen to take anything, they do it before one's eyes, under the notion of having some claim to it, which, when called to an account, they are always prepared to substantiate. 13. If anything is stolen from his house during his absence, the Guiana Indian thinks that the missing article has been carried off by people of some other race than his own. Formerly, when the Caribs lost anything, they used to say, "The Christians have been here." 15. In Haiti, the punishment of a thief was to be eaten. Weddell Voyage Towards the South Pole pp. 151, 154, 182. King and Fitzroy Voyages of the Adventure and Beagle 1, Roman 2. Darwin Journal of Researches. See also Snow Wild Tribes of Tierra del Fuego in Jour, Ethen, Soch, London NS Roman 1. Bridges in A Voice for South America, Roman 13. Heides and Denneker, Mission Scientifique du Cap Horn, Roman 7. Musters at Home with the Patagonians pp. 195, 197 SQ. Darbrajoffer Account of the Abipones 2, SQ. Von Martius Beiträge zur Ethnographie Amerikas 187 SQ. Idem in Jour, Roy Geo, Soch, Roman 2. Von Spix and von Martius Travels in Brazil Roman 2. Southey History of Brazil Roman 1. Von den Steinen, Unter den Naturvölkern Zentral Brasilians, Burton Highlands of the Brazil 1, SQ. Burton Highlands of the Brazil Roman 1. Von Martius Beiträge Roman 1. Idem in Jour, Roy Geo, Soch, Roman 2. Burnau Missionary Labours in British Guiana, Brett, Indian Tribes of Guyana. Kames, Sketches of the History of Man, 4, SQ. Von Martius, Baitridge, 1n. It is known that many North American tribes had a very high standard of honesty among themselves. Domnech wrote, "The Indians who do not come in contact with the palefaces never appropriate what belongs to others. They have no law against theft, as it is a crime unknown among them. They never close their doors." 17. According to Colonel Dodge, theft was the sole unpardonable crime amongst them. A man found guilty of stealing even the most trifling article from a member of his own band was whipped almost to death, deprived of his property, and together with his wives and children driven away from the band to starve or live as best he could. Among the Rocky Mountains, Indians visited by Harmon theft was frequently punished with death. Among the Omahas, when the suspected thief did not confess his offense, some of his property was taken from him until he told the truth. When he restored what he had stolen, one half of his own property was returned to him, and the rest was given to the man from whom he had stolen. Sometimes all of the policemen whipped the thief. But when the thief fled from the tribe, and remained away for a year or two, the offense was not remembered. 20. Among the Wyandots, the punishment for theft is twofold restitution. The Iroquois looked down upon theft with the greatest disdain, although the lash of public indignation was the only penalty attached to it. The Potawatomis considered it one of the most atrocious crimes. Among the Chippewas, Keating found a few individuals who were addicted to thieving, but these were held in disrepute. Richardson praises the Chippewyans for their honesty, no precautions for the safety of his and his companions' property being required during their stay among them. Mackenzie was struck by the remarkable honesty of the Beaver Indians. In the whole tribe there were only 2 women and a man who had been known to have swerved from that virtue, and they were considered as objects of disregard and reprobation. 26. Among the arts, larceny of a fellow tribesman's property is rarely heard of, and the aggravation of taking it from the house or person is almost unknown. Nay, anything left under an Indian's charge in reliance on his good faith is perfectly safe. 27. The Linkets generally respect the property of their fellow tribesmen, but although they admit that theft is wrong, they do not regard it as a very serious offense, which disgraces the perpetrator, and if a thief is caught, he is only required to return the stolen article or to pay its value. Among the Aleuts, theft was not only a crime, but a disgrace. For the first offense of this kind, corporal punishment was inflicted. For the fourth, the penalty was death. According to Edward, the Greenlanders had as great an abhorrence of stealing among themselves as any nation upon earth. 30. According to Krantz, they considered such an act excessively disgraceful. 31. Similar views still prevail among them, as also among other Eskimo tribes. A Greenlander never touches driftwood which another 6 has placed above high-water mark, though it would often be easy to appropriate it without fear of detection. Perry states that, during his stay at Igloolik and Winter Island, a great many instances occurred in which the Eskimos scrupulously returned articles that did not belong to them, even though detection of a theft, or at least of the offender, would have been next to impossible. Domnech op. Cit. Roman 2. Dodge are Wild Indians pp. 64-79, cf. Charlevoix Journal of a Voyage to North America, 2, 28 Hurons. Harmon, Voyages and Travels in the Interior of North America. Dorsey, Omaha Sociology in Ann, Rep. Burr, Ethan, Roman 3. Powell, Wyandotte Government in Ann, Rep. Burr, Ethan, Roman 1. Colden in Schoolcraft, Indian Tribes of the United States, Roman 3. Morgan, League of the Iroquois SQ. Laskill, History of the Mission of the United Brethren among the Indians, Roman 1. Keating, Expedition to the Source of St. Peter's River, Roman 1. Ibid, Roman 2. Richardson, Arctic Searching Expedition 2, SQ. Mackenzie, Voyages to the Frozen and Pacific Oceans. Sproat, Scenes and Studies of Savage Life. Kraus, Die Linket Indianer, Homburg Ethnographisch Skizen über die Völker des Russischen Amerika in Acta Soc. Scient, Fennick Roman 4 Petrov Report on Alaska, Dole, Alaska. Veniaminoff quoted by Petrov op. Cit. pp. 155-152. Edged Description of Greenland, see also Daliger Grönlandsk Relationer. Krantz, History of Greenland, 160. Nansen, first crossing of Greenland, Roman 2 idem, Eskimo life, Rink, Danish Greenland, Hall, Arctic Researches, pp. 567-571. Richardson, Arctic Searching Expedition, Roman 1 Perry, second voyage for the discovery of a Northwest Passage, Lyon, Private Journal, Eskimo of Igloolik. Seaman, Voyage of Herald 2, Western Eskimo, Nelson, Eskimo about Bering Strait in Anne, Rep. Burr, Ethen, Roman 18. Among the Point Barrow Eskimo, however, men who were said to be thieves did not appear to lose any social consideration. Murdoch, Ethnological Results of the Point Barrow Expedition in Anne, Rep. Burr, Ethen, 9. Nansen, Eskimo Life. Perry Arp Sit. Among the Chukchi it is held criminal to thieve in the family, and race to which a person belongs, 35 and incorrigible thieves are sometimes banished from the village. In Kamchatka, if anybody was found to be a thief, he was beaten by the person from whom he had stolen, without being allowed to make resistance, and no one would ever after be friends with him. The three principal precepts of the Ainu are to honor old age, not to steal, not to lie. 38 Theft is also uncommon among them, and is severely punished. Among the Kyrgyz, whoever commits a robbery on any of the nation must make restitution to 9 times the value. 40 Among the Tunguses, a thief is punished by a certain number of strokes. He is besides obliged to restore the things stolen, and remains covered with ignominy all the rest of his life. The Jakuts, 42 Ostiaks, 43 Mordvins, Samoyeds, 45 and Lapps, 46 are praised for their honesty, at least among their own people. And so are the Bushas, 47 Kukis, 48 Santals, 49 the hill people in the central provinces of India, 50, and the Chittagong hill tribes. The Kurubars of the Deccan are of such known honesty, that on all occasions they are entrusted with the custody of produce by the farmers, who know that they would rather starve than take 1 grain of what was given them in 7 charge. Honest as a pahari is a proverbial expression. In fact, among these mountaineers theft is almost unknown, and the men carry treasures, which to them would be priceless, for days and days, along wild mountain tracks, whence at any moment they might diverge and never be traced. Even money is safely entrusted to them, and is invariably delivered into the right hands. 53 Harkness says of the Todas, I never saw a people, civilized or uncivilized, who seemed to have a more religious respect for the rights of meum et tuum. This feeling is taught to their children from the tenderest age. 54 Among the Chukmas theft is unknown. 55 Among the Karens habitual thieves are sold into slavery. Among the Shans theft of valuable property is punishable with death, though it may be expiated by a money payment, but in cases of culprits who cannot pay, or whose relatives cannot pay, death is looked upon as a fitting punishment even for petty thefts. At Zim, if a theft is proved, 3 times the value of the article is decreed to the owner, and if not paid, the offender, after suffering imprisonment in irons, is made over with his family, to be dealt with as in cases of debt. 58 Among the hill tribes of North Arakan, a person who commits theft is bound to return the property or its value, and pay a fine not exceeding Rs. 30. Among the Khans, on the other hand, the restitution of the property abstracted or the substitution of an equivalent is alone required by ancient usage, but this leniency extends to the first offence only, a repetition of it being followed by expulsion from the community. The Andaman Islanders call theft a yubda, or sin. Among those Vedas who live in their natural state, theft and robbery are not known at all. They think it perfectly inconceivable that any person should ever take that which does not belong to him. 63, and death only would, in their opinion, be the punishment for such an offence. Georgi Arp Sit, Roman 3. Dol Arp Sit. Stella Bishrebung von Kamchatka, see also Supra 1, SQ. Von Siebold, Die Ano auf der Insel Yesso. Ibid pp. 1134 SQ, see also Supra Roman 1. Georgi Arp Sit, Roman 2. Ibid 3 SQ cf. Ibid, Roman 3. Ibid, Roman 2 Sour, expedition to the northern parts of Russia. Kastrin, Nordiska Resor Arkfuskninga, Roman 1. Georgi Arp Sit, Roman 1. Ibid, Roman 3 von Struve, in Das Ausland, 1880. Jessen of Handling om de Norsk Finners og Lappers Hedensk Religion, Kastrin Arp Sit, 1 SQ. Fraser, Tour through the Himalaya Mountains. Lewin Wild Races of Southeastern India, cf. Butler Travels in Assam. Man Sonthalia. Hislop, Papers relating to the Aboriginal tribes of the Central Provinces. Lewin Wild Races of Southeastern India. Buchanan quoted by Eliot, Characteristics of the Population of Central and Southern India in Jour. Ethen, Soch, London NS Roman 1. Cumming in the Himalayas. Harkness, Description of a Singular Aboriginal Race Inhabiting the Nilgiri Hills, SQ. Lewin Wild Races of Southeastern India. Mason Dwellings 100 of the Karens in Jour, Asiatic Soch, Bengal 37 pt. 2, SQ, Smeaton Loyal Karens of Burma. Woodthorpe in Jour, Anther, Inst, Roman 26. Colquhoun amongst the Shanes. St. John in Jour, Anther, Inst, Roman 2. Macpherson, Memorials of Service in India. Man in Jour, Anther, Inst, Roman 12. Saracen, Ergebnis Naturwissenschaftlicher Forschungen auf Ceylon, Roman 3 Deschamps Carnet d'un Voyageur. Neville, Vedas of Ceylon in Taprobanian, Roman 1. Hartshorn, Wedders in Indian Antiquary, Roman 8. Saracen op Sit, Roman 3. In the Malay archipelago, native custom punishes theft with a fine, most frequently equivalent to twice the value of the stolen article 65, or with slavery 66, mutilation 67, or even death 68, and in many islands it was lawful to kill a thief caught in the act. Among the Malays of Perak 70 Dayaks, 71 Kayans, 72 Bataks 73, and the natives of Amban and Uliase, 74 theft is said to be unknown or almost so, at least within their own communities. Wilken het strafrecht bij de Valken van het Malish Raz, in Bijdragen tot de tal land en Valkenkund van Nederlands Indie, 1883, land en Valkenkund SQ. Crawford, History of the Indian Archipelago, Roman 3 Marston, History of Sumatra, pp. 221 Rijangs, 389 Bataks. Von Brenner, Besuch bij den Kannibalen Sumatras Bataks. Junghoon die Battelander off Sumatra, 2 Bataks, 308 natives of Pasuma in central Sumatra, 317 Timorese, 339 natives of Bali and Lombok. Mardigliani op Sit. Von Rosenberg, Der Malayisch Archipel Nias. Worcester, Philippine Islands, Tagbanuas of Palawan. Wilken Lark Sit, SQ. Junghoon op Sit 2, SQ Bataks. Raffles, History of Java 2, p. 235. People of Bali. Forbes, A Naturalist's Wanderings in the Eastern Archipelago, People of Timor-Laut. Von Rosenberg op Sit, Nias. St. John Life in the Forests of the Far East, 2 natives of the Kingdom of Borneo, formerly. Lo Sarawak Marston op Sit, a Chinese of Sumatra. Hickson, a naturalist in North Celebes, Sangurs. Crawford op Sit, 3 115. Crawford thinks Ibid. 3 that the punishment of mutilation was introduced by Muhammadanism. Crawford op Sit, 3 Javanese Kukenthal, Ergebnis einer zoologischen Forschungsreise in den Molukken und Borneo, 1, Ulfura of Halmahera. Marston op Sit Pagi Islanders, among the Bataks von Brenner op Sit, and a Chinese of Sumatra Marston op Sit, robbery is punished with death. Wilken Lark Sit, SQQ, von Rosenberg op Sit, Mardigliani op Sit, Nias. McNair, Perak and the Malays. Boyle Adventures among the Dayaks of Borneo, Bach Headhunters of Borneo, Selenka Sarnij Welton, Ling Rath Natives of Sarawak 18292. Lo op Sit. Marston op Sit, Junghoon op Sit, Roman 2. Martin Reisen in den Molukken. Many of the South Sea Islanders have been described as honest among themselves, and some of them as honest even towards Europeans. In the opinion of Captain Cook, the light-coloured Polynesians have thievish propensities, but the dark-coloured not. In the Tonga Islands, theft was considered 9 an act of meanness rather than a crime 77, whereas in many other islands it was regarded as a very grave offence. Sometimes the delinquent was subject to private retaliation 79, sometimes to a fine 80 or blows 81, or the loss of a finger 82, or the penalty of death. Earl Papuans pp. 49 AD 105, Seaman Viti Sq, Anderson Travel in Fiji, Hale U.S. Exploring Expedition, Vol. 6 Ethnography and Philology Micronesians, Melville Type pp. 294 Marquesas Islanders, 295 N1 Various Polynesians, Williams Missionary Enterprises in the South Sea Islands Samoans, Von Kotzebue Voyage of Discovery into the South Sea 3, People of Radek 255 Sandwich Islanders, Lisiensky Up Sit, Sandwich Islanders, Diefenbach Travels in New Zealand 2 Mead Ride through the Disturbed Districts of New Zealand SQ, Thompson Story of New Zealand 1 Colenso Marry Races, Barnwick Daily Life and Origin of the Tasmanians, Seaman Vidi, Mariner Natives of the Tonga Islands, Roman 2 in Ponape Christian, Caroline Islands and among the Maoris Mead Up, Sit, Thieves are said to be despised. Earl Up Sit, Papuans of Dory, Ellis Tour through Hawaii 100, Turner Samoa pp. 278 Natives of Humphreys Island 343 New Caledonians, Lisiensky Up Sit, SQ Nukahivans, Williams Missionary Enterprises Natives of Rarotonga, Ellis Polynesian Researches 4 Sandwich Islanders, Earl Up Sit, Papuans of Dory, Sorge in Steinmetz Rich Sverhultnis van Eingeborenen Volkern in Afrika und Oceanien, Nisan Islanders of the Bismarck Archipelago, Williams and Calvert Fiji, Turner Samoa Natives of the Mitchell Group, Cook Journal of a Voyage Round the World Tahitians, Yate Account of New Zealand, Williams and Calvert Fiji, Gill Life in the Southern Isles, Turner Samoa pp. 290 Natives of Hudson's Island, 295 Natives of Arori, 297 Natives of Nikumau of the Gilbert Group, 300 Natives of Francis Island, 337 FATs of the New Hebrides, Tutuila Injure, Polynesian Soch 1 Line Islanders, Ellis Polynesian Researches 4 Sandwich Islanders, Cook Journal of a Voyage Round the World SQ, Tahitians. Among the natives of Herbert River, northern Queensland, there is considerable respect for the right of property, and they do not steal from one another to any great extent. If they hunt, they will not take another person's game, all the members of the same tribe having apparently full confidence in each other. 84 When a theft does occur, the thief is challenged by his victim to a duel with wooden swords and shields, and the matter is settled sometimes privately, the relatives of both parties serving as witnesses, sometimes publicly at the Borbaby, where 200 to 300 meet from various tribes to decide all their disputes. The victor in the duel wins in the dispute. 85 So also among the Dieri tribe, should any native steal from another, and the offender be known, he is challenged to fight by the person he has robbed, and this settles the matter. 86 Of the Bangarang tribe of Victoria we are told that, amongst themselves, they were scrupulously honest. 87 And speaking of West Australian natives, Mr. Chauncey expresses his belief that the members of a tribe never pilfer from each other. 88 In their relations to Europeans, again, Australian blacks have been sometimes accused of thievishness. 89 Sometimes praised for their honesty. From his own observation, Mr. Kerr has no doubt that they feel that theft is wrong. Of the Aborigines of West Australia, we are told that they occasionally speared the sheep and robbed the potato gardens of the early settlers simply because they did not understand the settlers' views regarding property, having themselves no separate property in any living animal except their dogs or in any produce of the soil. But only entrust a native with property, and he will invariably be faithful to the trust. Lend him your gun to shoot game, and he will bring you the result of his day's sport. Send him a long journey with provisions for your shepherd, and he will certainly deliver them safely. Entrust him with a flock of sheep through a rugged country to a distant run, and he and his wife will take them generally more safely than a white man would. 92. Lumholtz among cannibals. Ibid. Gasson in woods, native tribes of South Australia. Kerr, Recollections of Squatting in Victoria. Chauncey in Smythe, Aborigines of Victoria, Roman 2. Supra 2 N1. Howitt in Smythe Up Sit, Roman 2 Fraser, Aborigines of New South Wales. Kerr, The Australian Race, Roman 1. Chauncey in Smythe Up Sit, Roman 2. The Arab, says Burckhardt, robs his enemies, his friends and his neighbours, provided that they are not actually in his own tent where their property is sacred. To rob in the camp or among friendly tribes is not reckoned creditable to a man, yet no stain remains upon him for such an action, which in fact is of daily occurrence. But the Arab chiefly prides himself on robbing his enemies. 93. This, however, seems to hold true only of Bedouin tribes inhabiting rich pasture plains, who are much exposed to attacks from others, whereas in more sheltered territories a person who attempts to steal in the tents of his own tribe is forever dishonored among his friends. Thus among the Arabs of Sinai robberies are wholly unknown. Any articles of dress or of furniture may be left upon a rock without the least risk of their being taken away. According to Wahhabi law, a robber is obliged to return the stolen goods or their value, but if the offence is not attended with circumstances of violence, he escapes without further punishment, except a fine to the treasury. Among some Bedouins of Hadramaut, theft from a tribesman is punished with banishment from the tribe. Lady Anne and Mr. Blunt state that, with regard to honesty, the pure Bedouin stands in marked contrast to his half-bred brethren. Whilst the Kurdish and semi-Kurdish tribes of Upper Mesopotamia make it almost a point of honor to steal, the genuine Arab accounts theft disgraceful, although he holds 11 highway robbery to be a right. In the large tribes, persons of known dishonesty are not tolerated. Burckhardt notes on the Bedouins and Wahhabis. Ibid SQ, Wallen Forsterissa Fran Cairo til Arabiska Arknen. Burckhardt opposite. Von Reed, Rise in Hadramaut. Blunt, Bedouin tribes of the Euphrates, 225. In Africa, honesty between members of the same tribe is no uncommon characteristic of the native races, and some of them have displayed the same quality in their dealings with European travelers. Anderson, for instance, tells us that the Ovambo, so far as they came under his observation, were strictly honest and appeared to entertain great horror of theft. Without permission, he says, the natives would not even touch anything, and we could leave our camp free from the least apprehension of being plundered. As a proof of their honesty, I may mention that, when we left the Ovambo country, the servants forgot some trifles, and such was the integrity of the people, that messengers actually came after us a very considerable distance to restore the articles left behind. 99. A few African peoples are said to look upon petty larceny almost with indifference. Among others, thieves are only compelled to restore stolen property, or to return an equivalent for it 101, but at the same time they are disgraced or laughed at. In Africa, as elsewhere, theft is frequently punished with a fine. Thus 12 among the Bahima, 104 Wadshaga, 105 in Tanala of Madagascar, 106 thieves are made to pay twice the value of the stolen goods. Among the Taku, 107 Rendell, 108 in Herero 109 3 times their value. Among the Bechuanas double or fourfold. Among the Tavita, if a man commits a theft, he has to refund what he has robbed, and 5 times the value of the stolen property can be claimed by the person who has suffered the loss. Among the Kafirs, in cases of cattle stealing, the law allows a fine of 10 head, though but one may have been stolen, provided the animal has been slaughtered, or cannot be restored. 112 among the Maasai, according to Herr Merker, the fine for stealing cattle is likewise a 10-fold 113, whilst, according to another authority, if a man steals 1 cow or more than 1 cow, all his property is given to the man from whom he has stolen. 114 among the Basukumar, all thieves, it seems, are punished with the confiscation of everything they possess. Other punishments for theft are imprisonment 116, banishment 117, slavery 118, flogging 119, mutilation 120, and especially under aggravating circumstances, death. 13 in some African countries, a thief caught in the act may be killed with impunity. St. John, Village Life in Egypt, Roman 2 Tristram the Great, Sahara Esq, Beni Mzab, Nachtigal, Saharand Sudan 1 Inhabitants of Fezan, Diveria Exploration du Sahara Tuareg, cf. Chavan di Sahara. Munzinger, Ostafrikanische Studien Esq, Beria and Kanama, Scaramucci and Giglioli, Notizie Sui Danikil, in Archivio per l'Anthropologia e la Ethnologia Roman 14 Bormann, Durch Maslin zur Nullquelle pp. 165 Marseille, 179 Wafiomi. Thompson, through Marseille land, Wakwafi of the Tavita. Baker, Ismailia, Petherick, Travels in Central Africa 2, Shaluk, MacDonald Africana 1, Eastern Central Africans, Mungo Park travels in the interior of Africa, Cayley travels through Central Africa to Timbuktu 1 Mandingos. Ward 5 years with the Congo cannibals, Tucky expedition to explore the river Zaire, Johnston Uganda Protectorate 2, Wanioro, Colburn present state of the Cape of Good Hope 1 Han the supreme being of the Khoi Khoi Hottentots cf. Fritsch die Eingeborenen Südafrikas, Tyler 40 years among the Zulus SQ. Anderson Lekengami, cf. Idem Notes on Travel in South Africa. Monrad Skildring Afghanikistan N. Reed Savage Africa West African Negroes, Ellis History of Madagascar Roman 1. Munzinger Ostafrikanische Studien pp. 389 Inhabitants of Sari, 494 Beria and Kanama, Arbauset and Dormers Op, Sit, Mantedis, Cunningham Uganda Baziba, Rottinen in Steinmetz Rich Sverhultnis Ondanga, Warner in MacLean Compendium of Kaffir Laws and Customs pp. 65-67, Post-Afrikanische Jurisprudence Roman 2. Munzinger Ostafrikanische Studien pp. 386 Inhabitants of Sari, 531 Beria and Kanama, Arbauset and Dormers Op, Sit, Mantedis. Scaramucci and Giglioli in Archivio per l'Anthropologia e la Ethnologia 14, Danakil, Nachtigal Op, Sit, 1 Tedder, Barsman Description of the Coast of Guinea, Negroes of Axim on the Gold Coast, Ellis Tisha-speaking peoples of the Gold Coast. Idem Ui-speaking peoples of the Slave Coast, Emin Pasha in Central Africa Wanioro, Cunningham Uganda Maniama, Steinmetz Rich Sverhultnis Banaka and Bapuku, Beverly Ibid Wagogo Lang Ibid Washambala Wandra Ibid Hottentots, Post-Afrikanische Jurisprudence 2, SQ. Cunningham's Uganda, Vulcans der Kilimanjaro, Richardson Tanala Customs in Antananarivo Annual 2, SQ. Munzinger Ostafrikanische Studien, Chandler Through Jungle and Desert, François Nama und Demira, Halab 7 years in South Africa, Roman 1 Cazalis Basudos, Harley's Injure, African Soch, Roman 1, Dugmore in MacLean Compendium of Kaffir Laws and Customs, cf. Ibid, pp. 112-143. Merkur die Marseille, Hind the Last of the Marseille, Cunningham's Uganda, Maidenber in Steinmetz, Rich Sverhultnis, Inhabitants of the Sansending States, Chavan die Sahara Bini Mzab, Bowditch Mission to Ashanti Enfantes, Petherick Op, Sit, 2 Shalluk of the White Nile, Post-Afrikanische Jurisprudence Roman 2. Reed Savage Africa West Equatorial Africans, Ellis Yoruba-speaking peoples of the Slave Coast, Vulcans Op, Sit, Wadshaga, Velton Sitnun Jebroch der Suaheli, Campbell Travels in South Africa, Post-Afrikanische Jurisprudence Roman 2. Durabru Discovery and Conquest of the Canary Islands Aborigines of Pharaoh, Ellis Yoruba-speaking peoples, Beltrame Il Fume Bianco Dinka, Kasati 10 years in Equatoria 1 Mambatu and Wanioro, Wilson and Felkin Uganda and the Egyptian Soudan 1, Waganda, Halab Op Sit, 1 SQ Bechuanas, Post-Afrikanische Jurisprudence 2, SQ. Ellis Yoruba-speaking peoples, Burton Abiokota 1, Yoruba, Ellis Tisha-speaking peoples, Barsman Op Sit, Negroes of Axim, Cunningham Uganda pp. 69 Banabadu 102 Bakoki 346 Karamoj, François Op Sit, Herrero Anderson Lekengami Ovambo Cazalis Op Sit Basudos, Shuda Kafirs of Natal Tyler Op Sit, Zulus, Colburn Op Sit 1 Hottentots, Post-Afrikanische Jurisprudence 2, SQ. Hubschladen Ethiopian Empangwi, Cunningham Uganda Lendu, Burton Zanzibar 2, Wanaka, MacDonald Africana 1 183 Eastern Central Africans, MacDonald East Central African Customs in Jor, Anther, Inst, Roman 22 Supra Roman. The condemnation of theft in one and the same people varies in degree according to a variety of circumstances. It is influenced by the value of the goods stolen, as appears from the different punishments inflicted in cases where the value differs. Thus, when the penalty consists of a fine, its amount is often strictly proportioned to the loss suffered by the owner, the thief being compelled to pay twice, or 3, or 4, or 5, or 10 times the worth of the appropriated article. Among the Aztecs, a petty thief became the slave of the person from whom he had stolen, whilst theft of a large amount was almost invariably punished with death. According to the Quran, theft is to be punished by cutting off the offender's right hand for the first offence, but a Sunni law ordains that this punishment shall not be inflicted if the value of the stolen property is less than a quarter of a dinar. Ancient Scotch law proportioned the punishment of theft to the value of the goods stolen, heightening it gradually from a slight corporal to a capital punishment, if the value 14 amounted to 32 pennies Scots, which in the reign of David I was the price of 2 sheep. In England a distinction was made between grand and petty larceny, the line between them being drawn at 12 pence, and grand larceny was capital at least as early as the time of Edward I. Among various peoples, custom or law punishes with particular severity the stealing of objects of a certain kind, such as cattle, horses, agricultural implements, corn, precious metals, or arms. The Negroes of Axim, says Bosman, will rather put a man to death for stealing a sheep than killing a man. 130. The Kalmucks regard horse stealing as the greatest of all crimes. The ancient Teutons held cattle lifting and robbery of crops to be particularly disgraceful. According to Roman law, people who stole an ox or horse from the pastures or from a stable, or 10 sheep, or 4 or 5 swine, might be punished even with death. The natives of Danger Island in the South Seas punished with drowning anyone who was caught stealing food, the most valuable property they knew of. In Tahiti, on the other hand, those who stole clothes or arms were commonly put to death, whereas those who stole provisions were bastinadoed. Among other peoples, the appropriation of a small quantity of food belonging to somebody else is not punished at all. The Maasai do not punish a person for stealing milk or meat. Among the Bakoki, it was not a crime to steal bananas. 138. In ancient Mexico, every poor traveler was permitted to 15 take of the maize, or the fruit-bearing trees, which were planted by the side of the highway, as much as was sufficient to satisfy immediate hunger. 139. Among the Hebrews, a person was allowed to go into his neighbor's vineyard and eat grapes at his own pleasure, or to pluck ears in his field, but the visitor was forbidden to put any grapes in his vessel, or to move a sickle into the standing corn. It is said in the laws of Manu that a twice-born man, who is travelling and whose provisions are exhausted, shall not be fined if he takes 2 stalks of sugar cane or 2 esculent roots from the field of another man. 141. According to ancient Swedish laws, a passerby could take a handful of peas, beans, turnips, and so forth from another person's field, and a traveller could give to his fatigued horse some hay from any barn he found in the wood. However, whilst the punishment of theft is commonly, to some extent, influenced by the worth or nature of the appropriated property, there are peoples who punish thieves with the same severity whether they have stolen little or much. Among the North American Indians described by Colonel Dodge, the value of the article stolen is not considered. The crime is the theft. 143. Among the Ilyu, a Manchurian tribe mentioned by ancient Chinese chroniclers, theft of any kind was punished with death. The Bani Emzab in the Sahara sentence a thief to 2 years' banishment and the payment of 50 francs, independently of the value of the thing he has stolen. Steinmetz, Rich Sverholtnis, Banaka and Bapuku, Nicole Ibid, Diakite Seracoles, Beverly Ibid, Wagogo, Bosman Op Sit, Negroes of Axim, Hind Op Sit, Mas, Post-Afrikanisch Jurisprudence Roman 2 Idem, Grundriss der Ethnologischen Jurisprudence Roman 2 Totzing Leuli Sec 269, SQQ Chinese. Kale Manual of Biblical Archaeology Roman 2 Laws of Manu 8, SQQ, Wilder das Strafrecht der Germanen SQQ, Nordstrom Bidrag till den svenska samhällsforfatningens Historia 2, SQQ, Stemmen den dansk Rikshistorie in till Christian 5, S. Love pp. 621-677 SQ. Brunner Deutschrechtsgeschichte 2, SQQ, Ancient Teutons, Du Bois Histoire du droit criminel de l'Espagne. Supra 2, 68-12. Bancroft, Native Races of the Pacific States Roman 2. Quran Roman 5 Lane, Manners and Customs of the Modern Egyptians SQ. Idem Arabian Society in the Middle Ages, Sacho Muhammedanisches Recht pp. 810, 811, 825 SQQ. Erskine Principles of the Law of Scotland, Inns Scotland in the Middle Ages, Mackintosh History of Civilization in Scotland, 231. Pollock and Maitland, History of English Law before the time of Edward 1-2. SQ. Brunner Deutschrechtsgeschichte Roman 2 Stephen, History of the Criminal Law of England Roman 3. Post Grundriss der ethnologischen Jurisprudenz 2, SQQ. Basman Arp Sit. Bergman, Nomadisch Strafverein unter den Kalmuken, Roman 2. Grimm Deutschrich Salterthumer SQ. Wilder Arp Sit, SQ Nordstrom Arp Sit, Roman 2 Brunner Deutschrechtsgeschichte 2, SQ. Digester Roman 47-1, PR 1-3 Roman 47-3. Gill Life in the Southern Isles. Cook Journal of a Voyage Round the World SQ. Supra 1 SQ, Post Grundriss der Ethno, Jurisprudence Roman 2 Ellis History of Madagascar Roman 1. Harley's Marseille. Cunningham Uganda SQ. Clavigero History of Mexico Roman 1. Deuteronomy 23 SQ. Laws of Manu Roman 8 cf. Ibid Roman 8. Nordstrom Arp Sit Roman 2. Dodge Arp Sit. Castron Arp Sit Roman 4. Chavan di Sahara. The degree of criminality attached to theft also depends on the place where it is committed. To steal from a house, especially after breaking the door, is frequently regarded as an aggravated form of theft. According to Muhammadan law, the punishment of cutting off the right hand of the thief is inflicted on him only if the stolen property was deposited in a place to which he had not ordinary or easy access. Hence, a man who steals in the house of a near relative is not subject to this punishment, nor a slave who robs the house of his master. Among some peoples, a theft committed by night is punished more heavily than one committed by day. Post Grundriss der Ethno, Jurisprudence 2, SQ von Rosenberg der Malayisch Archipel Nias, Riedel des Lukenkroscharide Rassen Tuschen Celebs en Papua Serengis, Lang in Steinmetz Rich Sverholtnis Waschembala, Wilder Arp Sit, SQ, Brunner Deutschrechtsgeschichte 2 Ancient Teutonic Law, Digester Roman 47-7, Roman 47-2. Lane Modern Egyptians, cf. Burckhardt Bedouins and Wahhabis. Wilken Lark Sit, People of Bali, Digester Roman 47-1, Lex Saxonum 32-34 Wilder Arp Sit, Grimm Deutschrich Salterthumer, Brunner Deutschrechtsgeschichte 2 Ancient Teutonic Law. A distinction is further made between ordinary theft and robbery. The robber is treated sometimes more severely 149 sometimes more leniently than the thief, and is not infrequently regarded with admiration. Among the Wanyamwezi thieves are despised, but robbers are honored, especially by the women, on account of their courage. In Uganda robbery is not thought shameful, although it is rigorously punished. In Sindh no disgrace is attached to larceny when the perpetrators are armed. Among the Ossets, where open robbery has been committed outside a village, the court merely requires the stolen article or an equivalent to be restored, but in cases of secret theft, 5 times the value must be paid. Robbery and theft within the boundaries of a village are rated much higher. A proverb says, "What a man finds on the highroad is God's gift," and in fact highway robbery is hardly regarded as a crime 153. The Kazakh Kyrgyz go so far as to consider it almost dishonorable for a man never to have taken part in a baranta, or cattle-lifting exploit. According to 17 Bedouin notions, there is a clear distinction between taking and stealing. To steal is to abstract clandestinely, whereas to take, in the sense of depriving another of his property, generally implies to take from him openly, by right of superior force. 155. The Arabian robber, says Burckhardt, considers his profession honorable, and the term haremi robber is one of the most flattering titles that could be conferred on a youthful hero. 156. In ancient Teutonic law, theft and robbery were kept apart. The one was the secret, the other the open crime. In most lawbooks, robbery was subject to a milder punishment than theft, and was undoubtedly regarded as far less dishonorable. Indeed, however illegal the mode of acquiring property may have been, publicity was looked upon as a palliation of the offence, if not as a species of justification, even though the injured party was a fellow countryman. This difference between theft and robbery seems still to have been felt in the 13th century, when Bracton had to argue that the robber is a thief. but in later times robbery was regarded by the law of England as an aggravated kind of theft. Tatsing Leu Li, Sec 268, Chinese Law, Digester Roman 4828, 10, Erskine Principles of the Law of Scotland, Post, Grundriss der ethnologischen Jurisprudenz 2, SQ. Reichert, quoted by Steinmetz Rechtsverhältnis. Ash 2 Kings of Uganda. Burton Sind. Von Haxthorsen Transcaucasia, cf. Kowalewski Kautum Contemporain. Vambury das Turkenvolk, cf. Georgi Arp Sit, 2 SQ Kyrgyz. Ayrton in Wallen notes taken during a journey through part of northern Arabia, N. in Jour. Roy Geo, Soch, 20, N. Burkhardt Bedouins and Wahhabis, cf. Burton Pilgrimage to Al-Madna Mecca 2 Blunt Arp Sit, 2 SQ. Wilder Arp Sit, pp. 860 911 914. Grimm Deutsch Rich Salterthumer SQ, Nordstrom Arp Sit, 2, SQ Mora Bekehrung des Norwegischen Stamms 2, SQ Brunner Deutsch Rich Jeskich 2, SQ Thrupp the Anglo-Saxon Home, Parlican Maitland Arp Sit, 2, SQ. Bracton de Legibus et Consudidinibus Angli Fal, 150b Vol 2, SQQ, Parlican Maitland Arp Sit, Roman 2. Coke third part of the Institutes of the Laws of England, Blackstone Commentaries on the Laws of England Roman 4 Stephen, History of the Criminal Law of England Roman 3 Parlican Maitland Arp, Sit, Roman 2 cf, Wilder Arp, Sit. A line has been drawn between manifest and non-manifest theft. Among many peoples, thieves who are caught in the act may be killed with impunity 160, or are punished much more heavily than other thieves, frequently with death. We also hear that the worst part of the offence 18 consists in being detected, and that a successful thief is admired rather than disapproved of. Supra 1 2 13. Brunner Deutsch Rechtsgeschichte Roman 2 Post, Grundriss der ethnologischen Jurisprudenz 2, SQ. Mommsen Römisches Strafrecht SQ, Du Bois Histoire du Droit Criminal de l'Espagne, Brunner Deutsch Rechtsgeschichte 2, SQ, Derst Eduards d'Histoire du Droit SQ, Parlican Maitland Arp, Sit, 2 Ancient Teutonic Law, Post, Grundriss der ethnologischen Jurisprudenz Roman 2. It is said of the Navajos that the time is evidently not long gone by when with them, as among the Spartans, adroit theft was deemed honorable. 162 among the Californian Yuki thieving is a virtue, provided the thief is sly enough not to get caught. 163, the arts have a tendency to sympathize with some forms of theft, in which dexterity is required. 164 among the Th. Linkett's theft does not seem to be considered a disgrace. The detected thief is at most ashamed of his want of skill. 165, the Chukchi have but a bad opinion of a young girl who has never acquitted herself cleverly in some theft, and without such testimony of her dexterity and address, she will scarcely find a husband. 166 in Mongolia, known thieves are treated as respectable members of society. As long as they manage well and are successful, little or no odium seems to attach to them, and it is no uncommon thing to hear them spoken of in terms of high praise. Success seems to be regarded as a kind of palliation of their crimes. 167 among the Kukis, according to early notices, the accomplishment most esteemed was dexterity in thieving, whilst the most contemptible person was a thief caught in the act. The Persians say that it is no shame to steal, only to be found out. 169, the same view seems to be held by the Matu tribe of New Guinea. 170, the natives of Tana New Hebrides. 171, the Maoris. 172, and several African peoples. In Fiji, success without discovery is deemed quite enough to make thieving virtuous, and a participation in the ill-gotten gain honourable. 174 among the Matabele. 19, the thief is not despised because he has stolen, but because he has allowed himself to be caught, and if his crime remains undetected, he is admired by all. 175 among the Aborigines of Palma, in the Canary Islands, he was esteemed the cleverest fellow who could steal with such address as not to be discovered. 176. Matthews' Study of Ethics Among the Lower Races, in Journal of American Folklore, Roman 12. Powers' Tribes of California. Sprout Arp Sit SQ. Kraus Arp Sit. Georgi Arp Sit, Roman 3 Krasheninnikov, History of Kamchatka. Gilmer among the Mongols. Dalton, Descriptive Ethnology of Bengal. Parlek, Persian, Roman II. Stone, A Few Months in New Guinea. Brenchley, Arp. Sit. Shortland, Traditions and Superstitions of the New Zealanders. Waits, Gerland, Anthropology der Nedervalke, Roman 6 Diefenbach Travels in New Zealand, Roman 2. Zahler Forschungsreisen in der Deutschen Kolonie Cameron 2, Douala, Wilson and Felkin Arp. Sit. 1 Waganda, Leslie Arp. Sit. Amatongas. Williams and Calvert Arp. Sit. De Clay, 3 Years in Savage Africa. De Rebrew Arp. Sit. The moral valuation of theft varies according to the social position of the thief and of the person robbed. Among the merrier, a nobleman who commits theft is only obliged to restore the appropriated article, but if a commoner steals from another commoner, the whole of his property may be confiscated by the latter's master, and if he steals from a nobleman, he becomes the nobleman's serf. Among the Kafirs of the Hindu Kush, the penalty for theft is theoretically a fine of 7 or 8 times the value of the thing stolen, but such a punishment in ordinary cases would only be inflicted on a man of inferior mark, unless it were accompanied by circumstances which aggravated the original offence. 178 In Rome, according to an old law, a freeman caught in the act of thieving was scourged and delivered over to the party aggrieved, whereas a slave in similar circumstances was scourged and then hurled from the Tarpeian rock. 179, and according to an enactment of Hadrian, the punishment for stealing an ox or horse from the pastures or from a stable was only relegation if the offender was a person of rank, though ordinary persons might have to suffer death for the same offence. In ancient India, on the other hand, the punishment increased with the rank of the criminal. According to the laws of Manu, in a case of theft the guilt of a Sudra shall be 8-fold, that of a Vaisya 16-fold, that of a Kshatriya 32-fold, that of a Brahmana 64-fold, or quite 100-fold, or even twice 460-fold, each of them knowing the nature 20 of the offence. 181 In other cases, again, the degree of guilt is determined by the station of the person robbed. Among the Gaika tribe of the Kafirs, for instance, the fine by which a theft is punished is fixed according to the rank of the person against whom the offence is committed, confiscation of property being the general punishment imposed for offences against chiefs. 183 Among many other peoples, theft or robbery committed on the property of a chief or king is treated with exceptional severity. Sometimes difference in religion affects the criminality of the thief. According to modern Buddhism, to take that which belongs to a skeptic is an inferior crime, and the guilt rises in magnitude in proportion to the merit of the individual upon whom the theft is perpetrated. To take that which belongs to the associated priesthood, or to a supreme Buddha, is the highest crime. 185, but the commonest and most important personal distinction influencing the moral valuation of theft and robbery is that between a tribesman or fellow countryman and a stranger. Munzinger, Ostafrikanische Studien SQ. Scott Robertson, Kafirs of the Hindu Kush. Mommsen, Römisches Strafrecht. Digesta, Roman 47-1, PR 3. Laws of Manu 8 SQ. Crawford Up, Sit, 3 Javanese, Desoignes in Steinmetz Rich Sverholtnis M. Salala, MacLean Compendium of Kafir Laws and Customs. Brownlee and MacLean Up, Sit. Ellis Tour Through Hawaii SQ. Ellis US-speaking peoples of the Slave Coast Dahamans, declare 3 years in Savage Africa, Post-Africanish Jurisprudence Roman 2 Laws of Thelbert, 4 9 Anglo-Saxons. Hardy, Manual of Buddhism. Among uncivilized races, intratribal theft is carefully distinguished from extratribal theft. Whilst the former is forbidden, the latter is commonly allowed, and robbery committed on a stranger is an object of praise. C.F. Tyler, Primitive Society and Contemporary Review 21, SQ, Anthropology SQ. The Tehuelches of Patagonia, although honest enough as regards each other, will nevertheless not scruple to steal from anyone not belonging to their party. 187 The Abipones, who never took anything from their own countrymen, used to rob and murder the Spaniards whilst they thought them their enemies. 188 Among the Mbayas the law, "Thou shalt not steal," applies only to tribesmen and 21 allies, not to strangers and enemies. 189. The high standard of honesty which prevailed among the North American Indians did not refer to foreigners, especially white men, whom they thought it no shame to rob or cheat. A theft from an individual of another band, says Colonel Dodge, is no crime. A theft from one of the same band is the greatest of all crimes. 191. Among the Californian Indians, for instance, who are proverbially honest in their own neighborhood, a stranger in the gates who seems to be friendless may lose the very blankets off him in the night. 192. Among the arts, thieving is a common vice where the property of other tribes, or white men, is concerned. 193. Of the Dakotas we read that, though the men think it undignified for them to steal even from white people, they send their wives thus unlawfully to procure what they want. 194. Of the Greenlanders, the old missionary Edward writes, if they can lay hands upon anything belonging to us foreigners, they make no great scruple of conscience about it. But, as we now have lived some time in the country amongst them, and are looked upon as true inhabitants of the land, they at last have forborne to molest us any more that way. 195. Another early authority states, if they can purloin or even forcibly seize the property of a foreigner, it is a feather in their cap. 196. And, according to Dr. Nansen, it is still held by the Greenlanders to be far less objectionable to rob Europeans than their own fellow countrymen. 197. Many travelers have complained of the pilfering tendencies of Eskimo tribes with whom they have come into contact. Richardson believes that, in the opinion of an Eskimo, to steal boldly and adroitly from a stranger is an act of heroism. 199. Of the Eskimo about Bering Strait, Mr. Nelson writes, stealing from people of the same village or tribe is regarded as wrong. To steal from a stranger, or from people of another tribe, is not considered wrong so long as it does not bring trouble on the community. 200. Musters op sit. Dobrajoffer op sit, Roman 2. Tyler in Contemporary Review, Roman 21. Ibid. Dodge op sit. Powers, Tribes of California, SQ. Sproat op sit, cf. McPhee, Vancouver Island and British Columbia. Eastman, Dakota, P17, Edged op sit, SQ. Krantz op sit, Roman 1. See also Daliger op sit. Nansen, First Crossing of Greenland 2, SQ, cf. Idem Eskimo Life, SQ. Murdoch, Ethnological Results of the Point Barrow Expedition in Anne. Rep. Burr, Ethen, Roman 9. Seaman, Voyage of Herald 2, Armstrong, Discovery of the Northwest Passage, Western Eskimo. Richardson, Arctic Searching Expedition, Roman 1. Nelson in Anne, Rep. Burr, Ethen, Roman 18. The Chukchi and Koryaks consider theft reputable or glorious if committed on a stranger, though criminal if committed in their own communities. The hill people of the central provinces of India, whilst observant of the rights of property among themselves, do not scruple to plunder those to whom they are under no obligation of fidelity. The Bataks of Sumatra, who hardly ever steal among themselves, are expert at pilfering from strangers when not restrained by the laws of hospitality, and think it no moral offence to do so. Other tribes in the Malay archipelago likewise hold it allowable to plunder the same stranger or traveller who, when forlorn and destitute, would find a hospitable reception among them. The strict honesty, says Mr. Melville, which the inhabitants of nearly all the Polynesian islands manifest towards each other is in striking contrast with the thieving propensities some of them evince in their intercourse with foreigners. It would almost seem that, according to their peculiar code of morals, the pilfering of a hatchet or a wrought nail from a European is looked upon as a praiseworthy action. Or rather, it may be presumed that, bearing in mind the wholesale forays made upon them by their nautical visitors, they consider the property of the latter as a fair object of reprisal. 206. In Fiji, theft is regarded as no offence at all when practiced on a foreigner. The savage islanders consider theft from a tribesman a vice, but theft from a member of another tribe a virtue. Of the Sandwich Islanders, again, we are told that they stole from rich strangers on board well-loaded ships, whereas Europeans settled among them left their doors and shops unlocked without apprehension. Speaking of the honesty of the Herbert River natives, northern Queensland, Mr. Lumholtz adds, It is, of course, solely among members of the same tribe that there is so great a difference between mine and thine. Strange tribes look upon each other as wild beasts. 210. The Aborigines of West Australia would not consider the act of pillaging base when practiced on another people, or carried on beyond the limits of their own tribe. 211. Georgi op sit, Roman 3. Ibid, Roman 3 Krasheninnikov op sit. Hislop op sit. Marston op sit. Crawford op sit, Roman 1. Melville type N1. See also Williams Missionary Enterprises Samoans, Hale op sit, Micronesians. Williams and Calvert op sit. Thompson, Savage Island. Von Kotzebue op sit, Roman 3. Lumholtz among cannibals. Chauncey in Brasmythe op sit, 2 sq. Among the 4 tribe of Central Africa, it is not considered 23 right to rob strangers, but the chiefs wink at this offence, and the stranger runs but a poor chance of obtaining justice. 212 of the Mandingos Cayley observes that, while they do not steal from each other, their probity with respect to others is very equivocal, and in particular towards strangers, who would be very imprudent to show them anything that might tempt their cupidity. 213. When an Eastern Central African is plundered by a companion, he may be heard exclaiming, "If you had stolen from a white man, then I could have understood it. But to steal from a black man." 214. Among the Maasai, the warriors and old men have a profound contempt for a thief, but cattle raiding from neighboring tribes they do not consider stealing. 215. The Wafiomi and Shilluk regard theft or robbery committed on a stranger as a praiseworthy action, though they never or rarely practice it on members of their own people. The Beria and Kanama and the inhabitants of Sari consider it honorable for a man to rob an enemy of his tribe. The Kabyles of Jurjura, who demand strict mutual honesty from members of the same village, see nothing wrong in stealing from a stranger. Among the Bedouins, travelers passing without proper escort from or introduction to the tribes may expect to lose their beasts, goods, clothes, and all they possess. There is no kind of shame attached to such acts of rapine by desert law. The act of passing through the desert entails forfeiture of goods to whoever can seize them. 221. Indeed, the Arab is proud of robbing his enemies, and of bringing away by stealth what he could not have taken by open force. The Arsites distinct leval commis au prejudice d'une personne étrangère à la famille, et leval commis au préjudice d'un parent. Le premier, à proprement parler, n'est pas un acte criminel. Le second, au contraire, est tenu pour un délit. 223. Felkin notes on the 4 tribe of Central Africa in Precede, Roy, Soch, Edinburgh, Roman 13. Cayley op sit, Roman 1 cf, Mungo Park op sit sq. MacDonald Africana, Roman 1. Hind op sit, cf, Johnston Kilimanjaro Expedition. Baumann, Dutch Massiland. Petherick Travels in Central Africa, Roman 2 Beltrame, Il Fiume Bianco. Munzinger, Ostafrikanische Studien. Ibid. Cobalt, Reiserenarungen aus Algerien und Tunis. Blunt op sit 2 sq. Burkhardt, Bedouins and Wahhabis. Kowalewski, Kautum Contemporain. Similar views prevailed among the ancient Teutons. Robberies, says Caesar, which are committed beyond 24 the boundaries of each state bear no infamy, and they avow that these are committed for the purpose of disciplining their youth and of preventing sloth. 224. The same was the case with the Highlanders of Scotland, until they were brought into subjection after the rebellion of 1745. Regarding every lowlander as an alien, and his cattle as fair spoil of war, says Major General Stewart, they considered no law for his protection as binding yet, except against the lowlanders or a hostile clan. These freebooters maintained, in general, the strictest honesty towards one another, and inspired confidence in their integrity. In the interior of their own society all property was safe, without the usual security of bolts, bars, and locks. 226. In the commentary to the Irish census, more it is stated that, whilst an ordinary thief loses his full honour price at once, committing theft in another territory deprives a person of only half his honour price, until it is committed the 3rd time. Throughout the Middle Ages, all Europe seems to have tacitly agreed that foreigners were created for the purpose of being robbed. In the 13th century, there were still several places in France in which a stranger who fixed his residence for a year and a day became the serf of the lord of the manor. In England, till upwards of 2 centuries after the conquest, foreign merchants were considered only as sojourners coming to a fair or market, and were obliged to employ their landlords as brokers to buy and sell their commodities, and one stranger was often arrested for the debt or punished for the misdemeanor of another. In a later age, the old habit of oppression was still so strong that, when the state suddenly wanted a sum of money, it seemed quite natural that foreigners should be called upon to provide a part of it. The custom of seizing the goods of persons who had been shipwrecked, and of confiscating them as the property of the lord on whose manor they were thrown, seems to have been universal. 232, and in some European countries, the laws even permitted the inhabitants of maritime provinces to reduce to servitude people who were shipwrecked on their coast. The sea laws of Olran, which probably date from the 12th century, tell us that in many places shipwrecked sailors meet with people more inhuman, barbarous and cruel than mad dogs, who slaughter those unhappy mariners in order to obtain possession of their money, clothes and other property. In the latter part of the Middle Ages, attempts were incessantly made by sovereigns and councils to abolish this ancient right, so far as Christian sailors were concerned 235, whereas the robbing of shipwrecked infidels was not prohibited. But for a long time these endeavours were far from being successful, 237, and it was even argued that, as shipwrecks were punishments sent by God, it was impious to be merciful to the victims. Caesar de Bello Gallico, Roman 6. Tyler in Contemporary Review, Roman 21. Stewart, Sketches of the Character 100, of the Highlanders of Scotland SQ. Ancient Laws of Ireland, Roman 1. Cf. Marshall, International Vanities. Beaumanoir les Coutums du Beauvices 45 vol. Roman 2. Chitty, Treatise on the Laws of Commerce and Manufactures 1. Cf. Cibrario della Economia Politica del Medioevo, Roman 1. See Marshall, International Vanities SQ. Ducange, Glossarium ad scriptures Medi et infim Latinitatis 4, SQ. Robertson, History of the Reign of Charles V, Roman 1. Ducange op. Cit. 4, SQ. Clefilius Antiquitates Germanorum Potissimum Septentrionalium 10, Dreyer, Specimen Juris Publici Lubecensis, p. 192. Partuser, Commentarii Juris Germanis I de Statu Servorum 11 SQ. Ancient Sea Laws of Olran Art, 30. Ducange op. Cit. 4 SQQ, Pardessus Collection de Lois Maritimes 2, p. 115, SQQ, 3 p. 179, von Eycken Geschichte System der Mittelalterlichen Weltanschauung SQQ, Constitutions Neapolitan Sive Sickle Roman 1 Concilium Romanum 4, A 500, Lab Mansi Sacrorum Conciliarum Collectio 20, SQ. Laurent Études sur l'histoire de l'humanité 7 413 n3, von Eycken op. Cit. Pardessus op. Cit. 2 p. 115, Laurent op. Cit. Roman 7 Marshall International Vanities pp. 287-295. Von Eycken op. Cit. SQ. The readiness with which wars are waged, and the destruction of property held legitimate in warfare, are other instances of the little regard felt for the proprietary rights of foreigners. Grotius maintained that such ravage is tolerable, as in a short time reduces the enemy to seek peace, 239, and in the practice of his time devastation was 26 constantly used independently of any immediate military advantage accruing from it. In the 18th century, the alliance of devastation with strategical objects became more close, but it was still regarded as an independent means of attack by Wolfe, 241 Vattel, 242 and others, 243, and even at the beginning of the 19th century instances of devastation of a not necessary kind occasionally occurred. In later days, opinion has decisively laid down that the measure of permissible devastation is to be found in the strict necessities of war. Yet there is an exception to this rule. During the siege of a fortified town, custom still permits the houses of the town itself to be bombarded, with a view to inducing the commandant to surrender on account of the misery suffered by the inhabitants. Under the old customs of war, a belligerent possessed a right to seize and appropriate all property belonging to a hostile state or its subjects, of whatever kind it might be, and in any place where acts of war were permissible. Subsequently, this extreme right has been tempered by usage, and in a few directions it has disappeared. Thus the principle proclaimed, but not always acted on, by the revolutionary government of France, that private property should be respected on a hostile, as on a friendly soil 249 is favoured by present opinion, and usage 250 and pillage by the soldiers of an invading army is expressly forbidden. At the same time, there is unfortunately no 27 doubt that in all wars pillage does continue with impunity, 252, and we sometimes hear of a captured town being sacked, and the houses of the inhabitants being plundered, on the plea that it was impossible for the general to restrain his soldiers. Moreover, private property taken from the enemy on the field of battle, in the operations of a siege, or in the storming of a place which refuses to capitulate, is usually regarded as legitimate spoils of war. Military contributions and requisitions are levied upon the inhabitants of the hostile territory. And whilst the progress of civilization has slowly tended to soften the extreme severity of the operations of war by land, it still remains unrelaxed in respect to maritime warfare, the private property of the enemy taken at sea or afloat in port being indiscriminately liable to capture and confiscation. In justification of this, it is said that the object of maritime wars is the destruction of the enemy's commerce and navigation, and that this object can only be attained by the seizure of private property. Grotius de jure belli et pacis, Roman 3:13. Whole Treatise on International Law. Wolf Jus Gentium, 823. Vattel le droit des gens, Roman 3:167, vol. 2, SQ. Whole Arp Sit SQ. Ibid SQ. Ibid, Blunchley le droit international 663. Hefter des Europäische Volksrecht 125. Wheaton, Elements of International Law. Conference de Bruxelles Art. 13 G. Conference Internationale de la Paix, La Haye 1899, Règlement concernant les lois et coutumes de la guerre sur terre, Art. 23 G. pt. Roman 1. Whole Arp Sit SQ. Grotius Arp Sit, Roman 3:2, Whole Arp Sit pp. 417-438. Whole Arp Sit SQQ. Bernard, Growth of Laws and Usages of War, in Oxford Essays, 1856. Conference de Bruxelles, Art. 38. Instructions for the Government of Armies of the United States in the Field, Art. 37. Conference de la Haye, Règlement concernant la guerre sur terre, Art. 46 pt. Roman 1 Whole Arp Sit. Jeffken in Hefter Arp Sit, 140 N5. Conference de Bruxelles, Art. 39. Instructions of the United States, Art. 44. Conference de la Haye, Règlement concernant la guerre sur terre, Art. 2847 pt. 1 248. Main International Law, Halleck International Law 2 Note. Halleck Up, Sit. Roman 2 if we may believe Garcilaso de la Vega, first part of the Royal Commentaries of the Incas. 1. The officers of the Incas in ancient Peru were more humane, never allowing the pillage of a captured town. Halleck Up Sit 2 SQ Wheaton Up Sit. Wheaton Up Sit, Whole Up Sit, SQQ, Conference de la Haye, Règlement concernant la guerre sur terre, Art. 4952 pt. Roman 1. Wheaton Up Sit Twist Law of Nations, Hefter Up Sit 137, Whole Up Sit SQQ. Not only does the respect in which the right of property is held vary according to the status of the owner, but in many instances certain persons are deemed incapable of possessing such a right. The father's power over his children may imply that the latter, even when grown up, have no property of their own, the father having a right to the disposal of their earnings. This is the case among some African peoples 257 and the 28 Khans of India. In the laws of Manu, the mythical legislator of the Hindus, it is said, a wife, a son, and a slave, these three are declared to have no property. The wealth they earn is acquired for him to whom they belong. 259, but according to the standard commentators, This only means that the persons mentioned are unable to dispose of their property independently. 260. And it is expressly stipulated that property acquired by learning belongs exclusively to the person to whom it was given, and so also the gift of a friend. In Rome, the peculium, or separate property, allowed to a son was originally subject to the authority of the housefather, should he choose to exercise such authority, and it was only by very late legislation that sons were secured the independent holding of their peculium. Even now it is the law in many European countries that, during the minority of a child, the father or mother has the usufruct of its property, with the exception of certain kinds of property expressly specified. Sarber Fenty customary laws, Kraft in Steinmetz Richsverhältnis Wapakomo, Munzinger über die Sitten und das Recht der Bogos. Among the Beria and Connemara, a man's earnings belong to his father until he builds a house for himself, that is, until he marries Munzinger Ostafrikanisch Studien. Among the Basutos, parents can deprive their sons of their earnings at pleasure and demand, Mitthilungen über die Sarthonedger in Zeitcher. F. Ethnol. 6. Macpherson, Memorials of Service in India. Laws of Manu, Roman 8. See also Narada, Roman 5. Buechler in his translation of the Laws of Manu, Sacred Books of the East 25, N 416. Laws of Manu, Roman 9. Hunter, Exposition of Roman Law SQQ, Main Dissertations on Early Law and Custom, Gerard Manuel Elementaire de Droit Romain pp. 135-138 SQQ. Bridle, Le Droit des Femmes et le Marriage. Among some uncivilized peoples, women are said to be incapable of holding property, 264, but this is certainly not the rule among savage tribes, not even among the very lowest. When Mr. Snow wished to buy a canoe from some Fuegians, his request was refused on the ground that the object in question belonged to an old woman who would not part with it, 265, and among the blacks of Australia Mr. Kerr has often heard husbands ask permission of their wives to take something out of their bags. There are instances in which the property owned by a 29 woman is by marriage transferred to her husband, 267, but more commonly, it seems, the wife remains mistress of her own property during the existence of the marriage relation. Among many savages, considerable proprietary privileges are granted to the female sex. We have seen that the household goods are frequently regarded as the special property of the wife. Among the Navajos of New Mexico, everything, except horses and cattle, practically belongs to the married women. Among the Kaffirs of Natal, when a man takes his first wife, all the cows he possesses are regarded as her property, and the husband can, theoretically, neither sell nor otherwise dispose of them without his wife's consent. The Mandans of North America have a custom that all the horses which a young man steals or captures in war belong to his sisters. Among the Kak of India, we are told, the men are so gallant as to have made over all property to the women 273, as regards woman's right of ownership. Nations of a higher culture compare unfavorably with many savages. In Japan, the husband formerly had full rights over the property of his wife. We have already noticed the disabilities in point of ownership to which women were once subject in India, but the development of stridhana, or peculium of the female members of a family, shows that they gradually became less dependent on their husbands in 30 matters relating to property. Among the ancient Hebrews, women appear to have been in every respect regarded as minors so far as proprietary rights were concerned. In Rome, a marriage with conventio in manum, which was the regular form of marriage in early times, gave the husband a right to all the property which the wife had when she married, and entitled him to all she might acquire afterwards, whether by gift or by her own labor. Later on, marriage without manus became the ordinary Roman marriage, and this, together with the downfall of the ancient patria potestas, led to the result that finally all the wife's property was practically under her own control, save when a part of it had been converted by settlement into a fund for contributing to the expenses of the conjugal household. But as we have noticed in another place, the new religion was not favorable to the remarkable liberty granted to married women during the pagan empire, 279, and the combined influence of Teutonic custom and canon law led to those proprietary incapacities of wives which up to quite recent times have disfigured the law books of Christian Europe. In England, before 1857, Even a man who had abandoned his wife and left her unaided to support his family might at any time return to appropriate her earnings and to sell everything she had acquired, and he might again and again desert her, and again repeat the process of spoliation. In 1870, a law was passed securing to women the legal control of their own earnings, but all other female property, with some insignificant exceptions, was left absolutely unprotected, and it was not until the Married Women's 31 Property Act of 1882 that a full right to their own property was given to English wives. Nassau, fetishism in West Africa, tribes of the Cameroons. Marshall, a phrenologist amongst the Todas. Waits, Anthropology der Nativvölker 3, some Indian tribes of North America. Snow, wild tribes of Tierra del Fuego in Jura. Ethen, Soch, London NS Roman 1. Kerr, the Australian race, Roman 1. Mason in Jura, Asiatic Soch, Bengal 37, pt 2 Karenz, Sumner in Jura, Anther, Inst 31, Jakuts, Post, Studien zur Entwicklungsgeschichte des Familienrechts. Von den Steinen, unter den Nativvölkern Central Brasilians, Bacary, Morgan, League of the Iroquois, Lala, Philippine Islands, Hagen, unter den Papuas, pp. 226-243 Papuans of Bargajim, Kaiser Wilhelm Land, Kuberi die Palau in Seln in der Sudsee in Jura, Des Museum Godfrey, Roman 4 Ratzel, History of Mankind 1. Various South Sea Islanders, Kingsley, West African Studies, Barsman up, Sit, Gold Coast Natives, Ellis, Tisha-speaking peoples of the Gold Coast, Sarber, Fanti customary laws, Lang in Steinmetz, Rich Sverholtnis, Washambala, Burton, Lake regions of Central Africa 2, Waniamwezi, Post, Entwicklungsgeschichte des Familienrechts SQQ. Supra 1 SQQ. Mindelef Navajo houses in Anne, Rep Burr, Ethen, Roman 17. Schuder, Kaffirs of Natal. Wide Nuweed, travels in the interior of North America. Buchanan, quoted by Hodgson, Miscellaneous Essays, Roman 1. Rain, Japan. Jali recht und sit in Buchler, Grundriss der indorischen Philologie 279-87 SQQ. Kohler Indischese und Familienrecht in Zeitcher, F. Virgil, Rich Swiss, 3, SQQ. Benzinger, Law and Justice in Chain and Black, Encyclopaedia Biblica, Roman 3. Hunter, Roman Law, Maine, Early History of Institutions, Bryce, Studies in History and Jurisprudence, Roman 2. Gerard up, Sit. Hunter, Roman Law SQQ, Maine, Early History of Institutions SQQ, Friedlinder, Darstellungen aus der Sittengeschichte Rams, Roman 1. Gerard up, Sit. Supra 1 SQ. Maine, Ancient Law SQQ. Lecky, Democracy and Liberty 2, SQ, Cleveland, Woman under the English Law SQQ, for the laws of other European countries see Bridle up, Sit, SQQ, and for the history of the subject see Guide, Études sur la condition de la femme passim. A third class of persons who in many cases are considered incapable of holding property of their own is the slave class. It may indeed be asked whether a slave ever has the right of ownership in the full sense of the term. Yet slaves are frequently said to be owners of property, and though this ownership may have originally been a mere privilege granted to them by their masters and subject to withdrawal at the discretion of the latter 283, it is undoubtedly in several cases a genuine right guaranteed by custom. Among the Kaffirs of the Hindu Kush, if the slaves work for others, they do not hand the wages over to their masters, but keep the pay themselves. In Africa in particular, it is a common thing for slaves to have private property. 285 in southern Guinea, there are slaves who are wealthier than their masters. In some African countries, as we have seen, the slave is obliged to work for his master only on certain days of the week or a certain number of hours, and has the rest of his time free. So also in ancient Mexico, the slave was allowed a certain amount of time to labor for his own advantage. A Babylonian slave had his peculium, of which, at least under normal circumstances, he was in safe possession. In Rome, anything a slave acquired was legally his master's, but he was in practice permitted to enjoy and accumulate chance earnings or savings or a share of what he produced, which was regarded not as his property in the full sense of the term, but as his peculium. In the Middle Ages slaves, and in many instances serfs also, were, strictly speaking, destitute of proprietary rights. In England it was held that whatever was acquired by a villein was acquired by his lord. At the same time, his chattels did not eo ipso lapse into the lord's possession, but only if the latter actually seized them, and if he for some reason or other refrained from doing so, the villein was practically their owner in respect of all persons but his lord. In the British and French colonies and the American slave states, the Negro slaves had no legal rights of property in things real or personal. According to the laws of Georgia, masters must not permit their slaves to labor for their own benefit, at a penalty of $30 for every such weekly offense, 294, and in other states they were expressly forbidden to suffer their slaves to hire out themselves. In some places, however, Negro slaves might hold a peculium. In Arkansas, a statute was passed granting masters the right of allowing their slaves to do work on their own behalf on Sundays, 296, and in the British colonies Sunday was made a marketing day for the slaves so as to encourage them to labor for themselves. In the Civil Code of Louisiana 33, it is said that the slave possesses nothing of his own except his peculium, that is to say, the sum of money or movable estate, which his master chooses he should possess. 298. The Spanish and Portuguese slave laws were more humane. According to them, the money and effects which a slave acquired by his labor at times set apart for his own use or by any other means, were legally his own and could not be seized by the master. Post Grundris der Ethnol, Jurisprudence 1 381, Homburg in Acta Soc, Scientiarum Fennic 4 Sqth Linkits Kohler Recht der Marshallinsulaner in Zeitcher, F. Virgil Rich Swiss 14 Sq. Vulcans Up Sit, Wadschagger, Lang in Steinmetz Rich Sverhultnis Waschembala. Nicole in Steinmetz Rich Sverhultnis Diakite Saracoles, Senft Ibid, Marshall Islanders. Scott Robertson Up Sit. Kingsley West African Studies, Ellis US-speaking peoples of the Slave Coast, Steinmetz Rich Sverhultnis Banaka and Bapuku, Tellier Ibid, pp. 169-171 Craze Kita, Baskerville Ibid, Waganda, Beverly Ibid Wagogo Dale in Jor Anther, Inst. 25, Wabende, Munzinger Die Sitnund des Recht der Bogos, Idem Ostafrikanisch Studien Sq. Beni Amer. Wilson Western Africa, Supra Roman 1. Bancroft Up Sit, Roman 2. Kohler and Peiser aus dem Babylonischen Rich Sleben, 1 See also Supra Roman 1. Digester Roman 1539, Wallen Histoire de l'esclavage dans l'Antiquité 2, Sq. Ingrain History of Slavery, Hunter Roman Law pp. 157-290 Sq. Gerard Up Sit. Supra Roman 1 Gerard, Cartulaire de l'Abbé de Saint-Pierre de Chartres 1, p. 47, Vinogradov Villanage in England p. Sq. Parlock and Maitland Up Sit, 1 419. Stephen, Slavery of the British West India Colonies, Roman 1 Code Noir, Edit du Mois de Mars 1685 Art, 28 Sq. Edit d'Arnaud Mois de Mars 1724 Art, 22 Sq. Stroud, Sketch of the Laws Relating to Slavery in the Several States of the United States of America. Goodell, American Slave Code SQQ. Prince, Digest of the Laws of Georgia. Carruthers and Nicholson, Compilation of the Statutes of Tennessee, 675. Alden and Van Hosen, Digest of the Laws of Mississippi. Moorhead and Brown, Digest of the Statute Laws of Kentucky, 2. Sq. Ball and Roan, Revised Statutes of Arkansas, Roman 4428 Sq. Edwards, History of the British West Indies, Roman 2. Morgan, Civil Code of Louisiana, Art. 175. Stephen Up Sit, Roman 1 County L'Esclavage au Bressel. Among many peoples, finally, we find the theory that nobody but the chief or king has proprietary rights, and that it is only by his sufferance that his subjects hold their possessions. The soil, in particular, is regarded as his, but even autocrats are tied by Custom 302, and in practice the right of ownership is not denied to their subjects. Butler, Travels in Assam Cookies, Beecham Ashanti, Spencer, Descriptive Sociology African Races Abyssinians, Declare Op Sit, SQQ, Barotzi, Kidd the Essential Kafir. Ellis, History of Madagascar, Roman 1 Post, Africanish Jurisprudence, Roman 2 Percy Smith Ewer Western Pacific in Jor, Polynesian soch. Roman 1 Tregear, Easter Island, Ibid. Roman 1 in Samoa. It is a maxim that a chief cannot steal. He is merely considered to take the thing which he covets. Pritchard, Polynesian Reminiscences. Newer. When a chief enters a house, he enjoys the right to take all in it that he pleases. Percy Smith in Jure. Polynesian soch. 1. Among the Kaffirs no case can be brought against a chief for theft, except if it be committed on the property of a person belonging to another tribe, and even the children of chiefs are permitted to steal from their own people. Brownlee and Maclean, Compendium of Kaffir Laws and Customs, Sq. Trollope, South Africa, Roman 2 Holden, Past and Future of the Kaffir Races. Waits Op. Sit. 3. Indian Tribes of North America. 5 pt. 1 Malays, Ellis Polynesian Researches. 3 Sandwich Islanders, Bory de St. Vincent S.I. sur les Isles Fortunes Guanches, Nicole in Steinmetz Rich Sverholtnis Diakite Saracolese, Baskerville Ibid, Waganda, Beverly Ibid, Wagogo, Lang Ibid, Washambala. Rottinen Ibid, Ondunga, Stoelman mit Emin Pasha ins Hers van Africa Waniamwezi, Post Afrikanisch Jurisprudence 2, Sq. Ratzel Op. Sit. 1 De Lavalai Butcher does Uragentham Various African Peoples, Kohler Richsvergleichen Studien Candian Law, Giles Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio 2 N21 Chinese. Supra Roman 1. In the next chapter, we shall try to explain all these facts: the existence of proprietary rights, the refusal of such rights to certain classes of persons, the different 34 degrees of condemnation attending theft under different circumstances. But before we can understand the psychological origin of the right of ownership and the regard in which it is held, it is necessary to examine the methods by which it is acquired, the external facts which give to certain individuals a right to the exclusive disposal of certain things. Chapter 29. The Right of Property concluded. According to an old theory set forth by Roman jurists, and afterwards much emphasized by Grotius, 1. The original mode of acquisition is occupation, that is, a person's taking possession of that which at the moment belongs to nobody res nullius, with the intention of keeping it as his property. That occupation very largely, though by no means exclusively, is at the bottom of the right of ownership seems obvious enough, and it is only by means of strained constructions that Locke and others have been able to trace the origin of this right to labour alone. The principle of occupation is illustrated by innumerable facts from all quarters of the world. B. The hunter's right to the game which he has killed or captured. 3. By the nomad's or settler's right to the previously unoccupied place, where 36 he has pitched his tent, or built his dwelling. 4. By the agriculturist's right to the land of which he has taken possession by cultivating the soil. 5. By a tribe's or community's right to the territory which it has occupied. Among the Khans of India, the right of possession of land is simply founded in the case of tribes upon priority of appropriation, and in the case of individuals upon priority of culture. 7. Among the Herero, notwithstanding the loose notions generally entertained by them as to meum and tuum, there is an understanding that he who arrives first at any given locality is the master of it as long as he chooses to remain there, and no one will intrude upon him without having previously asked and obtained his permission. The same, our authority adds, is observed even with regard to strangers. 8. Again, among some of the Australian natives a man who had found a bee's nest and did not wish to rob it for some time would mark the tree in some way or other, and it was a crime to rob a nest thus indicated. 9. In Greenland, anyone picking up pieces 37 of driftwood or goods lost at sea or on land was considered the rightful owner of them, and to make good his possession he had only to carry them up above high-water mark and put stones upon them, no matter where his homestead might be. But the finder's right to the discovered article is not always restricted to objects which have no owner or the owner of which is unknown. In some instances, his occupation of it makes it his property in all circumstances. 11, whilst in other cases, he at any rate has a claim to part of its value. Among the Hurons, everything found, though it had been lost but a moment, belonged to the person that found it, provided the loser had not claimed it before 13. The Kaffirs are not bound by their law to give up anything they may have found, which has been lost by someone else. The loser should have taken better care of his property, is their moral theory. 14. Among the Chipuians, any unsuccessful hunter passing by a trap where a deer is caught may take the animal, if only he leaves the head, skin, and saddle for the owner. 15. and among the Tunguses whoever finds a beast in another man's trap may take half the meat. Among the Maoris boats or canoes which were cast adrift became the property of the captors. Even a canoe of friends and relatives upsetting off a village, and drifting on shore where a village was, became the property of the people of that village, although it might be that the people in the canoe had all got safely to land or were coming by special invitation to visit that very 38 village. 17. We have previously noticed the customary treatment of shipwrecked mariners in medieval Europe. And another instance of occupation, establishing a right of property in things which already have an owner, is conquest or capture made in war. The Romans regarded spoils taken from an enemy as the most excellent kind of property. Grotius de jure belli et pacis, Roman 2:3. Locke, Treatises of Government, Roman 2:27 SQQ. Thiers de la Propriété SQQ. Hume Remarks, Treatise of Human Nature 2. Philosophical Works 2 N1. There are several kinds of occupation where we cannot be said to join our labor to the object we acquire, as when we possess a meadow by grazing our cattle upon it. Kerr, Recollections of Squatting in Victoria, Bangarang Tribe. Murdoch Ethnal, Results of the Point Barrow Expedition in Anne, Rep. Burr, Ethen, 9 Point Barrow Eskimo, Alkvist unter Wogulen und Ostjaken in Actasoch, Scientiarum Fennick 14, Vogels, Steinmetz Rich Sverhultnis Banaka and Bapuku. Post-Afrikanisch Jurisprudence 2, SQ, Andri Ethnoger, Bemerkungen zu einigen Rechtsgebrochen in Globus Roman 38. Among some Indian tribes of North America, it was customary for individuals to mark their arrows, in order that the stricken game might fall to the man by whose arrow it had been dispatched. Powell in Anne. Rep. Burr, Ethen, 3, p. 57. Von Martius, von dem Rich Sustand unter den Ureinwohnern Brasilians, Brazilian Aborigines, Daliger, Grenlandsk Relationer, Nansen, Eskimo Life, Greenlanders, Marston, History of Sumatra, pp. 68, 244 Rajangs. Steinmetz, Rich Sverhultnis, Banaka and Bapuku, Kraft Ibid, Wapakomo, Declare 3 years in Savage Africa, Wakamba, Robertson Smith, Religion of the Semites, pp. 95-96, 143 Ancient Semitic Custom and Muhammadan Law. Thompson, Savage Island, Polak Manners and Customs of the New Zealanders 2, Thompson, Story of New Zealand, Roman 1 Munzinger, Die Sitten und das Recht der Bogos, Cruikshank, 18 Years on the Gold Coast, Roman 2 Leuschner in Steinmetz, Rich Sverhultnis, Baquiri, Ibid, Banaka and Bapuku, Tellier, Ibid, Craze Kita, Dale in Jor, Anther, Inst, 25 Wabende. Laws of Manu, Roman 9 Wellhossen, Rister Arabischen Hydentums, Robertson Smith, Religion of the Semites, pp. 95-96, 143 Ancient Semitic Custom and Muhammadan Law. Waits, Anthropology der Naturvölker, Roman 1 Dargun, Ursprung und Entwicklungsgeschichte des Eigentums in Zeitcher, F. Virgil, Rich Swiss, 5 SQQ, Post Entwicklungsgeschichte des Familienrechts SQQ, Idem Grundriss der Ethnal, Jurisprudence 1, SQQ, see also Infra SQ. Thompson, Story of New Zealand 1, Polak Op, Sit, 2 Maries Maidenber in Steinmetz, Rich Sverhultnis, Natives of the Sansending States. Macpherson, Memorials of Service in India. Anderson, Lakengami, see also V in Steinmetz, Rich Sverhultnis. Matthew in Kerr, The Australian Race, Roman 3 on the Finder's Right to Wild Honey, see Munzinger, Die Sitten und das Recht der Bogos, Steinmetz, Rich Sverhultnis, Banaka and Bapuku, Post-Afrikanisch Jurisprudence 2, Hyde Clark, Right of Property in Trees on the Land of Another in Jor, Anther, Inst, Roman 19. Daliger Op. Sit, Rink, Tales and Traditions of the Eskimo. Nicole in Steinmetz, Rich Sverhultnis, Diakite Saracolese, Beverly Ibid, Wagogo, Walter Ibid, Natives of Nasi B and Mayotte, Sorge Ibid, Nissan Islanders. Merker, Die Marseille, Disoignes in Steinmetz, Rich Sverhultnis, Salala, Post, Grundriss der Ethnal, Jurisprudence Roman 2. Charlevoix, Voyage to North America 2, SQ. Leslie, Among the Zulus and Amatongas. Schoolcraft, Archives of Aboriginal Knowledge, Roman 5. Ratzel, History of Mankind, Roman 2. Colenso, Marry Races of New Zealand, Polak Op. Sit, SQ. 18 Maxima sua esse credibant qui ab hostibus epicent, quoted by Arons, Natarect 2. The occupation of a thing may take place in various ways. Hegel says that taking possession is partly the simple bodily grasp, partly the forming and partly the marking or designating of the object. 19, but there are still other methods of occupation, in which the bodily contact with the object is involuntary, or in which there is no bodily contact at all. Among the Maoris, a man acquired a peculiar right to land by having been born on it, or in their expressive language, where his navel string was cut, as his first blood ever sacred in their eyes had been shed there, 20 or generally, by having had his blood shed upon it, or by having had the body or bones of his deceased father or mother, or uterine brother or sister, deposited or resting on it, or by having had a near relative killed or roasted on it, or a portion of his body stuck up or thrown away upon it. 21 Among many peoples, an animal belongs entirely or chiefly to the person who first wounded it, 39 however slightly 22, or who first saw it 23 even though it was killed by somebody else. Thus among the Greenlanders, if a seal or some other sea animal escapes with the javelin sticking in it, and is afterwards killed, it belongs to him who threw the first dart. 24 If a bear is killed, it belongs to him who first discovered it. And when a whale is taken, the very spectators have an equal right to it with the harpooners. Hegel Grundlinien der Philosophie des Rechts, 54, English translation. Of certain tribes of Western Victoria we are likewise told that, should a child of another family have been born on the estate, it is looked upon as one of the family, and it has an equal right with them to a share of the land, if it has attained the age of 6 months at the death of the proprietor. Dawson, Australian Aborigines. The Rev. John Bulmer, quoted by Smythe, Aborigines of Victoria 1. Testifies the prevalence of such a birthright among the Murray tribes, and suspects it is common to most of the tribes of Australia. The fact that an Aboriginal is born in a certain locality constitutes a right to that part, and it would be considered a breach of privilege for anyone to hunt over it without his permission. Should another black have been born in the same place, he with the former would have a joint right to the land. Otherwise, no native seems to have made a claim to any particular portion of the territory of his tribe. Cf. Schertz die Anfang des Landbesitzes in Zeitcher, F. Sozialwissenschaft 3, SQQ. Colenso opsit, see also Polak opsit, Roman 2. Daliger opsit, SQ, Greenlanders, Boas Central Eskimo in An, Rep Bur, Ethan Roman 6 Alaska Alutes, Ratzel opsit, Burke Snake Dance of the Marquis 2, Asiatic Hyperboreans, Campbell Second Journey in the Interior of South Africa 2. Bechuanas, Livingstone Missionary Travels Natives of South Africa von Huglin Rise Naka Abyssinian SQ, Woitos, Laws of Manu Roman 9 Post Africanisch Jurisprudence Roman 2 Idem Grundris der Ethnol, Jurisprudence 2, SQ, Andri in Globus 38, SQ. Boas Central Eskimo in An, Rep Bur, Ethan, Roman 6 Ratzel op sit, 2 Asiatic Hyperboreans, see also Semper die Palau in Seln. Daliger op sit. Rink, Tales and Traditions of the Eskimo. Daliger op sit. Besides occupation, or the taking possession of a thing, the keeping possession of it may establish a right of ownership. That these principles, though closely connected with each other, are not identical is obvious from 2 groups of facts. First, a proprietary right which is based on occupation may disappear if the object has ceased to remain in the possession of the person who had appropriated it. The place occupied by a nomad is his only so long as he continues to stay there. 27, and among agricultural savages, the cultivator frequently loses his right to the field when he makes no more use of it. 28 though, on the other hand, instances are not wanting in which cultivation gives proprietary rights of a more lasting nature. Loss of possession may, indeed, annul or weaken ownership gained by any method of acquisition. In the Hindu work Panchatantra, it is said that the property in tanks, wells, ponds, temples and choltries will no longer rest with persons who once have left them. Among the natives of the Sansending states the right to a house is lost by its being abandoned. In Greenland, if a man makes a fox trap and neglects it for some time, another may set it and claim the captured animal. So also the finder's title to the discovered article springs from the fact that the original owner's right has been relaxed by his losing the possession of it. Secondly, the retaining possession of an object for a certain length of time may make it the property of the possessor, even though the occupation of that object conferred on him no such right, nay, though the acquisition of it was actually wrongful. According to the Roman law of the 12 tables, commodities which had been uninterruptedly possessed for a certain period movables for a year, and land or houses for 2 years became the property of the person possessing them. This principle, known to the Romans as usucapio, has descended to modern jurisprudence under the name of prescription. It also prevailed in India since ancient times. The older law books laid down the rule that, if the owner of a thing is neither an idiot nor a minor, and if his chattel is enjoyed 41 by another before his eyes during 10 years and he says nothing, it is lost to him, and the adverse possessor shall retain it as his own property. 35, but it seems that later on the period of prescription was extended to 30 years or even more. In this connection, it should also be noticed that the division of labor, implying the use of certain articles, often confers proprietary rights to those articles upon the persons who make habitual use of them, as in the case of women becoming the owners of the household goods. Cf. Post-Africanish Jurisprudence, Roman 2. Morgan, League of the Iroquois, Dorsey, Omaha Sociology and Ann, Rep. Burr, Ethan, Roman 3 Burke, Snake Dance of the Marquis, Schuder, Kaffirs of Natal, Liechtenstein, Travels in Southern Africa 1, Kaffirs, MacGregor in Jour, African Soch, 1904 Yoruba, Luschner in Steinmetz Rich Sverholtnis, Lang Ibid, Washambala, Marx Ibid, Amalubai, Sorge Ibid, Nissan Islanders, Waits op Sit. Roman 1 Dargun in Zeitcher, F. Virgil, Rich Swiss, 5, SQQ, Post in Twicklingsgeskich des Familienrechts SQQ, Idem Grundris der Ethnol, Jurisprudence 1, SQ, de Levelai Butcher does Uragenthum ch. 14, SQQ. Among the Rajangs of Sumatra, a planter of fruit trees or his descendants may claim the ground as long as any of the trees subsist, but when they disappear the land reverts to the public Marston op sit. Von Martius, von dem Rich Sustand unter den Ureinwohnern Brasilians, SQ, Brazilian Aborigines, Steinmetz, Rich Sverholtnis, Banaka and Bapuku, Kohler, Bancherrecht in Ostafrika in Zeitcher, F. Virgil, Rich Swiss, 15, Natives of Lindi, Trollop op sit, 2 Kaffirs, Post, Africanisch Jurisprudence, Roman 2 Idem, Entwicklungsgeschichte des Familienrechts SQ. Schurz in Zeitschrift für Sozialwissenschaft, Roman 3 Among the Angami Nagas, any member of a village may choose to leave his fields untilled for 1 year, and cannot be compelled to grow his crops during the next. But after that, if illness or idleness prevent him from overtaking the work, his village insists on the fields being let prain, Angami Nagas, in Revue Coloniale Internationale, 5. Panchantantram, Roman 3. Maidenber in Steinmetz Rechtsverhältnis. Daliger op sit. See Mill Principles of Political Economy 1 Thiers op sit. Waits Gerland op sit. 6 Marries. Hunter Roman Law SQQ. Main Ancient Law. Gerard Manuel Elementaire de Droit Ramin SQQ. Puchter Cursus der Institutionen 2. SQQ. Gautama Roman 12 Vasishtha 16. SQ. Laws of Manu 8 SQ. See also Panchantantram 3 Benfey's Translation Vol. Roman 2. Brihaspati Roman 9 Jali. Rectund sit in Buchler. Grundris der Indorischen Philology. Roman 2 for the rules of prescription in ancient India. See also Jali SQQ. And Kohler, Altindisches Prosesrecht SQ. Supra 1 SQQ. A further source of ownership lies in the principle that a person has a title to the products of his own labor. Grotius, in criticizing the Roman jurist Paulus, who long before Locke had made labor a justification of property 38, argues that this is no special mode of acquisition, but that the laborer's claim to what he produces is based on occupation. Since in the course of nature, Grotius says, nothing can be made except but of pre-existing matter, if that matter was ours, the ownership continues when it assumes a new form. If the matter was no one's property, this acquisition comes under occupation. If the matter belonged to another, the thing made is not ours alone. 39 This argument contains its own refutation. If a thing which we make of matter belonging to another person is not ours alone, our partial right to it can be due only to our labor. Again, if we make a thing of materials belonging to ourselves, our right to it is certainly held to be increased by our exertions in producing it. It should, moreover, be remembered that there is ownership in the products not only of manual but of mental labor, and in the latter case the ownership can hardly be considered to be due to occupation at all. We may say with Mr. Spencer that from the beginning things identified as products of a man's labor are recognized as his. Even 42 among the rudest peoples, there is property in weapons, implements, dress, decorations, and other things in which the value given by labor bears a specially large proportion to the value of the raw material. If a Greenlander finds a dead seal with a harpoon in it, he keeps the seal, but restores the harpoon to its owner. Among the same people, when somebody has built dams across salmon rivers to catch the fish, it is not considered proper for strangers to come and meddle with them. In various parts of Africa, he who has dug a well has a right to the exclusive disposal of it. In West Africa, according to Miss Kingsley, that which is acquired or made by a man or woman by their personal exertions is regarded as his or her private property. The Marquis of Arizona are cooperative in all their labors, whether as hunters, herders, or tillers of the soil, but each man gathers the spoils of his individual skill and daring, or the fruits of his own industry. 45 in the Nicobars, whilst everything which the village as a whole makes or purchases is common property, the result of individual work belongs to the individual. In old Hindu law books, the performance of labor is specified as one of the lawful modes of acquiring property. According to Narada, when the owner of a field is unable to cultivate it, or dead, or gone no one knows whither, any stranger who undertakes its cultivation unchecked by the owner shall be allowed to keep the produce. And if the owner returns while the stranger is engaged in cultivation, the owner, in order to recover his field, has to pay to the cultivator the whole expense incurred in tilling the waste. Thus, though cultivation does not give a right to the land, it gives a right to the produce 43 of the labor performed. Among uncivilized races, we frequently find that the land itself and the crops or trees growing on it have different owners, the latter belonging to the person who planted them. Cf. Gerard op. Cit. Grotius op. Cit. Roman 2:3. Spencer, Principles of Sociology, Roman 2 idem, Principles of Ethics, Roman 2 cf. Waits op. Cit. 1, sq. Daliger op. Cit. Nansen, First Crossing of Greenland, Roman 2. Munzinger, Die Sitten und des Recht der Bogos, Lang in Steinmetz Rich Verhältnis Waschenballer, von François Nama und Damara Herrero. Kingsley, West African Studies. Burke, Snakedance of the Marquis Sq. Klaus in the Andamans and Nicobars. Gautama, Roman 10 Laws of Manu, Roman 10. Narada 11, Sq. Colenso op. Cit. Maries, Luschner in Steinmetz Rechtsverhältnis Baquiri, Lang Ibid, Waschenballer, Munzinger Die Sitten und des Recht der Bogos, Hanotauen Letranula Kabali 2, Cobalt Reisirina Rungenos Algerian und Tunis Kabyles of Jerdura, Hyde Clark in Jour, Anther, Inst 19, SQQ, Post Afrikanisch Jurisprudence Roman 2 Shirts in Zeitcher, F. Sozialwissenschaft 3, SQ. The right of ownership may, further, be established by a transfer of property by its owner, either by way of gift or by sale or exchange or some other form of contract. The conditions necessary for this method of acquisition are that the owner shall have a right to alienate the article in question, and that the other party shall be capable of owning such property. As has been said before, ownership does not necessarily imply an unrestricted power of disposition. Property in land, for instance, is frequently considered inalienable. 50. And to take another example, the power of testation, if recognized at all, is often subject to restrictions. The customary law of the Fantis of West Africa does not permit any person to bequeath to an outsider a greater portion of his property than is left for his family. Among the Maoris, land obtained by purchase or conquest may be given away or willed by the owner to anybody he thinks fit, but the case is different with patrimony. With regard to the so-called Aryan peoples, Sir Henry Maine thinks it is doubtful whether a true power of testation was known to any original society, except the Roman 54, even in Rome bequest, seems not to have been permitted in prehistoric times, and afterwards a legitima portio was compulsorily reserved for each child. Such is still the law of some continental nations. Post Entwicklungsgeschichte des Familienrechts SQQ, Avebury Origin of Civilization SQ. Post Grundriss der Ethno, Jurisprudenz 2, SQQ, idem Afrikanische Jurisprudenz Roman 2. Sarber Arp Sit. Polak Arp Sit Roman 2. Main Ancient Law, see also Fustel de Coulanges La Cite Antique. Fustel de Coulanges Arp Sit, Hunter Roman Law SQQ, Gerard Arp Sit SQQ. Closely connected with the restrictions imposed on a proprietor's power of testation is the rule of inheritance, one of the most common methods of acquiring property. At the earlier stages of civilization, the property of a deceased person is not in every case subject to this rule. Apart from the practice of testation, which though hardly primitive is not infrequently found among savages 56, there are other ways of dealing with it besides inheritance. The private belongings of the dead, or part of them, are destroyed or buried with him, or his dwelling is burned or abandoned. 57, but Dr. Dargan goes too far when saying that among rude savages this custom is generally practiced to such an extent as to exclude heirship in property altogether. Nor must we infer the general prevalence of a stage where there were no definite rules of inheritance from the fact that among some North American tribes, when a man dies leaving young children who are unable to defend themselves, grown-up relatives or other persons come in and seize whatever they please. The ordinary custom of savages is that the dead man's property is inherited either by his own children, if kinship is reckoned through the father, or by his sister's children or other relatives on the mother's side, if kinship is reckoned through females. Only, sometimes the rules of inheritance make little or no distinction between men and women. 62, sometimes a decided preference is given to the 45 men. 63, sometimes the women inherit nothing. 64, whereas in a few exceptional cases the women are the only inheritors. Among various savages, the widow also has a share in the inheritance, or at any rate has the usufruct of property left by her deceased husband. Very frequently the eldest son 67, or, where the maternal system of descent prevails in 46 full, the eldest uterine brother, or the eldest son of the eldest uterine sister 69, is the chief or even the only heir. But there are also several instances in which this privilege is granted to the youngest son. Thus, among the Hos of India he apparently inherits all the property of his father. 71 among the Limbus of Nepal, though an extra share is set apart for the eldest son, the youngest one is allowed to choose his share first. 72 among the Eskimo of Bering Strait, if there are several sons the eldest gets the least, the most valuable things being given to the youngest. 73 in Greenland, a foster son inherits all the property of his foster father, if the latter dies without offspring, or if his sons are still young children. 74 and of the West African Fula we are told that, though they have sons and daughters, the adopted child becomes heir to all that they leave behind. Among the Kukis, in default of legitimate issue, a natural son succeeds to his father's property before all other male relations. 76 among the Bodo and Dimmel's sons by concubinage or adoption get equal shares with sons born in wedlock. 77, the Wanyamwezi of Eastern Africa have the habit of leaving property to their illegitimate children by slave girls or concubines, even to the exclusion of their issue by wives. Among other uncivilized peoples, 47 again, slaves cannot inherit at all 79, and where they are allowed to possess property, the master is sometimes the legitimate heir of his slave. Ellis Polynesian Researches 3 SQ Tahitians, Wilkin in reports of the Cambridge expedition to Torres Straits 5 natives of Mabuiag, Kingsley West African Studies, Lang in Steinmetz Rich Sverholtnis Washambala, Desoignes Ibid Salala, Rotanen Ibid Ondanga Dale in Jor, Anther, Inst, Roman 25 Post Grundriss der Ethno, Jurisprudence Roman 2. See Infra on Regard for the Dead. Dargan in Zeitcher, F. Virgil Rechtswiss 5 SQQ. Ibid SQ. Prescott in Schoolcraft Indian Tribes of the United States 2. SQ. Dakota's Hale U.S. Exploring Expedition. Vol. 6 Ethnography and Philology Salish. Daliger Op. Sit. SQ. Krantz Op. Sit. 1 Greenlanders. See Westermarck Op. Sit. SQQ. Klaus Op. Sit. Nicobarese. Wilkin in Rep. Cambridge Anther. Expt. 5 SQ. Natives of Mabuiag. Wilkes, U.S. Exploring Expedition 5, Kingsmill Islanders, Senft in Steinmetz, Rich Sverholtnis, Marshall Islanders, Dawson Up Sit, Certain Tribes of Western Victoria, Post-Afrikanisch Jurisprudence, Roman 2 Idem Entwicklungsgeschichte des Familienrechts, Idem Grundriss der Ethno, Jurisprudence, Roman 1. Saber Fanti Customary Laws, Post-Afrikanisch Jurisprudence 2, SQ, Idem Entwicklungsgeschichte des Familienrechts, SQ, Idem Grundriss der Ethno, Jurisprudence 1, SQQ. Among several uncivilized peoples, landed property descends exclusively. Macpherson, Memorials of Service in India, Cairns, Sumner in Jure, Anther, Inst. 31, Jacquards, Kerr, The Australian Race 1, Johnston, Uganda Protectorate 2, Post Entwicklungsgeschichte des Familienrechts, SQ, Idem Grundriss der Ethno, Jurisprudence 1, or by preference Thompson, Story of New Zealand 1, Post Grundriss der Ethno, Jurisprudence 1, SQ, to men. Castren Nordiska Resor Arkfuskninga 1, Astiax, Marshall, a phrenologist amongst the Todas, Hodgson, Miscellaneous Essays 1, Bodo and Dimmels, Hislop, Papers relating to the Aboriginal tribes of the Central Provinces, Ngans. Sarpit, Account of the Kuki Lushe tribes, Stewart, Notes on Northern Kachar in Jure, Asiatic Soch, Bengal 24, Kukis, Risley, Census of India 1901, Vol. 1, Ethnographic Appendices, pp. 146 Santals, 156 Mundas, 209 Most of the Angami Nagas, Fryer, Kayeng people of the Sandaway district, Marston Up Sit, Rijangs. Air Expeditions of Discovery into Central Australia, Roman 2 Munzinga, Die Sitten und des Recht der Bogos, Hind Last of the Maasai, Johnston, Uganda Protectorate 2, Maasai, Dale in Jure, Anther, Inst. 25, Wabanday, Kingsley, Travels in West Africa, Some West African Tribes, Nassau, Fetichism in West Africa, Natives of the Cameroons, Luschner in Steinmetz, Rich Sverholtnis, Bakwiri, Maidenba Ibid, Pagan Bambara, Lang Ibid, Washambala, Kraft Ibid, Wapakomo, Rotanen Ibid, Andunga, Declare Up Sit, Wakamba, Campbell, Travels in South Africa, Kafirs, Post-Afrikanisch Jurisprudence, Roman 2 Idem Entwicklungsgeschichte des Familienrechts, SQQ, Idem Grundriss der Ethno, Jurisprudence 1, SQ. Hamey in Bull, Soch D. Anther, Peris Sir 2 Vol. 12 535 Penang Payak of Cambodia, Buchanan quoted by Hodgson, Miscellaneous Essays 1, Kok, Post Grundriss der Ethno, Jurisprudence, Roman 1. Nelson, Eskimo about Bering Strait in Anne, Rep. Burr, Ethan, Roman 18 Dawson, Australian Aborigines, Certain Tribes of Western Victoria, Hunt Ethnagar, Notes on the Murray Islands, Torres Straits in Jure, Anther, Inst. Roman 28 Grange, Journal of an Expedition into the Naga Hills in Jure, Asiatic Soch, Bengal 9 pt, Roman 2 Mason Ibid, 37 pt, 2, Karenz, Post Entwicklungsgeschichte des Familienrechts, SQQ. Daliger Up Sit pp. 29-31 Krantz Up Sit 1 Greenlanders, Risley Up Sit Limbus of Nepal, Macpherson Up Sit Cairns, Sarpit Up Sit Kukis, Fryer Up Sit Kyans, Junghoon Up Sit 2 Bataks. Gill, Life in the Southern Isles, Polak Up Sit 2 Colenso Up Sit, Maries, Munzinger Die Sitten und des Recht der Bogos pp. 69-73 SQ, Porlichk Up Sit, Gallas, Harleys Marseille Hind Up Sit, pp. 51-105 Marseille. Vulcans der Kilimanjaro Wadshagger, Kingsley Travels in West Africa, Some West African Tribes, Barsman Up Sit, pp. 173 Natives of the Gold Coast, 322 Natives of the Slave Coast. Luschner in Steinmetz, Rich Sverholtnis, Bakwiri, Maidenba Ibid, Pagan Bambara, Desoignes Ibid, Salala, Marx Ibid, Amalubai Chandler Through Jungle and Desert, Rendell Post Afrikanisch Jurisprudence 2, SQQ, Idem Grundriss der Ethno, Jurisprudence 1 218-220 SQ. Proyart, History of Longo in Pinkerton, Collection of Voyages and Travels, Roman 16. Kingsley, West African Studies SQ, Some West African Tribes, Sorge in Steinmetz, Rich Sverholtnis, Nissan Islanders. Risley Up, Sit, Lushes, Avebury, Origin of Civilization SQQ, Post Grundriss der Ethno, Jurisprudence 1 221 SQ, Liebrecht zur Volkskunde. Tickel, Memoir on the Hodsam in Jure, Asiatic Soch, Bengal 9 pt. 2 n. Risley Op Sit, cf. Mason in Jour Asiatic Soc. Bengal 37, pt. 2, Carenz. Nelson in And, Rep. Burr, Ethan, Roman 18. Daliger Op Sit. Denham and Clapperton, quoted in Spencer's Descriptive Sociology, African Races. Stewart in Jour Asiatic Soc. Bengal Roman 24. Hodgson, Miscellaneous Essays, Roman 1. Burton Lake Regions of Central Africa 2, SQ, cf. Post-Africanish Jurisprudence, Roman 2. Nicole in Steinmetz Rich Sverholtnis pp. 115-119 Diakite Seracolese, Lang Ibid pp. 238-242 Washambala, Kraft Ibid pp. 289-291 Wapakomo, Rotanen Ibid Andanga, Post Grundris der Ethno, Jurisprudence Roman 1. Munzinger Die Sitten und des Recht der Bogos, Steinmetz Rich Sverholtnis Banaka and Bapuku, Maidenber Ibid, Natives of the Sansending States, Post Grundris der Ethno, Jurisprudence Roman 1. At higher stages of civilization, the rules of inheritance present the same characteristics as among many savages. During historic times at least, the nations of culture have reckoned kinship through the father, and succession has been agnatic. In China, women only inherit in the very last resort, failing all male relatives. Among the Hebrews in ancient times, only sons, not daughters, still less wives, could inherit, 83, but the later law conferred on daughters the right of heirship in the absence of sons. The Muhammadan law of inheritance in most cases awards to a female a share equal to half that of a male of the same degree of relationship to the deceased, 85, but according to the old law of Medina, women could not inherit at all. Of all the ancient nations with whose rules of inheritance we are acquainted, the Romans seem to have been the only one who gave daughters the same right of inheritance as sons. In India, women had originally no such right at all, but in this, as in other matters relating to property, their position subsequently improved. In Attic law, sons excluded 48 daughters from succession, 89, and the same was the case among the Scandinavian peoples still in the later Middle Ages. In England, women are even to this day postponed to men in the order of succession to real property. Special privileges in the division of the father's property were granted to the eldest son by the Hebrews and Hindus, 93, and traces of primogeniture are met with in ancient Greek legislation. In the history of English law, we find not only primogeniture, but ultimogeniture as well. As regards the question of legitimacy, we notice that in China all sons born in the household have an equal share in the inheritance, whether born of the principal wife or a concubine or a domestic slave. Among the Hebrews, the sons of concubines had a right of inheritance, 97, but whether on an equality with the other sons we do not know. According to Muhammadan law, no distinction in point of inheritance is made between the child of a wife and that born by a slave to her master, if the master acknowledged the child to be his own. In Hindu legislation, the legitimate sons have the nearest right to the inheritance of their father, but a son begotten by a Sudra on a female slave may, if permitted by his father, take a share of it. The Roman law on the subject may be summed up thus: with regard to its father, a natural child has no right at all, and differs in no respect from a stranger. With regard to its mother, it has the same right as a legitimate child. In Teutonic countries, the position of illegitimate children as to succession was much more favorable in earlier times than later on, when Christianity made its influence felt, depriving them of all title to inheritance. Strangers were formerly unable both to inherit and to transmit property. For a long time it was the custom in Europe to confiscate their effects on their death, and not only persons who were born in a foreign country were subject to this droit d'aubaine, as it was called in France, but in some countries it was applied even to persons who removed from one diocese to another, or from the lands of one baron to another. Indeed, it is only in recent times that foreigners have been placed on a footing of equality with citizens with regard to inheritance. In 1790, the French National Assembly abolished the right of aubaine as being contrary to the principle of a human brotherhood. Later on, when the Code Napoleon was drawn up, a backward step was taken by restricting the abolition of this right to nations who acted with reciprocity. But this limitation only lasted till 1819, when all inequalities were finally removed in France. In England, it was not until 1870 that foreigners were authorized to inherit and bequeath like British subjects.